In a world where all beings possess souls and humanity coexists with spirits, every form of life harbors the potential for ascension. The only distinction lies in the outcome of such endeavors. Great Flat Gecko, Evolution Success Rate 18. Auxiliary Module, Augment My Success Rate, 18 35 60 to 83 99 100. Great Flat Gecko successfully evolves into Calamity Eve's Dragon. Species have a life limit. Can they only evolve twice? Incorrect. It is merely that the success rate for the third evolution is a mere 0.00011. Auxiliary Module, Maximize the evolution success rate. While others expend a plethora of precious materials and face significant risks of failure in evolution, Cang Ye has reduced the risk to 0. On that day, he suddenly recalled that he too was a being of life. So, what is my evolution success rate? Chapter 1. Luminous Child. In the year 2002, autumn, early September. In the summer civilization plate, in the central plains on the outskirts of Peng City, Fauxmen village. As the sun rises, morning mist envelopes the landscape. Caw-caw! The rooster from the village chief's home emits a cry that reverberates through the heavens. A few little spirits frolicking between the houses and the woods are suddenly seized by a dark hand and pulled into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Within the lantern by the roadside, the luminous child has finished the rice offered by the villagers and is about to rest. Inside a dilapidated adobe house, Cang Ye gazes vacantly at the several elm wood beams spanning overhead. After accidentally bumping his head last night, he completely awakened the memories of his past life in his dreams. His consciousness is somewhat muddled as he attempts to sort through his thoughts. Unlike Earth, this world is inhabited by a peculiar life form known as spirits. They possess supernatural abilities, often manifesting in the forms of various flora and fauna. Humans can establish spiritual links with them, harnessing their powers for a better life. Additionally, the development of human civilization bears little difference from that of Earth in his previous life, having transitioned into a modern society. However, the concept of nations has vanished, unifying into a human federation, fostering greater solidarity. Yet, he is merely a 14-year-old illiterate living in an isolated village with limited cognitive abilities. The true nature of the world remains unclear to him. Based on his own experiences, he was sold by his father at the age of 4, only to be abandoned at a train station after the buyer grew weary of him after 6 months. In the haze of memory, he recalls boarding a train and sleeping through the night. Upon disembarking, he wandered for a long while before drifting into Fauxmen village, taking residence in a dilapidated house long abandoned. In these years, he has relied on assisting villagers with agricultural labor to secure sustenance. After all, in modern society, food is not in short supply. As long as one remains diligent, starvation is unlikely. However, the foundational conditions that pertain to the rule of law, social welfare, and identity information systems, essential for a normal life, are currently far inferior to those of his previous life. To envision a life of comfort akin to that of an ordinary individual is a formidable challenge. Furthermore, being in the throes of adolescence, my body demands ample nourishment for development, yet I find myself perpetually famished. The incessant state of extreme hunger is profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, my primary objective henceforth is clear: discover a means to acquire funds to satiate my hunger. Suddenly, a few lines of ethereal text materialize before me. Auxiliary device. Information collection module activated. Weekly reports. 1. The village chief's daughter-in-law was witnessed engaging in an illicit liaison with Neo in the small grove south of the village last night, during which a colossal shadow was observed. 2. The Kong group is set to embark on an expedition into the vast expanse of the Great Mongshan mountain range for scientific research and documentary filming, with a potential base to be established in Fauxmen village. 3. A nest of large voles has taken residence in the southeast corner of the neighboring courtyard, and someone is preparing to hunt them. 4. The assassin known as Blood Scab is scheduled to return to Fauxmen village number 56 in 6 days to retrieve items concealed in the beams of his abode. 5. A luminescent creature residing in the lantern at the entrance of number 56 inadvertently dropped her precious pearl by the withered tree on the southern lake's edge. Notice: unlock the evolution module upon establishing a mental link with a powerful entity. What is this, a cheat? Gazing at the lines of information, my eyes widen, my heartbeat quickens, and I feel a warmth coursing through my body. I abruptly sit up from my bed, only to recline back down again. This cheat provides little more than trivial gossip, lacking any practical utility. Wait! I sit up sharply again, slip on the straw sandals beside my bed, and rush outside, tilting my head to examine the plaque affixed to the doorframe. Despite its severe rust, I can still vaguely discern Fauxmen Village number 56. What the hell? Hidden within the dilapidated abode I have occupied for the past decade lies the possessions of an assassin. The very identity of an assassin is profoundly intimidating. I am filled with trepidation, yet curiosity begins to stir within me. What could the assassin's belongings entail? Money? Gold bars? I swallow hard. The desire for a hearty meal is overwhelming. At the very least, I yearn to be full just once. I will simply take a look. With this thought in mind, I return inside my dwelling. The wooden beams of the roof are approximately 3 meters from the ground. The walls, crafted from yellow clay mixed with straw, feature numerous crevices suitable for climbing. After considerable effort, I manage to scale the windowsill and reach the roof, where I spot a filthy wooden box perched on the nearest beam. The box is open, revealing its emptiness. How could it be empty? Something feels amiss. I search among the other beams, but find nothing. Only this solitary empty wooden box. I hurl it down and smash it with a stone. There are no hidden compartments. I stand there, bewildered by the shattered box, as my mind, once consumed by greed, gradually begins to clear. The belongings on the beams must have been taken long ago. Upon the assassin's return, upon discovering his possessions missing, whom will he suspect? If he inquires around the village, he will ascertain that I am the sole occupant here for years, leading him to undoubtedly conclude that I am the thief. Thus, misfortune awaits me. I find myself on the verge of tears. Fortunately, 6 days remain. If I report the impending arrival of an assassin in advance, the police may lay in wait nearby and easily apprehend him. Perhaps I might even receive a reward? With such thoughts occupying my mind, I cast aside the notion of the assassin. Primarily, I have exhausted myself throughout the morning, climbing walls and smashing wooden boxes, depleting my energy and leaving me weak with hunger. Now, all I desire is something to eat. I wish to concern myself with nothing else. Where shall I procure something to eat? I step outside once more. And I. A faint call echoes in my ears. By the wall near the entrance, there stands a stone lantern resembling a shrine. A thumb-sized luminescent creature, resembling a young girl in a gown of pale petals, flutters around the lantern, her wings shimmering like cicada wings. It appears to be searching for a highly significant object. Such diminutive beings are frail and harmless, their wings glowing in the night. They favor residing beneath eaves and in tree hollows, delighting in the consumption of rice. Consequently, humans construct small lantern-like houses at their doorways, scattering rice within to attract them, thereby illuminating the night. This particular luminescent creature is the offspring of a luminescent being residing at Aunt Lou's doorstep next door, having only moved in a few days prior. Before her arrival, no luminescent creatures inhabited the lantern at my door, as I lacked any rice to entice them. The luminescent creature flits around the stone lantern for some time, yet finds nothing. Disheartened, she lands atop the lantern's roof, curling into a ball against the wall, her crystalline wings drooping. And I. Observing her tearful demeanor, I recall the wild lantern fruits I discovered by the southern lake not long ago, which should now be ripe. I shall venture there to gather some lantern fruits to eat today. The southern lake is not far from my home. The surface glistens with rippling light, while the reeds sway at the lakeshore and the underbrush flourishes. A few ink-hued toads resting along the bank detect my approach and leap into the water with a splash, releasing ink that darkens a wide expanse of the shimmering lake. I cautiously navigate through the reeds, which tower above me. A type of reed called swordgrass tends to intermingle within the thicket. Passing by them, even at a distance, the sharp blades can leave prickling wounds upon the skin. I quickly locate several lantern plants I discovered recently. This fruit, also known as mushroom lady or fragrant bubble, resembles small red lanterns hanging from the branches when ripe. Peeling back the outer skin reveals a fruit akin to cherry tomatoes, possessing a faint creamy flavor, sweet and delectable. There are few lantern fruits remaining on the branches, as various animals have feasted upon them. I gather the intact ones to consume. For the half-eaten, spoiled fruits, I pluck them and crush them, casting them far away. Perhaps this will allow new plants to sprout in the following year. Chapter 2. Qilin. After consuming the lantern fruit, Cang Ye approached the lakeside to cleanse his hands. The water mirrored the towering cumulonimbus clouds above, while several iron-billed ducks bobbed on the surface, their ducklings trailing closely behind. Not far off, a withered willow tree lay half submerged, its bark charred and blackened. Cang Ye had once plucked its branches during the Qingming festival to ward off evil spirits. On those nights, a mischievous little ghost that often stirred restlessly in the dead of night indeed vanished. However, when he ventured out to relieve himself later, he found the little ghost huddled in a corner, looking as lost as an abandoned kitten. Hence, he retrieved the willow branches once more. Unfortunately, the grand willow had been struck down by a thunderstorm the previous year. Thankfully, 2 saplings had sprouted nearby. After searching the perimeter of the dead tree for some time, he found no sign of the elusive Jiao Zhu. This was the only withered tree by the southern lake. But what exactly was a Jiao Zhu? What if it was minuscule, smaller than a speck of dust? How could he possibly find it? Cang Ye was on the verge of giving up. Yet, when he recalled the pitiful appearance of the nightlight child, he hesitated and stopped in his tracks. Sighing, he knelt on the damp earth, meticulously parting the weeds to search around the tree's edge, inch by inch. The lake shimmered with the brilliance of fragmented diamonds, the wind stirring it into gentle ripples that caressed the shore. The sun had moved directly overhead, scorching his back with its heat, and his stomach growled in hunger. Cang Ye felt dizzy from the prolonged crouching, and as he attempted to rise, a wave of vertigo overcame him, causing him to collapse back onto the ground, unconscious. In a daze, he felt a cool sensation against his face, as though something were brushing against him. Weary, Cang Ye opened his eyes, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Before him stood a magnificent creature, a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a deer, its single horn resembling jade. Its surface was adorned with metallic azure scales. Sunlight glinted off its body, revealing an intricate pattern reminiscent of ancient clouds and thunder. Wisps of ethereal mist swirled around its shoulders and hooves, while its bovine tail snapped through the air with a crackling sound. Mysterious, graceful, majestic, and elegant. At that moment, the great beast lowered its head, gently nudging Cang Ye's cheek with its cool nose, a surprisingly soothing gesture. Cang Ye felt his strength returning, and he struggled to his feet. "Who are you?" he managed to utter. The creature stood poised upon the azure surface of the lake, which had previously appeared green. Gazing into its crystalline, sapphire-like eyes, a name inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Qilin? The Qilin emitted a soft call, ethereal and divine. The low-frequency sound waves created visible ripples in the air, the gentle breeze stirring the lake's surface and the yellowing reeds along the shore. Suddenly, a palm-sized scale lifted from the ground, drifting toward him. Within it lay a minuscule pearl, radiating a soft glow. Cang Ye reached out to catch it, exclaiming in delight, "Is this Jiao Zhu? Did you find it for me?" "Thank you." The Qilin lowered its head once more, nuzzling Cang Ye's face with its horn before gracefully leaping away, swiftly disappearing from sight. "How splendid." Cang Ye retracted his gaze, examining the scale in his hand. It felt heavy and dense, much weightier than an iron of the same volume. It was cold to the touch, and a tingling energy seemed to seep from the scale into his body. This object must not be seen by others. Losing the scale was trivial, but if the Qilin's presence were discovered by ill-intentioned individuals, it could spell disaster. After a moment's thought, Cang Ye decided to wade into the lake, hoping that tossing the scale into the water would conceal it forever. Yet, to his astonishment, the scale floated on the surface, refusing to sink no matter how hard he pressed. Perhaps he could dig a hole and bury it? However, as he attempted to cover the scale with earth, the soil slipped away as if repelled by an unseen force. Cang Ye found himself at a loss. He tucked the scale into his clothing, cautiously taking a less traveled path back to the village. The first half of the journey passed without encountering anyone, until he reached the southern grove of poplar trees. The cicadas chirped incessantly, for young men from the village had gathered around a frail, disheveled man whose garments were dirtier than Cang Ye's. This man was known as the village fool. True to his name, he was indeed simple-minded, currently cowering beneath a poplar tree, terrified and wetting himself, muttering, "It's back. It's back." Cang Ye immediately turned to take a longer route back, but a burly youth spotted him and shouted, "Hey, beggar. My mother wants you to come help us harvest melons this afternoon." "Understood," Cang Ye replied loudly without turning back, quickening his pace. "Why are you running? Come back. We have water pancakes for you." "I'm going to relieve myself. I'll be back for the water pancakes." After taking a long detour, he finally returned home without incident. The nightlight child was still wandering around the yard, sobbing and rummaging through branches and clods of dirt. Cang Ye approached her, crouching down and extending his hand. She, clutching a bitter neem seed, paused her weeping, tilting her head in confusion before placing the seed on Cang Ye's fingertips. It slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The nightlight child picked it up once more, placing it back on his fingertips, and gently patted his hand, signaling him to hold it carefully and not let it fall again. "I found this by the withered tree at South Lake," Cang Ye said, somewhat helplessly indicating the Jiao Zhu in his palm. It had lost its glow after being separated from the scale, resembling an ordinary speck of dust. You must have dropped it there while gathering leaves from the sword rush to weave your little bed, right? The nightlight child did not grasp Cang Ye's meaning. She fluttered her wings, scattering glimmers of light dust into his palm, settling down in a sitting posture. Lifting her head, she blinked her large eyes and eye. The nightlight child was tender and adorable, though somewhat dim-witted with poor eyesight. Cang Ye adjusted her delicate shoulders to change her perspective, finally allowing her to see the Jiao Zhu. The nightlight child's wings suddenly spread wide, vibrating rapidly, their veins glowing with brilliant golden patterns. The Jiao Zhu in Cang Ye's palm began to radiate light, levitating and swirling around the nightlight child, ultimately disappearing between her two plump little breasts. She appeared overjoyed, circling around Cang Ye while scattering light dust. I. Thank you, big guy. In a fleeting moment, Cang Ye discerned the general meaning behind her chirps and could faintly sense her jubilant emotions. No need to thank me. The nightlight child froze midair, gazing at him in surprise. I. However, this time her call was unintelligible. Alas, their connection was insufficient. They had not yet reached a level where a mental bond could form, and their relationship required further nurturing. Cang Ye returned indoors and concealed the scale beneath his bed. It was exceedingly heavy, far denser than a brick. Tucking it into his pocket would soon cause his trousers to sag, and keeping it against his chest required constant holding, proving to be quite inconvenient. It was impossible to carry it for extended periods. Once hidden, he returned to the southern grove. Only 3 youths and the village fool remained. Ernyo, Cang Ye greeted the strongest of the group, as he often helped their family with various tasks, maintaining a good rapport. Subsequently, Ernyo tossed him a water pancake wrapped in a second-hand plastic bag. Cang Ye hurriedly attempted to catch it, yet it fell to the ground. Bai Jiao laughed at him, implying he was utterly useless. You threw it too suddenly. Cang Ye gleefully picked up the plastic bag. The Waterloo OMO, a thin pancake steamed to perfection, was delightfully chewy, filled with shredded potatoes and spicy, salty chili paste. He took a bite, and, while chewing, strolled over to inquire, "What are you all doing? What happened to Baishatzi?" The village chief's daughter-in-law had been caught in a clandestine affair with Ernyo the previous night, and upon seeing a colossal shadow, Cang Ye felt a twinge of trepidation upon entering the poplar grove. Chapter 3. The Monster. I don't know. We saw Baishatzi over here crying, and came to ask why. He kept rambling that it had returned, in a manner so cryptic we couldn't comprehend it. Despite this, Ernyo instinctively glanced towards the southwest, likely recalling the direction from which he had seen the shadow the night before. But has Old Cat Monkey truly returned? I heard Baishatzi was scared silly by Old Cat Monkey. A tall, thin man speculated. Old Cat Monkey, also known as Old Cat Ghost or the Moth-Bearded One, is a terrifying creature rooted in folklore from the southern and northern dynasties that pervades regions such as Qinhuangdao, the Central Plains, the Bohai Sea, and the Xing'an Mountains. It resembles a mountain-dwelling ape with a cat-like face, beckoning to children from doorsteps and fields. It is said to possess a skill known as induction, which can bewilder children into believing that the figure beckoning them is a familiar elder, luring them to their doom. This creature haunts the childhood nightmares of many. Upon hearing about Old Cat Monkey, Ernyo nearly lost his composure. He nonchalantly remarked, "This place feels a bit ominous. I'm leaving." "What? You're leaving already?" "Lu Rong hasn't returned yet." "What does that matter? Let us disperse. Everyone go back home to their mothers." Cang Ye found amusement in Ernyo's feigned calmness, unaware that outside his door, a wiry man with shifty eyes had been lurking for quite some time. This man, with a semi-transparent mouse perched on his right shoulder, the mouse's tail resembling a key wrapping around his dark neck, was none other than Lu Rong. After confirming that no one was around Cang Ye's home, Lu Rong swiftly darted inside. He chuckled at the memory of Cang Ye's silhouette outside the grove. As a seasoned thief, Lu Rong could easily deduce that Cang Ye was concealing something, pretending to relieve himself to avoid detection. Thus, he concocted a reason to follow him. Although he recognized that a beggar child likely possessed nothing of value, he couldn't help but ponder, what if Cang Ye stumbled upon something precious? Lu Rong rummaged through the dilapidated room containing only a bed and soon discovered a hidden scale beneath it. Holding it in his hands, he felt a surge of delight. Indeed, there was something worthwhile. Outside, within the stone lantern, a bed woven from sword grass leaves was soft and comfortable, reminiscent of a cradle. A small nightlight bug curled up inside, sensing unusual movement, opened its eyes, and flew out. It peered into Cang Ye's home and spotted Lu Rong pilfering from the edge of the bed. However, being a frail nightlight bug with no combat prowess, it could only watch helplessly. Lu Rong stuffed the scale into a specially sewn pocket in his clothing and left with an air of calm. He planned to sell it at the market in a couple of days. In Ernyo's watermelon field, vines twisted and turned, with numerous black-skinned watermelons nestled in the earth. Cang Ye toiled all afternoon, carrying them to the back of a four-wheeled tractor parked by the roadside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dragonflies flitted about the fields. "Come, have a piece of melon," Uncle Nyo said, retrieving a watermelon soaked in well water, slicing it open to share with Cang Ye. Crisp and sweet, it was a refreshing treat. As dusk approached, they finally neared the end of their labor, but suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the ridge. How how, how how. This was a familiar sound in the village. When children frolicked outside and failed to return for dinner, adults would call out, and upon their return, the children would inevitably face a harsh reprimand, their cries echoing through half the village. At such times, Cang Ye felt fortunate to be without parents. Night quickly enveloped the landscape, and the last watermelon was finally carried in. Yet, the calls that echoed across the fields did not fade. Instead, they grew faint and ethereal, imbued with a strange distortion, akin to a malfunctioning old radio that made one dizzy. Has it really been over an hour? Why hasn't anyone found them? Typically, after about 10 minutes of calling, children would return home. Could it be? In a haze, the calls inexplicably morphed into his own name. Cang Ye, come back, it's time for dinner. His heart began to race. With the starlit sky as his guide, Cang Ye cautiously followed the sound. Deep within the shadowy fields, a dark, rigid figure waved towards him, its form shifting peculiarly, with numerous familiar faces emerging above. It sought to transform into the likeness of someone dear to Cang Ye. However, in this world, there were few individuals he felt particularly close to, compounded by the fact that his mind was not that of an ordinary youth. Thus, the creature's allure faltered. The monster seemed to linger by the irrigation ditch in the field, merely dozens of meters away. Cang Ye cautiously began to retreat. The monster did not pursue, merely intensifying its gestures and calling out with greater sincerity. Cang Ye averted his gaze and, clutching the final watermelon, returned to the path, depositing it into the bed of a three-wheeled electric cart. The people from Ernyo's family had already departed in another four-wheeled tractor, aiming to store the load of melons in the cellar, leaving Cang Ye alone to finish up in the watermelon patch. Should I head back to the village first, or wait here? Cang Ye pondered, standing by the cart, wrestling with indecision. At this moment, the oppressive heat began to dissipate. A gentle night breeze wafting through, rendering the atmosphere less stifling than during the day. The crescent moon had just risen, and the brilliant Milky Way stretched across the sky. On this starry night, the chorus of frogs mingled with the chirping of various insects, reverberating across the vast, desolate fields. It was open, cacophonous, yet somehow tranquil. From an outside perspective, it might seem beautiful, but within it, an inexplicable sense of panic arose. Cang Ye yearned to return to his humble abode swiftly. Yet, the distance between Ernyo's field and the village was considerable, and he hesitated at the shadowy path stretching into the darkness, fearful of encountering the monster lurking along the way. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the distant sound of a tractor rumbled forth. A beam from a flashlight swayed into view. Cang Ye sighed in relief, glancing back toward the monster's location, only to find it had vanished. The area was now brightly illuminated. Cang Ye relayed his encounter with the monster to Uncle Nyo, who promptly sought out the village chief. Soon, a substantial number of villagers gathered at Ernyo's watermelon field. The village chief, clad in military green and bald, with a blind left eye, stood at the roadside, surrounded by the crowd, gazing gravely at the irrigation ditch across the watermelon field. Beside him stood a magnificent, large rooster, its black feathers glistening, and its comb radiating like a small sun. The village chief addressed Cang Ye, saying, "Accompany me and indicate the precise location of that object." "All right," Cang Ye nodded in agreement. "Old chicken, protect him," he added. Cluck. The sun-calling chicken tilted its head and spread one of its wings, sheltering Cang Ye beneath it. Despite the slight chill of an early autumn night, the warmth beneath the chicken's wings was comforting, albeit infused with the scent reminiscent of sun-warmed poultry. Chapter 4. The Mole. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 chicken, traversed the melon fields until they arrived at the irrigation ditch. The ditch was shallow, with only a thin layer of water flowing gently. Cang Ye peered from beneath the chicken's wings, gesturing toward a spot that matched his recollection. It should be around there. The village chief closed his singular eye and remarked, "Bright light." The sun-calling chicken raised its wings to obscure Cang Ye's gaze, and then its comb emanated an intensely blinding light that illuminated a vast expanse of farmland. Cluck. Though nothing appeared, the chicken let out a call. The village chief, clearly understanding the chicken's intent, gazed at the indicated location with flickering eyes. Cang Ye pressed down on the chicken's wing, obstructing his view, and turned his attention to the ditch. As he scanned the area casually, his gaze suddenly sharpened. To the left of the ditch lay a small stone bridge, beneath which appeared to be a figure lying down. The village chief followed Cang Ye's line of sight and inquired, "Is that a person?" "It seems so." Upon closer inspection, They discovered it was a boy of about 10 years, his face pale and lying beneath the arch of the bridge. Fortunately, the water was shallow enough that his mouth and nose remained above the surface. The village chief hurriedly descended to pull him from the waterway. After that, Cang Ye had no further business. He returned home with Ernyo, enjoying a meal of dumpling soup at his house. He then filled a burlap sack with 2 watermelons and a handful of rice, making his way back to his own abode. The stone lantern at his doorstep emitted a faint glow. Cang Ye peeked into the lantern. Although the space was limited, it was arranged with a warm ambience. The floor was adorned with a soft, dry carpet of moss, and flowers decorated the surroundings. A jar crafted from peanut shells held several grains of rice, while a smooth river stone served as a table, upon which lay bowls and cups made from pine nuts. A cradle woven from sword-leaf grass was nestled in the far corner. Yu Guangzi was busy cutting a maple leaf, preparing garments for the autumn. Cang Ye pinched a few grains of rice from the burlap sack and placed them in Yu Guangzi's lantern. Oh, Yu Guangzi, startled by the interruption, quickly recognized Cang Ye and fluttered into the air, waving her arms and gesturing animatedly. Nini, 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 Nini. Cang Ye could only vaguely grasp a few words. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he dashed into the house, glancing beneath the bed. The scales were gone. Lu Rong. Cang Ye ground his teeth, almost immediately deducing the thief's identity. After all, he was the only one in the village with a key to the mouse. Moreover, he had witnessed Lu Rong departing from the poplar grove after him. It was undoubtedly he who had stolen the scales. Cang Ye contemplated confronting Lu Rong to reclaim the scales, but first, he had no idea where he resided. Secondly, Lu Rong was an adult, and he knew he would be unable to confront him directly. Moreover, if the matter escalated and more people became aware of the scales, it was possible that someone might speculate about the presence of a Qilin in the area, leading poachers to capture it. What should he do? Cang Ye's mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, a chilling breeze brushed against the back of his neck, causing him to shiver. Cang Ye spun around in anger. A humanoid figure of grayish-white mist floated in midair, covering its mouth with small hands, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. This was a mischievous little spirit that often teased Cang Ye, typically sneaking up to blow cold air at the back of his neck or appearing suddenly to startle him. For the young man, it posed no real danger, so he chose to ignore it. After casting an irritated glance her way, she quieted down and began rolling around on the bed in boredom. Cang Ye contemplated whether he could establish a mental connection with her, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and he could not muster the energy for such an endeavor. Sigh, I should rest and regain my strength. I'll think of a solution in the morning. Having exerted himself physically all day, he felt utterly exhausted. After only a brief period of quiet, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. Unable to resist any longer, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The foolish turtle dove's call echoed throughout the village. Cang Ye opened his eyes in bed, momentarily dazed. The little spirit had long since vanished. Yet, he felt as though someone was watching him. Rising from the bed, he glanced around but found nothing amiss. The pang of hunger interrupted his sense of being observed. Cang Ye looked at the watermelons in the burlap sack, preparing to borrow a knife from Aunt Lu next door. Bright clouds, yellowing leaves, the mountains clear and the waters pristine. As he stepped outside, he noticed Yu Guangzi struggling to carry a large red maple leaf, swaying precariously in the air. Cang Ye approached and helped support the leaf from below. Yu Guangzi, seizing the opportunity, settled into his palm, panting from exertion. Cang Ye inquired, "What are you trying to do?" Yu Guangzi's cheeks flushed slightly, her small hands nervously clutching her petal skirt. Nini, nini, nini. She meant to say that she couldn't cut the maple leaf for clothing and needed her mother's assistance. Cang Ye stifled a laugh and carried her to Aunt Lu's house next door. Outside, a mound of dried yellow straw stood over 2 meters high, covered with plastic sheeting, intended as firewood for cooking. Cang Ye placed Yu Guangzi and the maple leaf into the stone lantern by the wall. Unlike Cang Ye's single dilapidated hut, Aunt Lu's home featured a courtyard enclosed by low earthen walls, where numerous vegetables thrived. Dark green cucumbers, ripe red tomatoes, and long beans hung densely on wooden trellises. A middle-aged woman with weathered skin wore a frown as she tended to the garden. Spotting Cang Ye, she directly inquired, "Cang Ye, what do you want?" "Aunt Lu, I came to borrow a knife." Aunt Lu shot him an irritated glance, her tone brusque. "What do you want a knife for? Can't you see I'm busy? If you need a knife, go buy one." Cang Ye paid no heed to her tone and replied, "But there's a nuisance in the vegetable garden. I can help you catch it." "How do you know there's a nuisance in my garden?" "I saw it the other day." Aunt Lu scrutinized Cang Ye for a moment, her expression skeptical. "What can someone like you do? Are you trying to steal my tomatoes?" Cang Ye scratched his head sheepishly. "If I find the nuisance, I can help you block it. Besides, if you're watching, how could I steal your tomatoes? Even if you weren't watching, I've never stolen from you." "Fine. Then come help me look." Aunt Lu's husband had passed away, and her son had gone to the big city to work, leaving her alone to deal with the nuisance. She was indeed grateful for any assistance, even if she didn't expect much from Cang Ye. She likely sought an excuse to offer him something to eat afterward. After all, he had helped her, and giving him some food wouldn't be a waste. This was probably her mentality. The nuisance in question was the great mole, also known as the blind mole, or the blind bump. It is a rodent, round and plump, about the size of a rabbit, with smooth fur and poor eyesight. A remarkable digger, it has spent nearly its entire life underground. Its propensity for gnawing on plant roots poses a significant threat to agriculture. Cang Ye took a hoe and wandered aimlessly around the vegetable garden before seemingly stumbling upon the southeastern corner. Chapter 5. The Gecko. This patch of land was cultivated with potatoes. The dense vines of potato plants intertwined, their blue-green, oval leaves blanketing the entire ground. It was here that the mole had made its burrow. Cang Ye scrutinized the ground and soon spotted a series of irregular small mounds, concealed beneath the potato leaves. Aunt Lu, he called softly. Aunt Lu approached quietly, her expression serious, and in a hushed tone asked, "What have you found?" "Look." Cang Ye used his foot to brush aside the potato leaves, revealing the bulging mounds below. The tunnels dug by the mole. Its nest must be right here. Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, her eyes now gleaming with a fierce determination, her teeth clenched in anger. "This will ruin my potatoes." Cang Ye continued to trace the mounds and soon discovered 2 small holes covered by blades of grass, evidently the entrances and exits. Unfortunately, these openings were situated at opposite ends, one to the south and the other to the north. "Aunt, do you have a cage to block these holes?" "No. I'll look for something else." Aunt Lu hurried off and quickly returned with 2 burlap sacks, one in each hand. She used the mouths of the bags to seal the 2 openings. "Is this sufficient?" Cang Ye expressed his concern that the sacks might not hold. "The mole is blind. It will surely burrow in." Aunt Lu was brimming with confidence. "That will suffice." Cang Ye planted a pitchfork nearby, rubbed his hands together, and picked up the hoe to begin excavating along the raised mounds. As the soil flew, he unearthed potato tubers that the moles had gnawed to ruin, igniting Aunt Lu's fury. After digging for about half a minute, he uncovered a tunnel from which a mole emerged, a few drops of crimson liquid mingling with the soil, blood. Cang Ye paused, momentarily believing he had injured the mole with his hoe. However, he hadn't felt his tool strike anything soft. He continued to excavate along the tunnel, and after 5 minutes, he finally unearthed the mole's nest. The sight within left Cang Ye astounded. There were 4 moles in total, 2 large and 2 small. 3 were already dead, their bodies marked with severe bite wounds. Only the largest mole remained, entangled with a gecko about the length of an arm. Both engaged in a fierce struggle, tearing at one another. The gecko bore numerous horrifying injuries, its scales ripped, flesh exposed, and blood seeping from its wounds. The large mole continued to grip its neck, shaking its head, inflicting deep, bone-revealing gashes. The gecko appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet, in this dire state, it clung tenaciously to the mole. Cang Ye seized the pitchfork beside him and thrust it downwards against the mole's body with all his might. Thud! The large mole let out a pained scream, releasing its grip on the gecko. "Oh dear, this must be a spirited gecko. What a pity, it may not survive." Aunt Lu muttered, gathering the 3 dead moles into the burlap sacks. Cang Ye lifted the mole he had killed, the gecko still stubbornly clinging to its body. Is it possible to forge a spiritual bond with this gecko and swiftly activate its evolutionary abilities? Cang Ye yearned for the strength to reclaim the scales. "Aunt, doesn't your luminous insect have the power to heal? Why not let her try?" Aunt Lu scoffed lightly. "She can't even heal the small cut from a nail prick on my hand. How could she possibly mend such injuries? Let her give it a try. It might be effective. You go and talk to her. She wants to understand what I say." "Really?" Aunt Lu tossed the burlap sack aside and walked out. Cang Ye followed closely behind, attempting to tug at the gecko, hoping to dislodge it from the mole. However, the gecko was latched on tightly, refusing to budge. Cang Ye, fearing he might inadvertently harm it, was cautious, holding the mole's corpse in one hand while gently supporting the gecko with the other. They exited the courtyard and arrived at the stone lantern outside Aunt Lu's door. Within the lantern, the luminous insect sat on a small stone stool, intently observing her mother as she cut out maple leaves. Aunt Lu knocked on the lantern. "Luminous insect, come out and lend a hand." The mother luminous insect peeked outside, her expression irate as she dropped her scissors and maple leaves, darting out. "What is it? What is it? What is it?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly displeased with the term luminous insect. "Enough of that. Stop complaining. Can you help treat this gecko?" Aunt Lu pointed to the gecko Cang Ye was holding. The mother luminous insect circled the gecko, her wings shedding shimmering, azure particles. Some of the smaller, still bleeding wounds on the gecko quickly began to scab over. However, the deep gash on its neck, exposing bone, seemed beyond her aid. The young luminous insect fluttered over, her crystalline wings trembling, radiating a similarly enchanting glow. Compared to her mother's light, hers was ethereal and dreamlike, exuding a sacred quality. The glowing particles fell upon the gecko, astonishingly promoting the growth of its flesh and healing the gaping wounds. After a brief moment, the gecko's injuries ceased to be life-threatening. The young luminous insect stopped dispersing her light, weary, and settled onto Cang Ye's shoulder. Both Cang Ye and Aunt Lu gazed at her in astonishment, taken aback by the little luminous insect's remarkable abilities. The mother luminous insect, in turn, raised her face, a hint of pride evident in her expression. Cang Ye resumed his efforts to pry the gecko's jaws from the mole. Just then, a cacophony of angry shouts echoed from a distance. "Damn it! Coward! You stole my money! Coward! Scoundrel! Shameless wretch! Your family is finished! What is happening?" Cang Ye was perplexed. However, as such shouting was not uncommon in the village. He dismissed it and continued trying to pry the gecko's jaws free. In the western part of the village, last night, the village chief and Cang Ye had rescued a child named Hao from under a bridge. He was promptly taken to the county hospital by his family. This morning, when Hao's family returned to collect the medical expenses, they discovered that the money hidden in their home had been stolen. In despair, they began to curse loudly throughout the village. At Lu Rong's house, the doors and windows were tightly shut. Last night, while the villagers were out searching for monsters, he had pilfered from several families. Notably, due to Hao's family being at the hospital, he had ample time to conduct his thievery, ultimately stealing the most money from their home. He returned home just past midnight, sleeping soundly until now, finally roused by the shouts outside. Each curse pierced his ears, igniting Lu Rong's anger, his face reddening, his eyelids twitching. Clenching his teeth, he wished he could kick the foul-mouthed woman shouting outside to death. "It's just a few $1,000 from your family, and you're cursing my father like this. Serves you right, son of a..." Of course, these were thoughts he dared not voice aloud. To distract himself, he lifted a wooden plank at the head of his bed, revealing a small storage space beneath. Inside lay stacks of old banknotes alongside a metallic scale. Lu Rong pulled out the money and counted it, his spirits lifting considerably. Even the shouts outside began to sound somewhat melodious to him. Cang Ye's efforts bore fruit. The gecko's grip was gradually loosening. And just as he was about to detach it from the large mole, a sudden flash of gray darted from the vegetable garden, seizing the mole from Cang Ye's hands and carrying away both the mole and the gecko in one swift motion. Chapter 6. The Little Beast What? Cang Ye exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before sprinting after it. The creature bore some resemblance to a weasel, albeit larger than the usual size, its fur a mottled gray-brown. Its elongated body moved with grace, and a plump, fluffy tail trailed elegantly behind. Its face resembled that of a marten, with two petite ears and distinctive red and white markings that arched gracefully from its cheeks down to its neck. A red and white stripe ran vertically from its forehead to its chin. Cang Ye chased it northward, toward the towering Dama Mountains. After a frantic half-hour of pursuit, the little beast led him to a rocky hillside. It leaped atop a stone pillar over 2 meters high, setting the mole down beside it, and then began scratching its neck with its hind paw. Cang Ye, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, fought the urge to collapse on the ground, striving to regulate his breathing. Once the little beast finished its scratching, it elegantly perched on the pillar. As Cang Ye's breath began to steady, he approached and looked up at the creature, gesturing and speaking. "Could you leave the gecko behind after taking the mole?" The sun radiated with a blinding intensity, illuminating the distant, sloping cliffs of the mountains. Above the snow line, it resembled a magnificent golden sea. The little beast gazed down silently, its form casting a shadow that obscured the sun, rendering it a dark silhouette in Cang Ye's eyes. "Why do you lack your own destiny?" A sharp, delicate voice echoed within his mind, causing Cang Ye to momentarily question his sanity. However, the voice soon reverberated again. "Why do you lack your own destiny?" Now certain it was the little beast speaking to him, Cang Ye pondered the oddity of encountering a creature capable of conversing within his mind in this mystical realm. Yet, he struggled to comprehend its words. What did it mean to lack one's own fate? Every being possessed its own destiny, yet here he was, devoid of one. It was perplexing. The little beast wrapped its tail around its paws. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, Cang Ye could discern the creature's details more clearly. Its fluffy coat and eyes sparkled like rubies, exuding an undeniable charm. Cang Ye scratched his itchy, sweat-soaked head and replied, "I don't understand. I feel no different from anyone else. Lacking your own fate means you are perpetually losing, forever devoid of anything that belongs to you, including life itself. You are nearing your end." "What? Is this a joke?" "I'm not ill," Cang Ye replied, a disbelieving smile frozen on his face. "Have you encountered a Qilin? You know about that?" Cang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. The Qilin bestowed upon you a false destiny, granting you another month to live. However, that false destiny is also about to slip away. If you cannot reclaim it, you may have just one day left. Is this true? Cang Ye was thoroughly shaken. He recalled fainting by the South Lake, awakened by the Qilin. Had he not been roused, would he have perished there? The Qilin had also given him a scale, which he had since lost. Could it be that the false destiny lay within that scale? It seemed plausible. Why else would the Qilin have gifted it to him? Suddenly faced with the possibility of having only a month to live, or perhaps just a day, Cang Ye felt his legs grow weak, his complexion paling. His stomach churned. A wave of nausea washing over him, and an uncomfortable chill enveloped him despite the summer heat. Why would the Qilin help me? Perhaps it simply noticed you. What do you mean? Cang Ye questioned. So it only aided me because it saw me? Likely, for who can truly fathom the thoughts of a Qilin? Then why share this with me? You will understand when you approach the brink of death. Am I not nearing that moment now? I might not survive tonight. Tonight. You shall find out. Cang Ye fell silent, grappling with the acceptance of his fate. How will I die? Will it be from a heart attack? Uncertain. The little beast replied, its ears twitching. You could fall and hit your head, be struck by a flying stone, or encounter a nefarious individual. Could I die from various accidents? Cang Ye recalled the film Death Comes, his mind suddenly alight with possibilities. Could it be that if he remained cautious and sheltered, he might survive? The little beast's lips twitched, its large eyes half closed, displaying a disdainful yet amused expression. If you were wise enough, strong enough, perhaps that would be true. But clearly, you are merely an ordinary, mundane human, lacking in physical prowess and intelligence, a dull creature easily found among the masses. Even if fortune favors you once, the next accident may be more formidable, relentless, and inescapable. Cang Ye felt stifled by its words, his face paling further. Though he yearned to argue, he knew the truth of his own limitations. In truth, he possessed nothing more than a meager assistive tool that had offered him a solitary piece of information just the day before, and had since fallen silent, leaving him with no hope. For now, he could only take one step at a time. Can you give me the gecko? It seems of little use to you. Cang Ye requested, wishing to perform a kind deed before his potential demise. The little beast cast a sidelong glance at him, then with its plump front paw, nudged the gecko off the stone pillar. Cang Ye hastily caught it in both hands. Jie, the gecko cried out as it hit the ground, finally roused from its stupor. Though it had fainted, it had sensed someone's concern for it, a spiritual support that kept it from surrendering to death. Before losing consciousness, it had vaguely seen its savior vanquish the vengeful mole. Thus, it had resolved in its heart to repay its benefactor upon awakening. As it suddenly regained consciousness, its eyes opened to behold its savior, an immediate wave of joy flooding over it. Jie. Cang Ye felt an unusual surge of emotional resonance emanating from the creature in his hands. Affection, joy, gratitude. This profound connection stirred something within him, prompting an instinctive response. Thus, a bond of spirit between life and life was forged. Simultaneously, a condition was met. The evolution module of his assistive device activated. Before him materialized a fist-sized, diamond-shaped azure crystal. A cascade of information flooded his mind. Evolution module functions, capable of detecting information about living beings that share a spiritual link with the user. Meanwhile, by binding to the training, the user can acquire sublimation essence, which can be utilized to enhance the evolutionary success rate of living beings in various dimensions. Will you proceed with the binding training? Note, once bound, it cannot be undone. Yes. Chapter 7, Evolution. Damn it, Cang Ye simply agreed. The azure crystal instantly penetrated his body. In an instant, a powerful suppressive force enveloped him, making every single cell feel as though it were weighed down by lead. Even his soul felt as if it were mired in mud, inducing a profound sense of confusion within his mind. The gecko in his hand suddenly became as heavy as a barbell, slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. So, binding training means I have to train myself? It felt quite strange. Cang Ye lowered his gaze. The gecko tilted its head, its round, glistening eyes looking up at him with concern, utterly adorable. Race, non-webbed gecko. Level, individual, 8. Status, subhealthy. Skill, stealth assault, approaching the enemy quietly to launch a surprise attack. Current evolution success rate, 87. Available fusion material slot, 1. Cang Ye gazed at the available fusion material slot, and immediately a surge of information flooded in. The user can place any material into the fusion material slot, positioned on the surface of the evolving being. The being will undergo evolution with the fused material. After evolution, it can acquire some properties of the material. However, the evolutionary probability of the being will change according to the compatibility between the material and the being. Cang Ye paused, laboriously picking up a small stone from the ground and placing it on the gecko's cool back. Current evolution success rate, 47. He discarded the stone and instead placed a hair on it. Current evolution success rate, 84. Weeds, 13. Twigs, 25. Nail clippings, 93. Can there really be materials that can enhance the primitive evolution success rate? Cang Ye stared blankly at the piece of nail he had bitten off. Logically, both nails and hair are made of keratin. Why does the evolution success rate decrease with hair and increase with nails? It was baffling. After experimenting for quite a while, Cang Ye suddenly realized. Looking up, he noticed that the small beast on the stone pillar had mysteriously vanished. The large mole remained in place, its crimson blood trickling down the cracked stone pillar, attracting a swarm of flies buzzing around. It left, huh? Well, that's good. It saves me from explaining my series of strange behaviors. Little Gray, let me see your strength. Cang Ye named the gecko and pointed towards the stone pillar, instructing it to deal with the flies. Little Gray immediately sprang forth, nimbly landing on the pillar. It then swiftly climbed up the stone pillar, moving silently without making a sound. Its grayish skin almost melded with the pillar. Just as it was about to reach the pinnacle of the pillar, its entire form suddenly swayed, transforming into an indistinguishable gray shadow that swiftly darted upward several meters, swallowing 2 flies in its maw, scattering the rest. Is this the stealth assault? How cool. Little Gray felt encouraged by Cang Ye's praise transmitted through their mental link. Unfortunately, it could not execute the stealth assault consecutively. Otherwise, it would surely have attempted it again. Little Gray fell from midair with a thud atop the stone pillar, opting to lie down and conceal itself, awaiting another gathering of flies. All right, come back and bring the mole with you. That is your trophy. Little Gray obediently seized the mole in its mouth and darted back, lunging towards Cang Ye. No, no, no. In a moment of crisis, Cang Ye sidestepped and retreated. Little Gray missed its target and fell to the ground. Looking at him with the mole in its mouth, its head tilted in confusion. It seemed to be asking, why didn't you catch me? It looked a bit aggrieved. Cang Ye chuckled wryly. I can't afford to be knocked over by you right now. If you toppled me, it would probably take me 10 minutes to get back up. He found himself in a state of silent suffering. The world felt like a quagmire, pressing down on him from all sides. Even standing still had become an arduous task. It was utterly unbearable. To survive in such a state, even if fate were to favor him, he would hardly last long. Moreover, this condition seemed irreversible, implying that he would be subjected to this pressure for a lifetime. However, perhaps this life would end tonight? Is there any way to lighten this burden? Speaking of which, I am a living being too. Can I evolve using the auxiliary module? With a mindset of trial and error, Cang Ye looked at his hands and activated the auxiliary module once more. Race, human. Status, subhealthy, underdeveloped, mildly deformed skeleton. Skills, none. Current evolution success rate, 9. Available fusion material slot, 1. Sublimation essence, 001 units. I can actually evolve? Cang Ye was astonished. However, isn't this evolution success rate a bit too low? He tried to add that 001 unit of sublimation essence to his evolution success rate, only to find that it was ineffective for himself. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. The large gecko, having set down the mole it had carried, climbed up beside Cang Ye. It sensed that Cang Ye was in a very poor state. Thus, it gently nudged his calf with its head and began to channel some strange particles from within itself into Cang Ye's body. In its memory, during times of injury and pain, this cold, soothing water would alleviate the pain of wounds. Suddenly, Cang Ye felt a chilling, tingling energy surge from his calf into his body. To his astonishment, the evolution success rate began to rise rapidly. 93,682, 97,100. Without time for surprise, Cang Ye roared internally. Quack! Evolve for me. Along with the command, an intense gravitational force erupted, drawing in air currents from all directions. It created a zone of negative pressure around him, forming a visibly small whirlwind that swirled with dust and debris. The electrons of the atoms in the various gases were altered by a peculiar force, reconstituting into molecules, which further transformed into proteins, calcium, and other substances essential for the human body. Amidst the agonizing sensation that felt as though his nerves were being torn apart, Cang Ye's physique visibly grew stronger and more robust. After a long while, everything came to an end. He transformed from a malnourished boy standing at 1.5 meters tall into a young man standing at 1.7 meters, with a wolfish back and waist, powerful legs, and well-defined muscles. Previously, Cang Ye's wrists were slender, akin to twigs. When he grasped it with the other hand, there would be ample space between his middle finger and thumb. After evolution, his palms had widened considerably. When grasping his wrist, his middle finger and thumb could no longer touch. Now, his wrists were thicker than his ankles. All the bones in his body had thickened. Not only that, but Cang Ye also acquired a skill. It appeared in his mind as if it were instinctual. He checked his information once more. Race, human. Status, healthy. Level, individual, 6. Skill, condensed state, reduces the atomic gaps within oneself, diminishing body size and increasing density. Significantly enhances defense and makes it difficult to be struck by attacks. Current evolution success rate, 0.31. Available fusion material slot, 1. Sublimation quality, 0.02 units. Condensed state. Cang Ye attempted to utilize his skill, his form rapidly diminished. Soon reverting to his original size, albeit slightly smaller. He pinched the flesh of his arm, akin to grasping a piece of resilient, stretched leather, finding it utterly unyielding. Impressive indeed. If the condensed state can be sustained indefinitely, then let it endure. As for strength. Chapter 8, The Villains. Cang Ye bent down, cradling the small gray creature tightly wrapped around his left ankle, striving to protect his companion amidst the previous tempest. It weighed almost the same as before, perhaps just a tad lighter. Yet, the overwhelming pressure still enveloped him, resembling the sensation of being thousands of meters beneath the ocean, not to mention the difficulty of movement. Even blinking and breathing felt immensely laborious. However, thanks to his evolved physique, the strength he could exert was slightly greater than before, even surpassing what he could manage when unrestrained. Wasn't this merely the strength of a malnourished 14-year-old male? Perhaps nutrition could be improved? Fortunately, his defensive capabilities had significantly strengthened. In that case, many life-threatening accidents should no longer pose a concern, right? Evolution entails more than mere physical enhancement. Cang Ye surveyed his surroundings. The world had become markedly clearer, akin to an upgrade from 1080p to an 8K high bitrate resolution. Vivid colors and intricate details emerged. A mosquito, having detected the scent of a mole's blood, approached. Its speed appeared to slow down before his eyes, as if time itself had slowed to a fifth of its normal pace. With a swift motion, he pinched it between his fingers, extinguishing its life. His dynamic vision and neural reaction times surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Most importantly, his mental faculties. Cang Ye's perception of Xiao Hui's emotions and state became remarkably acute, their bond growing increasingly intimate. He could even issue commands directly through thought. Fetch me the mole. Cang Ye did not vocalize this, merely contemplating it in his mind. Xiao Hui understood immediately. It leaped down to retrieve the wind-blown mole, and then climbed up Cang Ye's leg to settle on his shoulder, draping itself around his neck like a scarf. Cang Ye affectionately patted Xiao Hui's head, retrieving the mole from its mouth as he embarked on the journey home. His bed, woven from hemp ropes on a wooden frame, was lightweight and had been moved to the entrance. An ancient poplar tree shielded him from the sun, casting a mosaic of dappled light on the ground and the bed. A refreshing autumn breeze rustled through, causing the poplar leaves to flutter down in a seemingly endless cascade. Blanketing the earth below, a wooden board served as a makeshift table, upon which lay a halved watermelon. Xiao Hui had nearly plunged its entire upper body into one half, voraciously munching, producing a satisfying crunch with each bite. Juices splattered everywhere. Delicious, savory, adorable. Feeling the emotions conveyed through their mental link, Cang Ye gently stroked its cool back. Being petted was immensely pleasurable. Xiao Hui felt blissful in that moment. Nightlight, a small ethereal being, perched on Cang Ye's left shoulder, nibbling on a piece of watermelon rind. The very heart of the fruit, reputed to be the sweetest portion. She merrily swung her legs, her petite heels playfully tapping against Cang Ye, tickling him. Aunt Lu arrived, carrying 2 large bowls of mole meat stew and placing them on the wooden board. Thank you, Auntie, Cang Ye beamed. Aunt Lu wiped her hands on her clothing. Casting a glance at Cang Ye, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, stay away from those unsavory characters. Huh, I haven't tea, Cang Ye replied, perplexed. Then why did 2 ruffians come looking for you at noon, inquiring about your whereabouts? Really? What did they look like? One was tall, stout, and burly. The other was short and scrawny, accompanied by a rat. I told them you had gone out to explore, and didn't know when you'd return, and they left. All right, Auntie, I understand. Aunt Lu departed. Cang Ye gazed down at the fallen leaves, his thoughts adrift as he absently grazed the blade of a kitchen knife, leaving white marks on his palm. Lu Rong had come seeking him. What could be his intention? There was only one possibility, to inquire about the origin of the scales. This posed a dire threat to the Qilin. However, there was no need to overly fret about the Qilin's safety at this moment. It could even bestow upon humans a fabricated fate. Possessing such extraordinary power, averting calamity would surely not pose a challenge. Yet, the scale that harbored a false destiny gifted by the Qilin must be retrieved. Otherwise, as that little beast had warned, increasingly terrifying accidents would befall him, leading to his demise. With that scale, he could extend his survival for another month. Every additional day of life was a precious gift. From several elders conversing beneath the shade of a tree, Cang Ye gleaned the address of Lu Rong's residence. He stealthily approached, observing the location and noting a few routes before returning home to await the fall of night. The most formidable, magnificent, powerful, and beautiful nightlight, I beseech you for assistance. Cang Ye flattered the ethereal being beside her stone lantern. The innocent nightlight, blissfully swayed by his words, fluttered out and settled on his shoulder. He had coaxed her out solely to avoid injury. With her presence, timely healing would be assured. After a brief wait on the bed, a gust of cool wind brushed against his neck. Just in time, Cang Ye reached for the remaining watermelon, offering it to the little spirit peeking from behind him. Here, this is for you, especially saved. The little spirit pecked a kiss on Cang Ye's cheek, somersaulted in midair, and passed through the watermelon. The fruit inexplicably felt lighter. Once she finished, Cang Ye set down the now dull-colored watermelon, smiling broadly. Little spirit, would you lend me a hand? Night. West of the village, at Lu Rong's home. Inside the main room, a small square table stood by the window, where two men, one stout and one slender, sat across from each other. A few bottles of beer and a selection of snacks cluttered the table. Peanut shells, edamame skins, chicken bones, all haphazardly piled. An old black and white television flickered with a martial arts drama, where the protagonist beseeched the emperor for assistance. Tomorrow's market day, let us buy a color TV. That ancient relic of yours is devoid of color. Watching it is unbearable. I'm not buying it. I want to save up to move to the city. Someone like you moving to the city? That was never the plan, but now it seems I might stumble upon something good. What time is it? That little brat should have returned from his escapades by now. It's past 9. He must have gone home. Damn it, let's go. Cang Ye stealthily navigated the most secluded path to Lu Rong's home, only to find the front door firmly shut. Peering through the crack, he discerned darkness within, devoid of any light. Were they not home? Or had Lu Rong come looking for him? Cang Ye promptly sprinted back, and upon nearing his own home, he spotted Lu Rong and a hefty man pacing anxiously at the entrance, their frustration palpable. Their curses echoed in the night. Where the hell is that bastard? Damn it. When he returns, I'll break his legs. Cang Ye remained unfazed. He paid no heed to their insults. After a brief wait, the two men grew increasingly impatient. Damn it. The stout man suddenly kicked a stone lantern by the door. Curse it. Tear his house apart. A half-meter-tall mantis suddenly sprang from his embrace. Its relentless blade-like strikes illuminating the night as it cleaved through the earthen walls outside, sending up clouds of crumbling soil. Thud, 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 thud. The stone lantern of Nightlight Girl was also shattered, obliterating the delicate furnishings she had painstakingly crafted from fruit shells. And I, Nightlight Girl, perched on Cang Ye's shoulder, wept and yearned to rush forward, but he firmly restrained her. No, it's too dangerous to go now. And I. Little Flower's home has been destroyed. She has nowhere to stay. She will freeze to death. Nightlight Girl gazed sorrowfully at her ruined abode, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't worry, you can stay in my house as long as you wish. And I. Little Flower has done nothing wrong. Why must they destroy her home? Because they are wicked. Chapter 9, The Ambush. The mantis continued its assault for over 10 minutes before finally pausing, panting heavily. The earthen wall was marked with a chaotic array of shallow cuts. All right, enough. Let's head back. Those wretched bastards deserve to be punished. If I see him again, I will sever his legs. The two appeared ready to turn back home. Cang Ye immediately sprinted down a narrow path, soon arriving at Lu Rong's doorstep, where he climbed atop a haystack and took cover. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the night was thick with shadows. One by one, the stone lanterns of Nightlight Girl lit up with a faint, warm glow. The sound of chirping insects filled the air. After 7 or 8 minutes, two figures, one stout and one lean, staggered back. Lu Rong fumbled in his pocket for the key to unlock the gate, but the darkness thwarted his attempts as he poked fruitlessly at the keyhole. The stout man grew impatient behind him. Soon enough, the gate swung open, and they stepped into the courtyard, visibly relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, a large gecko, clutching a kitchen knife in its mouth, had already scaled the wall and lay in ambush for a considerable time behind the door. In the next moment, whoosh, Xiao Wei transformed into a blur, darting across the 2-meter distance. With a faint sound of slicing air, the stout man's Achilles tendon was completely severed. Xiao Wei did not linger, using the momentum of the ambush. It slipped silently out the door and vanished into the darkness. The skill of Xiao Wei's stealthy ambush required a cooldown period of 7 to 8 minutes to alleviate the overheating of muscles and joints. Yet the stealth could be maintained for extended periods. The stout man suddenly felt a chill at the back of his heel. He dismissed it at first, but that chill quickly escalated into excruciating pain. He stumbled back a couple of steps, thudding against the door. The heavy iron gate trembled as it swung outward. With the gate no longer obstructing him, the stout man could not support his weight and fell backward, rolling down the incline outside. What happened? Lu Rong turned to look at him. At that moment, Cang Ye directed Nightlight Girl and Xiaohan to fly into the narrow alley between Lu Rong's courtyard and another house, where Xiaowei was currently hiding. Xiaohan first blew cooling air at Xiaowei to reduce its fatigue, and Nightlight Girl followed with a healing light to restore its strength. This reduced the cooldown time of the ambush from over 8 minutes to approximately 1.5. The stout man touched his ankle, feeling another wave of agony. However, he also felt the wound. Damn it, something ambushed us. Turn on the lights. My mantis can't see in the dark. What? What do you mean? I don't have any lights here. Damn it, then set the haystack on fire. No way. If you do that, how will I cook later? I'll give you money to buy coal. Hearing their exchange, Cang Ye slid down from the haystack. Bang! The noise drew the attention of both men. What was that? They simultaneously turned toward the haystack, though the sound had originated from behind it. Lu Rong hesitated, while the stout man slapped his calf. Hurry! He escaped. He only dares to ambush us. He must be weaker. I'll have the mantis help you. Lu Rong's expression hardened at the words, and he dashed behind the haystack, catching sight of the dark, narrow alley. At that moment, a fiery explosion erupted behind him. The stout man had ignited the haystack, illuminated by the flames. Lu Rong clearly saw a figure at the end of the narrow alley and gasped in shock. You bastard! Get over here! Upon recognizing the identity of the figure, the last remnants of fear faded from Lu Rong's heart. He pressed on through the overgrown alley, disregarding the prickling wounds on his ankles. Cang Ye stood in place, waiting. In the next instant, Xiaowei, concealed beneath the vines, lunged forward once more, kitchen knife in tow, slicing through Lu Rong's legs and severing his right foot halfway. Oh, damn it! He screamed, collapsing against the wall. Cang Ye retrieved the knife, its handle bound with cloth, from Xiaowei's mouth and advanced into the alley. What do you intend to do? Murder is a crime. If you kill me, you'll be sentenced to death. Lu Rong shouted frantically, half lying on the ground. He pulled the keychain from around his neck with his left hand to shield himself, while using his right hand to push himself backward. Lu Rong's keychain, while capable of unlocking doors and sensing valuable objects, was otherwise no different from an ordinary mouse, and was incapable of combat. Where are the scales? Cang Ye pressed down on his right foot. Ah, you bastard! Lu Rong howled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Cang Ye mimicked the brutish demeanor of a thug who knew nothing but violence, bringing the kitchen knife down onto Lu Rong's left shoulder. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth. Where are the scales? Those who dwell in darkness fear the very type of person Cang Ye was portraying. Imbeciles who know nothing and fear nothing, truly capable of murder. Lu Rong immediately cowered, stammering, I sold them to Brother Tiger. Here, I have the money, 200 in total, all of it. If you can find those scales again, I'll help you sell them to Brother Tiger, and you can keep the money. Cang Ye snatched the money from his hands and stuffed it into his pocket. His expression impassive. Is that stout man outside Brother Tiger? No, he is Brother Tiger's underling. Brother Tiger is at the market, and the scales are there too. Lu Rong's complexion turned pale. The market, generally referring to Wupu Market in Fauxmen Village, is where villagers from surrounding areas gather every 3 days to buy and sell necessities such as clothing, seeds, meat, and farming tools. Cang Ye pressed the knife down further. Where does Brother Tiger live? What does he do? Ah, he is at the market. The shop that sells radios is his. Lu Rong gasped in pain, choking on the musty air, attempting to provoke Cang Ye's disgust to make him retreat slightly. However, he realized that Cang Ye had fallen silent. Instead, raising his head and gazing intently at the alley's entrance, an expression of gravity, even fear, etched on his face. At the edge of the alley, 2 clawed paws, matted with black fur, clung to the wall, and a strangely shaped head peeked out at an angle. Its entire face appeared to be coated in a ghastly white powder, with eyes as black as an abyss peering curiously this way. The corners of its mouth twisted into a menacing grin, rigid and puppet-like. Bathed in the crimson glow of the flames, it was utterly chilling. Cang Ye, come here, I have the scales. A beguiling voice echoed in his ears. No. It resonated directly from the depths of his mind. Cang Ye felt a sudden numbness in his brain, followed by a wave of disorientation. As if he were lost in a dream, his thoughts sluggish. Clang. He cast aside the kitchen knife, as if possessed, and stepped upon Lu Rong, moving towards that monstrous entity. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Rong beneath him erupted with immense force, toppling Cang Ye, who then stumbled forward toward the creature, murmuring incessantly, Money. It's all mine. Money. So much money. Cang Ye fell backward, his head striking a sharp rock with a resounding thud. The stone shattered, fragments scattering. Had Cang Ye not evolved, this blow would have certainly been fatal. However, having undergone evolution, his bones were fortified, and he was reinforced with a cohesive state. Though the impact caused excruciating pain to the back of his head, it merely broke the skin. More importantly, he was roused from his stupor. Chapter 10, Terrifying. A chilling breeze swept across his face, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of concern and urgency transmitted through his psyche. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Cang Ye instinctively responded within his mind. Thus, a mental link was naturally established. The little soul specter clung tightly to him, surrounded by an enveloping mist, rendering everything indistinct. A few lines of ethereal text unfurled. Race, little soul specter. Level, individual, 2. Status, on the verge of collapse. Skill, chilling breath. Exhales a frigid breath to instill fear in enemies. Current evolution success rate, 79. Fusion material capacity, 1. Cang Ye stood up, breaking free from the misty shroud of the little soul specter. Ahead, at the alley's entrance, Lu Rong had approached the monster. In the next instant, the creature's head suddenly split open, its cavernous, shadowy maw gaping wide, lined with spiraled, jagged teeth, descending upon Lu Rong. Crack! It severed him at the waist. Blood gushing forth. 2 severed legs stood momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Breath ceased. Cang Ye felt his blood freeze in an instant, his fur bristling, heart racing violently, pounding against his chest with a painful throb. What the hell? Is this world truly so perilous? It was a near escape. I could have been the one devoured. The sound of the monster crunching flesh and bone echoed like a sinister melody, its hollow, dark eyes fixed upon him without a hint of emotion, sending chills down his spine. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Cang Ye's back, his body tense, legs trembling slightly. His hands gripped the fabric of his trousers tightly. Fear engulfed his consciousness, making even breathing laborious. I will die? I am truly going to die? On the ground, the nightlight child was precariously perched on little Gray's back, inching forward through the gap between his feet, as if entranced, drawn closer to the monster. Don't go! Don't go! Cang Ye screamed within his mind, but his mouth could only produce a choked, abstract sound. Tears streamed from his eyes. He was terrified, truly terrified. His body felt as though it were pinned down by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. But no, he couldn't he mustn't. A surge of intense emotion shattered the paralysis, and Cang Ye finally regained control of his body. He bent down, scooping up the nightlight child and little Gray, and turned to flee with all his might. He shouted thrice in desperation, "People are being eaten. There's a monster at Lu Rong's doorstep. Stay away from Lu Rong's house. There's a monster eating people. Hide. A monster is devouring people at Lu Rong's house." His voice echoed through the silent night. As he ran, he bit down on a piece of his own nail and pressed it onto little Gray. He checked little Gray's current evolution success rate, 995. Indeed, after his own evolution, his nails, as fusion materials, had enhanced the evolution success rate. Alas, it was still 0. 5 short. Cang Ye's initial plan was to utilize the powerful airflow that might arise during little Gray's evolution to create a dust cloud for cover and make his escape. However, this now seemed unfeasible. Wait. He glanced at his own information. Sublimation quality, 0, 61 units. This sublimation quality appeared at a rate of approximately 0.01 units every 10 minutes. If he engaged in vigorous activity, it would manifest even more rapidly. After a significant amount of time had passed, he had accumulated 0.61 units. He wondered how much it could enhance little Gray's evolution success rate. Pour all the sublimation quality into it. Within Cang Ye, particles shimmering like stardust surged through the mental link into little Gray. Little Gray's evolution success rate skyrocketed from 995 to 100. Meanwhile, the sublimation quality dwindled to 0.11 units. It seemed that 1 unit of sublimation quality corresponded to an increase of 1 in the evolution success rate. He was unsure whether little Gray would retain this statistic post-evolution. Without further contemplation, Cang Ye commanded in his mind, "Evolve." Yet, the anticipated powerful airflow did not materialize. Little Gray's form remained unchanged, save for the shattered nail merging with its body. What was happening? Cang Ye was bewildered. Had the assistance module malfunctioned? He scrutinized little Gray's information. Race, webless gecko. Level, individual, 8. Status, evolving, estimated 6 natural days. Must supplement with substantial protein, calcium, keratin, otherwise complete evolutionary effects will not be achieved. Nutritional needs met. 2. The final evolutionary effects of the species will mutate based on the proportion of nutrients consumed during the evolution process, but will not deviate from the evolutionary direction anchored by the species' own genes and fusion materials. What the hell? Why does evolution take so long? Wasn't my own evolution completed in less than half a day? How frustrating. Though Cang Ye lamented internally, he had no choice but to sprint with all his might, running as fast as he could, not daring to glance back even once. Just as he was nearing the village chief's home, a colossal rooster, resembling the blazing sun, flapped its wings and charged towards him, stirring up a cloud of dust. As it drew near, The Rooster of Dawn spread its wings and halted. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards him. The village chief, astride the giant rooster, looked down with an air of authority. What is happening over there? In the distance, flames soared into the sky, fierce yellow flames coiling with rising currents, billowing gray ash into the atmosphere. Cang Ye recounted the events in fragmented bursts, omitting the details of his ambush on the two individuals, while relaying all the monster information he knew. Mental control? The village chief's expression softened slightly. The Rooster of Dawn is particularly effective against such abilities. You should hurry home, he instructed, before riding away swiftly atop the rooster. Cang Ye watched his retreating figure, relieved to find that the monster seemed not to pursue him, and his wildly racing heart gradually began to ease. It was then that he noticed he wasn't panting excessively, indicating that his endurance had significantly improved due to evolution. However, the memory of that terrifying monster rendered his mind restless. Intense fear enveloped him like a malign shadow. The once familiar night path now felt fraught with peril. In the darkness ahead, behind, and beside him, it seemed a monster could emerge at any moment, opening its gaping maw to sever his body, leaving only two severed legs standing on the ground, bleeding. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Not daring to blink, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, causing his entire body to shudder. He turned around abruptly, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant. The muscles in his neck tensed painfully. It was merely the wind, yet an overwhelming fear gripped him, an intense, paralyzing fear. Why must they force me? All I desire is to live a normal life. Why must they compel me? Crack, crack. He clenched his teeth tightly, his vision awash in crimson. Kill. Destroy it. It must be annihilated. Only by vanquishing it can I ensure my safety, no matter the cost. It must be eliminated. Chapter 11. The Rooster's Rally. Cang Ye cast his gaze toward Lu Rong's abode. The village chief had gone to confront the monster, yet it remained uncertain who was stronger, the Rooster of Dawn or the beast. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. Cang Ye instructed the little ghost to keep Xiao Hui and Yi Guangzi in place. He then sprinted towards the nearby home of Erniu, scaling the wall of his straw stack to gain entry. He gathered 3 empty beer bottles that lay by the wall and approached the shed, siphoning gasoline from the motorcycle's tank into the bottles. He tore his clothing to stuff into the bottle openings, leaving a strip of fabric hanging outside. 5 minutes later, at Lu Rong's home, the straw stack was nearly consumed by flames, embers flickering amidst the ashes. The air was thick with the scent of charred vegetation. Cang Ye returned from an alternate route, clutching the beer bottles, and crouched beside a wall, peering distantly at the entrance to Lu Rong's home. The village chief lay unconscious beneath a nearby tree, while the corpulent figure was dead, a half-mangled head bobbing in the dirt. The monster, a grotesque mantis of the deceased man, loomed in the open space before Lu Rong's door. It resembled a gorilla at first glance, standing around 2 meters tall, covered in thick, black fur that bore no resemblance to typical animal hair. Instead, it appeared as a chaotic mass of fungal filaments, fine and dense. At that moment, the Rooster of Dawn engaged fiercely with the mantis, its beak clashing against the creature's forelimbs, sending sparks flying. The monster watched from the shelter of the door, occasionally shifting its position to maintain a safe distance from the battle. Was it not adept at close combat? Cang Ye observed intently, noting its sluggish speed. Reflecting on its constant actions that clouded human awareness, it seemed indeed to lack proficiency in melee combat. However, upon encroaching upon a certain proximity, it possessed the ability to manipulate minds and disorient consciousness. Thus, a long-range attack was essential. Yet, striking from afar did not guarantee accuracy. Cang Ye furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Last night, when the monster beckoned him from the rice field, he had experienced hallucinations but remained unscathed. Why then did he find himself devoid of any ability to resist tonight? Moreover, he had evolved today, his mental fortitude significantly stronger than the previous night, yet he succumbed immediately. This was abnormal. Observing the monster's fungal-like black fur and recalling the musty odor he had sensed in the alley, a realization dawned upon him. Cang Ye tore his pants into strips and tightly bound them to Xiao Hui, instructing it to hold its breath and crawl forward. Xiao Hui silently crept near the Rooster of Dawn and the mantis. Through their mental link, Cang Ye sensed Xiao Hui's state. Indeed, although Xiao Hui's consciousness grew hazy the closer it got to the monster, it never lost its sense of self, akin to a state of mild inebriation, fully aware. Cang Ye urged it to return through their mental connection. Stay put and do not move. He cautioned the 3 little beings before rising. Holding his breath, he dashed to the warm ashes of the straw stack, inserting the beer bottle within and igniting it, concealing the Molotov cocktail behind his back. He feigned confusion as he slowly approached the entrance of Lu Rong's home. Upon noticing Cang Ye, The monster's mouth curled into a dreadful, rigid grin. However, it seemed disinclined to consume him, instead opening its arms wide, as if to embrace Cang Ye. Alas, he had intended to hurl the incendiary bottle into its maw. Yet, this would suffice. When Cang Ye stood merely 2 meters away from the monster, he summoned all his strength and hurled the concealed bottle at its chest. Thud! The bottle sank slightly, akin to plunging into a mass of cotton, without shattering. Cang Ye's fear was fleeting. He immediately focused his energy to smash the second bottle against the first. Clink! Both bottles shattered simultaneously. Whoosh! A ferocious blaze erupted, flames roaring skyward, unleashing searing heat. The monster's fur ignited instantly, consumed by flames and shrinking inward, revealing not flesh and blood, but tightly entwined strands of thick hair, or rather, mycelium. A chilling roar erupted from its maw as Cang Ye yanked the cloth blocking the last bottle's opening, flinging the gasoline into the monster's mouth. As the flames engulfed it, the Rooster of Dawn and the Mantis recoiled, dazedly surveying their surroundings. They had just been ensnared by the monster's mental assault, mistaking one another for foes and attacking each other. As they regained clarity, their thoughts remained disoriented. Cang Ye rushed to the still-dazed Rooster of Dawn, grasping its neck and shaking it, pointing at the struggling monster engulfed in flames. "Rooster, now is your chance to strike." The rooster blinked, shaking its head. Its dazed gaze swiftly sharpened. It spread its wings and flapped vigorously, creating a whirlwind that lifted clouds of dust from the ground. In the next instant, a resounding crow reverberated through the sky, radiant energy cascading from its crest, enveloping its feathers and forming a lustrous, glass-like armor. With powerful legs, it propelled itself forward. Crack! The ground fractured beneath its weight as the entire bird charged like a cannonball through the door, shattering the flaming monster into fragments. Boom! Like a burst of brilliant fireworks. A multitude of sparks erupted. A charred, grotesque object was flung from the aftermath, rolling several times outside the door. Cang Ye focused intently and realized, to his horror, that it was a scorched, decayed head, larger than a dog's, with strands of blackish-red muscle tissue clinging to the bone. Its eye sockets were hollow, devoid of eyeballs. Could this be the core of the monster? Suddenly, a series of words materialized before him. Auxiliary device. Information detection module activated. The user may expend mental energy to ascertain the general information of weakened biological entities. Cang Ye stared at the head on the ground, contemplating detection. As he thought this, a wave of dizziness washed over him, fatigue settling in as if he had pulled an all-nighter. Soon, he received the monster's basic information. Species, cat monkey demon. A life form resulting from the fusion of a near-extinct bear and super fungus. Its body had decayed to nurture fungal colonies, leaving only the head to retain consciousness. Due to its slow movements, it employs toxic spores and skills to ensnare prey before utilizing hydraulic power to deliver a powerful bite capable of killing its victim. It can secrete potent digestive enzymes that completely decompose ingested organisms into nutrients within 30 seconds. It forms colonies around a primary fungal species, which remains sheltered in a secure nest. Separated individuals venture forth in search of prey to bring back to their nest for the sustenance of their fungal brethren. Skills, induction, confounding spores, hydraulic drive, life-seeking, camouflage, thought-sharing. To think they are social creatures? Cang Ye's heart, which had calmed slightly after vanquishing a monster, began to race once more. Chapter 12. The Market. Does this imply that more monsters will come? Unless Cang Ye clenched his teeth, fists trembling with fear, muttering fervently, "Kill them all, annihilate them entirely. Not a single one shall survive. Obliterate them all." Ga? At that moment, Xiao Hui had climbed onto Cang Ye's shoulder, nuzzling his chin with her cool, smooth head. She tilted her head, blinking her round, glistening eyes. "And I? The nightlight child waved her tiny hand in front of Cang Ye's eyes. Ultimately, it was the gentle breath of the little spirit blowing on the nape of his neck that jolted him back to reality. Cang Ye gazed at the skull on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then bound it with a strip of cloth torn from his previous pants to take with him. Wasn't there supposed to be a research team coming? Perhaps selling this to the researchers could yield a handsome sum. After all, those learned individuals often harbor peculiar collecting habits. Who knows, someone might just fancy this cat-monkey spirit. The next day, in the early morning, Cang Ye awoke to a heavy sensation in his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiao Hui curled into a circular shape atop him, with the nightlight child sprawled out within the circle. Her little house had been destroyed yesterday, leaving her without shelter. Coincidentally, today was market day, and having received 200 coins from Lu Rong, he could buy a new home for the nightlight child. He also intended to pay a visit to Lord Tiger's radio shop. If possible, he wanted to find a way to retrieve the scales. The dangers he had faced the previous night were likely due to his lack of fate. According to the little beast, Without fate, he would encounter life-threatening accidents repeatedly, each one more perilous than the last. Yet even with the scales, they would only sustain him for a month at most. What then? After confronting death, Cang Ye had grown increasingly fearful of it. Truly, without experiencing death, one does not realize how precious life is. He yearned to live. However, to survive, he must endure one unexpected peril after another. I must grow stronger. This thought suddenly surged within Cang Ye, strong enough that no misfortune could obliterate me. Even if meteors were to fall, or solar flares, supernovae exploded, or even vacuum decay, I would remain unscathed. He glanced at his information: race, human. Status, healthy. Magnitude, individual, 601. Skills, condensed state. Current evolution success rate, 0, 33. Fusion material slots, 1. Sublimation quality, 0, 57 units. Cang Ye paused. Compared to before, his magnitude had increased by 0.01, and his evolution success rate had risen by 0.02. Could it be that his magnitude and success rate can slowly increase over time? Further experimentation was necessary. Around 8 in the morning, after having a bite to eat, Cang Ye set off for the market with Xiao Hui and the Nightlight Child, departing from the village. Approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, traversing the muddy paths through the rolling fields. Villages emerged intermittently within the poplar groves. The autumn wind rustled, sending withered leaves swirling. Among the grasses swaying in the breeze, numerous grasshoppers and insects flitted about, with Xiao Hui darting about to catch her meal. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered an elderly villager pedaling a rusty old tricycle destined for the market to sell puppies. The old man insisted that Cang Ye ride along, wanting to take him a distance. I'll pedal, Cang Ye shyly offered. Just sit behind and keep an eye on the pups. Unable to resist, Cang Ye settled into the small cart at the back. Inside the cart was a bamboo basket containing a litter of freshly weaned puppies, green and plump, playfully nudging one another, with one pressing its head against another's belly, occasionally letting out adorable whines. Cang Ye squinted, detection perhaps due to the puppy's diminutive size. His spirit was only slightly dazed, and information appeared. Race, grass-tailed dog. It is said that puppies woven from the grass of graves gain spirit, becoming grass-tailed dogs. They can fix nitrogen from the air in their body surface's grass seeds for use as fertilizer. Skills, photosynthesis. Cang Ye reached into the pile of puppies. They were soft and warm, with the little ones licking the back of his hand with their tender green tongues, causing a slight tickle. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at the market. 2 rows of self-built 2-story cement storefronts lined a street bustling with people, dust swirling in the air, accompanied by the sounds of haggling. After thanking the old man, Cang Ye departed with Xiao Hui. Come, let's see where they sell little houses. Cang Ye gently poked the Nightlight Child nestled in his left chest pocket. The Nightlight Child shook her head sadly. I know. Fix the old house. Poor if broken. Huh. Cang Ye was taken aback, then quickly grasped her meaning. In her perception, that little house possessed life and consciousness. If it were abandoned upon breaking, it would become pitiable. This reflects a primitive animistic belief. In the early stages of human civilization, such beliefs were prevalent, considering rivers, mountains, trees, the sun, and the moon as possessing self-awareness. Even now, many children believe their toys are alive, sneaking about at night. This too is animism. Wait, Cang Ye realized he had inadvertently employed the mindset of his past life. In this world, indeed, all things possess spirit. However, it was evident that the Nightlight Child's little house lacked spirit. Well, it seems uncertain. All right, then let's repair it. The street featured shops dedicated to selling houses for the Nightlight Child. Cang Ye entered, where shelves displayed a variety of little houses, some ancient, some modern, and even Western-style castles. A dazzling array. Not only were there houses, but also various miniature furniture. Is there anything you desire? Cang Ye cradled the Nightlight Child, allowing her to choose for herself. I. The Nightlight Child shook her head, indicating she could make all of these. Huh. Deep within the Dama Mountain, a rocky valley lay strewn with boulders. Dense, dark mycelium blanketed the entire area like a thick carpet. In a shadowy cave sheltered from the sun, the roar that had echoed throughout the night finally subsided. The mycelium at the cave's entrance writhed and twisted into a human form, features emerging on its face, sculpted by a peculiar force, ultimately resembling Cang Ye. Okay, I'll help you kill him. A clear voice emanated from within the cave. Huh, bring him back for you? That might be a bit tricky. What about whether he lives or dies? Huh, that is fine, no problem. Just be aware that when I bring him to you, he might be a bit shattered. Like hands, legs, or heads missing. You won't mind, will you? Huh, as long as you don't mind. As the words fell, a handsome young man adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles emerged from the cave. He was clad in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt, his hair slicked back with meticulous precision. Perched on his shoulder was an insect resembling a cicada, about the size of a palm, gleaming like obsidian, devoid of eyes. Its mouthparts resembled a crossbow, poised but silent. As the young man approached the patch of fungi that had solidified into a wild expanse, a gust of wind seemed to sweep by. The fungal formations, resembling a desolate landscape, instantaneously disintegrated into dust, scattered by the breeze. I have been wielded like a blade by you because I am inherently a blade myself. Thus, I have no qualms about assisting you with trifling matters. However, wielding a blade comes at a cost. Do not forget to honor the conditions I have set. The tasks must be executed impeccably, or else. Chapter 13, The Scavenger. The Nightlight Child's Boutique. In the end, Cang Ye purchased some mica flakes and a packet of the droppings from the so-called adorable earthworms. The term adorable does not imply that these earthworms are particularly cute, though they do possess a certain charm. Rather, adorable signifies the burgeoning life within them. It indicates that these earthworms have begun to stir, heralding the season of new beginnings. In ancient times, these were referred to as mangworms. The character for mang signifies the onset of life, as articulated in the phrase mangran. These earthworms feed on soil, and the type of soil they consume dictates the various properties of their excrement. For instance, the droppings Cang Ye acquired, officially named Liui mud, are produced after the earthworms ingest a particularly adhesive river silt. This mud is pure, odorless, and specifically intended for repairing the Nightlight Child's abode. All this information was relayed to Cang Ye by the shopkeeper, leaving him somewhat bewildered, and he impulsively spent $10 on 10 pounds of the substance, which now weighed heavily in his hands. After settling the bill and arranging with the shopkeeper to leave the mud at the store for later collection, Cang Ye exited the boutique. Next, he sought materials for Xiaowi's evolution, proteins, and calcium. To efficiently replenish these nutrients, fish would be the optimal choice. Thus, Cang Ye made his way to the fish market, only to find a stark scarcity of fish, the vendor wearing a grim expression as he sat at his stall. What is going on? Cang Ye inquired, only to learn that the fish pond supplying them had been overrun by an influx of invasive scavenger species, rendering fish unavailable for the time being. Even the local anglers who usually sold their catches had seemingly vanished, likely due to the presence of scavengers in the rivers they fished. Cang Ye stroked his chin, contemplating the scavengers. They were not necessarily inedible. At the very least, they boasted ample calcium and collagen, suitable for Xiaowi's evolution. The critical factor was their abundance. With limited funds to procure superior options for Xiaowi, he had to settle for cheaper yet plentiful alternatives. Nonetheless, having something to eat was infinitely better than going hungry. After inquiring about the location of the fish pond, Cang Ye hurried over with Xiaowi in tow. The fish pond, a remnant of a former mining site, sprawled over 20 acres, glimmering invitingly. Cang Ye approached the owner. Looking to catch scavengers? The pond owner appraised Cang Ye skeptically. Can you handle it? Many scavengers are now sentient and can easily shred a fishing net. I was just about to seek professional help. I can manage it, Cang Ye confidently declared, thumping his chest. No charge. Fine, the owner replied, albeit with a hint of skepticism. You can count them. 100 ordinary scavengers for $1, $2 for each sentient one. Can you handle that? Let us see, Cang Ye retorted. And the owner reluctantly agreed, adjusting the deal to 150 ordinary scavengers for $1, with sentient ones still at $2. Also, you must provide meals. Cang Ye readily acquiesced. His primary goal was to catch fish for Xiaowi to eat, and any profit would be a delightful bonus. Meals are a given, the owner affirmed. After enjoying a hearty meal, Cang Ye began to stretch along the water's edge to avoid cramping. His vision had sharpened considerably, even allowing him to discern fish schools 3 to 4 meters beneath the surface, aided by the clarity of the water. Initially intending to catch fish himself, he noticed Xiaowi eagerly poised at the water's edge. Curiously, he asked, Xiaowi, can you swim? Jie. Xiaowi replied, its body swaying as it wagged its tail, creating a whooshing sound in the air, indicating there was nothing to worry about. Good. Cang Ye chuckled, ruffling its head before peering into the water, searching intently. Schools of fish resembling catfish, adorned with shield-like scales and black bodies marked by white spirals, swam back and forth. Occasionally, a couple of slender scavengers with glimmering pectoral fins could be spotted. Cang Ye focused on the largest one, activating his detection abilities. A slight dizziness washed over him, reminiscent of an intense 2-hour gaming session. Species, wild-winged armored catfish. A robust individual among its kind, originally hailing from the Amazon basin. Its pectoral fins, mineralized by the influence of chi particles, are remarkably sturdy. These fins are not for combat, but rather to scrape algae off rocks, often dislodging fish eggs in the process. This species poses a significant ecological threat to non-native environments. Abilities: struggle, strong vitality. So, the scavenger's scientific name was wild-winged armored catfish. Quite impressive, indeed. Fortunately, based on the mental strain from the detection process, their strength seemed manageable. Cang Ye shed his clothes, allowing the nightlight child to nestle within them for a nap. He then grasped a pitchfork provided by the pond owner, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. Xiao Wei followed suit, its forepaws tucked against its sides, gliding around Cang Ye with the agility of a small crocodile, albeit longer in stature. Did you see that large scavenger? Try using an ambush on it. Cang Ye directed Xiao Wei, pointing the pitchfork at the previously identified scavenger and transmitting commands telepathically. He then positioned himself a short distance ahead of the large scavenger, awaiting the encounter. Shall we dove? Swimming to a position 2 to 3 meters above the large scavenger, maintaining a leisurely pace for 2 seconds. At the moment the scavenger slowed down. Twisting its tail in preparation to turn, Xiao Wei summoned all its muscular strength. With a burst, a stream of bubbles erupted from its body, propelling it forward as a swift gray shadow, fiercely clamping down on the large scavenger's tail. The scavenger reacted instantaneously, thrashing violently from side to side, managing to wrench itself free from Xiao Wei's grasp. Despite suffering a grievous wound at its tail, it ultimately preserved its life. Regrettably, Cang Ye had been poised with the pitchfork, waiting just ahead. As the scavenger escaped Xiao Wei's jaws, a mere 7 to 8 meters away, it slowed its explosive swimming speed. With a twist of his waist, Cang Ye pierced its head with the pitchfork. Though severely injured, it continued to thrash, causing the pitchfork to sway wildly in the water. Cang Ye surfaced and waited patiently until the scavenger finally stilled. Bravo! The owner, who had been watching from the shore, applauded. You actually caught one. That's $1 for you. Thank you, boss. Cang Ye chuckled, then vigorously removed the scavenger from the pitchfork. In mere minutes, the wound on its head had begun to heal, seemingly fusing with the pitchfork. Even the injury inflicted by Xiao Wei on its tail had started to scab over, with a portion of flesh regenerating. A robust vitality, terrifying indeed. Jiao, Jiao. Little Gray swims eagerly beside Cang Ye, unable to contain its impatience. Eat slowly. Don't get pricked by its fin spikes, Cang Ye cautions, as he tears the fish into fragments, which Little Gray swiftly devours with a few bites. Subsequently, it nudges Cang Ye's back gently with its head, urging him to continue catching fish for its meal. Jiao. Chapter 14. A new application of the condensed state. Don't rush. Let me first examine your information. Species, Anole Gecko. Magnitude, individual, 82. Status, evolving, estimated 55 natural days. Nutritional needs met. 4. Cang Ye ponders while stroking Little Gray's spine. The previously satisfied nutritional needs were 2, and now they stand at 4. This implies that one such fish can fulfill 2 of the nutritional requirements. Thus, about 50 more should suffice. Let us get to work. Thus, the duo began an unrelenting fishing spree in the pond. On average, they managed to catch a strong spiritual individual of the cleaner fish every 20 minutes. Calculating this, it would take approximately 17 hours of fishing for Little Gray to acquire sufficient evolutionary nutrition. Little Gray's stomach resembled a bottomless pit, swallowing as many fish as were brought forth. By afternoon, Cang Ye observed a slight increase in its size. Its back was no longer entirely smooth, now adorned with 2 rows of tiny, undulating spiny scales, rigid to the touch. Small dental granules had begun to sprout in its mouth, which upon full evolution would likely develop into sharp fangs. However, by this time, the cleaner fish in the pond had significantly dwindled. The remaining ones were swift, making it quite challenging to catch them effortlessly. Cang Ye began to adjust his swimming posture, striving for enhanced speed. Unfortunately, the condensed state only served to reduce size, offering little beyond an increase in defensive capability. It would be splendid if I could execute the surprise attack, like Little Gray. Wait, is it possible for me to control only part of my body to enter the condensed state? If so, Cang Ye pondered and dove underwater, directly releasing the condensed state to revert to his normal form. His body expanded from 1.5 meters to 1.7 meters within 2 seconds. A bit slow, he frowned. Utilizing the condensed state once more, his body shrinking back to 1.5 meters in another 2 seconds. Cang Ye carefully contemplated the sensation of employing this skill. He discerned that transitioning from normal to condensed state required approximately 2 seconds due to the necessity of compressing atomic gaps within his body. This time frame was challenging to shorten. However, when reverting from condensed state to normal, no time was actually needed. A swift return to normal could cause injury, thus the brain instinctively slowed the recovery pace. One could envision the body as a spring. Compressing it necessitates time. Yet, once released, the spring could propel forward with a whoosh. If the spring were to be released too quickly, it might malfunction. Therefore, the brain instinctively regulates the release speed to prevent any mishap. The task at hand was to overcome this innate behavior of the brain, allowing himself to harness that elastic potential. While assisting Little Gray in catching ordinary cleaner fish, Cang Ye repeatedly endeavored to refine his condensed state ability. This was a process of contending against bodily instincts, akin to a boxer training to remain unfazed before an incoming punch. Only time would yield results. Finally, after more than half an hour, Cang Ye succeeded. A sharp crack reverberated, akin to a firecracker exploding, crisp and clear. Cang Ye's body returned to normal from the condensed state within 0.005 seconds, displacing the surrounding water instantaneously. A spherical pressure wave erupted on the water's surface, creating a small splash and rippling circles. His entire body experienced a slight ache, accompanied by a tingling sensation, as though every cell had been pricked by a needle. Yet he recovered swiftly. Not bad. However, this simultaneous return to normalcy held little immediate utility. Cang Ye attempted to revert just his legs to normal, which proved relatively easy, and he quickly mastered it. Thus, maintaining his body in the condensed state, he plunged into the water. With a crack, he restored his legs to normal, generating a powerful pressure wave behind him that propelled his body forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, he could reach up to 20 meters per second. Alas, after 10 meters, his speed would diminish, necessitating a recharge in the condensed state. Nevertheless, it was a commendable advancement, a skill for rapid thrusts. With this newfound thrusting ability, Cang Ye and Little Gray's fishing pace escalated significantly, managing to catch a strong spiritual individual of the cleaner fish every 10 minutes. By 4 in the afternoon, during a brief respite, Cang Ye glanced once more at Little Gray's data. Species, Anole Gecko. Magnitude, individual, 93. Status, evolving, estimated 52 natural days. Nutritional needs met, 93. Only 7% remained to fulfill the nutritional needs. Cang Ye was determined to push forward, aiming to complete Little Gray's nutritional requirements by day's end. However, as he prepared to continue fishing, he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his legs, akin to being scrubbed with an iron brush. The pain drained color from his face, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What is happening? Cang Ye was bewildered, struggling to cling to the pond's edge. Little Gray sensed something was amiss and hurried over to support him with its body. With a sudden effort, Cang Ye scrambled onto the shore, glancing at his legs, which were now marred by numerous red streaks, as if the capillaries had burst. It seemed the prolonged use of the condensed state had its consequences. Fortunately, there was no need to panic. Cang Ye patted Little Gray, who was infusing his legs with a cool breath, and called for Nightlight to assist with the healing. Nini. The Nightlight, who had been nestled within Cang Ye's clothes, fluttered over with Little Gray. Upon assessing the injuries to Cang Ye's legs, she immediately scolded him while casting a healing light. Brilliant particles sprinkled down upon his lower half, swiftly alleviating the unbearable pain. The red streaks faded, and his muscles healed as if new. Impressive, thank you. Cang Ye gently touched Nightlight's head with his finger. Nini. Nightlight flicked away Cang Ye's finger in annoyance and flew onto his thigh to inspect him closely, shedding a flurry of light particles. Much like a mother who feels both anger and concern upon seeing her son injured, Nightlight was undeniably adorable. Cang Ye couldn't help but marvel at this thought. Even if you call me cute, I still get angry. Nightlight responded inwardly. Thus, a mental connection was established. She suddenly froze. Nini, what is this? Cang Ye was taken aback as well, though he felt it was a natural progression. Was Nightlight not to be with him, but rather with someone else? The mere thought of such a scenario made Cang Ye feel as though he might burst. No way. Such a precious Nightlight could only belong to me. Sensing Cang Ye's thoughts, Nightlight's cheeks flushed slightly. Nini, don't say that. Once Cang Ye's legs were fully restored, he prepared to resume fishing, only to be met with a cacophony of noise emanating from outside the pond. Amidst a heated dispute and an exchange of insults, a perplexing situation unfolded. Cang Ye, indifferent to the chaos, yearned solely to catch fish and fulfill the nutritional needs of Little Gray. Chapter 15, A Plentiful Affair. Yet, despite his desire to avoid trouble, it sought him out. For young men in their 20s, clad in grimy striped shirts and denim, entered from the fish pond's periphery, their demeanor menacing. Accompanying them were 2 half-meter-tall mantises and 2 turtles the size of grinding wheels. They immediately spotted Cang Ye, who sat by the pond's edge. Little Gray, conceal yourself underwater for the time being. Little Flower, retreat into the grass. Cang Ye communicated telepathically to the 2 small creatures. The leader of the quartet, a scruffy youth with triangular eyes, glared menacingly at Cang Ye, pointing a finger and hurling insults. You little brat. Who the hell gave you permission to fish here? The others joined in with loud jeers. Do you even have the right to fish? Do you know whose territory this is? Are you looking to die? Cang Ye, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the turtles and mantises at their feet. The mantises shimmered with a faint metallic sheen, their forelimbs resembling banana leaves. capable of nearly obscuring their entire bodies. The turtles, with shells resembling rugged artificial rocks, stood half a meter tall, quite peculiar indeed. Would it be unwise to confront them? Cang Ye pondered, contemplating whether to utilize detection, which would exhaust his mental faculties and leave him dizzy, hindering his combat abilities. Observing Cang Ye's apparent shock, the quartet's bravado only intensified. The triangular-eyed youth stalked toward him and reached for his hair, intending to yank him from the ground. Suddenly, with a flash of black light and a whoosh, Cang Ye thrust a pitchfork forward, piercing through the youth's thigh, blood gushing forth. "How dare you approach me so recklessly?" Cang Ye's muscular arm gradually retracted. As he thrust forward, he released the pitchfork, accelerating his attack speed and extending his reach. Even as the youth sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat, his thigh was still impaled. A blood-curdling scream erupted from him as he staggered. On the verge of collapsing, Cang Ye swiftly circled behind him, locking his arm around the youth's neck, his claws gripping tightly around his throat. After his evolution, Cang Ye's nails had become exceedingly hard, and hardness equated to sharpness. With just a slight exertion, blood began to flow from the triangular-eyed youth's neck. "Stand still. If you approach, I will strangle him." The tables had turned in an instant, leaving the remaining 3 youths dumbfounded. "This can't be happening, can it? We were merely trying to scare you. We intended to give you a good beating at most. Why such an extreme reaction?" One among them, a balding youth, however, wore a calculating expression, thoughts of ambition swirling in his mind. "If the boss is incapacitated, wouldn't I become the new leader?" This notion took root in his mind, and his demeanor shifted to one of ruthless determination. "Let go. You don't know who I am. I'm one of Tiger Ye's men. Do you want to die? Let go." The triangular-eyed youth struggled desperately in Cang Ye's grip, cursing vehemently, exuding a fierce and defiant air. With a swift motion, Cang Ye tore a piece of flesh from his neck and cast it aside, blood gushing forth. "Scream again, and I will strangle you." It was only then that the triangular-eyed youth truly grasped the looming threat of death. In moments of anger, many lose their fear of dying. Yet, once the adrenaline subsides and clarity returns, the terror of mortality becomes overwhelming. "Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please, spare my life." As he pleaded for mercy, the balding youth, with an expression of solemnity, interjected, "I'm sorry, Yukai, but we can't jeopardize Tiger Ye's affairs. You need to be cautious. Go." He gestured, and one of the mantises lunged forth, brandishing its leaf-like blades, disregarding the safety of the triangular-eyed youth. "Eight gods! Block it!" Realizing he had been betrayed by his subordinate, the youth named Yukai frantically called for his mantis to rescue him. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Zhao Baojian, you son of a bitch! You worthless piece of trash!" Another mantis darted in, intercepting the attacking mantis. The clash of their blades ignited sparks. Cang Ye had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner, yet he welcomed it. The odds had shifted from a 1-on-4 to a 2-on-3. The 2 turtles, seemingly devoid of offensive capabilities, remained motionless, uncertain of whom to assist. Seizing the moment when all attention was drawn to the 2 mantises, Cang Ye discreetly commanded Little Gray, who stealthily emerged from the pond, snatching a kitchen knife from the fish pond owner's kitchen. Crouching low, it stealthily approached the battlefield of the mantises. With a sudden leap, the mantis known as K seized an opportunity and sent its opponent K flying through the air. Clearly, the leader was undeniably superior to his subordinate. In that instant, as Mantis K soared, Little Gray, poised in the underbrush, transformed into a streak of light, crashing into it. A thunderous crash erupted, sending sparks flying. The shattered foliage danced in the evening sun. Mantis K's limbs were severed in an instant, a gaping wound appearing on its abdomen, bodily fluids splattering. The force of the impact sent its body spiraling over 10 meters, crashing into the dense grass nearby. Utilizing the momentum from the ambush, Little Gray also tumbled into the grass, swiftly burrowing deeper, disappearing from sight. What just occurred? The attack had transpired in less than a second, leaving no time for anyone to react. "K!" Lu Baojian cried out, diving into the grass, trembling hands pressing against Mantis K's abdominal wound, utterly at a loss. A prime opportunity presented itself. Cang Ye's eyes lit up. Little Gray, originally on its way to cool its muscles in the pond at his command, doubled back. In a single bound, it latched onto Lu Baojian's neck, twisting its body with force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting forth, trickling along the blades of grass. Mantis K lay in the grass, desperately moving its remaining limbs, trying to aid its master, yet it was utterly spent. Cang Ye felt a slight release of tension. 2 down, 2 remained. However, the remaining 2 were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to move. At that moment, the fish pond owner stumbled in, covered in mud and bearing numerous bloody wounds, evidently inflicted by the mantises. He had entered to check on the young boy who had applied to fish. hoping to intercede on his behalf and persuade the unruly individuals to spare him, considering that a mere child of 10 could cause his family great distress if harmed. Yet, upon entering, he was met with the sight of injured ruffians, cowering in fear. On what grounds can you deny me the right to fish? What exactly do you think you are doing? Cang Ye tightened his grip on Yu Kai's neck, eliciting tremors of pain. Chapter 16, Little Star. Yu Kai stammered. It's Tiger Ye. The Tiger Master instructed us to release the scavengers into the pond, waiting for the proprietor to incur losses before acquiring the fish pond at a bargain. Thus, no one is permitted to assist him in catching fish. So this is how it is. Cang Ye comprehended the common tactics employed by the underworld to generate profit. The fish pond owner overheard this and erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. You are nothing but a bunch of brutes, inferior to pigs and dogs. Even if I were to fill this pond, I would not sell it to you. Cang Ye inquired, how powerful is the Tiger Master? How many men does he command? The Tiger Master has hundreds, if not thousands, under his command. The entire mining gang is at his disposal. So many? Cang Ye was taken aback and continued to question, how many of these mantises and turtles do you possess? There are certainly over 100. Moreover, the Tiger Master commands 4 great kings, each possessing wild boars of the Sungzone breed, specifically imported from the northeast, each capable of at least 3 skills. They are far superior to our Zhuangya angry mantis and mimic stone turtle. You cannot defeat them. I see. Cang Ye's gaze flickered, realizing it would be unwise to forcibly take the scales. Very well, then hand over all the money you possess as compensation for my emotional distress. You startled me terribly when you charged at me so aggressively, and I require compensation for the disruption to my work. I was performing my tasks diligently until you interfered, rendering me unable to complete them. Hurry up. Consequently, several thugs sincerely acknowledged their mistakes and relinquished their money as compensation, along with the wages from the fish pond owner. The total amounted to 536 yuan and 20 cents. In the countryside, this is no insignificant sum. It could sustain a person for at least half a year. Cang Ye resolved to use this money to equip Xiao Hui, as it was impractical for it to battle while clutching a kitchen knife. Given the circumstances, continuing to catch fish was not feasible. Cang Ye departed with Xiao Hui and Yi Guangzi. After all, there were scavengers in the river. Tomorrow, they would fish for half a day, which should adequately meet Xiao Hui's nutritional needs. Upon returning to the market, Cang Ye purchased an iron pot, a red plastic bucket, a ladle, a basin, bowls, rice, flour, oil, vegetables, eggs, and various necessities, spending over 100 yuan. Previously, without fully awakening the memories of his past life and lacking guidance, he had lived like a savage, primarily due to financial constraints. Now that he had money, he could acquire essential living supplies. He initially intended to visit the blacksmith to forge a helmet for Xiao Hui. But considering it was in the midst of an evolutionary phase and rapidly growing, armor that fit today might not fit tomorrow. Thus, he decided to wait until its evolution was complete before crafting the helmet. He retrieved the Louis mud from Yi Guangzi's specialty shop. The shopkeeper teased, I thought you no longer wanted it. Haha, something came up. As dusk fell, the world was enveloped in a soft gray hue. Along the rural path, the chirping of insects filled the air. The lush, overgrown grass had turned yellow, releasing a faint fragrance that wafted with the wind. Xiao Hui dozed, draped around Cang Ye's neck, its tail swaying naturally. Yi Guangzi's wings shimmered with a gentle light, humming ancient melodies as she danced gracefully ahead. And I. O little star, playing under the eastern moon. 3 or 5 in the corner, gleaming bright. In the night, morning comes. Yet I wish not to sleep. O little star, playing beneath the northern crescent. The celestial bodies align, shining brightly. The night is not yet waning. The time for slumber has not arrived. O little star, playing beneath the waxing moon. The Milky Way tilts to the south, casting its brilliant light down. The night is not yet at its end. Let us frolic to our heart's content. Oh. By the time Cang Ye returned home, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. Over a dozen frost-furred bats flitted between the treetops and low skies. The little soul spirit sat on the dilapidated eaves, swinging her feet as she gazed at the starry sky, occasionally peering down. She feared the sun, hiding during the day and only emerging at night. When she spotted Cang Ye walking home from afar, she joyously floated down to entwine around him. The cool mist made her feel slightly damp. You are on the brink of dissipating. Perhaps you shouldn't perch so high. What if a strong wind blows you away? Cang Ye said with concern, gently patting the little soul spirit's head. He resolved to prioritize her evolution once he amassed enough essence for sublimation. A faint, fragile thought traversed their mental link. I have learned a new ability and wish to share it with you. New ability? What new ability? Cang Ye asked, glancing at the little soul spirit's information. Race, little soul spirit. Skills, cool breath, possession, Adhering to an ally's body temporarily enhances their strength. Prolonged attachment can permanently augment the ally's strength. It can also attach behind an enemy, weakening their power. Extended attachment may permanently diminish the enemy's strength. Current evolution success rate, 81. Oh, not bad. Cang Ye's expression brightened. Try possessing me. The little soul spirit slipped into his body through his mouth and nose, feeling peculiar. Instantly, his muscles seemed to be enveloped in a refreshing stream of air. It felt delightful, likely augmenting his overall strength by 20. Moreover, Cang Ye discovered he instinctively acquired a new skill. With a breath, he exhaled a chilling mist, causing the two leaves that happened to drift from the air to frost over. It was the little soul spirit's cool breath, but its potency was significantly greater. While in the possession state, I can even utilize her skills. How intriguing. Cang Ye examined his own information. Magnitude. Individual, 62,428. Skills. Condensed state, cool breath, temporary. Current evolution success rate, 262. Sublimation essence, 161 units. Compared to the morning, the magnitude increased by 0.23. The latter 28 should be the additional strength conferred by the little soul spirit's possession. The evolution success rate rose by 229. The sublimation essence increased by 104 units. Remarkably, in a single day, the evolution success rate surged by 229. This implies that in another 40 or 50 days, he could evolve once more. Why hadn't yesterday's evolution success rate increased at such a pace? Could it be because I went fishing today? The fishing increased my physical activity, thus enhancing both the evolution success rate and sublimation essence compared to yesterday. It is quite plausible. The more Cang Ye pondered, the more he believed this to be the reason. Therefore, if he could withstand the unexpected trials of this month and preserve his life, next month he would possess greater strength to confront unforeseen challenges. If he continued on this path, it would not be long before he could become powerful enough to live freely and safely in this world, even without destiny. The future is promising. However, the immediate priority was to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. He fetched a bucket of water from Aunt Lu's well. Then, he gathered stones from outside to construct an earthen stove, simmering a pot of noodle soup with tomatoes and bok choy. After satisfying his hunger, Cang Ye, amidst Yi Guangzi's jubilant cheers, moved her broken little house indoors. He used the Lu mud to seal the cracks and affixed a mica window. Yet, this required only a little less than half a pound of mud, leaving a substantial amount remaining. Not wanting to waste it, Cang Ye decided to mold the leftover mud into a small, rectangular warehouse, embedding it beneath the original little house. Finally, he placed it on the stove to bake. When will it be repaired? Yi Guangzi flitted around her little house, her body illuminated by the flickering firelight. Cang Ye added some firewood to the stove, smiling as he said, "No need to rush. It will take all night to burn." In Chapter 17, Cang Ye vigilantly tended to the stove, occasionally replenishing the firewood, and he would only nod off for half an hour at most. By dawn, he found himself utterly untroubled by fatigue, brimming with vitality. Clearly, after his evolution, he required only a minimal amount of sleep to restore his energy, a fortunate development indeed. If he were to sleep 4 hours less each day, that would amount to an extra 2 months of wakefulness each year. Over a decade, that would be 20 months. And in a century, a staggering 200 months. Such a duration equates to an additional 16 years of life. He truly hoped that one day, sleep would become entirely unnecessary. Speaking of not needing sleep, the luminescent creatures known as night glows seemed to thrive in the nocturnal hours without rest. In the middle of the night, Cang Ye's little flower was summoned by her companions for playful antics. The sounds of their laughter flitted in and out through the door, reminiscent of leaves falling in a gentle stream or the soft whispers of the wind. It was unclear what games they were playing, perhaps hide and seek? She returned only moments ago and was now nestled amidst Cang Ye's tousled hair, dozing peacefully. As the night passed, the little house for the night glow was finally complete. Cang Ye used a sturdy stick to extract the dwelling from the earthen stove, placing a few potatoes and 2 eggs with cracks in their shells into the fire to roast. Lastly, he set a pot atop the stove to boil water. This would suffice for breakfast. "Your little house is nearly ready." He gently prodded the night glow on his head. "Meanie?" She blinked sleepily, turning over and accidentally rolling off Cang Ye's forehead. Her wings instinctively fluttered, lifting her into the air. Drowsily, she attempted to approach her charred little house, only to be halted by Cang Ye. "Wait a moment. It needs to cool down first, or your clothes will turn black." "Black clothes," the night glow murmured dreamily. After a short while, Cang Ye picked up the cooled little house and gave it a firm twist. It was indeed quite sturdy. The small storage compartment below was seamlessly integrated with the house, making it impossible to discern that it had been added later. Earthworm droppings. Ah no. The special mud is truly useful. He ventured to Aunt Lu's courtyard, filling the stone trough with water from the well. He placed the little house into the trough and scrubbed it thoroughly with an old loofah, both inside and out. Although some burn marks remained, at least it was clean. As the sun shone brightly in the morning, he set the little house on his bed to dry, where it dripped water steadily. Xiao Hui lay nearby, asleep, her scales shimmering in the sunlight. Seizing this moment, Cang Ye and the night glow ventured to search for moss around the house, thick, clean, and soft. Upon returning, they meticulously sifted through the moss to remove any dust, washed it, and laid it out to dry before placing it inside the little house. They also crafted furniture from fruit shells and seeds and adorned it with blossoms from autumn trees. After a busy morning, the house was finally arranged. The night glow danced with joy, circling the little house in exuberance. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, her wings trembling as she emitted a radiant glow. And a luminous pearl emerged from her chest, merging with the little house. What is this? Cang Ye pondered, still uncertain of the full extent of the night glow's abilities. As he contemplated, he glanced at her information. Race, night glow. Level, individual, 19. Status, healthy. Skills, healing light, restores injuries and cures ailments. Luminous pearl can be infused into an object to induce various beneficial transformations. For example, infused into a sword to enhance its sharpness, into armor for increased durability, into a battery for greater energy storage, into an engine for improved efficiency, into a telescope for extended observation range, and into a large particle collider for enhanced discovery capabilities of unknown microscopic particles, achieving greater precision in particle collisions. Note, once infused, it cannot be undone. Light controls natural light within a certain range. Sunlight from heaven conjures soft, energy-rich light, the preferred nourishment of plants. Night glows exchange this light with plants for fruits, flowers, and leaves. Seasonal adjustment, unknown. Celestial splendor, unknown. Current evolution success rate, 9. Materials that can be fused, 1. Cang Ye was taken aback. The luminous pearl was such a formidable thing. It felt wasteful to use it on this little house. Moreover, something felt amiss. With such potent abilities, the luminous pearl should be immensely valuable. Surely, it would attract buyers rather than being monopolized by corporations. Yet in all these years, Cang Ye had never witnessed anyone come to the village to purchase luminous pearls. He had even believed that the pearl was merely a toy belonging to the night glow. Could it be that? The night glow opened her delicate arms wide, pressing her small body against her little house, unable to part with it. Blissfully rubbing her face against the wall, Cang Ye gently pinched her waist with his fingers, lifting her off the wall. Nini. The night glow's small hands reluctantly clutched the edge of the house, maintaining a forward-reaching posture even as she was removed. Xiaohua. Does your mother or your companions have any luminous pearls? Nini. No, Xiaohua is different from her companions. Xiaohua is the strongest. Indeed. Xiaohua was special. Should we conduct a test? Cang Ye hesitated. Testing the information required mental expenditure, and the information accessed through a mental link was distinct from what could be gleaned through testing. Ultimately, he decided in his heart. A slight tingling sensation coursed through his brain, accompanied by a profound sense of mental detachment, leaving his consciousness in a haze. Blank and unresponsive, his eyelids grew heavy, and he leaned against the wall, dozing off for over 10 minutes before awakening. After a moment of disorientation, he turned to the already revealed information about the night glow. Race, night glow. Legends claim they are sprites born of starlight, inherently kind, with few creatures in the natural world that would ever harm them. Some studies suggest that the activities of night glows influence the changing of the seasons, while others assert that it is the shifting seasons that affect the night glow's activities. Ancient texts recount that on certain special nights, night glows gather in large numbers. Different forms of night glows exist widely across the world. This particular individual is special, having absorbed a peculiar substance at birth, granting her abilities far beyond those of her companions. Skills, unknown. Absorbed a peculiar substance? What could this peculiar substance be? Cang Ye wanted to inquire with the night glow's mother, but found her already asleep. He would have to wait until nightfall to ask. Xiaohua, after your luminous pearl merged with this little house, did it become harder or change in some other way? Cang Ye picked up the night glow's little house and noticed that its once rough surface had become smooth, as if encased in glass. Yet, to the naked eye, it appeared unchanged. Nini. The little house can now shrink. It can also hold larger objects. Hold larger objects? What do you mean? Cang Ye's mind raced with excitement. A thrilling hypothesis taking shape. The night glow glanced around, and then flew to the edge of the water bucket, tapping the rim with a gentle pat. Nini. Indicating for Cang Ye to lift the bucket. Cang Ye obediently followed the instructions, and under the guidance of Yuguangzi, placed the water bucket into the small house's storage area. The storage, seemingly smaller than the bucket itself, effortlessly absorbed the bucket as if it were a strand of spaghetti. Intrigued, Cang Ye peered inside from the doorway. Noticing that the bucket appeared to have shrunk, yet it still occupied 1/10 of the storage's space. He retrieved the bucket with an ease akin to extracting an object from a fourth-dimensional pocket, smooth and unencumbered. Chapter 18, The Great Ditch. To his astonishment, this diminutive abode had indeed transformed into a spatial apparatus. Cang Ye experimented further with the house's shrinking ability, discovering it could reduce to a size as small as half a thumb's length. The contents within also shrank in tandem, even their weight diminished. Remarkably, the external vibrations had no effect on the internal space. It was simply marvelous. Cang Ye resolved to procure a string at his earliest convenience, intending to fashion the small house into a pendant. After resolving Guangxi's concerns, Cang Ye dedicated his time to training, primarily focusing on jumping and running. He engaged in explosive sprints, short dashes, sprints, and long-distance runs. After all, in the face of danger, the ability to escape was paramount. Jumping, the simplest of forward leaps, involved releasing the power leg from a condensed state to a normal state at the moment of takeoff. This release of elastic potential energy generated a formidable reactive force. Resembling an ambush-like sprint, it appeared as though Cang Ye, while running, would suddenly transform into a slender gray shadow, surging forward several meters. Due to inertia, he would struggle to halt, requiring several large strides to regain his balance. Once he mastered the forward charge, he practiced dodging left, right, and backward. Unfortunately, he could only sidestep 3 to 4 meters in either direction, but he could retreat 7 to 8 meters backward. However, this often led to tumbles, leaving him covered in dust and quite disheveled. After over an hour, Cang Ye's legs began to sting, prompting him to halt and rest. A refreshing breeze flowed through his legs, nurturing his muscles. His legs, reddened like boiled shrimp, gradually returned to their normal hue. Could it be that the little soul's possession skill also had restorative properties? Quite impressive. After lunch, Cang Ye prepared to take his recently awakened little gray companion fishing. Having slept soundly through the night and the morning, it had grown noticeably larger. Its limbs had become sturdier, with sharp claws resembling tiny daggers. Strong yet not cumbersome. It exuded a captivating blend of power and agility. My adorable little crocodile, Cang Ye mused, cradling the little gray creature in his arms, alternating his hands to stroke from its nape down its back to the tail. The river flowing through Fauxmen village was known as the Tuo River, merely a tributary. But the elders referred to it as the Great Ditch. It was not wide, gently meandering through expansive fields. Due to a lack of heavy rains over the past 2 years, the riverbed had slightly dried up, revealing a narrow wetland overgrown with reeds and wild grass. As the river breeze rustled the reeds, they swayed gently. Some villagers had fenced a small garden on the wetland using bamboo, cultivating vegetables such as greens, radishes, and eggplants. A wooden feathered Baizi goose guarded the garden, spreading its wings wide as it approached, stretching its long neck through the gaps in the bamboo fence. Its flat beak snapping open and shut with a loud clack. Clack. On the banks of the river, overrun with weeds, stood rows of tall poplar trees. Their dense canopies, adorned with lush green leaves, rustled in the wind, filtering sunlight and casting a mosaic of shadows. Cang Ye stepped barefoot into the soft river mud. Wearing shoes would lead to thick layers of mud clinging to the soles. While scraping this layer off on the roadside was quite relieving, walking was rather uncomfortable. Thus, it was best to go barefoot. This wetland was home to many creatures: birds, frogs, crabs, turtles, ducks, geese, mandarin ducks, and wild geese. It was said that deer also inhabited the area, though Cang Ye had never seen one. However, it was of little consequence, as his goal today was to catch fish to fully satisfy Little Gray's nutritional needs. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from behind the reeds by the riverbank, piquing his curiosity. On a typical afternoon, people would usually be at home seeking respite from the heat. Why were they gathered here? Following the sound, he parted the reeds and approached the riverbank, spotting a dozen middle-aged men accompanied by dogs and wooden geese. That thing is too terrifying. Our dogs can't enter the water, and the geese can't compete with it. We'll wait for the county officials to arrive, one exclaimed. Autumn planting is imminent, and who knows when they'll come down. This is delaying our work. What shall we do? Our geese are merely offerings for it. Should we attempt to lure it ashore? What is happening? Cang Ye interjected, curious. What is a child doing here? Quickly leave. A gray-haired uncle, bare-chested, grasped Cang Ye's shoulder. Cang Ye complied without resistance, stepping away. After walking some distance along the bank, he descended from the other side, hiding among the reeds to observe the river. The water appeared slightly green, dotted with duckweed and water hyacinth. From their conversation, it seemed there was something dangerous lurking in the river. Could it even come ashore to harm people, threatening the autumn planting? Amphibians? Frogs? Turtles? Or perhaps, crocodiles? Cang Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it were indeed such a perilous creature, he felt hesitant to enter the water. Perhaps it would be wiser to fish in the pond instead? Admittedly, only a couple of strong spiritual scavengers remained there, but ordinary scavengers could still provide sustenance. Cang Ye hesitated. The auxiliary module had previously provided information indicating that Little Gray's ultimate evolutionary outcome would be influenced by the proportion of nutrients consumed during the evolution process. Clearly, the strong spiritual scavengers possessed greater vitality. Solely consuming them might yield favorable mutations post-evolution for Little Gray. He decided to wait a bit longer. Curious about what might emerge from the river, it wasn't long before the group of uncles resolved to lure whatever was in the river ashore. They ignited something, producing an odd fragrance that wafted through the air. The little soul within him seemed to stir, a refreshing current coursing through him, causing his muscles to tingle pleasantly. What is it? So fragrant, I adore it. It appears only the little soul has reacted. Guangzi remained peacefully asleep in the now miniature house, while Little Gray lay contentedly by his feet. Surely, this enticing aroma wouldn't only appeal to the spirit? Before he could ponder further, ripples began to form in the river, and a massive white figure cut through the water, creating a V-shaped wake. Moments later, a colossal skull burst from the surface, sending a shower of droplets flying. What on earth? Cang Ye felt an urge to assess it, yet he feared he might faint. Users may expend a small amount of mental energy for a rough safety assessment. Would you like to enable this feature by default? The timely information that surfaced in his mind brought him joy. This was promising. The next moment, as Cang Ye gazed at the enormous pale skull, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, making him apprehensive that assessing it might induce dizziness. Would he faint? Thankfully not, as long as he remained conscious. Any mental energy expended would merely leave him disoriented for half an hour at most. Assessing. Race: Yellow River Bone Rhino. Prior to the Wei and Jin dynasties, this large rhinoceros was widely distributed throughout the Yellow River Basin, ultimately succumbing to extinction due to the southward shift of the precipitation line and relentless human hunting. In the classic textbook of songs, Minor Odes, Mulberry, the term bone rhino refers to the wine cups crafted from the horns of the Yellow River rhino. After being hunted to extinction, their remains sank into the riverbed, leaving behind a lingering consciousness that endured in hatred for millennia. Under the influence of increasingly active particles in modern times, these remnants have reawakened in skeletal form, poised to exact vengeance upon humanity. Its existence threatens to wither flora and obliterate life itself. Conventional physical attacks are unlikely to inflict harm upon it. Skills: heavy charge, sturdy bones, hatred. Chapter 19, The Mighty Little Flower. The Yellow River Bone Rhino, based on the mental energy expended during detection, appears to possess strength comparable to the previous cat monkeys encountered. However, in stark contrast to the cat monkey's extreme vulnerability to fire, it is highly probable that this creature is impervious to flames, being a mere skeleton. Cang Ye concealed himself within the reeds, resting to recuperate his mental energy while devising a strategy. Bang! The colossal bone rhino surged through the waves, emerging onto the shore. Its bones gleamed white, sturdy legs supporting a ribcage of formidable size. A row of spines jutted from its back like a cluster of swords. The gaunt, pale head swayed, droplets of water cascading down. Pudgy, pudgy. The riverbed sank beneath its weight, creating deep impressions. A formidable aura enveloped the scene, rendering humanity alongside it as diminutive as monkeys. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a metal bullet striking its forehead and splattering bits of bone. A firearm? Cang Ye's eyes brightened. Surely, this would facilitate the demise of the rhino. He stealthily peered towards the source. However, his hopes were dashed. Only an old hunting rifle lay there, cumbersome to load, incapable of inflicting any significant damage. The primary assailants were the pack of grass dogs and wooden geese. Seeds tumbled from the grass dogs, and thorny vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Yellow River Bone Rhino's limbs, slowing its advance. It thrashed violently, bones clashing as some vines were brutally torn asunder. The wooden geese launched themselves at it, their plank-like beaks attempting to tear at the ribs, achieving only insignificant marks. A few individuals wielded long-handled iron hammers, striking and fleeing, the sound echoing insistently. It seemed they held the upper hand. Yet, these assaults inflicted no meaningful harm. The Yellow River Bone Rhino grew increasingly enraged, a dark radiance flickering upon its brow. In the next moment, it emitted a sharp, explosive sound, akin to the detonation of a large firecracker. Skill: hatred. The greater the hatred, the more formidable the power. The Yellow River Bone Rhino charged, the entangling vines snapping beneath its force, while several wooden geese clung to its ribs, flapping their wings. A flurry of humanity scattered in a panic. Cang Ye, having regained his strength, devised a plan. Among Little Gray, Little Soul, and Nightlight, who possessed the greatest combat prowess? On the surface, it appeared to be little gray. Yet, in truth, it was nightlight. Her skill, light, allowed her to manipulate natural light within a certain radius, a terrifying ability. At first glance, it seemed of little use, but in optimal lighting conditions, focusing 1 square meter of light into a single square centimeter could generate an astonishing temperature of approximately 5,500 degrees Celsius. What does 5,500 degrees Celsius signify? It is the temperature of the solar surface. The melting point of gold is 1,000 degrees, iron 1,600 degrees, and tungsten does not exceed 4,000 degrees. At 5,500 degrees, one could instantaneously vaporize nearly all standard metals. It was indeed an extraordinarily formidable capability. Regrettably, nightlight was nocturnal, having manipulated starlight and moonlight, but not sunlight. Currently, she was still feeble, unable to control a full square meter of light, managing only about 10 square centimeters. However, concentrating 10 square centimeters of light onto a single point could still yield a temperature of 400 degrees Celsius. While 400 degrees would not pose a significant threat to the Yellow River bone rhino, Cang Ye continuously expelled cool breath into the river, forming a thick layer of ice. As the coolness emanated from the center outward, the ice took on a convex lens shape, thick in the center and thin at the edges. Cang Ye expended considerable energy, crafting 3 convex ice lenses of approximately half a meter in diameter. Though not perfectly round, they would suffice. Little flower, come assist me, Cang Ye called through their mental link. Nightlight awoke immediately, fluttering out of her dwelling. Nini, what is it? Her voice was youthful and airy, tinged with a hint of languor, a melodious sound. Battle! Battle! Nightlight instantly panicked. Little flower cannot fight. We must flee, not engage. No, you can't. And look, Cang Ye pointed toward the rampaging Yellow River bone rhino, whose very existence defied the natural order, causing flora to wither and life to decay merely by being. We must slay it. Nightlight hesitated. All right. But how should I proceed? I cannot fight. You need only focus the light upon its forehead. I will handle the rest. Cang Ye allowed the ice blocks to float in the river, returning to his normal state, swiftly picking up a stone and racing to the battlefield's edge, where he found a man concealed among the reeds. Sir, I have a plan to deal with it. The man blinked, frowning in alarm. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hurry back to the village. Cang Ye struck the stone against his own head. Bang! The stone shattered. The man stared, bewildered. You. No time for explanations. I am here from the county, and I need your assistance to confront it. Is someone from the county really that powerful? The man picked up a nearby stone, real stone. He glanced at Cang Ye's head, which bore only dust, unharmed. This partially convinced him of Cang Ye's words. How can we assist you? Do you see those ice blocks in the river? Your grass dogs can manipulate the vines, correct? I need your help. After formulating a strategy, Cang Ye took a deep breath, returning to his condensed state, parting the reeds, and advancing toward the frenzied Yellow River bone rhino. It chased the grass dogs, terrorizing the marshlands with its ferocious charge, its limbs crushing the wet mud beneath, producing a series of thundering booms and erupting clouds of mud. Cang Ye picked up a pitchfork from the ground, weighing it in his hand before stepping forward into a lunge, aiming, twisting his waist, and unleashing his arm like a whip, releasing from condensed to normal state in that instant. Whoosh! The pitchfork transformed into a streak of black light, emitting a shriek as it pierced the side of the Yellow River bone rhino's skull, chipping away several fragments of bone. It immediately pivoted, charging toward Cang Ye. In that moment, several vines entwined around the 3 ice lenses, growing upward and concentrating sunlight upon the Yellow River bone rhino, creating a dazzling patch of light. Nightlight emerged, directing the light from that radiant spot to focus precisely on a 1 square centimeter area of the rhino's forehead, generating an intensely brilliant point of light. Immediately, a white plume of smoke erupted. As Cang Ye found himself in the path of the Yellow River bone rhinoceros, a thunderous impact occurred. The ground beneath his right foot exploded, propelling his body 3 meters to the left. The immense inertia caused him to lose his footing, and he tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. When he lifted his head again, the Yellow River bone rhinoceros had already turned around and charged back. Cang Ye crouched low, propelling himself forward like a frog. Bang! The creature smashed through the river mud that Cang Ye had kicked up, and the soggy earth cascaded down its white bones. The smoke emanating from its forehead grew increasingly dense. However, the river ice had already melted, losing much of its ability to concentrate light. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, having manipulated the light for a while, was utterly fatigued. That should suffice. Xiaohua, cease your efforts and retreat, Cang Ye instructed, picking up a short hammer. Chapter 20, Escape. The Yellow River bone rhinoceros shook its head, oblivious to the pain and unaware of the severe injuries it had sustained. It merely fixated on Cang Ye, pawing the ground twice before charging once more. Xiaohui, Cang Ye called in his heart. A stealthy figure, Xiao Hui, who had been trailing the yellow river-bone rhinoceros, immediately launched a surprise attack. In an instant, it transformed into an indistinct gray shadow, the air parting along the riverbank as it left a straight, shallow mark before colliding forcefully with one of the creature's forelegs. Bang! Several gray scales shattered, and Xiao Hui was sent flying by the recoil, while the charging yellow river-bone rhinoceros lost its balance and fell to the ground. Boom! The sheer force of inertia pushed its body forward, sliding along the earth for a distance. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ye dashed forward, a cool breath brewing in his lungs, which he expelled onto the creature's searing forehead. Hiss! The extreme heat of the hard object met the chill of his breath, resulting in intense thermal expansion and contraction that caused immediate cracks to form. The raised hammer descended with fierce resolve. Bang! The already fragile forehead of the yellow river-bone rhinoceros shattered like chocolate, creating a gaping hole. A dark, ominous halo surged forth from within. Xiao Hui darted over and swallowed it whole before Cang Ye could intervene. Hey, what on earth are you shoving into your mouth? Cang Ye exclaimed in alarm, hastily grasping Xiao Hui's neck and prying its mouth open. Yet, it had already swallowed the substance, its head drooping as it succumbed to slumber. Were it not for the rhythmic rising and falling of its abdomen, Cang Ye might have thought it was dead. Had he killed it? It seemed so. To avoid complications, Cang Ye returned to his normal form. Villagers began to gather around, gazing at the motionless yellow river-bone rhinoceros. Tap, tap. Someone poked it with an iron fork. It was indeed lifeless, utterly still. The young man is truly remarkable. A crowd of villagers encircled him, offering compliments that left Cang Ye perplexed. Young man, we are all humble farmers, not wealthy. Could you see about some assistance? Cang Ye understood their implication. So there was money to be made from this work? Cough. Just give what you think is appropriate. 166 yuan. It wasn't a large sum, yet for Cang Ye, it was certainly not insignificant. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was for Xiao Hui, which had him quite anxious. He cradled it in his arms and checked its information. Species, non-webbed gecko. Level, individual, 156. Status, evolving, consuming vast amounts of extraordinary particles, evolution speed accelerated, estimated 24 natural days. Nutritional needs met, 100. Cang Ye let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the dark mist was not something too sinister. Upon returning home, Cang Ye noticed a police car parked at his doorstep. An officer leaned against the vehicle, smoking a cigarette, weariness etched across his face. The village chief paced nearby, while the rooster napped under a tree. Suddenly, Cang Ye remembered that in a couple of days, an assassin was due to arrive, and he had completely forgotten to report it to the authorities. It was all due to the overwhelming events of the past few days. You brat, you finally returned. The village chief exclaimed upon spotting Cang Ye, hastily approaching and grasping his hand. Come, I need to ask you something. Cang Ye felt somewhat intimidated in the presence of the officer, which was a typical response for a rural youth, and the officer paid it no mind. Taking another drag from his cigarette, he asked, Now, tell me what happened that night. Cang Ye exhibited a hint of trepidation as he recounted, That night, I found something valuable, but they stole it from me. They then captured me later that evening, demanding to know where I had found it. Oh, and while they were eating, I overheard them mention a killer named Shui Jia who was supposed to come to the village on the 9th of September. Then that monster suddenly appeared, and I fled. The two of them had been drinking a bit and couldn't run as fast as I did. So they were devoured by the creature. I yelled loudly, and the village chief came over. Cang Ye's narrative was somewhat disjointed, yet it was comprehensible. Assassin? The officer seized upon the keyword in Cang Ye's account, urging him to elaborate. They said they needed to return to the village to retrieve something, and Lord Who sent them as backup. Cang Ye fabricated the details, attempting to involve the yet unseen Lord Who in the narrative. Meanwhile, in the upper city of Fauxmen village, Wuzhou City, at a nondescript nightclub on Zhongshan Road, Lord Who, a seemingly affable and portly middle-aged man, was currently bowing and scraping in a luxurious private room. A bespectacled young man lounged on the sofa, surrounded by several beauties feeding him fruit. A palm-sized black jade cicada perched on the table, sipping juice. 10 years without seeing you. Brother Who, you've aged a bit. Hu Weidong chuckled awkwardly. I'm no longer young, but I see you are aging like fine wine. Your prowess remains intact. In Wuzhou's underground forces, aside from you, there's no one else. Right? The young man tossed a photograph onto the table. He's in Fauxmen. Help me find him, regardless of whether he's alive or dead. Fauxmen? Isn't that your home? No. That's merely a temporary residence. My true home is on the west coast, in Klamath. It's a beautiful place. As the police car departed, Cang Ye sat on his bed, heavy-hearted. He sensed that the officer was not particularly concerned about the assassin. The police system in this world was unlike that of his previous life, it was not established by the state. Instead, it was a security company formed by recruiting personnel after a commercial conglomerate applied for law enforcement rights from the federal government, ultimately providing police services purchased by cities. Thus, in impoverished areas, the enforcement was lax, while wealthier regions enjoyed stricter regulation and better safety assurances. Therefore, these officers might not even pursue the assassin. I must flee, at least for a few days, to evade the storm. Cang Ye immediately began to gather his belongings. In truth, there was little to collect, just some old clothes given by others and a newly purchased pot and bucket. He stowed everything in the storage room of his small house. After bidding farewell to Nightlight and her mother, along with a few companions, he prepared to leave. Where to? He had no one to turn to and little money. At the market, Cang Ye stood by a dusty road. There was a minibus that departed approximately every 2 hours, transporting people to the city. Cang Ye did not intend to go to the city. He merely wished to hitch a ride to a more distant village. The foot traffic was sparse, with only a few stragglers. A group of delinquents emerged from a nearby internet cafe, one of whom happened to spot Cang Ye loitering by the roadside. He tugged at his companion's sleeve and said, "Look at him. Doesn't he resemble the boss we were supposed to find?" Another youth, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, brushed aside a strand of red hair obstructing his view. After scrutinizing the figure closely, he exclaimed, "Damn. He not only resembles him, it is indeed him. This is bad news. If we catch him, will we be able to enjoy our nights every day?" "Of course," came the reply. "You go ahead. I'll follow from behind. Let us give him a good beating and drag him off." Chapter 21. Arrival of the Research Team. Cang Ye was pondering how to navigate the next few days. Suddenly, a brick struck the back of his head, shattering into several pieces. It wasn't overly painful, but it left him disoriented. What was happening? He turned around to find a thug in a black t-shirt, astonished, holding half a brick. The thug seemed bewildered that Cang Ye had fainted from the blow. Seeing Cang Ye still able to turn his head, the thug promptly smashed the remaining half brick against his forehead. Bang! The second half also crumbled, sending a painful vibration through the thug's hand. Cang Ye gritted his teeth. Having been forced to leave home, his temper was already high. Now, these individuals were inexplicably launching a sneak attack. There was a clear path to their demise. He gathered his legs, preparing to deliver a kick that would incapacitate the assailant. However, an orb of green light, roughly the size of a head, suddenly soared in. Colliding with the thug, a violent gust of wind erupted, hurling him away. What was happening? Cang Ye glanced in the direction from which the light had come, spotting a massive white SUV approaching, mere meters away. In such a small rural area, such an ostentatious vehicle had never been seen before. Could it be an assassin? Cang Ye's expression darkened, but he quickly realized that the assassin likely did not recognize him, allowing him to regain some composure. Bang! The car door swung open, and a girl leaped out. She stood slightly taller than Cang Ye, donning a brown duck-billed cap, a light gray work jacket, a fitted brown t-shirt, snug jeans, and white sneakers. She exuded a stylish and crisp demeanor. Her satin-like black hair cascaded down her back, with 2 strands resting gracefully on her chest. Her skin was as fair as cream, and her delicate brows framed large, round brown eyes, radiating a refreshing aura akin to that of a snow-capped mountain. In comparison, Cang Ye felt like a wild man. "Are you all right?" The girl approached, a gentle fragrance wafting towards him. "I saw him hit you with a brick." Her voice was melodious, and she spoke fluent Mandarin. "I'm fine," Cang Ye replied in his local dialect, which was only slightly different from Mandarin, enough for her to understand. "Are you really okay?" The girl moved behind Cang Ye to inspect the back of his head. At that moment, a woman emerging from the driver's seat urged, "Lu Ming, the convoy is approaching. Hurry and ask him where Fauxmen village is." Do you know where Fauxmen village is?" The girl, named Lu Ming, inquired. "A convoy?" Cang Ye felt a wave of relief. These individuals were likely not assassins, but rather a research team. After all, what kind of assassin would drive such a conspicuous vehicle? Cang Ye hesitated, contemplating whether he could leverage the research team's strength to eliminate the assassin. Judging by the earlier display of power, these people possessed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, with the convoy behind them, they must have substantial security. Damn it, it's a gamble. Running away would only leave him perpetually haunted by the assassin, who could strike at any moment. However, if he could eliminate the assassin first, he would no longer have any concerns. In the whirl of thoughts, he responded, "I am indeed a villager of Fauxmen. I can guide you there." "Really?" The girl expressed surprise, then smiled politely. "Thank you. No need for thanks." To be cautious, Cang Ye still asked, "What brings you to our village?" "It's an autumn camp organized by our school. We're to accompany my grandfather's research team into the Dama Mountains for an expedition." "What's an autumn camp?" Cang Ye feigned ignorance, scratching his head in a manner meant to appear naive. An autumn camp is like an expedition team, essentially a treasure hunt in the mountains. The girl struggled to articulate a more precise explanation, as she had never anticipated encountering someone completely oblivious to the concept of an autumn camp. I see, Cang Ye replied. Feigning confusion, the girl chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. After a brief moment, he felt the ground tremble slightly, followed by a rumbling sound. Finally, amidst the swirling dust, a long convoy emerged from the distance. Leading the procession were several armored vehicles, followed by massive semi-trucks and buses, interspersed with SUVs. The convoy swiftly halted nearby, and two robust individuals clad in suits and sunglasses descended from the foremost armored vehicle. Little Lu Ming, where do we head next? Did you find out? The woman with sunglasses kindly inquired. Lu Ming pointed her thumb at Cang Ye. This young man is from Fauxmen village. He can lead us. Did you find the place right away? You're quite fortunate. That's an extra 5 points. Just then, a commotion erupted from the market entrance behind them. Over there. He hasn't escaped. How wonderful. The previous gang members, having seen their companion hurled by the light orb, had fled in fear to seek reinforcements. Now, they arrived with formidable members of their gang in tow. A throng of dozens surged forward, brandishing steel pipes and knives, surrounding two squat, stout individuals. Two large black pigs, mired in resin and mud, ambled at the forefront. Their tusks jutted out like spears, grotesque and fearsome. Each pig stood about 1.5 meters tall, nearly the same height as Cang Ye. The thought of a collision with them was terrifying, likely capable of overturning a large truck. However, upon seeing the imposing convoy, this group of ruffians hesitated momentarily. Yet, upon reconsideration, they thought, what connection could such a grand convoy have with a mere rural peasant? Thus, they pressed on. Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd better come over here obediently, barked the foremost, a menacing, stout middle-aged man. Are you looking for me? What for? Cang Ye stammered, bewildered. He couldn't fathom why they would send such a large group, just because he had incapacitated a few of their lower-tier members. Another, seemingly more composed stout man, perhaps wary of the individuals beside Cang Ye, interjected, the Tiger Lord wants to see you. We're just here to deliver a message. Cang Ye was taken aback. The Tiger Lord is looking for me? Why? What was happening? Was it about the scales? Or something else? However, perhaps he could use the research team as strength to create chaos. Was it about the Qilin? Hadn't the scales already been sold to the Tiger Lord by Lu Rome? What did this have to do with him? Cang Ye shrank back, feigning great timidity. I've only seen the Qilin once. After that, it left, and I couldn't find it anymore. With the Qilin's capabilities, such words likely held little consequence. Above the Pacific Ridge, atop a colossal, erupting volcano, a new chapter was about to unfold. A towering mushroom cloud, ascending to a height of 160 kilometers, spread a thick layer of dust across the sky. The Qilin, treading upon this dust cloud, sensed something and tilted its head to glance westward. After a moment, it shook its head and snorted, lowering its majestic head to resume its previous activities. Chapter 22, Disturbing the Waters. At the utterance of Cang Ye's words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. All eyes turned towards him. The most visibly affected was the woman who had disembarked from the white SUV alongside Lu Ming. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Did you see the Qilin? When was it? 4 days ago, Cang Ye replied, his expression one of shock. As the woman was about to continue her inquiry, she abruptly pressed her finger against her earpiece. Yes, received, she responded to a few remarks before terminating the call. Turning to the girl named Lu Ming, she spoke with grave seriousness. Tracking the Qilin's whereabouts is one of your objectives for this autumn camp. We shall not interfere with the ensuing matters. All decisions lie in your hands. The girl was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding in understanding. She retrieved her phone and messaged her classmates. Let us gather at the front. The intimidating hefty man continued his threats. Kid, come with us, or else at that moment. Lu Ming stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Cang Ye. He is our guide. I will not allow you to take him. Please leave. The heavy-set man's expression stiffened. He wished to express his anger, but, upon glancing at the numerous vehicles behind him, hesitated. Let us discuss this amicably. We locals can find you a new guide. Would you permit us to take him? Absolutely not, Lu Ming replied firmly. However, at that moment, the woman who had descended with Lu Ming suddenly addressed the two hefty men. You need not concern yourselves with us. We will not assist her. Our convoy merely happens to be traveling the same route. This is a means for the students to experience the darker facets of society, a form of training. Generally, they would indeed refrain from intervening. The two hefty men, though skeptical of her words, grasped that as long as they did not harm the girl, the adults in the convoy would likely remain indifferent. That made things simpler. They could forcibly take the boy desired by Tiger Lord. What could a mere girl do to obstruct them? The scientific expedition team was hardly formidable. Cang Ye contemplated fleeing. With his current speed, escape was quite feasible. As long as he could retreat into the mountains, no one would be able to find him. After all, with the auxiliary module, he could survive hidden in the mountains for a decade, evolving Xiao Hui multiple times. Then he would emerge to vanquish all those like Tiger Lord and Wolf Lord. Yet, the wilderness was rife with peril, and he might encounter terrifying beasts. Alas, I am still too weak. Stay hidden in the vehicle, Luming advised Cang Ye, casting a wary glance at the approaching man, as her clothing began to emit a faint glow. Little girl, we are merely fulfilling directives from above. Hand him over to us, and let us avoid unnecessary conflict. The amiable hefty man continued to persuade. It would be unfortunate if my boar accidentally charged at you. That is no trifling matter. Humph. One of the large black boars suddenly exhaled 2 plumes of white steam from its nostrils. Its menacing tusks scraped against the ground, igniting sparks, presenting a fearsome sight. Is that so? But being bitten by my saw-scaled viper is no jest either. At that moment, a boy around 14 or 15 years of age stepped forward from the rear of the convoy. A massive serpent, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and as thick as a wrist, slithered beside him. Its scales resembled rusted iron, with a crimson tongue flickering in and out. Suddenly, the serpent's scales erupted, its sharp edges scraping the roadway and leaving white streaks while producing a grating noise. Following this, an increasing number of youths emerged from the rear of the convoy, stylishly attired and accompanied by various extraordinary creatures. A donkey with ears resembling wings, a fire-red rat with glossy fur, a half-bodied azure bird, a rock-encased monkey, a cat floating in midair, and a massive water sphere containing a fish with a sword-like head. Cang Ye was truly taken aback. The amiable hefty man, unwilling to concede defeat, threatened Cang Ye, "You'd best come with us now. These individuals will surely depart without you. We will return to capture you, and we want to be as accommodating then." Cang Ye lowered his head and shrank back, quivering with fear. It was utterly terrifying. By then, I must accumulate enough transcendence essence to allow Xiao Hui to evolve a couple more times, ensuring I can eliminate all of you. The dead do not instill fear, do they? With grim expressions, the 2 hefty men retreated along with their entourage of subordinates. After all, they had lost all advantage. There was no point in lingering, and they certainly could not resort to violence. As darkness began to descend, the little specter emerged from beneath Cang Ye's feet, silently trailing behind the 2 hefty men without drawing anyone's attention. Upon reflection, it would be far more reassuring to eliminate you all tonight. After all, living in constant fear is detrimental to one's health. For the sake of my well-being, it would be best if you departed this world sooner rather than later. Class leader, who is he? The first boy to arrive scrutinized Cang Ye before inquiring of Luming. He is our guide, involved in our task. Involved in the task? All right. You all head back to the vehicle. We are nearing the village. I will share the details in the group chat. Understood. The group of youths then returned to their vehicles. By the way, I'm Su Luming, Su from Suzhou, the deer that calls you Luming. What is your name? I'm Cang Ye, Song from the heavens, Yi from the wilderness. Cang Ye? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Luming pondered momentarily, but did not dwell on it. The woman nearby also appeared taken aback, scrutinizing Cang Ye's visage, with a hint of astonishment gradually surfacing in her expression. Come, get in the vehicle. Take us to Fauxmen village, and we will compensate you. Su Luming opened the front door of the SUV, gesturing for Cang Ye to take a seat. Cang Ye entered the vehicle, directing the way as the convoy traversed the fields and arrived at Fauxmen village. What area are you heading to in Fauxmen village? Is there a place to park? Yes, Cang Ye replied. Behind his residence lay a vast expanse of open land, thick with wild grasses and brambles, strewn with the remnants of dilapidated walls. The convoy, in an impressive formation, advanced towards the open space, where containers unfolded and modular building materials assembled themselves, swiftly erecting various structures that appeared both simple and elegant, forming a small base covering over 2 acres. Has technology outside developed to such an extent? Yet the village seems to linger in a semi-agricultural state. Is the wealth disparity in this world truly so absurd? Cang Ye, stay for dinner. We would like to inquire about certain matters, and there will be compensation. Chapter 23, Levels. In the dining hall's private room, decorated as if for an ancient banquet, each person was seated at a small square table, arranged in 2 rows facing one another. A slightly larger square table occupied the head position, where a woman, presumably a teacher, sat. Delicacies, the likes of which Cang Ye had never encountered in both his lives, were served one after another. He quietly released the luminous creature from his embrace, wishing to offer her a delectable treat. Due to her diminutive size, others assumed she was merely concealed within Cang Ye's garments. Is this your luminous creature? How adorable. Su Luming complimented politely from the adjacent dining table. She produced a small metallic box from her bosom and presented a fruit that shimmered with a sky-blue radiance, resembling a precious jewel, before the luminous creature. This is quite delicious. Nini? The luminous creature glanced at the fruit, then at Su Luming. With some effort, she lifted the fruit and flew over to Cang Ye, exclaiming, "Nini, I'll share half with you." "No need. You should eat it," Cang Ye replied, catching it deftly. Yet, she still refrained from consuming it, intending to share it with her mother and playmates. Such a thoughtful luminous creature. "Here, I'll give you all of these," Su Luming said, extending the entire metallic box towards them. Is this appropriate?" Cang Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment at the offer, as the fruits looked exceedingly expensive. Su Luming smiled gently. They were originally meant to be fed to wild animals in the mountains. "Surely, your luminous creature would share with her companions as well? So it's all the same." "Thank you." Cang Ye accepted the box, secretly marveling at the wealth surrounding him. After the meal, Su Luming inquired in detail about the Qilin incident. Cang Ye recounted all he could share. By the shores of Nanhu, a group of researchers was already conducting tests with their instruments, examining the surrounding area. The fluctuations at the Langdao critical point have altered. The probability density does not conform to the norm. At least 4 days have passed, and the residual disturbances still exert such significant influence. Truly an astonishing phenomenon. Under normal circumstances, this would not occur. It has exerted its power with remarkable intensity. An elderly man with graying hair scrutinized the constantly changing data on the electronic screen, pondering calculations. Alas, it only lingered here for a fleeting moment. We cannot acquire more data. What is it about Cang Ye that permits him to summon the Qilin? Engage me as a guide. Certainly, I am well acquainted with this area. I've traversed every corner. Cang Ye displayed a confident demeanor as he agreed. Upon concluding the inquiries, Su Luming proposed that Cang Ye serve as a long-term guide for the autumn camp, offering a salary of 500 yuan per day, with potential bonuses based on circumstances. Additionally, meals, clothing, and other necessities would be provided. Naturally, he accepted, for a daily wage of 500 was a sum Cang Ye had never before encountered. They were indeed a wealthy group. They even allocated a small dormitory for him, a single room furnished with a soft, large bed, and a bedside table adorned with several books, nature, listening, and elegant mountains. They looked quite prestigious. Cang Ye casually picked up one to peruse, gradually expanding his understanding of this world. He learned that the strength of spiritual entities is categorized into 9 tiers, specifically, 1. Individual, utilizing a standard constant unit of power for reference, categorized as weak, ordinary, powerful, and peak. The standard constant unit is a spirit originating from the United Kingdom, taking the form of a cubic meter. 2. Clan, able to suppress 7 individuals at the peak of the individual tier using a singular force. 3. Population, capable of suppressing 10 individuals at the peak of the clan tier with a singular force. 4. Biome, dominating all biological entities within an entire community, typically confined to a natural area of 4,000 square kilometers. 5. Microecosystem, first state able to completely influence one ecological aspect, land, water, or air, within a certain range, approximately 1 million square kilometers. 6. Medium ecosystem, second state capable of fully influencing 2 ecological aspects within a range of about 200 million cubic kilometers. 7. Major ecosystem, third state able to completely influence all ecological aspects within a range of approximately 10 billion cubic kilometers. 8. Geological events, capable of leaving a mark in global geological history, such as the Great Oxidation, the Carnian Pluvial Event, and Snowball Earth. 9. Geological structure, possessing the power to alter the structure of the Earth's crust, even affecting the flow and density from the asthenosphere to the lower mantle. While life forms below the population tier are frequently encountered, those above are exceedingly rare. Individuals reaching tiers of the ecosystem, second state, and beyond are akin to mythical beings. Except for a few with well-defined habitats, most remain elusive, akin to dragons that are seldom sighted. As for geological event-level beings, their occurrences are spread over millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. In the grand tapestry of human civilization, approximately 10,000 years old, they pale in significance. However, the text suggests that humanity as a collective has reached the level of geological structure, being recognized as one of the most formidable existences throughout history. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Moreover, the relationship between humans and spirits is also graded. Linkage, mental connection. External symbiosis, a relationship akin to that of clownfish and sea anemones. Shared heart, a mutual information perception system formed through mental links, often referred to as a shared heart. Internal symbiosis, similar to the relationship between beneficial gut bacteria and their host. Chimerism, similar to the fusion of mitochondria with human cells, information, energy, matter, and spirit can circulate within each other. Most individuals can only achieve external symbiosis with spirits, while very few attain internal symbiosis. Chimerism is exceedingly rare, occurring in 1 in a million. However, certain unique spirits, such as parasites, bacteria, and some energy entities, can directly achieve internal symbiosis with humans. Yet, this form of internal symbiosis pertains solely to physical integration, differing from the genuine internal symbiosis achieved through the merging of minds and wills. After flipping through several more pages, Cang Ye further discerned that life in this world is categorized into 3 types. 1. Natural species. Organisms that have evolved naturally, including ordinary animals and birds. Most of these species lack supernatural powers. However, under certain circumstances, individuals with supernatural abilities may arise. 2. Fantastical species. Organisms that do not belong to natural evolution, such as luminous creatures, cat monkeys, and Qilins, predominantly all strong spiritual entities. 3. Hybrid species. Organisms produced from the union of natural and fantastical species. In reality, the majority of life forms in the world are hybrids, with pure natural and fantastical species being exceedingly rare. Even so-called natural species possess, to some extent, the genes of fantastical species, while fantastical species also harbor genes from natural species. Chapter 24, Provocation. Closing the book, Cang Ye felt his comprehension of the world had significantly expanded. Yet, the concepts within the text felt distant, akin to tales of deities. All he desired was the power to safeguard himself. Cang Ye was not an ambitious individual, he merely sought safety. Rather than pondering the remote notions of geological structures, he was inclined to contemplate how to earn enough to craft a titanium alloy helmet for Little Gray. The titanium alloy was a material Cang Ye had encountered within the pages of the book, lightweight, resilient, and capable of energy absorption. Should such a material be employed to fashion a collision helmet, the reactive force endured by Xiaohui during an impact would be significantly mitigated. Previously, during Xiaohui's confrontation with the yellow riverbone unicorn, a single collision had shattered several of the scales adorning his head, causing great distress to Cang Ye. Regrettably, the titanium alloy is exorbitantly priced, comparable to the value of gold itself. To construct a helmet from this material would require at least over 1 million. Alas, how could one possibly amass such wealth? Initially, I thought a daily wage of 500 was substantial. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot grow rich without unexpected windfalls. Just as a horse cannot thrive without midnight fodder. Now that the late hours have arrived, it is time to indulge in some nocturnal grazing. Cang Ye effortlessly climbed out of the dormitory window. Manipulating natural light, Xiaohua instantaneously rendered the illumination invisible to the surveillance cameras, allowing Cang Ye to dart forth. Escaping the confines of the base. Outside, the little spirit, eager with delight, leaped into Cang Ye's embrace, merging with him. Guided by the spirit, Cang Ye sprinted across the dark fields for half an hour, eventually arriving at a poultry farm. Not far from the farm stood a 2-story building with a courtyard, brightly lit, filled with sounds of laughter and chatter. The surrounding wall was 3 meters high, yet Cang Ye effortlessly vaulted over it. Thud! He landed in the vegetable garden. Crouching low, he approached the living room and peered through the window, observing 2 portly men and a couple of thuggish associates engrossed in cards and conversation. That little brat definitely won't be with those people forever. Have that donkey keep a close watch on him. The moment he finds himself alone, we'll capture him. The Tiger Lord has decreed that life and death are irrelevant. We can simply kill him and bring his corpse back. A hefty man lounged on the couch, snoring, while the other, a stout fellow, leaned against him, smoking casually while playing cards. No problem at all, boss, you can count on me, a gaunt middle-aged man assured, grinning obsequiously. Damn it, I'd prefer to catch him alive. I want him to suffer. The brutish man furiously tossed his cards. What, planning to kill again? What else could I do? My black general hasn't feasted on flesh in over 2 weeks. Outside, Cang Ye furrowed his brow. Life and death are irrelevant? If I were to die, how would they inquire about the Qilin? Isn't the Tiger Lord's interest in me due to the Qilin's whereabouts? Something feels amiss. If it's not about the Qilin, what other reason could they have for wanting to capture me? This notion of life and death being irrelevant feels as if they harbor a deep grudge against me. Could those thugs I dealt with at the fish pond be the Tiger Lord's sons? That doesn't seem likely. They dressed so ordinarily and would likely turn on each other for power. Cang Ye pondered in vain. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them all, which would resolve the matter. Xiaohua. Ensure the light does not reach their eyes. Everything perceived by the eyes is light. When light is absent from the eyes, one becomes utterly blind. Once Xiaohua activated her ability, the occupants inside were momentarily bewildered. Power outage? Who turned off the lights? Why is it so dark? Cautiously, a few individuals began to feel their way around. This isn't right. How can it be so dark? I can't see anything. Is it cloudy outside? I didn't notice. In reality, the room remained brilliantly illuminated. Only their eyes were engulfed in absolute darkness. As no light entered, none could reflect outward, rendering their eyes an impenetrable black. Xiaohua's power was indeed formidable. Cang Ye seized a large screwdriver he found in the yard and stealthily approached the stout man from behind, positioning the blade against the back of his neck, then thrusting upward with all his might. Thud! The blade penetrated completely, and after a few vigorous twists, he extracted the screwdriver. The stout man was rendered speechless, convulsing as he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and ears. This individual appeared to be the most formidable and ruthless, thus he had to be eliminated first when the opportunity arose. Cang Ye remained vigilant and cautiously maneuvered toward the second portly man. However, the slumbering wild boar on the sofa suddenly awoke, sensing the severed mental link to the stout man. This triggered a surge of anger and sorrow within it. Without Cang Ye's prompting, the spirit in his pocket deprived it of sight, plunging it into darkness. Humph! It roared in agitation. Cang Ye positioned himself beside the brutish man, with another sleeping wild boar behind him, forming a straight line. He grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it with all his strength at the awake wild boar. Bang! The ashtray struck its hindquarters with precision. Humph! A sharp cry escaped as the pain sent it into a frenzy, charging toward Cang Ye, its body enveloped in a visible aura of energy. Boom! The ground trembled beneath its stampede. At the moment of throwing the ashtray, Cang Ye swiftly vacated his position. The enraged wild boar collided with the brutish man with terrifying force. Thud! He barely had time to scream before being reduced to a mangled mass. The boar, fueled by its momentum, continued its frenzied charge toward the other boar, which had just awakened and was groggily rising. Bang! The side of the second wild boar concaved deeply, its flesh rippling violently. It emitted a wretched cry, side-flipping several meters before crashing through the wall, sending hundreds of shattered bricks raining down into the yard. Dust filled the air as it struggled to rise amidst the rubble, blood streaming from 2 gaping wounds on its side. The agony ignited its ferocity. Seeing its brother wailing within the room, it felt an immediate surge of hostility. Because Cang Ye had prevented Xiaohua from blinding it, it recognized its brother as the attacker and instinctively regarded it as an enemy. While wild boars share a bond, that connection is not unbreakable and can easily fracture into enmity, as they might even fight over a patch of berries in the wild. Now under attack, it felt the need to retaliate. To refrain would signify weakness, leaving it to scavenge the leftovers for sustenance. Cang Ye disregarded the battle between the two boars. After swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 gang members, he began rummaging through the house for valuables. Chapter 25. The little spirit begins to evolve. He searched every conceivable nook and cranny, wardrobes, cabinets, boxes, corpses, unearthing over 5,000 in cash and a flip phone, all of which he stashed away in the small house's storage. Subsequently, he raced back to the dormitory, having spent no more than an hour in total. Before sleeping, he glanced at his status information. Level: Individual, 71,228. Skills: Condensed State. Cool Breath, Temporary. Current Evolution Success Rate, 414. Sublimation Quality, 418 units. Compared to yesterday, his level had increased by 0.88, and his evolution success rate had risen by 1.52. The sublimation substance has increased by 257 units. At this rate, in another 7 or 8 days, the little soul demon will be able to evolve. By the way, is there any fusion material that can enhance the success rate of the little soul demon's evolution? Where? Come forth. Cang Ye called in his mind. This was not a name he had given to the little soul demon. Rather, it was her original name. The little soul demon emerged from Cang Ye's body, appearing somewhat reluctant. Be good, let me see what you can fuse with. Cang Ye gently patted the little soul demon's head and opened her information. The initial success rate for her evolution was 81. Placing a piece of wood upon her, the success rate plummeted to 42. Pulling out a strand of hair raised it to 83. Fingernails yielded 72. After some contemplation, Cang Ye pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall into her. The success rate immediately dropped to 97. Goodness, can the success rate even be negative? Nevertheless, Cang Ye was quite curious about what would happen if he forcibly elevated this success rate to a positive 100% using sublimation substance before allowing the little soul demon to evolve. Unfortunately, the sublimation substance was not abundant enough for such extravagance. He would have to wait until he had accumulated more. Cang Ye continued his experimentation with various materials: iron, paper, dust, water, plastic, and fabric. Regrettably, the success rate fluctuated between 20 and 87, never reaching the desired 96. If only he could attain 96, he could fully utilize the sublimation substance on her. Alas, he resolved to wait another 7 or 8 days until the sublimation substance increased to 13 units, at which point he could allow the little soul demon to evolve using water, which would bring her success rate to 87. However, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Cang Ye, and he infused a fragment of his spirit into the little soul demon. Current success rate, 99. Splendid. He immediately added 1 unit of sublimation substance, and the little soul demon's success rate surged to 100. Evolution. Cang Ye suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Evidently, a portion of his spirit had been expended. He glanced again at the little soul demon's information. Species, little soul demon. Status, evolving, estimated duration, 6 natural days, during which the user must continuously nourish her with spirit. Current spiritual needs. 1. Come, join me. Cang Ye opened his arms, and the little soul demon once again melded into his body. Cang Ye could feel his spirit being gradually consumed while simultaneously undergoing natural recovery, maintaining a dynamic equilibrium. The night passed in silence. At 3 a.m, Cang Ye awoke from hunger. The nutritional reserves in his body were too low to sustain such rapid spiritual consumption. He decided to procure something to eat. After all, he had a pot, and there was still rice in the warehouse. Exiting his dormitory, he wandered around the research base and unexpectedly stumbled upon a self-service cafeteria. There was nothing more to say. It was time to eat. The cafeteria was robot-operated, and Cang Ye selected his food and portion size on a touchscreen table, prompting robots to deliver the meals. Steamed fish without spines, large cuts of roasted beef, succulent pig trotters, and tender braised lamb chops. Cang Ye devoured his meal with gusto. When he looked up again, he found that a gray-haired elder had seated himself across from him, clad in a white lab coat and spectacles. With a robust build, one could easily imagine him as a handsome young man in his prime, and he still exuded a certain charm in his old age. He reclined naturally in his chair, crossing his legs and holding a cup of coffee, appearing somewhat weary. At this late hour, Cang Ye almost thought he had seen a ghost. Who would be awake at this hour in the cafeteria, watching others eat? After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Cang Ye inquired with curiosity, "Do you need something from me? I wish to ask you a few questions." "Please, go ahead. What were you doing before you encountered the Qilin?" "My luminescent child dropped her toy by the South Lake. So I went to help her find it, but I accidentally fainted, and then..." Cang Ye recounted everything he could share, even contemplating asking about his own fate. However, he feared such inquiries might be too peculiar and could lead to dangerous experiments, so he refrained. "You mentioned that the Qilin gave you a scale?" "Yes, but unfortunately, it was stolen. Could you elaborate on that?" Cang Ye then recounted the incident involving Lu Rome, along with the intertwining tales of the cat monkey and the assassin. The elder listened intently, momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he sipped his coffee and remarked, "The cat monkey is indeed a rather rare creature. Haha, when I was young, my mother used to frighten me with stories about such beings. Are you interested in the cat monkey? I still have its bones. Would you like to see them?" "Oh." The elder set down his porcelain cup to take a look. Cang Ye unearthed the cat monkey's skull, which he had buried in the ground from the dilapidated house. "Just give it to us." 2 young men in white coats, who had appeared out of nowhere, accepted the skull and placed it into a black box emitting white steam. The elder casually inquired, "Have you encountered any other peculiar creatures these past few days?" "2 more. One resembles a weasel but is much larger, with a head adorned with white and red patterns. It even spoke to me, asking if I had seen the Qilin. The other was a massive skeletal structure that floated up from a large drainage ditch, which I managed to slay." Cang Ye replied casually. In truth, he was being quite cautious in his probing. The Yellow River's bone Ji was inconsequential. The key was that strange little beast. Upon hearing Cang Ye's description of that small creature, the 2 young men holding the black box suddenly turned to him, exchanging astonished and excited glances. The elder, however, maintained a neutral expression. He first removed his glasses to clean them, then rummaged through his pockets with his right hand, finding nothing. He then searched his left pocket with his left hand and retrieved a large-screen smartphone. The elder opened the album and presented Cang Ye with a drawing that closely resembled the small beast he had encountered. His voice was stiff yet trembled slightly as he asked, "Look at this, is it the same one?" Cang Ye examined it closely and nodded. "It's quite similar. However, the eyes in the drawing are blue, while the one I saw had red eyes." The 2 young men gasped in unison, whispering excitedly, "Have we found it? It's truly in the Great Mang Mountain Range? The ancient texts are accurate. How wonderful. Thank you." The elder expressed his gratitude to Cang Ye, attempting to return the phone to his pocket, but his hand slipped out several times, appearing quite comical. Chapter 26, The Guide. "No need for thanks, haha." Cang Ye chuckled awkwardly. While these individuals were certainly astonished, they revealed nothing regarding the information about the little beast. It was utterly outrageous. He feigned ignorance and inquired, "What exactly is this creature? Is it powerful?" One of the young men in a white coat replied excitedly, "Of course it's powerful. Its magnitude reaches the ecological level. However, that's not the most crucial aspect. The key is, Another young man immediately tugged at his sleeve. He seemed to realize he had almost divulged something he should not, promptly closing his mouth. The elder continued, "Could you tell me where you encountered it?" As Cang Ye emerged from the profound shock of the ecological upheaval caused by the small beast, he found himself near Aunt Lu's vegetable garden, where they had been attempting to catch a blind mouse. Suddenly, the creature darted out, seized the mouse from his grasp, and fled. He pursued it, and in the northern rocky thicket of the village, it halted to inquire about the Qilin, before vanishing in an instant. Outside, amidst the lush leaves of the poplar trees, a small beast adorned with red and white stripes perched upon a branch. It glanced at the waning crescent moon hanging in the western sky, then turned its gaze towards Cang Ye inside the house. With a flicker of its form, it disappeared, leaving only a few fallen leaves swirling to the ground. An ecological magnitude indeed, even the weakest of such entities, in comparison to the immortal cultivation novels of his past life, could be likened to the realm of transcending divinity. How could something so diminutive possess such strength? Yet, this formidable being sought him out for a purpose. What could it be? Cang Ye pondered, yet ultimately decided to cease his contemplation. He thought to himself, kill. Damn it. This is impossible to eliminate. Resolving to take things one step at a time, he concluded that striving for strength was never a misguided endeavor. Upon receiving information about the small beast, the elderly man hurriedly departed with his 2 students. Cang Ye returned to the research base, meandering through the dormitory building until he stumbled upon a gym. Indeed, a gym is a hallmark of affluence. He tried out various exercise equipment, leaving him drenched in sweat, and decided to take a shower. By the time he donned his freshly washed and dried clothes, dawn had arrived. The base began to bustle with activity as more individuals emerged. Exiting the shower, Cang Ye spotted Lu Ming jogging on a treadmill. Her long hair pulled back into a ponytail, clad in a white athletic t-shirt and pink shorts. Her slender calves boasted a graceful curve, while her fair thighs were taut and resilient, with subtle muscle definition becoming evident as she ran. The swaying ponytail lent her an air of vitality and health. After a fleeting glance, Cang Ye left. He was eager to partake in the buffet. Remarkably, despite having dined 2 hours prior, he now felt hungry again. The nutritional demands for recovery were indeed substantial. After finishing his meal, Cang Ye prepared to resume his workout. However, at that moment, Su Lu Ming approached him with 3 companions. Dressed in a tactical jacket adorned with dark armor plates, she appeared quite dashing. "Cang Ye, take us to Lu Miao village," she requested. "What purpose do we have for going to Lu Miao village?" Cang Ye inquired, puzzled. "I've heard there's a wild dog problem there, having bitten several children. And one child even had a leg severed. It's quite dangerous. We're going to hunt the wild dogs," Su Lu Ming replied, waving her phone. "This is a task assigned for our autumn camp, and completing it earns us credits. Come on, lead us." "Very well," Cang Ye acquiesced. He couldn't simply dine for free. Lu Ming first took him to the bike shed to retrieve bicycles. As they approached, 5 youths emerged, pushing their bikes out. One of them, a young man with an eagle perched on his shoulder, whistled at Su Lu Ming. "Xiao, so you're also hunting wild dogs?" "Coincidentally, I've taken on that task too. Should I reserve a few for you?" Su Lu Ming frowned. "Don't call me by that name. It's utterly distasteful." The boy's expression stiffened, and with a huff, he pushed his bike away. "Class leader, we need to hurry. If those from Second High beat us to it and finish hunting the wild dogs, we'll be in trouble," one boy, who possessed a serrated scaled taipan snake, urged eagerly. "Yes, let's move quickly." Su Lu Ming nodded and turned to Cang Ye. "Please lead the way." "All right, there's a shortcut," Cang Ye replied with a smile. The group pushed their bicycles out of the shed, following Cang Ye towards Lu Miao village. If they took the main road, it would require a journey of 7 to 8 miles. However, a small path cutting through the cherry orchard to the east of the village would only span 3 to 4 miles. They swiftly arrived at Lu Miao village, which bordered a vast deciduous forest. Cang Ye pointed at the small woodland and stated, "I've heard that wild dogs have been stealing chickens, sheep, and ducks from Lu Miao village. When discovered, they retreat into this forest and become elusive." "Excellent. Not only do we have the advantage of speed, but we also possess superior intelligence," a cheerful girl with pigtails and a fluffy white spider on her head exclaimed. However, merely knowing that they hide in the forest is of little utility. A bespectacled boy, with a small bear-like creature resting in his bicycle basket, stroked his chin. "This forest is so vast that even if we know the wild dog pack is here, it would be challenging to locate them. Indeed, that poses a significant problem." The boy with the taipan snake added, looking troubled. "Regardless of whether we can find them, let us venture in and take a look," Su Lu Ming declared. Turning to Cang Ye, she instructed, "You stay here and watch our bicycles." Concerned for potential dangers, she hesitated to allow him to accompany them. "All right," Cang Ye nodded, watching them enter the forest. He then squatted beneath a tree, engaging in exercises while studying his condensation skills, causing various parts of his body to alternately expand and contract. After all, this was his sole skill, and he naturally hoped to develop additional applications. Approximately 50 minutes later, the 5 boys Cang Ye had encountered at the bike shed finally arrived at the forest. Upon spotting Cang Ye and the bicycles, their expressions soured considerably. The leader, the boy with the eagle, approached and coldly inquired, "How long have they been inside?" "I don't know," Cang Ye replied, shaking his head. "I haven't been keeping track." "Useless." Cang Ye paid no mind to the insult, merely retorting with curiosity, "Isn't it more fitting to describe you as a pauper?" This remark elicited laughter from the other boys, even causing a twitch at the corner of the eagle boy's mouth. He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Let's hurry in before they hunt all the wild dogs." The group passed by Cang Ye one by one. However, one chubby boy accompanied by a plastic wolf suddenly kicked one of the bicycle wheels. Cang Ye immediately retaliated with a swift kick to his ankle. Bang! Ouch! The chubby boy yelped, his right leg flailing outward as he fell backward onto the ground. In an instant, all gazes turned towards Cang Ye. At the moment Cang Ye struck, the power of the night light had already activated, being scrutinized by several dark, piercing eyes felt rather unsettling. Thus, Cang Ye was the first to scream, "Ah, what have you done to me? Why can't I see?" His exclamation caused the 5 boys to react in panic. "What is happening? Why can't I see? What is going on? Ah, am I blind? Have you taken my eyes?" Cang Ye shouted in terror, creating a chilling atmosphere. Human emotions are profoundly influenced by their surroundings, especially in darkness, where even the slightest rustle can evoke immense unease. Although the boys had initially managed to maintain their composure, Cang Ye's outburst quickly unraveled their resolve. Yet, deprived of sight, they dared not run amok. Instead, they crouched, adopting a semi-crying expression of distress, groping around like startled monkeys, their antics appearing both comical and absurd. Cang Ye stifled a laugh as he stealthily approached the boy who had called him useless, delivering a solid punch to his mouth. Bang! He staggered backward, falling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a dark bruise marring his visage. The eagle perched on his shoulder flapped its wings on the ground, sending gusts of wind that stirred up a multitude of dried leaves. Cang Ye, observing their commotion, reclined back, feigning a state of despondency and terror. Yet, his display was merely an act, while the other youths were genuinely frightened. Upon regaining their sight, they instantly relaxed, gulping in air as though they had just resurfaced from drowning. None of them suspected Cang Ye, after all. It was hard to believe that a rustic bumpkin possessed such enigmatic abilities. What had transpired just now? Uncertainty loomed. How terrifying. I wish to go home. It hurts. Where are you injured? My leg aches terribly. So does mine. Tears welled in their eyes. In truth, Cang Ye had only struck the chubby boy and the sharp-tongued lad. The others had merely stumbled in the darkness. Suddenly, Cang Ye noticed a shadow flitting behind a distant tree. What was that? Instantly, he became alert, shifting from a reclined position to a more dynamic crouch. However, upon glancing at the youths beside him, a semblance of calmness washed over him. I should not be the primary target of that entity. As Cang Ye observed meticulously, he found that as long as he maintained focus, his dynamic vision was nearly twice that of an ordinary person. The leaves drifting through the forest appeared to descend in slow motion, and the surroundings became increasingly vivid. In the next instant, Cang Ye spotted a shadow darting from behind one tree, disappearing behind another tree closer to their location. It was utilizing the trees for cover, stealthily approaching, intent on ensnaring both himself and the group of youths. What should I do? Initially inclined to retreat, Cang Ye hesitated as thoughts of Lu Ming and the others in the forest crossed his mind, although he bore no emotional attachment to them. If they were to encounter peril, would that not spell the end of their autumn camp? Would he not lose his guiding position? 500 a day, along with such a splendid buffet. After much deliberation, Cang Ye resolved to investigate. More crucially, he felt that shadow bore an unsettling familiarity. But wasn't he said to be dead? How could this be? Taking a deep breath, he stood and began to walk slowly deeper into the woods. His body gradually shrank, his condensed form fully activated, enhancing his defenses to an extraordinary degree. Croaking, what being in this world could breach my formidable defenses? From behind a distant tree, half of a dog's head cautiously emerged, locking eyes with Cang Ye, who had been vigilant in that direction. Black Lightning, is that you? Cang Ye called out. The expansive cherry orchard between Lu Miao village and Fauxmen village had been cultivated by a university student who returned to his village to start a business. This had occurred many years prior. Each spring and summer, when the cherries ripened, children would sneak in to steal a taste. The student was unconcerned, allowing the children to pick as long as they did not cause destruction. After all, in such a vast orchard, how much could the children possibly consume? However, Although Cang Ye had not fully awakened his latent wisdom at that time, he retained fragmented memories and moral principles from his past life. Hence, he was more conscientious and never pilfered cherries. Instead, he assisted the student in picking cherries and packing them, exchanging labor for meals. The student had several dogs, one of which was a robust individual named Black Lightning. Like a small lion, it was quite sturdy and covered in a fluffy coat. Cang Ye often groomed it and would lie down on it to sleep when weary, finding it immensely comforting. Yet, 2 years prior, it was said that a wild beast from the mountains descended at night and devoured the student. Black Lightning and the other dogs fought valiantly to protect him, but perished in the process. Cang Ye, upon learning of this, visited frequently and mourned for a prolonged period. Yet now, how could Black Lightning appear here? Was it not already deceased? Something was amiss. Cang Ye remained on high alert as he cautiously approached. As he neared the tree, a putrid stench of decay wafted through the air, inducing nausea. At last, Cang Ye beheld the creature lurking behind the tree. It was a horrifying dog, its coat largely bald, with the remaining tufts displaying a sickly yellow hue. Its flesh was decayed, maggots writhing in the fat, and its withered innards hung limply, teeth exposed, fangs shattered. Only one eye remained, crimson and vivid, while the other was a hollow, shattered socket. At that moment, it crouched low, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl, emitting a low, threatening growl. Did it resemble the legendary yellow riverbone beast? Cang Ye's expression remained impassive. His spirit reached out, sensing overwhelming pain, sorrow, despair, and an unfathomable hatred. It had lost much of its consciousness, driven entirely by intense emotions, a mere amalgamation of flesh. Why does the wound around your eye appear as if it were shot? Cang Ye inquired. So it was not a beast that killed you? He crouched down and extended his hand towards Black Lightning's head. It clamped down on his hand, leaving several puncture marks without breaking the skin. Black Lightning had not utilized its full strength. Cang Ye withdrew his hand and reached out again. Do not struggle. Existing in this form only brings you suffering. Black Lightning gazed at the hand that gradually approached its head with its solitary eye, an expression of anticipation flickering within. However, in the next moment, a flash of crimson light surged through its eyeball. It suddenly yanked its head away from Cang Ye's hand, retreating a couple of paces, baring its teeth and issuing a series of menacing growls from its tattered throat before turning and vanishing into the depths of the forest. Cang Ye's hand froze in midair. He inhaled deeply, standing upright and gazing toward Lumiao village. After the student's death, the cherry orchard became the possession of a few old landlords from Lumiao village. As the land had originally belonged to their families, the student had merely been leasing it. Chapter 28, Apology. In the past, due to my youth and lack of experience, I naively believed that Black Lightning and the others had been slain by wild beasts descending from the mountains. Now, it was evident how foolish that notion was. The true perpetrators were alive and well. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely continue to thrive. How could this be permissible? How could this be allowed? This was utterly unreasonable. Thus, they must meet with an unfortunate fate. This very night. No, I cannot act hastily. I must possess the strength to ensnare them all at once before striking. Should I inadvertently alert them, allowing even a few to escape would be disastrous. Once Xiao Hui and Yu Er complete their evolution and their powers surge, I will surely eliminate them all without exception. 6 days is but a trifling wait. At that moment, Su Lu Ming and the others emerged from the depths of the forest. Having scoured the area for quite some time without finding anything, they returned empty-handed. Upon seeing Cang Ye standing beneath the tree, an inexplicable chill ran down their spines, raising the hairs on their necks. What is wrong? Lu Ming approached, detecting a foul odor and frowning. Cang Ye smiled faintly, saying, It's nothing. Did you not find any wild dogs? No, we didn't see anything, Lu Ming replied, disappointment evident in her voice. Suddenly, she noticed a few tufts of dog hair on the ground. What is this? Could it be that they just appeared? Indeed. It seems that the commotion here has frightened it away. It appears to have fled from that direction towards the forest. Cang Ye mistakenly pointed out the wrong path and suggested, Why don't we visit Lumiao village to gather more information? This seemed reasonable. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Knowing both oneself and the adversary is the key to victory in any endeavor. They then proceeded towards the bicycles parked at the forest entrance, where they encountered several youths still shaken from their recent ordeal. What is the matter? Why are you sitting here? Inquired a girl with pigtails and a large spider perched atop her head. Something attacked us just now. It was terrifying. Suddenly we couldn't see anything. One boy exclaimed. Yes, we nearly lost our lives. Is it possible to withdraw from this autumn camp? It's too frightening. The others chimed in, lamenting their plight. Is that true? Lu Ming directed her gaze towards Cang Ye. Indeed, it was quite alarming. Cang Ye nodded, visibly shaken. Could there be a powerful spirit among those wild dogs capable of rendering people invisible? That would indeed pose a significant problem. A bespectacled boy scratched his head anxiously. Should we consider changing our mission? Zhu Zhu's white furball can sense electric fields, and combined with your tech bear, invisibility might not be such a hindrance. That could work. Lu Ming replied. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't pan out, we can call for backup. As noon approached, the group returned to their base for a meal. After a brief respite, they gathered some fruits to present as gifts and made their way to the household in Lu Miao village that had been attacked by the wild dogs. Rumor had it that a child there had suffered a severe leg injury. Though referred to as a child, he was actually a young man of 16 or 17, lying despondently in a room. Losing a leg rendered him disabled. Cang Ye recognized him. He was one of the boys who had stolen cherries. Unfortunately, he had a habit of breaking tree branches while pilfering, and despite numerous admonitions, he had been banned from the cherry grove by a college student. He had been caught by the dog patrols several times. Curse those wild dogs. Look what they've done to my boy, cried a woman seated on a bench. Wiping her tears, there were at least 7 or 8 of them, vicious creatures, and you couldn't see them at night. They also stink. Why did they have to attack my family? Indeed, they only come at night, never during the day. They're quite cunning. The bespectacled boy inquired. Given the severity of the wild dog threat, isn't there anyone patrolling the village at night? Patrol? The woman's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Let me tell you, but don't share this with anyone. It's said that those wild dogs were originally kept by Lu Guang to guard the cherry grove. Later, Jin Huang's South family coveted the grove and took advantage of the night to kill Lu Guang and his dogs, seizing the cherry grove for themselves. Somehow, Lu Guang's dogs came back to life and now roam outside the village every day, seeking revenge on Jin Huang's family. There were once people patrolling the village at night. However, fearing for their own safety, Jin Huang's family paid the patrollers to only watch their land, neglecting the rest. With that, her voice rose again, dramatically lamenting, "Oh, my poor child." The group emerged from the woman's house, scratching their heads in contemplation. The bespectacled boy remarked, "Those wild dogs seem rather pitiful. Should we really confront them?" "I'm not so sure anymore," the spider girl said, cradling her spider and appearing a bit downcast. "Perhaps we should inquire with the Jin Huang family," suggested a handsome youth with a taipan snake. "We probably won't learn much from them," Lu Ming replied, feeling conflicted. "However, we can set up an ambush in the village and wait for the wild dogs to appear at night to deal with them. After all, even if the Jin Huang family is culpable, the other villagers are innocent. If we don't eliminate the wild dogs, the innocent villagers will suffer, and that would be tragic. Regarding the Jin Huang family, I will have my grandfather investigate later. If what that woman said is true, they must be held accountable." Agreed. The others nodded in unison. At that moment, the bespectacled boy turned at Cang Ye and said, "Hey, you should head back. You won't be of much help here, and you might encounter danger." "Please don't. I'm afraid of the dark," the spider girl interjected. "Your glow bug, even if its energy level is low and not useful for combat, can provide light at night." Cang Ye, intrigued by the new term, asked, "What is energy level?" "That's not something someone of your standing needs to concern themselves with," the handsome youth with the taipan snake replied impatiently, dismissing the conversation as a waste of time. Akin to a scholar not wishing to discuss knowledge with a slacker. "Huang Hongyan," Lu Ming chastised him, her gaze filled with disappointment. "How can you be so disrespectful?" Huang Hongyan froze momentarily, then gestured with urgency, explaining, "Class monitor, that's not what I meant. I simply meant that people like him, from the countryside, will spend their lives there, and knowing such things is of little use." "Stop talking." Lu Ming turned away, her cheeks flushed, addressing Cang Ye. "I apologize," he misspoke. "Huh." Cang Ye was taken aback. "Why are you apologizing? He didn't say anything wrong. I was just curious." Chapter 29. Energy level. The concept of energy level derives from the nutritional tiers of the food chain. Organisms at higher nutritional levels sit atop the food chain as predators, while those at lower levels are the prey. Energy levels, in a sense, serve as a direct equivalent to nutritional levels. Originally, energy levels were used to describe beings not situated within the normal food chain, such as glow bugs, certain spirits, or elemental life forms that do not require conventional sustenance. This term has now been broadly applied to all powerful spiritual entities. You may roughly understand it as the inherent life potential of a species. For instance, tigers possess a high energy level, whereas rabbits have a low one. Creatures with high energy levels naturally exhibit greater combat abilities upon reaching adulthood, while those with low energy levels are weaker. Your glow bug has a very low energy level. I recall it being either 02 or 03, which is exceedingly weak. The bespectacled boy explained, effectively alleviating the tension. He was inherently adept at teaching, often reading so he could readily answer questions. Had Huang Hongyan not interrupted, he would have directly explained it to Cang Ye. "So that is how it is," Cang Ye nodded. Is the energy level fixed? Can it not be improved? Of course not. Evolution can enhance energy levels, but it cannot be increased indefinitely, as many species can only evolve once or twice. The currently known species with the highest number of possible evolutions is the great dose snake, which can evolve 5 times. However, as for your glow bug, don't even think about it. They can only evolve once, and even then, their energy level increases by less than 1, remaining at the bottom tier. I see. Cang Ye nodded again, offering the bespectacled boy the compliment he most cherished. You know so much. Well, I just enjoy reading, the bespectacled boy chuckled, scratching his head and nervously fidgeting with his clothing, attempting to downplay his knowledge, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. Well, I'll take my leave then. So as not to disrupt you, Cang Ye began, but was interrupted by the spider girl. No, please stay. I'm truly afraid of the dark. You should remain with us. We'll protect you. There is no danger. The vast wilderness is indeed a realm of possibilities. Remaining here allows for the meticulous planning of a path to eradicate our foes. Should we choose to depart, it would merely serve as an exercise to enhance our prowess, rendering both options equivalent. He glanced at Lu Ming. Then you shall stay, as you are well acquainted with this place and can guide us around. There's not much to explore. The village appears quite uniform, Lu Ming replied. Cang Ye meandered through the village with a few companions, focusing primarily on 3 prominent landowning families, the Jin, Bao, and Tong families. Although labeled as landlords, this world had undergone a horrific war several decades prior, leading to a significant reshuffling of societal structures and hierarchies. Many landlords fell into decline, and the estates of these 3 families were merely modest 2-story buildings with courtyards. However, should they not be eliminated, the appropriated cherry orchards might allow them to regain wealth in a few years. At the Jin residence, Jin Huang, a middle-aged man who bore the appearance of an ordinary farmer, was sipping tea. On the table lay a peculiar creature, resembling a sunflower seed, a fist-sized larval tick. Jin Huang placed his teacup on the wooden table and, with an impassive expression, inquired, did they truly speak ill of the Jin family? Indeed, they spoke openly. Allowing Tong's second son to overhear, who relayed it to me, replied a diminutive, benevolent-looking elder, his head bowed. They also mentioned dealing with wild dogs? Yes. Jin Huang lifted his teacup, swirling it before bringing it to his lips. Then we shan't concern ourselves with that. A few idle words cannot truly harm us. Once they have dealt with those rabid dogs, I shall express my gratitude to them. With that, he tilted his head back and finished his tea in one gulp. Night fell swiftly, shrouded in a blanket of clouds, rendering rural nights exceptionally dark. Beneath a great tree that held a grinding stone, luminous insects danced around a girl with twin ponytails, emitting a soft, twinkling light akin to tiny stars. Cang Ye dined on pre-packaged meals while glancing at the information regarding Xiaohui. It had been placed in a small storage shed belonging to the luminous insects and was currently asleep. Species, ankleless gecko. Level, individual, 183. Status, evolving, estimated 13 natural days remaining. Nutritional needs met, 100. Levels appear to progress in increments of 25, and Xiaohui currently remains a weak individual. Upon completion of its evolution, it is expected to become an ordinary specimen, which filled Cang Ye with anticipation. The group of youths busied themselves with their phones. Ensuring their wait was not tedious. Noticing Cang Ye's stillness, Lu Ming placed her phone on the table and began playing a movie, allowing Cang Ye to watch and stave off boredom. Just as the second film reached its midpoint, a series of barks erupted from the north of the village, followed by the resounding clang of a gong. They've arrived. The group immediately reacted, rising to stow their phones away. I shall wait here for you, Cang Ye stated, remaining seated. Keep an eye on our bags, will you? Lu Ming replied, leaving the phone on the table so Cang Ye could continue watching while they were gone. Once they departed, Cang Ye tucked their bags safely beneath the grinding stone and cast his gaze toward the darkened Jin residence. This family was most likely the primary culprits. Impatience surged within him, a powerful force clamoring to be unleashed. After a day of evolution, Xiao Hungui's data now read. Species, Xiao Hungui. Level, individual 55. Skills, cool breath, possession. With the enhancement from possession, Cang Ye's strength had significantly increased compared to the previous day. Perhaps tonight would be the night to strike. He donned dark clothing, minimizing his physical presence, and commanded the luminous insects to employ their abilities, ensuring no light illuminated his face. Thus, his visage melded into the darkness, rendering him nearly invisible. He swiftly approached the Jin estate, which was brightly lit, the courtyard aglow with numerous lamps. The main gate was firmly shut, and several individuals patrolled the perimeter, 2 of whom bore crude shotguns, their flashlights sweeping the area. There was no need to eliminate the patrollers, as Cang Ye lacked confidence in evading bullets. He let out a series of loud barks from the barren ground south of the Jin estate, drawing half of the patrollers towards him. In an instant, he dashed around the back, arriving at the western side of the courtyard, where the defenses were noticeably lax. With only 2 individuals trembling in fear, huddled together, Cang Ye flickered closer to the wall, and at that moment, the luminous insects blinded the 2 men momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ye leaped over the high wall, his dynamic vision sharpened to its peak, allowing him to survey the courtyard situation upon landing. There were 5 individuals in total. 2 aimed their guns at the main gate, 2 at the east and west walls, and an older man, around 50 or 60, sat at a square table drinking tea. Bang! The man targeting the west wall reacted swiftly, firing his weapon, smoke billowing from the barrel. However, Cang Ye's reflexes were even quicker. He sidestepped just before the shot rang out. The metallic projectile grazed his shoulder, tearing his clothing and leaving a white scratch on his skin. The remaining 3 immediately redirected their guns, but in the next instant, they found themselves in total darkness. Though they remained composed, their nostrils flared as they attempted to scent Cang Ye's location. The spirit connected to them, known as the larval tick, was a parasitic creature that fed on the blood of humans and animals, capable of shrinking its host to the size of a soybean. It could also inject viruses, leading to severe illnesses such as meningitis, making it quite fearsome. Ticks do not rely on sight to locate hosts. Instead, they utilize specialized sensory organs on their forelimbs, allowing them to detect scents with incredible precision. At that moment, the Jin family members were relying on their sense of smell to pinpoint Cang Ye's position and take aim. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets scattered. Alas, their olfactory acuity could not compare to that of sight. Even if they aimed with their eyes, they could not hit Cang Ye, let alone using their noses. Cang Ye merely leaped down from the wall and sprinted laterally for a few paces, easily evading the gunfire. At this juncture, Jin Huang, seated in the center of the courtyard, spoke up. Though he too could not see, he stated with unwavering certainty, "You are not one of those rabid dogs. You are human. What grievance have we, the Jin family, caused you? Is there a misunderstanding? We can compensate. How much do you desire? Or do you seek women? Speak freely. In the world of crime, having more allies is far preferable to having more enemies, is it not?" Cang Ye remained silent, wary of revealing his position through sound. The 4 men, guns in hand, turned in circles. In this world, firearms were prohibited, albeit not strictly enforced, allowing many to acquire crude shotguns. However, these weapons typically could not fire continuously, often requiring manual reloading after each shot, with most capable of preloading only 2 rounds. Hence, did these men even have ammunition remaining? Beneath the wall lay a ring of sharp stakes, glinting ominously. Should he leap directly down upon scaling the wall, he would undoubtedly impale his foot. As Cang Ye leapt down, he propelled himself several meters forward to evade the ground spikes. Grasping one of the spikes firmly, he yanked it upward with all his might, dislodging it along with some clumps of earth. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing from the 2nd floor of the courtyard. The ground nearby erupted in a spray of mud. Cang Ye felt as though his skull had been struck violently by a hammer. Pain coursed through his neck, and his vision blurred with blood. Damn, he had been careless. There was another ambusher on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, it was a shotgun and the distance mitigated its power. His skull, reinforced by his condensed state, had withstood the impact, preventing the bullet from penetrating his skull. Yet, the pain was excruciating, as if his scalp had split open. Without a moment to dwell on his suffering, Cang Ye raised his head and spotted a stunningly beautiful woman at the window of the Jin family's 2nd floor. She regarded him coldly while loading bullets into her gun, her gaze seemingly delivering a death sentence. In the next instant, she raised her weapon once more, aiming directly at Cang Ye's right eye. This time, it was a slug round. However, just as she was about to pull the trigger, Cang Ye liberated his legs from their usual stance and instantly flickered forward. As he did, he twisted his torso and channeled all his strength to hurl the spike he held. With the momentum of his charge, the spike whistled through the air. A resounding thud echoed as the alluring woman's head erupted in a shower of crimson. The firearm slipped from her grasp, and her decapitated body swayed for a moment before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Cang Ye's right arm gradually retracted, streaks of blood trickling down his forehead, cheek, and neck. On the ground, a swarm of ticks had materialized from the shadows, converging from all directions. Some had already climbed onto Cang Ye's feet, ready to feast on his blood. Yet, his skin was tougher than any treated leather, impervious even to blades. These ticks had no hope of breaching his defenses, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the woman. Several individuals from the courtyard had already made their way to the entrance, the old man among them, moving with surprising agility. Cang Ye swiftly seized another spike and threw it, piercing through the chests and sides of 2 men, who let out wretched cries before collapsing to the earth. The remaining three flung open the door and dashed into the night. Cang Ye was quick to pursue. He could not allow them to escape. Yet, in the next moment, a genuine bark erupted, followed by loud curses and screams. Could it be? Stepping outside, Cang Ye beheld 5 decaying dogs that had pounced upon the fleeing trio, with Black Electric sinking its teeth into Jin Huang's neck, killing him instantly. His eyes wide open in death. Black Electric, Cang Ye approached. Do not come any closer. Black Electric suddenly took 2 steps back, emitting a whimpering sound. The horse. The voice was eerily familiar. Lugo? Cang Ye was taken aback. Is that you in Black Electric's body? Indeed, my soul has fused with its carcass. I can feel its anguish, yearning for release. But not yet. They must all die first. I must kill them all. Not a single one must survive. Black Electric struggled, howling in desperation. This is unfair. Black Electric has become this way to protect you. You should grant it peace. Unfair? Do not speak to me of fairness. There is no fairness in this world. Only when they are dead can there be fairness. Lugu, you have lost your mind. I must put an end to you. Truly. As for the rest, I will assist you in their demise. Huh, put an end to me? You a mere wretch? An orphan who knows nothing? A garbage that will never achieve anything in life, doomed to beg for scraps from me? You think you can end me? Cang Ye sighed, stepping forward. I understand, Lugu. You are proud, and you have indeed regarded me as such in the past. But with your upbringing, you would never have uttered such words to me. Hatred has fundamentally altered your thoughts. You are no longer yourself. The former you would have wished for my help to find release. He walked step by step toward Black Electric. You had best not struggle. I do not wish for Black Electric's body to suffer further damage. Chapter 31. The Sea of Consciousness. As Cang Ye finished speaking, he charged forward, intending to shatter its skull. However, Black Electric suddenly howled skyward. A thick red mist erupting from its head and surging toward him. Cang Ye swiftly sidestepped several meters to evade it, but the red mist seemed to lock onto him, curving and pursuing him relentlessly. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of residual light in its wake before piercing into his body. Buzz. His consciousness jolted violently. And in a daze, he glimpsed a massive red moon slowly rising, breaking through the clouds and hovering above towering mountains. Suddenly, Cang Ye found himself enveloped in a realm of profound darkness. A radiant band of light, resembling a river of stars, flowed in the shape of a Mobius strip within this void. A cerulean crystal lay at the intersection of the 2 rings. Is this my sea of consciousness? Cang Ye glanced at his hands, which appeared as mere phantoms, evidently a manifestation of his spiritual essence. Could it be that a battle of consciousness was to unfold? Yet, it did not. The moment the red moon entered this sea of consciousness, its very essence, information, spirit, and matter, was utterly shattered by an unfathomably terrifying force field into the most fundamental quantum state, merging seamlessly with Cang Ye's consciousness. He felt as if he had taken a sip of icy cola on a sweltering summer day. His awareness became crystal clear, and a wave of comfort washed over him. With another blink, he returned to reality. Cang Ye found it quite extraordinary as he assessed his status. Level: Individual, 93,337. Skills: Condensed State, Cool Breath, Temporary. Current Evolution Success Rate, 963. Sublimation Quality, 607 units. He could hardly believe his eyes. Closing the data interface, he opened it once more. Current Evolution Success Rate, 963. What? Is it truly 963? Was that red mist some sort of super elixir? Regrettably, the sublimation quality could not be applied to himself. Otherwise, he could have evolved once again. Speaking of which, were there any materials that could instantly increase my evolution success rate by 4? Never mind. I shall not dwell on that for now. He needed to continue hunting down the remaining members of the Bao and Tong families. Just as Cang Ye was about to move the corpses of Black Electric and the other dogs aside before departing, he spotted Luming and her companions rushing towards him. Cang Ye, what are you doing here? The bespectacled youth exclaimed in astonishment. Why is your head bleeding? Luming approached, retrieving a spray bottle and bandages from her satchel. The group had just been chasing 2 wild dogs around the village with patrolling villagers when they heard several gunshots and a dog-esque bark, prompting their swift return. A throng of patrolling villagers soon gathered, their eyes widening at the sight of the wild dogs and the bodies of Jin Huang and others. A few astute villagers exchanged glances and took off towards Jin Huang's home. The rest quickly followed suit, fearing that if they delayed, the valuables of the Jin family would be snatched away by others. To perish utterly, what a splendid affair that is. Cang Ye felt somewhat resigned. It would be challenging to eliminate the remaining 2 families now. He decided to wait until tomorrow or the day after. After all, He Dian and his allies were entirely vanquished, and the Bao and Tong families would surely let their guard down, making them easier targets. The bandage seemed to come alive in Lu Ming's hands, floating gracefully in the air like a serpent. wrapping itself around Cang Ye's head several times before tying itself in a knot. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Cang Ye inquired curiously, "What is this?" "The spirit linked to my consciousness is a peculiar form of mental energy," Lu Ming replied, tapping her own head. A soft, misty glow emerged from the fog, reminiscent of tender willows bathed in light. "This energy, devoid of thought, is essentially one with me. You may understand it as a unique form of psychic energy. I can accomplish many feats with it. Nature truly is full of wonders." Cang Ye couldn't help but marvel. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already past midnight. Tomorrow, the assassin would arrive. Fortunately, after completing the task of hunting wild dogs, Lu Ming decided to take a day of rest. Their autumn camp seemed to extend for 2 months, with the first several days dedicated to various hunting tasks. The subsequent month would involve accompanying a scientific expedition team into the vast Mang mountain range to explore nature. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Cang Ye was engaged in his training. Within the dark surveillance room of the base, a large screen composed of numerous small displays adorned the walls. Suddenly, one of the screens lit up with a red glow, accompanied by a beeping alarm in the monitoring room. The security personnel turned their attention to the screen, where a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was approaching the base with a calm demeanor. In fact, he was heading toward the shabby little house where Cang Ye had previously resided. Due to the similarity in direction, he was misidentified as heading toward the base. Under normal circumstances, the monitoring system would not sound an alarm for someone approaching the base. However, the screen displaying the young man revealed a dossier. Dangerous individual, assassin blood scab. Affiliated organization, U.S. Foundation, Ultima Sciences. What business do members of the U.S. Foundation have here? A security officer furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Forget the details, just inform Brother Wang and the others, he ordered. Feeling the time was drawing near, Cang Ye drew back the curtains covering the window and glanced toward his little house, just in time to see the young man with gold-rimmed glasses enter. The assassin had truly arrived. In the next instant, a thunderous crack echoed. A brilliant azure light flickered, and the surface of the little house was marked with dense, tree branch-like electrical scars. Immediately after, a charred assassin was propelled out of the house, swiftly transforming into a streak of light and fleeing at an astonishing speed. Cang Ye swallowed hard. Such a powerful attack failed to kill him? Remarkable resilience. 2 men clad in black suits emerged from the house, evidently having lain in ambush within, having severely injured the assassin with a lightning strike. Subsequently, the charred remnants of the house collapsed with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air. It seemed he had no choice but to return to the dormitory. But after the expedition team leaves, where will I stay? Cang Ye frowned, pondering deeply. After much contemplation, a solution dawned upon him. I could eliminate a few murderers and then take residence in their homes, couldn't I? With the problem resolved, Cang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began searching for items to press against himself. Last night, when he attempted to kill the Jin family, he had nearly met his demise, instilling within him a profound sense of insecurity. Now he was eager to evolve and quickly enhance his strength. What should he fuse? Aluminum had a success rate of 68. Shoes had a success rate of 31. A pen had a success rate of 24. The little glowing house had a success rate of 7,954. Could he bear such a multitude? A silly dove feather had a success rate of 9. A snail shell had a success rate of 84. Why were all the success rates so low? Cang Ye spent the entire morning experimenting with various items, but none increased the success rate, all reduced it instead. Finally, afternoon arrived. He disassembled the phone acquired from the 2 portly pig farmers, pressing the components one by one against himself. At last, he encountered something that could enhance the evolution success rate. The phone chip had a success rate of 976. Chapter 32, Xiao Hui Evolves. Unfortunately, it was merely a chip from an old phone. If only he could obtain a chip from a new smartphone. Would his evolution success rate not surge to the maximum? Yet, it was not guaranteed. Perhaps using a new smartphone chip might actually decrease the success rate. However, what if? What if the success rate did not decline, but rather continued to rise? Cang Ye could not rest easy without trying. The day quickly passed. In the dead of night, Cang Ye slipped out of the base and made his way to the southern lake shore. The heavens were dark, as if about to rain, and a gentle breeze swayed the reeds. He released Xiao Hui from the warehouse. At this moment, Xiao Hui had grown to nearly 7 meters in length, though its tail constituted more than half of that, giving it a less imposing appearance. Its limbs and torso had become increasingly muscular, covered in a layer of tough scales. 2 rows of spiny protrusions extended from its head along the spine, fearsome and orderly. Its claws had expanded significantly, with thick, sharp, hooked talons as dark as obsidian. The tail was angular, with rows of black, hard scales extending slightly outward along the ridges, resembling embedded arcs of razor blades. A single strike would likely result in a bloodbath. The current Xiao Hui appeared to be a hybrid between a lizard and a crocodile. While its body was not as robust as that of a crocodile, its limbs seemed more powerful. At this moment, rippling waves emanated from Xiao Hui's front paws, an optical phenomenon produced by the distortion of air through a unique force altering the refractive index. Through the mental link in his mind, Cang Ye sensed that Xiao Hui was on the verge of awakening. He placed his hand on its forehead, gently stroking it. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's surface turned pale, as if a layer of wax was rapidly drying. What is this? Is it about to shed its skin? With a crack, Xiao Hui began to sway its body from side to side, the movements growing increasingly pronounced as the dry skin on its surface wrinkled and tore apart. Cang Ye assisted in peeling the skin away, which felt quite coarse to the touch. Before long, all the shed skin was consumed by Xiao Hui. Its newly formed scales initially glistened with a glossy sheen, akin to porcelain, but soon dulled to a matte texture. Jiao, Jiao, it called out joyfully, affectionately rubbing its head against Cang Ye's leg. So adorable. Cang Ye glanced at its information. Species, Great Webbed Gecko. Class, Individual, 27. Energy level, 15. Status, Healthy. Skills, Stealth Assault. Can consume 10 units of sublimation essence for evolution. Strong vitality. Possesses formidable vitality, capable of rapidly healing injuries through energy consumption. Armored shell. Tightly interlocks the glaze-like scales on its surface, evenly dispersing impact forces throughout its body. Slightly diminishing flexibility while significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Energy tail. Stores a substantial amount of energy at the tail to be unleashed at critical moments. Rending claw. By channeling energy, the claws become harder and can vibrate at high frequencies, gaining the power to tear through rock. Current evolution success rate, 37. Fusion material slots, 1. The magnitude has reached the level of an ordinary individual, and furthermore, it boasts an impressive 5 additional skills. Moreover, can auxiliary modules also evolve skills? Why was evolution not possible before, yet now it is? A stream of information flowed into his mind, providing a formulaic explanation. It was because Xiao Hui's previous form was incapable of utilizing evolved skills. It was akin to an old mobile phone from a decade ago being unable to run newly released games. Only after evolution, when the body becomes stronger, can the evolved skills be employed. Cang Ye understood this and subsequently glanced at his current sublimation quality, 751 units. Just 10 more units. And in 2 days he would have enough. At that time, he would evolve Xiao Hui's Stealth Assault and see what effects it would yield. Xiao Hui, use Rending Claw on that rock, Cang Ye exclaimed, pointing at a boulder 10 meters away by the lakeside. Jiao, Xiao Hui responded, its body slightly sinking as it gathered strength, suddenly leaping with agility, akin to a dragon soaring through the air. Upon nearing the rock, its right claw swiped fiercely across the surface. Crack! Sparks flew. Cang Ye approached and observed 5 deep claw marks on the rock's surface, emitting wisps of smoke. Impressive. My little darling, Cang Ye exclaimed, cradling Xiao Hui in his arms and affectionately stroking the scales on its back, producing a delightful rustling sound. As Xiao Hui had awakened and had grown considerably in size, curling up in the storage would have been uncomfortable. So Cang Ye had no choice but to keep it close. He hoped no one would mind. The next morning, after enjoying a buffet breakfast with Xiao Hui, Cang Ye was preparing to go out for some exercise when he was unexpectedly blocked in the corridor by 2 youths. Cang Ye moved left, they moved right. He moved right, they moved left. In essence, they obstructed his passage, preventing him from advancing. Left with no choice, Cang Ye turned and retraced his steps, reasoning that the corridor had both a front and a back entrance, allowing him to exit either way. However, 2 more individuals appeared behind him, blocking the way. You're from number 1 high school, aren't you? A handsome youth with golden hair inquired. What is number 1 high school? Cang Ye replied, perplexed. The experimental no. 1 high school, what else could it be? I'm from number 5 high school, and I challenge you to a battle. Do you dare? I do not. Cang Ye replied resolutely, adding, besides, I'm not from number 1 high school. I'm just an ordinary rural person. The golden-haired youth was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Cang Ye to be so cowardly as to state his non-affiliation to avoid combat. If you're not from number 1, then how did you complete the mission alongside Lu Ming and the others? I am their hired guide. Forget it, if you truly don't wish to fight. Just call me Dad and I'll let you go. The golden-haired youth tossed his hair back, exuding arrogance. Isn't that inauspicious? My father has passed away, Cang Ye replied. His expression conflicted. Are you not ashamed of being such a coward? Aren't you afraid of being looked down upon? What is there to fear? It doesn't hurt or itch. Ah, I can't take it anymore. The handsome youth lunged forward, seizing Cang Ye by the collar, declaring, today, you will fight, whether you like it or not. Why are you so intent on picking a fight with me? I'm so weak. Wouldn't it be better to challenge Lu Ming and the others? The strong challenge the stronger. while cowards target the weak. You only dare to challenge someone like me, a weakling. I look down on you. I disdain you. Cang Ye's words were akin to a knife piercing directly into the youth's heart, delivering a critical blow. Forget it, just go. The golden-haired youth finally waved his hand dejectedly, stepping aside to allow Cang Ye to leave. Once outside, Cang Ye stretched lazily, only to be suddenly ambushed by a gray shadow that sprang out from who knows where, lunging toward Xiao Hui, who was trotting beside him. Screech. In a cacophony of harsh friction, Xiao Hui was thrust sideways by the impact, sliding half a meter, its back scales marred by several smoking white streaks. Jiao. Chapter 33. Ordinary magnitudes are rare. What on earth? Cang Ye was momentarily taken aback, instinctively utilizing the mental link to command Xiao Hui to deploy its hard armor while simultaneously preparing for a counterattack. Xiao Hui's limbs bent slightly, its formidable scales instantly adjusting their angles to fit snugly against its body, rendering its form exceedingly smooth. In the next moment, the gray shadow that had previously swept past Xiao Hui's back rebounded off a nearby wall and charged back, aiming for Xiao Hui's back once again. However, this time its claws merely slid off Xiao Hui's scaled armor, leaving no marks whatsoever. Return to normal and launch a surprise attack. Cang Ye commanded immediately. Boom. Xiao Hui's scales erupted outward in an instant, its limbs, charged with elastic potential energy, thrust down with all their might, causing the ground to fracture. It transformed into a streak of residual light, darting forth. Whoosh! Like an arrow slicing through the air, Xiao Hui closed the distance and collided with the gray shadow, sending it crashing into the wall. Bang! The metal wall quivered slightly, and the glass windows above rattled. A half-meter tall, thick-tailed, sharp-clawed gray-furred squirrel was imprinted on the wall, beginning to slide down. Utilizing inertia, it employed rending claw. Xiao Hui maintained its momentum, raising its claws, nearing the squirrel, and fiercely slashing diagonally. Yet, a figure suddenly leaped out from the side, positioning itself in front of the squirrel. Teach him a lesson. Zzz. Amidst the ear-piercing friction, Xiao Hui's claws grazed the top of the figure's head, leaving 5 dark streaks on the wall as strands of black hair fell. Return to hard armor. Xiao Hui retracted its scales and slowly retreated to Cang Ye's side, its indifferent vertical pupils fixed on the person by the wall. This exchange of offense and defense transpired in less than 2 seconds. Cang Ye glanced at the bald youth, trembling as he cradled the squirrel, feeling perplexed. Why did you ambush me? The bald youth remained silent, scooping up his squirrel and fleeing. I'm sorry for involving you, Lu Ming said, clasping her hands together and bowing her head apologetically, her face slightly flushed. She then proceeded to explain. In reality, this autumn camp involved over 200 students from 7 schools. The students from these 7 schools were in competition with one another. After completing the tasks assigned during the summer camp, each school's students would earn points. Besides gaining points through task completion, students could also engage in battles with those from other schools to seize points from one another. By the end of the autumn camp, rankings would be determined based on the total points accumulated by each school. 2 days prior, Lu Ming and her team had completed a mission to exterminate wild dogs, thereby earning substantial points, which had drawn attention. Additionally, since Cang Ye had previously worked alongside Lu Ming's team, students from other schools mistakenly assumed he was part of their group and thus challenged him. I see. Then I have no choice but to accept this unfortunate reality. Cang Ye resigned himself to the fact that he had suffered an undeserved misfortune. By the way, is this crocodile yours? What breed is it? A Yangtze crocodile? The bespectacled boy pulled a piece of red meat from his backpack and dangled it in front of Xiao Hui, successfully enticing it to eliminate the second-ranked giant-tailed squirrel from No. 6 high school in one fell swoop. Though, indeed, the giant-tailed squirrel's defenses were rather lacking. However, it is said that the giant-tailed squirrel of Ro Rixing is nearing the size of an ordinary specimen. Xiao Hui is a large, webless gecko. Cang Ye walked a few steps ahead, turned back to explain, and then inquired curiously, is the size of an ordinary specimen impressive? The large webless gecko? Is it truly an evolutionary form of the webless gecko? The bespectacled youth displayed a look of profound astonishment, inadvertently halting his teasing gestures. Thus, Xiao Hui tilted his head back and swallowed the meat he had bitten into. The remaining trio, including Lu Ming, also cast astonished glances in their direction. At that moment, the bespectacled boy retrieved a piece of red meat from his backpack. Then hasn't it already reached the size of an ordinary specimen? It should have, Cang Ye replied uncertainly. But the ordinary specimen size should be quite common, right? To put it another way, it's probably more than enough compared to some, yet still lacking when compared to others. The bespectacled youth elucidated. Under normal circumstances, the spirits we encounter are mostly weak individuals. Those that achieve the status of an ordinary specimen are exceptionally rare. So scarce? Lu Ming exclaimed, It turns out Xiao Hui is already that formidable. Yet, it cannot truly be considered powerful. It merely appears more impressive when juxtaposed with the significantly weaker individuals. The bespectacled boy chuckled awkwardly and continued, moreover, the webless gecko can only evolve once. This is already its final form. Its ultimate capacity should stabilize at the limit of an ordinary specimen. Of course, there are records of the large webless gecko achieving the status of a strong individual, but that is under conditions of exceptional talent and abundant resources. I see, Cang Ye nodded, acknowledging that this might be the case under normal circumstances. However, with the aid of auxiliary modules, Xiao Hui will undoubtedly continue to evolve. Who can say what level it might ultimately reach in the future? Nevertheless, getting it to the level of an ordinary specimen is already quite impressive. How old is it? Cang Ye realized he was unaware of Xiao Hui's age and inquired through their mental link. Gao, Xiao Hui isn't quite sure either. It has little concept of time. Uncertain. Maybe 1 or 2 years old. Cang Ye fabricated a rough estimate. Uncertain? Wasn't it hatched from an egg by you? No, I found Xiao Hui. It was injured, and I rescued it, which is how it ended up with me. No wonder, Lu Ming remarked. Typically, wild creatures have little interaction with humans, especially given the current adverse environment where wildlife is generally wary of people, making the occurrence of a spirit forming a mental bond with a human even rarer. Its ability to connect with you indicates a significant bond between you two. Indeed, Cang Ye mused, stroking Xiao Hui's head, causing it to lean back unconsciously. However, it seems rather dim-witted at the moment. It hasn't been linked with you for long, has it? No, not for long. From what you imply, does a spirit become more intelligent through a mental link with a human? Yes, spirits share their strength with humans, while humans impart wisdom to spirits. This is one of the core reasons we can establish such links. At that moment, Cang Ye halted his steps and pointed towards the abandoned village ahead. That is Zhao Village. It was evacuated after being submerged by a mudslide. Even if bears exist here, they shouldn't pose much danger, right? They say a drone captured footage, which is why we were called to hunt. Actually, bears have a vast range of activity. If they establish a den here, a large surrounding area would become unsafe. Lu Ming stood on tiptoe, peering into the village. All right, let us head in. Chapter 34. The cave. Cang Ye was not well acquainted with Zhao Village, as it had been submerged by a mudslide 6 or 7 years prior. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, casting a somber pall over the world. Tangled brambles climbed over the crumbling walls, while clusters of foxtail grass swayed in the breeze. Small creatures nested within the collapsed houses, darting in and out of the crevices. There were no paths, forcing them to tread upon a dirt road littered with stones. Feeling that such aimless wandering was unproductive, Cang Ye turned back to inquire. Did your drone capture the location of the bear's den? It did, but we must rely on our own abilities to track the bear from the traces on the ground. This serves as training, replied the bespectacled boy. Cang Ye found this rather tedious and struggled to comprehend the merit of such training. The group wandered through the ruins of the village for several rounds, failing to find a single bear hair. Hours passed, and they arrived at noon. The group sat upon a patch of grass, feasting on steaming cans of food. Xiao Hui and the jagged-scaled snake played in the nearby underbrush, catching insects together. Perhaps due to their similar appearances, they had developed a close friendship. The bespectacled boy's tech bear lazily sprawled across his lap, its weight causing him to grimace. Your bear looks no different from an ordinary cub. Why do you call it a tech bear? Cang Ye inquired, finishing a large box of canned food while eyeing the bespectacled boy's bear, unable to draw any connection to technology. This is actually a collective term for a series of creatures produced by the U.S. Foundation. There are also tech dogs, tech rabbits, tech pigs, tech leopards, and so forth. They have all been genetically edited to express characteristics of other species. For instance, my tank, while appearing unremarkable, has specially optimized senses, vision, and skeletal structure. It even has genetic fragments from a population-level crested hawk. If luck is on its side during evolution, it might sprout wings and transform into a flying bear. Cang Ye expressed his shock, feigning comprehension, which greatly satisfied the bespectacled boy's sense of superiority. What level is it currently? The bespectacled boy stammered, approximately level 12. He then muttered under his breath, after all, it is still quite small, there's little to be done about it. Although it currently cannot match your Xiao Hui, it is already a standout among its peers. Moreover, the tank's energy level has reached 22, indicating limitless potential. It will surely attain the population level in the future, and strong populations may well achieve the advantages of genetic editing after a period of dormancy. As he continued, his words became increasingly difficult to grasp. Here, have another can. Lu Ming offered, handing over another hot can, noticing Cang Ye's satisfied demeanor. Thank you. After their meal, the group tidied up their litter and resumed their quest for traces of the bear. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, Cang Ye discovered a narrow path with sparse vegetation. He pointed, Doesn't that look like a trail? Could it be one made by a wild beast? The others followed his gesture. The bespectacled boy exclaimed, "It's a beast path." Excellent. If we follow this route, we are bound to find traces of the bear. Instantly, the previously lethargic group perked up, having finally found a lead after searching for most of the day. Unlike the thrilling adventures depicted in novels, searching for something was exhausting and tedious. What now? Which direction should we take? Shall we split up? One team goes left, and the other goes right, regrouping here when we find a lead. All right. Thus, Cang Ye followed Lu Ming to the right, while Huang Hanyan, the bespectacled boy, and the spider girl ventured left. The two were not particularly familiar with one another, leading to a silence as they walked side by side. Suddenly, Lu Ming inquired, "Why wasn't your little gray companion by your side before?" Oh. Cang Ye paused for a moment before realizing it was on the verge of evolution, hiding away to sleep. I see. By the way, it seems you haven't returned home at all. Is there some discord with your family? Cough. I used to reside in that little house in front of the base. Lu Ming covered her slightly parted lips with her delicate pink fingertips, astonished. Is that the house that Uncle Wang and the others accidentally demolished? They mentioned wanting to compensate the owner, but they haven't seen the owner return. Was that house actually yours? Actually, it wasn't mine. It belonged to someone else. That person moved away long ago, and I just took advantage of the situation to live there. So you don't need any compensation? Haha. Cang Ye chuckled awkwardly. If it's not your house, then what about your parents? They probably passed away. Do you think that cave ahead might be a bear's den? The two then arrived at the foot of a low, desolate hill, with a narrow path leading deep into a shadowy cave. Peering inside, it appeared quite profound, with no visible end. Lu Ming fell silent for 2 seconds before gazing toward the cave. If the bear's den is inside, it could be very dangerous. Moreover, it's getting dark. We should return and prepare for the night, coming back tomorrow. All right. Thus, they turned back, remaining utterly silent along the way. In the evening, upon returning to the base and indulging in a hearty buffet, Cang Ye prepared to eliminate the Lu family and the Tang family. It was best to wait until the dead of night for such matters. While idly wandering the corridors, he noticed the door to a self-service 3D printing room ajar and curiously stepped inside. Before one of the machines stood a young man in a lab coat, printing intricate components. He was one of the 2 young individuals who had previously followed that elderly man with white hair. Upon seeing Cang Ye, he beamed. "What brings you here? Looking to print something? I can help you design it." "Really?" Cang Ye, surprised, had initially only intended to look around. "What materials do you have? Are they sturdy enough?" Carbon fiber, I believe. However, each person is limited to using 200 grams. But for you, I can make an exception. Use as much as you wish. Is that all right? Cang Ye felt a bit bashful. There's nothing wrong with it. The information you've provided us is extremely valuable. So, what do you wish to create? Although the young man had said to use as much as he wanted, Cang Ye wouldn't dare request 100 tons of material. He brought over the little gray creature and gestured at its head. "I'd like to make it a helmet, perhaps a sharp triangular design. Is that feasible? A helmet? No problem at all." In Chapter 35, titled The Helmet, the young man in the lab coat measured the little gray's dimensions and quickly modeled it on the computer before commencing the 3D printing process. In less than half an hour, a deep black helmet emerged, resembling a slanted triangular shape akin to a high-speed train's nose, but sharper and more angular, exuding a strikingly futuristic aesthetic. Inside, it was cushioned with rubber to effectively reduce recoil. Cang Ye fitted it onto the little gray's head. It fit perfectly, with the back strap secured behind its forelimbs, ensuring it wouldn't fall off regardless of movement. "It looks quite impressive," the young man in the lab coat complimented. "Thank you," Cang Ye replied, revealing a genuine smile. As the lights dimmed and flickered erratically, blood splattered at the corners of expressionless eyes. The little gray transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through anguished cries, its broken limbs scattering. By the end, not a single soul remained. Cang Ye scavenged all the money and discovered a basement. He opened the heavy cover door, revealing a dozen half-alive women and children imprisoned below. He scattered a handful of money. "Flee. You are free now." Cang Ye hadn't anticipated that exterminating a family would also dismantle a human trafficking den. It appeared the Tang and Lu families would soon regain their prosperity without having to seize the cherry orchard. Fortunately, time was not on their side. The following morning, upon waking, Cang Ye was greeted by several lines of text. Auxiliary Device Information Collection Module activated. Weekly Information 1. The U.S. Creation Science Foundation Group is about to arrive at the Great Mang Mountain Range for clandestine experiments. 2. Deep within the Great Mang Mountain Range, the cat monkeys will swarm out to complete transactions with certain gangs. 3. The killer, Blood Scab, is hiding in Tiger Ye's home to recuperate. 4. The cave you discovered today contains transcendent substances in the depths, which can enhance sublimation quality when consumed. 5. Based on previously collected user information, you may face 3 life-threatening accidents within the next 7 days. Cang Ye nearly forgot about the auxiliary device's function. He pondered over the information, furrowing his brows. Skipping the first point, what does a secret experiment have to do with me? The second point about the cat monkeys emerging indicated he should prepare more Molotov cocktails. After all the battles he had faced, he no longer feared the old cat monkeys. He was ready to strike. The third point raised questions about how the killer blood scab became entangled with Tiger Ye. It was curious. The fourth point made it clear that the exploration of the cave was imperative. He must obtain the transcendent substances that could enhance sublimation quality. As for the fifth point, he glanced back at the third. His scales were still with Tiger Ye. If he could retrieve them, perhaps he could avoid those 3 life-threatening accidents. However, the killer was also in Tiger Ye's abode, and rushing in recklessly might lead to one of those life-threatening incidents. But if he didn't go, he'd still encounter those 3 accidents. Damn it. Fortunately, Cang Ye looked at his evolution success rate, 987. At most, he had 2 days left. After 2 days, the potential life-threatening accidents might not be as perilous. Rising at 3 in the morning, Cang Ye had breakfast, and then spent 3 hours exercising in the gym. After a shower, he arrived at the rendezvous point to wait. Before long, he saw Lu Ming and her 3 companions approaching, all clad in heavy red and yellow jackets, wearing helmets. Here, try this outfit. Lu Ming offered a set identical to theirs. Cang Ye accepted it and donned it. It fit perfectly. At the cave's entrance, Cang Ye took the initiative to lead the way, with Lu Ming following behind, and the other 3 cautiously walking in the middle. The luminous night insects danced in the air, emitting light, occasionally slipping into Cang Ye's collar and then re-emerging from his sleeves, their cheerful laughter echoing. The rugged cave walls were somewhat damp, illuminated by the searchlights on their helmets. Stalactites hung continuously from above. As they walked, they scattered small, brightly flashing lights on the ground to prevent getting lost later. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, they unexpectedly encountered a staircase leading downward, seemingly man-made. The bespectacled boy exclaimed, "Could this be some kind of ruin? I don't know, but it finally feels like an adventure." The spider girl leaped with excitement, her white, fluffy spider with 8 long legs stretching out, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "Should we go down?" At the forefront, Cang Ye turned and inquired. "Of course we must descend." Huang Hongyan replied decisively. "Now that we have come this far, how can we not go down?" With that, Cang Ye boldly stepped onto the slippery stone steps leading downward, cautioning, "Be careful, it's a bit slick." As they descended for approximately 200 or 300 steps, they found the experience quite intriguing. However, after traversing 400 or 500 steps, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Upon reaching 700 or 800 steps, a profound sense of oppressive panic enveloped them. "Is this cavern excessively deep?" The spider girl lamented wearily. "It seems to extend far below, and we cannot see the bottom at all." The bespectacled boy switched his flashlight to maximum intensity, but all that met their eyes was an abyss of darkness. "Perhaps we should turn back," suggested the spider girl. "If we descend too far, what if we lack the strength to return? Let us go down a bit further. We might be on the verge of reaching the bottom." Huang Hongyan countered, unwilling to surrender after such a descent. "Haven't you seen that image of diamond mining? We could be just a wall away from discovering diamonds." The others looked to Lu Ming, who was trailing behind. "All right, we will descend for another half hour. If we haven't reached the bottom by then, we will return." Everyone consented, and thus they continued their descent for another half hour. Indeed, they had not yet reached the end. The depths below remained shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, as if infinite. "Let us head back," Lu Ming declared. As they began their ascent, the bespectacled boy and Huang Hongyan led the way, while Lu Ming and Cang Ye brought up the rear. After climbing for 40 minutes, everyone, save for Cang Ye and Lu Ming, was panting heavily. They were compelled to pause for a moment of respite. "You possess remarkable stamina," the bespectacled boy remarked enviously, observing Cang Ye's unruffled demeanor. "It's merely the result of hard work in the fields," Cang Ye smiled. "How about I carry your bags for you? Is that appropriate?" "You have a bag to carry as well." Huang Hongyan hesitated. "Thank you. I'm utterly exhausted," the spider girl said, directly handing her bag over. Clearly at her wit's end. "There's no need for thanks. After all, you have paid for this service. Customers are indeed akin to deities," he said, extending his hand towards Huang Hongyan. "Now, yours too, please." Chapter 36. The Cycle. Ultimately, Huang Hongyan shyly surrendered her backpack, her legs trembling from fatigue. The bespectacled boy, in turn, entrusted his bag to a tech-laden bear. They continued their ascent for what felt like over an hour, yet the entrance still eluded them. "Something feels amiss." The spider girl's complexion paled slightly. "What is happening?" The expressions of the others mirrored her concern. "It's possible we descended quickly but are ascending slowly," theorized the bespectacled boy. "Let us persevere a little longer. We may be close to exiting. Another hour passed without sight of an exit, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled upon them. Could this be a case of the ghost wall? The dual-braided girl clutched the spider girl tightly, fearfully scanning their surroundings. Her eyes brimming with tears. I feel as though we've traversed this path multiple times. Lu Ming frowned at the adjacent rock wall, uncertainty etched on her face. What on earth is going on? Huang Hongyan, now teetering on the brink of despair, exclaimed, Whales, battle scale. The serrated scaled snake at his feet vibrated intensely, emitting a deep, resonant hum, before suddenly rubbing against the nearby rock wall. Crack! A multitude of stone chips flew forth, raining down upon them. Ah, stop! The spider girl shrieked, frantically brushing the scorching debris from her hair. Lu Ming's body radiated a tender green ripple, shielding the group from the cascading stones. Calm down. Let us conserve our strength, she advised. Let us continue ascending for a while longer. Yet, the cavern seemed interminable. After another half hour, Lu Ming halted the group, stating, We have climbed at least 2,000 steps. However, when we descended, we never went below that number. This indicates that there is indeed a significant problem with this cavern. We are trapped. What shall we do? Are we destined to perish here? The spider girl finally let her tears flow. Lu Ming reassured her, Do not despair. We will surely unravel the mystery of this cavern and escape. But how? Let us first attempt to attack a single location together and see what happens. Very well, the others agreed. They collectively unleashed their strikes upon the rock wall, causing the ground to tremble as fissures emerged. Yet, their efforts bore little fruit. They tried attacking over a dozen times. The cracks widened slightly, and a few stones fell. But the heavy rock remained unyielding. This is utterly futile, Cang Ye suddenly suggested. What if some of us ascend while others descend? Let us see what occurs. Let us give it a try, Lu Ming agreed. Cang Ye proceeded downward, while the others ascended. After approximately 2 minutes of descent, Cang Ye was astonished to see several individuals climbing up from the lower steps. They, too, were taken aback upon spotting Cang Ye, their eyes wide with surprise. When did you get up there? I have no idea, Cang Ye responded, equally astonished. He had merely proceeded downward without encountering anything peculiar, yet inexplicably found himself above the others. Such a bizarre occurrence sent shivers down their spines. How can this be? How can this be? Huang Hongyan murmured, her face ashen, unable to comprehend the situation. Cang Ye, walk around again, Lu Ming urged. All right, he replied, moving past the others and continuing his descent. Before long, he found himself once more above the group. Cang Ye, did you see the spot we attacked earlier? Huh. No, Cang Ye recalled, confirming he had not noticed the debris that should have been strewn about. This implies that the cavern is not enclosed. We can definitely escape. Moreover, the traces vanish. Could there be an entity orchestrating all of this? Lu Ming mused, stroking her smooth chin, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings. Cang Ye's pace was approximately 2 meters per second, completing a full cycle in 2 minutes. This suggested that each cycle spanned roughly 240 meters. Let us set that aside for now and test whether the marks left from our attacks on the rock wall disappear if we remain nearby. The group resumed their assault on the wall, then waited 5 minutes, only to find the marks still intact. After trying again, they discovered that if they left for about 2 minutes and returned, the traces had vanished. Through further experimentation, they realized that as long as they departed for approximately 25 seconds, the marks on the wall would disappear. This means that the update time for the wall is 25 seconds? If we could traverse 240 meters in 25 seconds, what would happen? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's implausible, the bespectacled boy responded. In normal circumstances, running 240 meters in 25 seconds is unachievable, let alone climbing stairs. Given our current physical condition, it's simply impossible, he added, looking quite despondent. Not necessarily, Cang Ye interjected, if one group descends while another ascends. Wouldn't we only need to cover 120 meters? They exchanged glances, sensing it was within their capabilities. Who will go down? Evidently, no one wished to descend any further. Allow me, said Cang Ye, bouncing on the spot to loosen his ankles. He yearned for the transcendent substance that would elevate his essence, and he knew that continuing the descent was imperative. Moreover, he was on the verge of evolution, and the little soul demon was also nearing its completion. With power about to surge, there was little to fear. I shall take these items. Should you all escape while I remain behind, you can always return with assistance, Cang Ye declared, hoisting their backpacks onto his back, ready to make a run for it. The others exchanged grateful glances with him, stretching their limbs slightly. 3, 2, 1. Cang Ye leapt into the abyss, while Lu Ming and the others swiftly began to ascend. At that moment, they experienced a peculiar sensation, as if their bodies were being tugged backward by an inexplicable force, accompanied by a dizzying vertigo. Gritting their teeth, they exerted every ounce of strength in their legs to climb upward. The surrounding stone walls twisted as if elongated like dough, seemingly approaching a breaking point. The sensation of being pulled became increasingly pronounced. Cang Ye, descending from above, felt this tug less acutely and thus accelerated his descent. Just as he was about to cover 200 meters, he commanded, "Little Gray, ambush." Concurrently, he propelled himself off the steps, his body surging forward like a streak of light. Bang! The sound echoed as if something had snapped, creating dark fissures between the surrounding rock walls. The sensation of being pulled dissipated, and a verdant light illuminated above. Chapter 37, The Centipede. Cang Ye felt a substance that invigorated his consciousness merging into his brain from all around. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He swiftly caught the plummeting Little Gray and stowed it into the small storage compartment within his jacket. Simultaneously, he pressed the button on the sleeve of his tactical jacket, causing nitrogen to fill the lining instantly. He then repositioned the backpacks below him, curled his body, shielded his head with his arms, and relaxed all his muscles, effectively minimizing the impact of the fall. Soon enough, with a resounding thud, Cang Ye plunged into the icy, biting waters. This proved fortuitous, as the water cushioned the blow, leaving him unharmed. He held his breath and swam upwards, quickly surfacing and inhaling deeply, only to check his status. To his delight, he discovered an increase of 27 units in his essence, bringing his total to 114 units. He promptly extracted Little Gray from his embrace, intending to facilitate its skill evolution. However, at that moment, a startled voice rang from above. "Get out of the way." Before Cang Ye could react, something struck him from above, plunging him back into the water. Gagging, Little Gray, caught off guard and dragged underwater with Cang Ye, emitted a plaintive cry for help. What was happening? Cang Ye, momentarily dazed from the impact, felt strands of hair brushing against his face, tickling him. As he opened his eyes underwater, he noticed Lu Ming, glowing with a soft luminescence, grasping his hand and swimming upwards. Cang Ye regained his composure and kicked off the water, propelling himself and Lu Ming back to the surface. "I'm so sorry." Lu Ming, her hair drenched and clinging to her flushed face, awkwardly apologized. Not to mention this was her first intimate interaction with a boy. Just the incident of falling on top of someone was enough to make anyone blush. "Why did you come down? Weren't you climbing up?" Cang Ye grimaced as he rubbed his sore back. "I felt it would be unwise to leave you alone down there. Encountering danger without a companion could be quite perilous. So I came down to assist you. Don't worry, they've all made it out and will soon return with help." Fine. After all, she had come down with good intentions. So Cang Ye felt he could not argue. "Little Flower, come out." He summoned Little Flower for illumination. They found themselves in a vast underground cavern, spanning over 1,000 square meters, with a brilliant blue lake in the center, merely 20 meters from the shore. "Let us get to the bank. The water is frigid," Cang Ye declared, swimming ahead. Soon, they reached the shore. Lu Ming shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, her complexion pale. "You might want to wring out your wet clothes," Cang Ye suggested. Don't worry. I want to look," he said, turning away, inwardly chuckling at the classic trope unfolding before him. Wait. Lu Ming suddenly grasped Cang Ye's hand and covered his mouth. Cang Ye, confused, wondered what was happening, but felt her fingers tracing letters on the back of his hand. "Don't move, slowly turn around," Cang Ye complied, cautiously turning to see an enormous centipede, resting on the rock while a mere 5 meters away. It measured approximately 10 meters in length, its body a milky white, with a multitude of serrated legs undulating and pincers snapping ominously, presenting a terrifying sight. Unlike ordinary centipedes, this one lacked eyes, instead possessing 2 extraordinarily long antennae that swayed rhythmically. It was but a few centimeters away from brushing against Cang Ye's face. Clearly, in the darkness of the cave, it had lost its vision, but its sense of touch had become extraordinarily acute. He could only speculate about its hearing. Cold sweat trickled down Cang Ye's back as he sensed that if he attempted to assess the centipede, he would likely faint from the shock. It made sense. Such a colossal centipede would possess a high tier of power, possibly even reaching a group-level classification. Disturbing it would spell doom for them. Lu Ming continued to write on his hand. "Let us slowly back away. Keeping our distance," Cang Ye nodded gently, signaling Little Gray to employ its stealth and follow his lead as he and Lu Ming cautiously retreated, treading as lightly as possible. Fortunately, the centipede did not pursue them. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves by 100 meters that they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Cang Ye could feel the small hand gripping his wrist, though soft, was ice cold. He looked up to see Lu Ming still trembling, her delicate face slightly bluish. If they did not warm her soon, it would lead to serious issues. But what could he do? Cang Ye racked his brain for a solution, fearing that any noise might disturb the giant centipede. What to do? It seemed he had no choice but to take a risk. He first utilized 10 units of his essence to evolve Little Grey's stealth ambush skill. Radiant particles flowed through the mental link into Little Grey's form. It seemed momentarily perplexed, but then it appeared to comprehend instantly. Its limbs slightly swelled, and its scales underwent subtle, imperceptible changes. Cang Ye glanced at its status and found that stealth ambush had transformed into disguised frenzy. Camouflage oneself, approach the enemy, then unleash a frenzied ambush. Little Grey, disguise yourself as a stone, Cang Ye commanded. Little Grey curled into a ball, its scales retracting, its color and texture shifting until it resembled a round stone. Good. Stealth. Go to the lakeside and create a bit of noise, Cang Ye instructed. Little Grey slowly crawled to the far side of the lake, striking a stone with its tail. Crack. In the distance, the milky white centipede stirred, its myriad legs moving silently as it began to creep towards Little Grey's location. It wouldn't he also stealthily ambush? Would it? Cang Ye, observing its posture, felt a sense of familiarity. Seizing the moment as it departed, he whispered urgently to Rumming. You must quickly remove your clothes and wring them out. Rumming responded in kind. There are heat packs in my backpack, but unzipping it will create noise. Understood. Cang Ye instructed Little Grey to create constant noise while moving. To his astonishment, not only did the giant centipede emerge, but a plethora of bizarre, eyeless insects with long antennae began to crawl out from the shadowy crevices of the cavern walls, slowly advancing toward Little Grey. Were there truly so many insects lurking in this underground cave? Cang Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. Hastily, he unzipped his backpack, retrieved several heat packs, tore them open, and handed them to Rumming. She had already shed her outer jacket, revealing several layers of clothing beneath, all thoroughly soaked. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils, yet Cang Ye had no thoughts of anything but seizing the opportunity created by Little Grey, continuously extracting usable supplies from his backpack. Chapter 38, The Battle with the Centipede. The sound of water being wrung out reached his ears, and an idea struck Cang Ye. He summoned the little soul spirit from within himself, instructing her to assist Rumming in extracting the water from her clothes. Composed of mist, the soul spirit was primarily made of moisture. With her increased mass, she could now utilize more water to form her body. In the distance, Little Grey was encircled by a multitude of cave-dwelling species, using camouflage to blend in as a rock. Many insects trampled over it, wholly unaware of anything amiss. Meanwhile, the terrifying giant centipede had swum close to Little Grey's position, its antennae detecting an abundance of cave insects, thus triggering its hunting instincts. With the speed of an arrow, it lunged, its pincers snapping open and shut, instantly capturing a cricket roughly the size of a medium dog. The cricket struggled, its hind legs thrashing violently, sending stones flying and momentarily lifting the centipede's upper body, but the venom had already been injected into its body. Simultaneously, the centipede's rear coiled around, constricting the cricket tightly, its myriad of legs embedding into the creature's skin like claws. Soon, the cricket's movements began to slow. The centipede tossed it to the ground, waiting for the lethal toxin to liquefy its internal tissues before consuming it. Having secured one prey, it remained unsatisfied, continuing to hunt for additional victims. Stacking the paralyzed crickets together. It's done, Rumming whispered from behind. Cang Ye turned to find she had donned partially dry clothing, perhaps due to the warmth from the heat packs. Her complexion had regained some color. Let us eat something. Cang Ye offered her a handful of biscuits, which he moistened with saliva before swallowing to avoid making noise. Thank you. Rumming accepted the biscuits, her hunger evident. Cang Ye turned back to keep an eye on Little Grey, feeling a twinge of unease. As it had only recently learned the art of camouflage ambush, what if its skills were inadequate? Just as he pondered this, the centipede, having brushed against Little Grey, began to circle around it, evidently perplexed. Suddenly, it opened its mandibles and lunged forward. Charge! Cang Ye commanded without a moment's hesitation. Little Grey's exterior glowed a brilliant crimson, transitioning from utter stillness to frenetic movement, darting like a fleeting shadow beneath the centipede's underbelly. Sparks flew as a diagonal white mark appeared on the centipede's abdomen, indicating a minor injury. It let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a blurred white figure that sped after Little Grey, its pace astonishing. It sensed the presence of a gecko. In its youth, the dominant creature of this cavern had been a gecko, and it had learned to hide and flee cautiously from that predator. The gecko left an indelible psychological scar upon it. Thus, upon becoming the ruler of the cave, it vowed never to encounter another gecko again, intending to eradicate them all, without exception. Boom. Rumming unleashed a tender green energy sphere that detonated beside the centipede, sending a gust of air that scattered numerous stones. The centipede was too swift to hit. Take Little Grey and run from that direction quickly. I'll draw its attention. Rumming urged, her eyes fixed on the centipede, her body emanating a faint glow as she pointed toward a nearby cave opening. Fear not. I possess the strength of a powerful individual. I shall be fine. With that, she conjured a series of glowing green orbs that relentlessly bombarded the centipede. Boom, 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 boom. The air roared as several orbs struck its body, causing it to twist slightly, inflicting only minor damage but effectively diverting its attention. The centipede pivoted, charging menacingly toward them. Cang Ye, of course, could not simply escape. You err, possess it, he commanded. He allowed the little soul spirit to inhabit him, effectively enhancing his own power. However, weakening the enemy equated to bolstering his side's strength threefold. With a rush, the soul spirit darted forth, attaching itself to the centipede's back from a distance. Exerting pressure upon it, the giant centipede's speed immediately diminished by about 5. Yet, to Cang Ye and Rumming, it still remained remarkably swift. Almost reaching them in the blink of an eye, the centipede charged directly at Rumming, its pincers wide open. Rumming nimbly dodged to the side in a flash, faster than Cang Ye's explosive sprint. While the centipede moved at high speed in a straight line, it struggled to turn swiftly, allowing Rumming to create distance while launching several more glowing orbs at it. Cang Ye, observing the centipede up close, kicked at its unprotected gas pore on its side. Bang! The pore instantly sealed shut, and leveraging that kick, he flipped backwards several meters, landing and sprinting away. The centipede let out a wail, abandoning Rumming to pursue him instead. As he ran, Cang Ye shouted to Rumming, distracted, buy us some time. Simultaneously, he communicated through their mental link. You err, go to the lake, draw water into your body. Then return to possess it. The little soul spirit promptly detached from the centipede. Rumming, feeling anxious, thought, why wasn't Cang Ye escaping immediately? Was he a mere ordinary person seeking his own demise here? She had no choice but to amplify her output, condensing a higher density energy sphere to bombard the giant centipede. Boom, 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 boom. The centipede twisted its head, intent on pursuing Rumming, its body momentarily coiling in a circle. At that moment, Little Gray circled the lake, building significant potential energy through acceleration, and, following Cang Ye's guidance, struck fiercely at the gas pore on the side of the centipede. Splatter. Decayed muscle tissue splattered, with Little Gray's half-head embedding itself within. A chilling screech erupted from the giant centipede, its body thrashing violently, twisting as it turned its head to bite at Little Gray. Little Gray withdrew its head slightly from the centipede's side, instantly activating its armor. Crack! The centipede's mandibles clamped down on the sturdy carbon fiber helmet, cracking it. Tear. Meanwhile, the little soul spirit had absorbed a substantial amount of water from the lake, wobbling as it approached the centipede's back to weaken it. Use enhancement possession on it, Cang Ye commanded. The possession of the little soul demon manifests in 2 forms. One is a debilitating attachment from behind, while the other is a beneficial possession that resides within the body. Under normal circumstances, beneficial possession is intended solely for enhancement, incapable of inflicting harm from within, akin to the way the Monkey King attacks from within the lion demon's stomach. However, despite her lack of understanding, the little soul demon complied. Seizing the moment when the centipede was preoccupied with gnawing on Xiao Hui, she melded into its body through its spiracles, thereby transporting a significant amount of her own moisture into the centipede's form. The centipede's movement is driven by a combination of hydraulic pressure and muscular contraction. When the internal moisture exceeds a certain threshold, the fluid within an organ known as the hemolymph, which functions as a hydraulic system, becomes diluted. This imbalance in osmotic pressure causes the fluid to seep into normal cells, resulting in cellular edema, a phenomenon known as water intoxication. Chapter 39, A Surprise Reward. Water intoxication poses a substantial threat to arthropods, creatures reliant on hydraulic movement, often leading to swift demise. However, the onset of water intoxication requires some time, and the moment to relax has not yet arrived. With a sudden thrust, Xiao Hui managed only to inflict a few gashes on the centipede's side with her tearing claws before being snatched up and yanked into the air. In mid-flight, Xiao Hui swiped at its armored head. Sparks flew, leaving faint claw marks behind. The great centipede arched its body and violently flung Xiao Hui downward. With a thunderous crash, debris erupted as Xiao Hui was sent crashing into the ground, creating a small crater. Fortunately, having activated her sturdy armor, her defenses were significantly enhanced, and she sustained minimal damage. You err, keep the water inside it, and then emerge. Afterward, fetch more water and repeat this process, Cang Ye commanded. The little soul demon promptly burrowed out from within the great centipede and flew to the lakeside to gather water. Lu Ming, stall for time. It won't last much longer, Cang Ye said as he darted away, cautious not to draw too near to the centipede, fearing instantaneous annihilation. Lu Ming remained silent, solely focused on unleashing energy spheres. At this moment, however, the centipede's ire was entirely directed at Xiao Hui. Though it found Lu Ming's assaults irksome, it could tolerate them. The great centipede coiled tightly around Xiao Hui, its body constricting in a series of loops, emitting hissing sounds reminiscent of twisting steel. Minute sparks erupted. This constriction evidently possessed immense strength, yet Xiao Hui's sturdy armor was well equipped to withstand such an onslaught. By integrating her scales, she had forged her body into a cohesive whole, allowing the constricting force to be evenly distributed across her form, requiring a formidable strength to breach this state. To disrupt this condition, a powerful impact attack would be significantly more effective, akin to the difference between crushing an egg and merely cracking it. Nevertheless, Cang Ye remained apprehensive. After all, the slightest injury could lead to catastrophic harm. Much like an egg that remains intact until crushed, once breached, it becomes utterly ruined. The little soul demon once again integrated herself into the great centipede, bringing with her a surge of water. Immediately thereafter, she emerged and possessed Xiao Hui to enhance her strength, striving to prolong her endurance. Lu Ming, target its antennae. Cang Ye commanded as he maneuvered to the rear segment of the centipede's body. Its tail bore 2 antennae, and he seized one, yanking it with great force. This act bore striking resemblance to seizing a man's vulnerable point and pulling with vigor. The great centipede instantly released Xiao Hui and lunged at Cang Ye, its pincers snapping. Despite his preparedness, the centipede's speed was overwhelming. Cang Ye barely had time to dodge aside, only to be struck by a pincer on his shoulder. In that instant, he felt nothing but a jolt to his mind, his body tumbling away in a chaotic roll. He crashed through a multitude of stones, leaving dark streaks on the ground. His clothing was torn, and patches of skin turned white, stinging painfully. His right shoulder lost all sensation, hanging limply. Nightlight quickly flew over, employing healing light. She had remained suspended in the air, devoid of any offensive capability in the dark underground, only able to provide illumination. Cang Ye's insensate shoulder began to ache awkwardly, an unusual and unsettling pain. At that moment, the great centipede, drawn by Cang Ye's aura, inexplicably convulsed, its body seemingly beyond its control, missing Cang Ye and instead thrashing nearby. With a resounding crash, it collided with a stalactite, shattering it into fragments. Its elongated body writhed uncontrollably, legs flailing wildly as if driven mad. Finally, water intoxication had taken effect. What followed was a period of waiting. Cang Ye instructed the little soul demon to gather more water, replenishing the centipede's body. After several attempts, it seemed the centipede began to resist, rendering the little soul demon unable to integrate into its form any longer. Once the little soul demon had initially melded within it, the centipede had experienced a sense of strength augmentation, thus refraining from resistance. However, it now recognized that this increase in power accompanied an abnormal state, leading to its current defiance. Yet, it was too late. Ultimately, the low intelligence of arthropods prevailed, even as a formidable entity. Their brains remained governed by instinctual drives to pursue benefit and evade harm, failing to comprehend that danger could lurk within apparent advantages. Thus, it met its demise. Curling up motionless, Cang Ye exhaled in relief, yet he still dared not approach the creature closely. He circled around to retrieve the backpack he had hastily discarded earlier. Extracting a healing ointment, he called Xiao Hui over to assess her injuries. Remarkably, she appeared unscathed. Cang Ye affectionately ruffled her head. The little soul demon had already burrowed into Cang Ye's body, striving to alleviate the pain in his shoulder through her beneficial possession and aid in his recovery. At this point, calling her out was no longer feasible. Nightlight continued to hover around Cang Ye's shoulder, casting healing light while chattering incessantly. Indeed, it was not the time for reckless risks. Yet, Cang Ye fretted that in that very moment, Xiao Hui might falter. He smiled, gently tapping her head with his left index finger. The situation had been perilously tense. After all, no one knew when an egg might burst. Therefore, it was imperative to divert the centipede as early as possible. Suddenly, Cang Ye felt a profound, ancient, and mysterious consciousness connect with him. However, this link was unlike the empathic connections he shared with the little soul demon, Nightlight, or Xiao Hui. It was purely a conduit for communication. What is this? Who are you? Cang Ye wondered, bewildered, glancing around the cavern. The word cave echoed in his mind like a whisper in the darkness. He felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Was the cave itself speaking? Indeed, came the response, vast, deep, and oddly diminutive. Cang Ye was astonished. The cave possessed consciousness and was engaging in dialogue with him. Why do you seek me? Surely, the centipede is not your offspring, and I have not harmed it to invoke your ire? Cang Ye's heart raced with trepidation. You are a destroyer of ecological balance. Thus, you are rewarded. Upon hearing the initial word, Cang Ye was led to believe that it was about to declare itself as a destroyer of ecological balance. However, Upon comprehending the entirety of the sentence, he realized that the implication was rather different. He had dealt with the ecological destroyer and thus was entitled to a reward. Cang Ye cast his gaze upon the motionless giant centipede, questioning whether such a creature could truly be deemed an ecological menace. It appeared rather feeble in comparison. The cave's ecosystem was indeed fragile, and its presence wreaked considerable havoc that could not be easily expelled. As Cang Ye reflected on the multitude of insects he had previously captured, clarity began to dawn upon him. Indeed, such an extraordinary apex predator could hardly be sustained by the resources of a solitary cave. If it were allowed to indulge unchecked, the ecological chain would inevitably collapse. Very well, what reward do you intend to bestow upon me? Chapter 40, The Narrow Passage. Suddenly, a transcendent substance, invigorating and enlightening, surged into Cang Ye's being from all directions. Sublimation Essence 070709111315. When the influx ceased, he was astonished to find that his sublimation essence had increased by a remarkable 173 units. Furthermore, his own evolution success rate had also risen, reaching an impressive 989. By simply integrating the processor, he could attain direct evolution. This reward was simply magnificent. Yet at that moment, the cave continued, stating that there was still another ecological destroyer to be addressed, with further rewards to be granted upon its resolution. Are you suggesting that there exists another ecological destroyer for me to eliminate, after which I shall receive additional rewards? Indeed. What is this ecological destroyer? A bear. The connection with the cave was abruptly severed, and at that juncture, Lu Ming had already approached with a light jog. She sensed nothing amiss. As the exchange between the cave and Cang Ye had lasted less than 10 seconds, Cang Ye regarded Lu Ming with a sinister glint in his eyes, contemplating whether to incapacitate her and evolve directly to slay the bear. A chill ran down Lu Ming's spine, causing her to shiver inexplicably. Confounded, she rummaged through her backpack for medical supplies and squatted down, appearing small and adorable. Let me examine the wound and clean it up to prevent any poisoning, Lu Ming said, extending her delicate, pale hand to assist in removing his shirt. Cang Ye, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of fear. After all, he had indeed been struck by the venomous fangs of the centipede. He used his left hand to probe the wound on his right shoulder, tearing at the torn fabric until he exposed his robust arm. Near his clavicle, a darkened wound was visible, indicating that he had indeed been poisoned. Could it be that the classic trope of a beautiful maiden assisting in blood-sucking after poisoning was about to unfold? To his surprise, Lu Ming produced a white suction tube from the medical kit and pressed it against Cang Ye's wound, causing a brief sting. Just bear with it, she instructed. Ah, all right, Cang Ye replied, somewhat dazed. Lu Ming then pulled the lever of the suction tube several times, creating negative pressure that drew the toxic blood from Cang Ye's wound. The white suction tube appeared to possess a detection function, as its walls gradually turned a shade of blue. After a moment, there was a pop as Lu Ming removed the tube, subsequently sprinkling a packet of blue powder from her medical kit onto Cang Ye's wound before bandaging it. While it may be a tool, does this not also count as a beautiful maiden aiding in bloodsucking? Cang Ye mused. Cursed modern science. Thank you, he said, moving his arm slightly. Although there was still pain, it was no longer a significant issue. After a brief respite, a few applications of healing light should suffice for recovery. In the dimness, amidst the shadows, the jagged stalactites loomed, and the porous basalt lay scattered haphazardly. The azure waters of the lake were crystal clear and tranquil, revealing schools of transparent fish gliding gracefully within. The glow emitted by the luminous entity was reflected on the rock walls, creating a dazzling display of light spots. The two of them heated some canned food over an alcohol stove on the relatively flat lakeshore. Lu Ming nibbled daintily on her biscuits, her manner refined, while Cang Ye devoured his food with abandon, shoving it into his mouth and hastily swallowing. Xiao Hui, munching on rabbit jerky extracted from Huang Hongyan's backpack, almost choked. Cang Ye gently stroked its throat to help it swallow, then used a tin can to scoop water from the lake and pour it into its mouth. Once Xiao Hui had swallowed, Cang Ye playfully patted its head, admonishing, I told you not to rush. Wait until I tear it apart before you eat. Disobedient, disobedient. Xiao Hui squinted its eyes, shrinking its head in response. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed at the lake's surface, exclaiming, Look, has the water level risen a bit? Cang Ye scrutinized the lake's surface and indeed noticed that the water had crept closer to the shore than before. When we entered, it was overcast, wasn't it? Yes, it felt like it was going to rain heavily, Lu Ming affirmed. If this lake is connected to the groundwater and there's a torrential downpour outside, the water could rise swiftly, Lu Ming said with growing anxiety. Cang Ye remained calm, mentally calling out to the cave several times until he re-established contact. Cave, my friend. I will assist you with the bear. Could you kindly guide me to an exit? I'd prefer not to drown before finishing the task. The cave seemed to find Cang Ye's jest amusing, letting out an awkward laugh. What is there to laugh about? Enough already, you foolish creature. Unfamiliar with the humor of the original friends. After a spell of laughter, Cang Ye suddenly found himself able to perceive faint currents of air. They flowed in a specific direction. By my stars, elemental vision. Following the currents, Cang Ye spotted a narrow opening. Clearly, it was a potential exit. He gestured toward the passage, stating, "Staying here is not a viable option. I sense a breeze blowing in that direction. Let us venture forth." Really? Lu Ming expressed surprise, as she had not felt any wind. "Let us give it a try," Cang Ye declared, leading the way with Xiao Hua soaring ahead as a guide. The opening was a mere line, exceedingly narrow. Fortunately, Cang Ye, blessed with a condensed form, was able to slip through effortlessly. As for Lu Ming, well, she had substance, albeit limited. The key was her remarkable flexibility, enabling her to squeeze through with some effort. Inside, the passage remained constricted, forcing them to proceed sideways, and the overhead rock walls loomed lower, as if threatening to crush down upon them. The damp walls were alarmingly close to their noses, creating an intensely claustrophobic atmosphere. "Is there truly an exit here? Did you genuinely feel the wind?" Lu Ming asked softly, her discomfort palpable. "Just a little further," Cang Ye commanded, foregoing any comforting words in favor of directness, which he believed would alleviate her tension more effectively. Lu Ming pressed her soft pink lips together, silently trailing behind Cang Ye. After crawling for approximately 70 or 80 meters, they found themselves in a prone position, inching forward. The walls were alarmingly close, their clothes rustling against the rock, producing a continuous scratching sound. Breathing became increasingly labored. Those with fragile mental states could easily succumb to claustrophobia in such a confined space. If they were to be inundated by water, escape would be utterly impossible. "Hey, should we turn back?" Lu Ming suggested quietly from behind. "Let us push on. The exit must be near," Cang Ye replied, his tone unwavering and resolute. He had not actually seen the exit, but he aimed to instill confidence in her. Continuing onward for approximately 30 meters, they encountered an even narrower opening, scarcely large enough for a head. Clearly, it was impossible to crawl through. Xiao Hui, employing her sharp claws, attempted to enlarge the aperture. Positioned at the forefront, she raised her paw and struck at the surrounding cave walls several times, shattering the obstruction. What had blocked the entrance was merely a few thin layers of stone. Chapter 41. Evolution. Once more with the entrance now widened, Xiao Hui pushed through the stones and advanced, with Cang Ye following closely behind. After crawling for several more dozen meters, the cave gradually expanded, allowing the two to stand sideways and eventually walk normally, even side by side. At last, they emerged into the open air. Lu Ming's face paled. The preceding passage had been overwhelmingly oppressive, and she felt she might succumb to claustrophobia at any moment. "We're heading upwards now, aren't we?" Cang Ye inquired, stroking the rough, damp rock wall beside him, his expression not much brighter than Lu Ming's. Indeed, it slanted upwards. Lu Ming nodded, feeling reassured that perhaps they could exit without needing assistance. "Excellent. Do you still have the strength? Let us quicken our pace for a while." "All right." Thus, the two began to jog through the cave. The humidity in the air had intensified, making it feel as though they were inhaling water rather than air. Their hair and clothes clung uncomfortably to their skin, creating a sense of unease. Suddenly, they both halted in their tracks, for a peculiar sight lay before them. Sparse, slender white tendrils hung down from the cave walls, increasing in density as they moved forward, forming a dense jungle of white filaments that swayed gently. "What is this?" Cang Ye pondered, intrigued. Could it be the roots of some plant? Lu Ming mused, raising a small green orb of light in her hand. Bringing it closer to one of the white tendrils for a closer inspection, Cang Ye responded with excitement. "Roots of a plant? Does that mean we are nearing the surface?" "Not necessarily," Lu Ming replied, shaking her head slightly. "The South African fig tree can extend its roots down to 120 meters. These roots could belong to any tree, and they might also stretch down for 30 or 40 meters. "I see," Cang Ye murmured, disappointment washing over him. The two proceeded cautiously, wary that these tendrils might conceal something as monstrous as that giant centipede. As they drew nearer, Cang Ye accidentally brushed against Lu Ming's soft shoulder, causing her to instinctively flinch away. The ground beneath their feet crunched ominously, and Cang Ye glanced down, discovering a layer of chitinous shells covering the floor. Alarmed, he looked up to see countless insects of various kinds hidden among the swaying roots above. This area was a thriving community of arthropods formed around the roots of the trees. A strange sensation welled up within Cang Ye, a curious blend of fascination and apprehension. Before long, they ventured beyond the reach of the roots. Perhaps it was due to the fragility of the rock strata in this section that allowed for gaps. Or perhaps those long-rooted plants only thrived in that particular patch of earth. After advancing for another 10 minutes, Lu Ming, walking beside Cang Ye, suddenly stumbled toward him, her petite shoulder colliding with his. What's wrong? Cang Ye quickly steadied her, allowing her to lean against the cave wall. He felt puzzled. She had seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. I don't know, I feel dizzy and can't catch my breath, Lu Ming said, her complexion waning. Could it be that you've been bitten by a poisonous insect? Cang Ye examined her slender neck, finding no wounds or swelling, nor any on her hands. Wait, could it be suffocation? He carefully noted that the air had indeed become increasingly stifling and humid. However, having undergone evolution, he could hold his breath for an extended period. Although Lu Ming possessed a peculiar energy within her, she remained fundamentally an ordinary person, perhaps. She needed oxygen. What do we do? Cang Ye scratched his head, realizing that unless they exited immediately, he couldn't supply her with oxygen. Wait, I seem to recall that during my evolution, I could attract a significant airflow, right? With that thought, he resolved to evolve now, taking advantage of Lu Ming's unconscious state. Cang Ye retrieved the chip he had previously removed from the old device and pressed it onto himself. Sure enough, the success rate for evolution soared to 100%. Next, he took the phone he had extracted from Huang Hongyan's backpack, disassembled it, and found the processor to apply to himself. Success rate, 102. Incredible, an extra boost? He wasted no time. Activate. Auxiliary device, evolve. In an instant, a terrifying suction emanated from within Cang Ye, drawing the cave's air toward him, swirling around his form. The winds within the tunnel collided, creating faint shockwaves that shattered the droplets embedded deep within the rock walls into mist, which was also swept into his body. The myriad molecules inhaled were transformed by the auxiliary module into robust flesh and blood. An overwhelming agony surged through him, threatening to shatter his sanity. Amidst this torment, Cang Ye's stature increased from 1.7 meters to 1.9 meters. Before long, it all subsided. He knelt on the ground, taking several deep breaths before gradually rising to his feet, casting a glance at his newly transformed physique. His muscles, though sinewy, were not entirely rounded but instead resembled angular steel, exuding a fierce aura that conveyed swiftness. His skeletal structure had broadened further, with wrists more robust than his previous ankles. Solid and unyielding, flecks of azure light flickered in his eyes, revealing the neural signals coursing through his vitreous body. Cang Ye leapt in place, feeling considerably lighter. Yet, the omnipresent oppressive force remained, inescapable, as if it had diminished his strength by 99%. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. Whoosh! His arm transformed into a shadowy blur. Bam! His fist embedded itself into the adjacent rock wall. Extracting his hand revealed several shards of stone. A shallow impression marked the wall, fissures radiating from it. It didn't hurt. Not even a bit. Cang Ye's face flushed with the effort, yet he felt elated. Even at just 1%, the strength he could wield had reached, if not slightly exceeded, the normal human limit. Furthermore, while his defensive capabilities had not yet achieved the level attained after an evolution utilizing the condensed state, they were close enough. If he were to employ the condensed state in this current condition, he wondered how much his defense would augment. Aside from the condensed state, he had acquired yet another skill. Species, human. Status, healthy. Magnitude, individual, 21. Skills, condensed state, can consume 10 units of sublimation essence for evolution. Supercomputing power, consumes energy, granting the brain computational capabilities akin to a computer. TSK, a rather useless skill, he mused. After all, he wasn't preparing for university. What need had he for computational prowess? If examinations weren't on the horizon, he could simply use a calculator for math problems, declaring it a purely redundant skill. In comparison to this trivial ability, Cang Ye was far more intrigued by the evolution of the condensed state. After all, defense was paramount to him. With high defensive capabilities, those so-called life-threatening accidents would become trivial. Merely 10 units of sublimation essence? Let us use it. Chapter 42. The swarm of bats in the recesses of his mind. A chilling fire erupted, unleashing a torrent of electrical currents that coursed rapidly through the convolutions of his brain, inducing a tingling sensation upon his scalp. In a daze, it felt as though he had employed the state of condensation countless billions of times in an instant, etching this memory into his very genes. At long last, the state of condensation had ascended to supercondensation. Yet, in comparison to its predecessor, its effects remained largely unchanged. Supercondensation reduces the atomic gaps within oneself, resulting in a diminutive stature and heightened density. Defensive capabilities are significantly augmented, making one less susceptible to attacks. The increase in defense had transformed from merely significant to exceedingly pronounced. Cang Ye executed the supercondensation, his robust physique of nearly 6 feet swiftly diminishing to a lean 5 feet. He tapped his right arm. Tap, tap. It resonated like plastic. Cang Ye extended his hand towards Xiao Hui, urging, "Come, give me a grab." Xiao Hui, puzzled, remained motionless. Cang Ye pressed, "I'm testing my defensive strength. Hurry up. Be compliant." With resignation, Xiao Hui lifted a paw, lightly resting it upon Cang Ye's arm. "I said, exert a bit of force, or are you merely tickling me?" Cang Ye retorted, turning to grasp Xiao Hui by the neck, shaking him playfully, causing his tongue to flop out. Left with no choice, Cang Ye decided to test it himself. He retrieved a kitchen knife from the small storage, applying a slight force to slash at his own arm. Clang! The knife emitted a soft sound, leaving no trace upon his skin. This was due to Xiao Hui having inadvertently shielded him from the blow. Cang Ye's temples throbbed with veins, and he forcefully shoved Xiao Hui aside, rising to his feet. The little creature rubbed against his calf, appearing quite aggrieved. Once more, Cang Ye raised the kitchen knife, this time striking his forearm with moderate strength. Thwack! It felt akin to striking a robust piece of wood, the blade barely sinking into the skin. Upon lifting the knife, there were no wounds, only a faint imprint left behind. Yet, the blade had already dulled. At his current defensive capacity, should he be struck by a centipede again, it would likely result in nothing more than a superficial injury, wouldn't it? Stowing the knife back into the small storage, Cang Ye took stock of his mental fortitude, which too had seen considerable enhancement. His vision now enabled him to discern the minutiae of the world, such as the minuscule mites crawling upon the rocks, traces of bacteria, and the remnants of insects. In the darkness, he could see as clearly as in twilight. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Ming was remarkably clean. There were no minute parasites or microbes upon her skin, eyebrows, or hair. At that moment, the air within the cave was fresh and dry. After a brief pause, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her bright eyes, then frowned and pressed her temples. A slight lack of oxygen had induced a headache, but recovery would come swiftly. "You're awake, splendid. Let us proceed," Cang Ye stated, offering no indication of extending a hand to assist, merely standing by and wait. Lu Ming rose, shaking her head. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About 10 minutes. Let us move." Lu Ming opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Reluctantly trailing behind Cang Ye, the cave grew increasingly spacious, with immense boulders forming irregular steps, making the path quite arduous. Cang Ye also detected a pungent odor. Occasionally, he spotted a millipede crawling across the rock surface, and a beetle he couldn't name scurried past. Faint squeaks of mice could be heard, along with the rustling of wings. There might be a multitude of bats nearby. Lu Ming, donning the hood of her jacket, pulled down the transparent mask. She began to ascend along the sloping boulders. Above, small clusters of bats began to hang, closely packed against one another. Below lay a thick layer of bat droppings, known as guano, along with sporadic bat carcasses. Roaches scuttled through the droppings, occasionally revealing a large, robust individual dominating a substantial portion of the excrement. Predatory centipedes and mice lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Several cave snakes, which preyed upon mice and bats, slithered through the crevices of the rock walls, forming a miniature ecological chain. The luminescent creatures fled in fright back to their lairs. Lu Ming's body glowed softly, creating a protective layer against the droppings and roaches that might fall upon her. Cang Ye tightened the cuffs of his pants and the openings of his shoes, wary of roaches making their way inside. However, with Xiao Hui leading, the roaches naturally avoided them, as did the larger individuals. This saved them considerable trouble. The two continued to tread upon the soft bat droppings, with the number of bats hanging from the cave walls increasing. Each bat was larger than a wolf dog, enveloped by layers of smaller bats, forming circles that emitted high-pitched chattering. Some bats flapped their wings in chaotic flight at low altitudes, nearly colliding with the two before making sharp turns to navigate around them. Fortunately, they were solely insectivorous and showed no interest in humans. Cang Ye realized he could barely perceive the high-frequency ultrasonic waves they emitted. Countless waves ricocheted within the cave, bouncing off his body and intertwining into a net. It was a fascinating experience, albeit his mind struggled to process the information generated by these ultrasonic waves. The prospect of evolution was truly exhilarating. Upon closer inspection, bats were rather endearing creatures, furry and reminiscent of flying puppies. Moreover, they feasted on mosquitoes, rendering them beneficial to humans. However, they carried numerous viruses, warranting caution against close contact. Ahead, moss and lichen began to blanket the rock surfaces, though they appeared more yellow than their counterparts in typical environments. Some broad, loose mats of moss emitted a faint yellow-green glow, twinkling like tiny stars in the dim cave. This particular moss, known as luminescent moss, was often referred to as the gold of the fairies. As they ventured further, the moss grew increasingly verdant, Ultimately, they beheld the glimmer of light at the cave's mouth. Ivy climbed along the cave walls, while oxalis flourished in the corners, and various low-lying ferns formed a lush green thicket at the entrance. Raindrops cascaded like a curtain from the cave's mouth, with tendrils of vapor swirling into the cavern. The leaves of the plants swayed in the breeze, revealing their subtly blue-hued undersides. Due to the cave's dimness, some plants at the entrance had evolved chloroplasts capable of absorbing even green light, resulting in dreamlike blue leaves. However, this was not the most crucial detail. The most significant revelation was that Cang Ye finally laid eyes upon the bear. It was an immensely massive bear. Lying at the cave's mouth, its brown fur dry and withered, matted with dirt and exuding a pungent scent of decay, as if it were a corpse. Yet, it was evidently alive, stirring slightly. Is that a cave bear? Lu Ming gasped in astonishment beside him. Cave bear? What is that? Is there such a bear? Cang Ye replied, only familiar with brown bears, black bears, polar bears, and sun bears, having never heard of a cave bear. Chapter 43. Battle with the cave bear. Lu Ming elaborated. The cave bear was once the largest natural bear species to exist on Earth. The largest extant bear species is the polar bear, which can weigh up to 780 kilograms. The male cave bear can weigh up to 130 kilograms. It thrived in the northern regions of the Eurasian continent during the Pleistocene epoch, only to face extinction approximately 20,000 years ago due to the Ice Age and human hunting. Named for the prevalence of its fossils found within caves, the cave bear is renowned for the complete skeletal remains discovered in numerous notable caverns. Indeed, some of its remains have been remarkably preserved in mud. I once encountered a specimen at the South Museum, which enabled me to recognize it. Cang Ye gazed at the cave bear that lay in repose. Was it truly the extraordinary force capable of reviving life that was at play here? A slight attunement revealed that engaging with this creature would deplete his mental faculties to the point of near fainting. Nevertheless, he could manage a confrontation. At that moment, the cave bear suddenly lifted its massive head and directed its gaze towards them. Though it appeared to be looking, its eye sockets were hollow, and its eyeballs had long since deflated. It relied on sensing life energy to seek out prey. The life forces of both Cang Ye and Lu Miao were potent, and Xiao Hui's vitality shone like a beacon in its perception. The cave bear clumsily rose, seemingly devoid of threat, and ambled slowly in their direction. This was yet another tactic of feigned vulnerability, designed to lower the prey's guard before launching a sudden and ferocious assault. However, Cang Ye and Lu Miao were not so easily deceived. Lu Miao began to retreat cautiously, while Cang Ye crouched down, readying himself for battle. His blood surged, strength coursing through his muscles, generating considerable heat, from which wisps of steam emerged. Come, let me witness the might of a top predator. Xiao Hua soared into the air, employing her light-gathering ability to conjure a multitude of energy-infused orbs of light. Xiao Hui scaled the rock face above, poised for a stealthy attack. As for Cang Ye, his focus remained locked on the cave bear's head. Closer, ever closer. 50 meters. 40 meters, 30 meters. So near that Cang Ye could detect the nauseating stench of decay emanating from it. At last, in the next instant, both entered their respective hunting ranges. Boom. The cave bear's robust muscles bulged as its massive paws struck the ground, crimson energy swirling around its body as it charged forth like a roaring tank. At that moment, the rock beneath Cang Ye shattered. Crack! He transformed into a streak of light, diving into the embrace of the cave bear as one of its forelimbs rose. Bang! A shockwave erupted. The bear's chest caved in, flesh rippling like waves, reverberations coursing through its entire form. It toppled backward as if a vehicle had collided with a curb. Cang Ye felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as his body was flung backward, rolling across the ground and leaving a long scar in his wake. He barely regained his balance, using his feet to stabilize himself before leaning forward, pressing his hands to the ground in a sideways lunge, continuing to slide backward for several meters. As the cave bear fell back, Xiao Hui, who had been waiting on the upper cave wall for the opportune moment, descended like a divine meteor, crashing forcefully into the bear's abdomen. Boom! A wave of energy radiated outward. The bear's belly was directly ruptured, causing it to roar in fury, rolling over as it sprang back to its feet, dark light flickering in its mouth. In the next instant, a thick column of black energy erupted from its gaping maw, aimed directly at Cang Ye, who was adjusting his stance and rushing forward once more. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. The violent torrent of energy slammed into Cang Ye's body, propelling him backward and crashing him against the rock wall. Bang! The stones shattered into fragments. The energy beam fanned out in all directions, scattering like a violent storm. Seizing the moment, Xiao Hui used her ripping claws to carve numerous gashes into the cave bear's flesh, exposing its withered muscles. Strike its forehead, she urged. Immediately, she climbed up the bear's thigh to its back, relentlessly clawing at its forehead, tearing skin and flesh, sending bits of rotten meat flying and creating wounds deep enough to expose bone. Finally, the cave bear abandoned its energy beam, lowering its head and violently slamming its back against the adjacent rock wall in an attempt to crush Xiao Hui. Cang Ye slid down the wall, his chest heaving, his clothing in tatters, his torso and face flushed crimson. The energy beam not only inflicted impact, but also bore corrosive properties. Fortunately, Cang Ye's defenses were sufficiently robust, otherwise, he would have been obliterated. Boom. The bear's back crashed against the rock wall, causing the entire cave to tremble. Thankfully, Xiao Hui had leapt clear of its back just as it ceased to unleash energy beams at Cang Ye, thus avoiding injury. After several exchanges, it could be said that each side had its victories. However, compared to Cang Ye and Xiao Hui, the cave bear's vitality had slightly waned. The expulsion of the dark energy beam was immensely taxing, and it could not sustain it for long. Onward, Cang Ye slowly approached, his strides quickening into a run, culminating in a sudden burst of speed as he transformed into a blur, delivering a devastating punch to the bear's face. Boom. A spherical shockwave expanded outward, causing the bear's head to jerk violently to the side, its flesh disintegrating. It roared in rage, its massive paw swiping towards him, the stench of its breath whipping through the air. Utilizing his extraordinary dynamic vision, Cang Ye leaned back to evade while simultaneously kicking the bear squarely in the nose. Bang! Its already skewed nose exploded, and Cang Ye was propelled backward several meters by the recoil, narrowly avoiding another swat from the bear's paw. The cave bear launched itself into the air, its enormous form hurtling towards the fallen Cang Ye. At that moment, Xiao Hui, who had been gathering energy for several seconds, launched a ferocious assault, colliding with the bear's flank. Bang! The tremendous impact obliterated its side, decaying innards mixing with mud and splattering outward. The bear was sent careening sideways, failing to land on Cang Ye. As Cang Ye landed, he seized the bear's hind leg, his muscles instantly swelling with power. Roar! He planted his feet, twisting his waist, leveraging the force to hurl the bear's massive body towards the cave entrance. Bang! It smashed into the ground, pulverizing numerous plants. Xiao Hua, who had been waiting, infused the roots of the plants at the cave entrance with the light she had gathered. Instantly, vines began to grow rapidly, burrowing into the wounds on the cave bear's body. The tendrils coiled tightly around it, binding it to the ground. The bear struggled mightily, tearing through numerous vines, but more quickly replaced them, embedding themselves in its flesh and siphoning nutrients. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ye rushed forward, his fists pounding against the bear's forehead in a frenzied assault. Shadows of his punches filling the air. Flesh and blood erupted. Bang! 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 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. Even the ground beneath the bear's head was battered into a deep crater. At last, crack! The bones of its forehead shattered. Chapter 44, a new module. A wisp of ethereal light emanated from the cave bear's fractured forehead. Cang Ye grasped it tightly, yet found it impossible to refine. This orb of ethereal light differed from the red light that had previously entered his consciousness. It was merely a peculiar particle. It could not enhance the success rate of evolution, but could provide the necessary nutrients to expedite the evolutionary process. Cang Ye summoned Xiao Han to merge with this particle while he rose to his feet. The fierce battle had ignited a blazing heat within his muscles, leaving him drenched in warmth and somewhat breathless. Cang Ye stepped forward, emerging from the cave into a verdant expanse. Before him lay a jungle, a lush ocean of greenery composed of shrubs, towering deciduous trees, and an array of unidentifiable weeds. Raindrops drummed against the glossy green leaves, while snails crawled about in their slow, deliberate manner. Cang Ye ascended a rock, tilting his head back and slightly spreading his arms. The rain cascaded over his robust physique, hissing as it evaporated into wisps of white mist, drawing away the heat and cleansing the dirt that clung to his skin from the battle. Xiao Hui joined him, resting his forelimbs on the ground, lifting his upper body to welcome the nourishing rain, his smooth scales glistening. Lu Ming stood at the cave's entrance, observing the two beings in the rain, sensing a peculiar connection to nature. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from within the cave, transforming into a colossal, translucent serpent. The massive serpent glided through the canyon, its tail dangling from the cliff while its upper body lifted, its head lowered. The emotionless, pristine vertical pupils fixed their gaze upon Cang Ye. Feeling the wind, Cang Ye opened his eyes. "Are you the cave?" "Indeed," came the response from the supernatural entity that had manifested from the cave. "So you have a form?" Cang Ye marveled, truly immense. "I owe you my gratitude." "Gratitude for what?" "Because of you, the cave's ecosystem has been sustained, evolving into a genuine ecological system. Thus, nature has bestowed upon me a reward, granting me a form and freedom." By preserving the ecosystem, nature will return the favor? Precisely. I could have received this reward long ago. But the arrival of the centipede and the bear disrupted the balance. With your size, why can you not eliminate them yourself? Because I am merely the cave. Though I possess a spirit, before receiving nature's reward and gaining a corporeal form, I held no influence over reality, limited to utilizing specific skills. When you first entered, I feared for the cave's ecosystem and ensnared you within the endless cave. However, once you broke through its confines, I had no further means to restrain you. I see. So, after I slay the bear, you will receive nature's reward and truly become an entity? Indeed. But what exactly is this reward from nature? As long as the ecosystem is maintained, one shall receive nature's reward. It will provide the assistance you most require. The assistance I most require? Cang Ye pondered. If he actively maintained the ecosystem and received nature's reward, could it enhance his chances of successful evolution? Suddenly, the sound of the rain seemed to take on a rhythmic quality, merging with the mountain breeze, manifesting as a peculiar sound that belonged to no creature. Yet, Cang Ye inexplicably understood it. Do you wish to actively preserve the world's ecology? Is this the voice of nature? Cang Ye's spirit experienced a profound shock. There was no room for hesitation. Yes, he replied. In the next instant, a magnificent, ethereal radiance flowed down from the heavens, the atmosphere, the land, the mountains, the lakes, and the oceans, from all of nature. It surged into Cang Ye, forming a small azure sphere within his heart. Detection of compatible modules. Integration in progress. Integration successful. Task module activated. Current task. Eliminate the invasive species in the Tuo River, the wild-winged catfish population, and eradicate the evolved variant, the battle-winged catfish. Task reward. User's evolution success rate increased by 10, can be exchanged for equivalent sublimation quality. Excellent. Cang Ye's eyes sparkled. This was fantastic. Whatever perilous crises awaited me, I shall leave them in my wake. I will grow stronger at a pace unmatched by you. At that moment, a refreshing surge of transcendent matter flowed into Cang Ye. Here is the reward I promised you. The spirit of the cave flicked its serpent tail draped over the ridge. Cang Ye glanced at his current evolution success rate, 96. Negative 96%. Under normal circumstances, Cang Ye would have no chance of evolution left. Fortunately, there was an auxiliary device. His evolution success rate could be further elevated, even surpassing 0, reaching a positive 100%. Under the influence of the transcendent matter, Cang Ye's evolution success rate began to rise. 95949,392. It increased by a total of 4%. However, in comparison to the increase in evolution success rate, the rise in sublimation quality was even more substantial. 122, 134, 3469. Ultimately, the total reached an astonishing 632 units. Cang Ye had never been so affluent. Yet, he was already planning to facilitate Xiao Hua's evolution next. Her current evolution success rate stood at 9, meaning she required a total of 91 units of sublimation quality to evolve, leaving a shortfall of 28 units. 3 tasks should suffice. Moreover, aside from completing these tasks, daily training would also yield an increase in sublimation quality. Perhaps completing 2 tasks would be enough. Quack. Am I about to grow stronger again? Cang Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. The spirit of the cave departed, seeking its freedom. Nature, too, withdrew, as the rain and mountain wind returned to their normal rhythm. Cang Ye returned to the cave, with his bare torso and slightly tattered trousers. Lu Ming's cheeks flushed crimson, her watery gaze darting about, unsure where to look. She could only awkwardly glance at the nearby rock wall. Cang Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment as well, clearing his throat, his eyes uncertainly fixed on the same rock wall. Yet, the wall was merely an ordinary stone, devoid of anything remarkable. Finally, it was Lu Ming who broke the awkward silence. So, you are a super individual. No wonder your stamina is so remarkable. A super individual? Yes, just as there are powerful spirit individuals among animals, humans, being animals as well, can exhibit super individuals. However, their occurrence is exceedingly rare compared to other animals. Roughly 1 in 100,000. In other words, one super individual exists among every 100,000 humans. Moreover, they are generally not very formidable. Most merely possess decent physical abilities or mental powers capable of bending a metal spoon. In contrast to the super individuals among other animals, humans find it exceedingly difficult to learn skills, and even if they manage to do so, their potency tends to be weak. Moreover, compared to regular humans, their intelligence and emotions often exhibit notable deficiencies. Of course, there are individuals like you, who seem perfectly normal, but they are exceedingly scarce. Chapter 45, Fishing Competition. I see. So, do you know how strong the most powerful human super individual is? Actually, Our school has a class specifically designed to cultivate these super individuals. Though there are only 8 of them, even the weakest could easily slay this cave bear. As for the strongest, I cannot say for certain. However, the most formidable human super individual I have encountered is my cousin. He could probably dispatch a bear like this with a single punch, Luming stated, her voice tinged with a hint of admiration. Is he really that powerful? Cang Ye was astonished. He had expended a tremendous amount of effort to defeat this bear. Yet someone could take it down with a single blow. How envious. If only I could wield such strength. All right, let us set our sights on a goal. Diligently strive to fulfill our tasks, and aim for yet another evolution within 2 months. By then, my height will have soared to 2 meters and 1 centimeter. And my strength will undoubtedly continue to surge. I yearn to deliver a single blow capable of vanquishing a bear. After lingering in the cave for a while, the unmistakable whirring of helicopter blades resonated from outside. Rescue has finally arrived. In a flash of electric light, a woman clad in a black suit and sunglasses materialized within the cave. Sister Wang, Lu Ming exclaimed joyfully. After a long day, Cang Ye finally returned to the dormitory. He took a refreshing shower, dried himself off, and comfortably reclined on his bed. Alas, he had no phone. Little Gray climbed onto him, burrowing into his embrace. Seeking a gentle pat on the head, with a sigh, Cang Ye obliged, running his hand down the back of its head along its spine. The soft sound echoed as Little Gray tilted its head slightly, its tail wagging gently, with its vertical pupils expanding into serene circles, appearing exceedingly adorable. Cang Ye had intended to sleep, but after merely a brief doze of 10 minutes, he realized he was no longer drowsy. Evidently, after his recent evolution, his required sleep had diminished to less than half an hour. This newfound time afforded him ample opportunities to indulge in games, novels, and animated series. Ahem. Perhaps it should be better spent on learning and self-improvement. However, while he no longer required rest, it was clear that Little Gray and the others did. With this thought, Cang Ye abandoned his earlier plan to head out under the night sky to confront the warwing catfish, opting instead to spend the night exercising at the gym. By 4 in the morning, the little spirit within him had digested the peculiar particles, successfully completing its evolution. A humanoid spiritual entity, reminiscent of bubbles glistening in sunlight, transparent yet iridescent, emerged from Cang Ye's embrace. Upon closer inspection, the iridescent layer was merely an outer membrane, with a pristine white mist contained within. Cang Ye's voice, as melodious and clear as a lark, resonated in his mind. You can speak now? Indeed. Yue leaped into Cang Ye's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling her face against his. The sensation was ethereal, as if enveloped in a cloud. Cang Ye examined her current state. Species, little spirit. Magnitude, individual, 18. Status, solidified. Skills, cool exhale, can consume 10 units of sublimation essence for evolution. Possession, telekinesis, can control a small amount of matter with mental energy. Current evolution success rate, 7. Merging material capacity, 1. Not bad. Gaining telekinesis is an exceptionally powerful ability. Cang Ye had little spirit demonstrate her prowess, revealing she could lift approximately 10 kilograms with a velocity of 10 meters per second. Quite formidable indeed. Manipulating venom or caustic substances directly into an enemy's eyes, nose, or ears would be unbearable for anyone. Cang Ye recalled a substance known as fluorintamonic acid, a potent acid that would be lethal upon contact with any living being. He pondered how to acquire some. After several hours of training, dawn broke swiftly. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Little Gray awake, lounging by the window, eyes closed and basking in the sun, an instinctive behavior of ectothermic creatures. Tap, tap, tap. Cang Ye, are you inside? The voice of the bespectacled youth echoed from outside the door. Yes, come in. The door is unlocked. Cang Ye replied, and the bespectacled youth pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Cang Ye, he briefly appeared perplexed. Has your physique changed a bit? Has it? I seem a bit more robust. He didn't linger on the topic. I came to consult with you about the next objective. Consult with me? Cang Ye felt curious. What kind of consultation do you desire? A safer goal. A safer one, huh? Cang Ye scratched his head. How about we go fishing? Catching strong cleansing catfish individuals could also contribute to environmental protection. Do elaborate. Although there was no torrential downpour today, a light drizzle occasionally fell, dampening clothing and faces. The Tuo River, swollen from the rain, submerged the riverbanks, with only the tops of the reeds visible above the water. At this moment, numerous students congregated along the bank. Not just Lu Ming's team, but several others as well. A strong cleansing catfish counts as 1 point. The judge, donned in sunglasses and a black suit, announced the rules. The team with the highest score in 2 days will receive 3/6 of the points from the prize pool. The second place will earn 2/6, while the third will receive 1/6. The remaining teams will receive no points. since Cang Ye had mentioned the abundance of cleansing catfish in the Tuo River. The bespectacled youth reported it to the organizing committee. After investigation, they concluded that the river was indeed teeming with cleansing catfish, making it an ideal location for a fishing competition. Thus, many teams from the autumn camp arrived, each eager to claim victory. Fishing, after all, requires finesse. One must assess the water flow to find suitable terrain. It's not merely about the tranquility of the water, but rather about locating sections rich in resources. Additionally, the length of the fishing line must be adjusted, for cleansing catfish are bottom-dwelling creatures, typically residing near the riverbed. Huang Hongyan, holding a fishing rod, spoke with an air of seasoned expertise, exuding the aura of a fishing connoisseur. It was said that individuals like him were the fiercest among the Air Force. Cang Ye began to worry for Lu Ming's team. The group ambled along the riverbank, searching for the perfect fishing spot. Stop. This is the place. Huang Hongyan suddenly whispered. What's the matter? Why here? With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath, then abruptly opened his sparkling eyes. I sensed the presence of a school of fish. Following his instructions, they began to bait the area with corn and sorghum. They then settled onto small stools, fishing rods in hand, ready to catch fish. Huang Hongyan's gaze was profound. I believe I can reel in a big catch. 10 minutes passed. No fish. Huang Hongyan remained undeterred. Patience is a necessary virtue for angling. 20 minutes elapsed. Still no fish. Huang Hongyan gritted his teeth. The protracted wait would yield the best rewards for the angler. 30 minutes went by. Yet, there were still no fish. All eyes turned to Huang Hongyan. Let us wait a bit longer. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his fingers, gripping the fishing rod, turned pale. Patience. I've said it requires patience. Chapter 46. The School of Fish. The group turned their heads, silently retracting their fishing rods, preparing to depart. Hey. No. Wait a bit longer. We'll surely catch something soon. You must believe in me. It's not that we don't want to believe you, the bespectacled youth replied sadly, lowering his head, but given the previous circumstances. Damn it. What previous circumstances? Huang Hongyan retorted. The fact that you Haven T caught a single fish in the past half hour? The bespectacled youth glared at Huang Hongyan. I didn't intend to hurt you like this, but you insisted on asking. I asked and you answered. You insisted. Go eat a large portion. Cang Ye ignored their bickering, instead focusing on sensing the school of fish, or rather, the location of the war-winged catfish, through the azure star-like orb within his heart. At that very moment, a drone buzzed down from the sky, carrying a small box, which landed in the hands of Lu Ming. Upon opening it, she discovered numerous pale blue orbs, resembling ice crystals. What is this? The spider girl inquired, curiously picking one up. Lu Ming explained. These are the abilities of the giant salamander, also known as the axolotl. They are among the few powers that can be solidified into orbs. Crushing one will envelop us in a temporary transparent membrane, allowing us to breathe and move underwater. That's impressive. It must be quite expensive, right? Not really. With this, can't we just dive in and catch fish directly? The group each took 2 or 3 orbs, preparing to plunge into the water. Fish spears and nets were all ready. Got it. Cang Ye crushed a water respiration orb for himself and Xiao Hui, a transparent membrane forming around their bodies, though it felt quite ordinary. Splash! Splash! The group jumped into the Tuo River. Apart from the distinct water resistance compared to the shore, it felt much the same. They could breathe and speak normally, although their voices sounded muffled and deep in their ears. The riverbed was slick with soft silt, and various aquatic plants blanketed the banks, swaying gently with the current, reminiscent of strands of hair in the wind. Finger-sized loaches and shrimp darted through the vegetation, occasionally flicking their tails and disappearing swiftly. The river water was slightly murky, the light dim, and visibility was limited. It seems there are no catfish here at all, the bespectacled boy remarked, glancing slyly at Huang Hongyan. I genuinely thought you were a fishing expert. Huang Hongyan flushed, feeling helpless as she turned away, avoiding the bespectacled boy's gaze. All right, let's hurry and find some fish. Lu Ming suggested, her body emanating a delicate green glow as she floated gracefully in the water, reminiscent of a mermaid. Unfortunately, her outfit left little to the imagination. Look, there seems to be a shadow of a catfish over there. Cang Ye pointed downstream, sensing the presence of a battle-winged catfish. Good. The group swam towards that direction. Thanks to the water respiration ability and the downstream flow, they didn't expend much energy. After swimming about 400 or 500 meters, they finally spotted a sparse group of catfish gliding along the riverbed. However, what surprised them even more was the presence of other individuals in the water. A male and female student, stylishly dressed with gradient golden hair, appeared to be enjoying themselves. They were enveloped in a bubble of transparent water, distinctly separated from the surrounding river. A large, swordfish-sized fish swam around them, its sharp snout glinting like a metal blade. It was Wang Yuran and Su Chiyue from the second high school. Su Qiyue's swordfish, typically unable to move on land, had been placed in a water spirit by her childhood friend, Wang Yuran, allowing it to traverse on land. Is that possible? Cang Ye found it intriguing. Must all fish that wish to move on land be kept in such water spirits? Pretty much, the bespectacled boy nodded. These water spirits are specifically termed Jilling. It's not just fish, many plant spirits also require Jilling. In fact, only upon finding a Jilling can they evolve. For instance, the bellflower spirit can move freely before evolution. But once it evolves into the bellflower tree, it can no longer do so. Thus, they can only evolve after establishing a symbiotic relationship with base spirits like land turtles, earth snails, or tree otters. This phenomenon is known as symbiotic evolution. Wow, you really know a lot, Cang Ye complimented. Haha, it's nothing much. The bespectacled boy scratched his head. All right, enough showing off with your trivial knowledge, Huang Hongyan interjected. I'm at a loss here, Cang Ye lamented, lowering his head. What are you lamenting about? Huang Hongyan blushed. What have you been through? Previously, someone acted all knowledgeable about fishing. Yet the chosen fishing spot yielded not even a single catfish. That's truly disheartening, Huang Hongyan sighed. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Can we not pass this fork? Wang Yuran and Su Qiyue, spotting Lu Ming and the others, asked, their expressions shifting. Why can you all go, but we cannot? Huang Hongyan retorted. Wang and Su glanced at Xiao Hui, who swam by like an alligator, sensing a formidable threat, and ultimately said nothing. Lu Ming inquired. Are you planning to herd the catfish together underwater and catch them with a net? What is it to you? Su Qiyue replied coldly. I was hoping to collaborate. Not necessary. All right then, let's move on. Cang Ye took the lead, prompting Lu Ming and the others to follow suit. After a while, Huang Hongyan finally realized, wait, the fish are right there. Why are we leaving? Cang Ye explained, the fish there are too few, and the strong spirits are scarce, so it's not worth staying. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Huang Hongyan protested. Patience is key for a competent angler, Cang Ye remarked, imitating his earlier tone. Why does that sound so familiar? Because you said it. After following the river for several hundred meters, Cang Ye led them into a tributary of a tributary. They eventually arrived at a remarkably tranquil stretch of water. It seemed the river no longer flowed here, its surface obscured by dense floating plants, making the underwater world quite dim. However, countless catfish inhabited the area. Chapter 47, The Slaughter of Fish. What lay before them was a scene where catfish nearly carpeted the entire stretch of water, motionless like a black blanket, while those that swam looked like thick clouds. My goodness, how many thousands are there? Countless. It's impossible to tally. The group marveled in astonishment. Then let the slaughter commence. Cang Ye charged ahead, brandishing a fish spear as he lunged at a strong spirit individual longer than his arm. His reaction speed, strength, and dynamic vision had significantly improved since his fishing days at the pond. He even managed to spear one without Xiao Hui's assistance. Nevertheless, these catfish were far more resilient than those from the pond. Even after being impaled through the head, they remained lively for several minutes. Yet, Xiao Hui swiftly swam over and consumed it. Xiao Hui, leave its left fin behind when you eat, Cang Ye instructed. Gao, Xiao Hui replied, complying and spitting out a fish fin, which Cang Ye stowed in his waist pocket. After devouring the catfish, Xiao Hui could store its life force in her tail, calling upon it when injured to gain robust self-healing abilities. Zhu Zhu spun a vast net of white jade silk, while Huang Hongyan's serrated scaled snake herded the catfish towards the net, expelling toxins to incapacitate them, preventing their struggle from damaging the net. The bespectacled boy's technological bear then utilized its immense strength to drag the net far ashore. Unfortunately, most of the catch consisted of ordinary catfish. Fortunately, 100 ordinary catfish still counted as 1 point, so they reveled in their bountiful haul. Underwater, Lu Ming found it challenging to gather energy orbs for attacks. Thus, she, like Cang Ye, wielded her spear and charged about, her movements graceful and agile, reminiscent of a valiant Valkyrie. However, her efficiency paled in comparison to Cang Ye's. He, in tandem with Xiao Hui, could dispatch a formidable cleansing spirit in almost half a minute. Xiao Hui, having consumed an excessive number of cleansing spirits, now possessed a tail that gleamed with vitality. The surging life force within began to overflow, nourishing its entire being, making its scales thicker and its bones sturdier, an unexpected boon. Yet, as with all things in life, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. As the life force from Xiao Hui's tail spilled over, a multitude of cleansing spirits surged towards it like piranhas sensing blood, a relentless tide drawn by an extraordinary allure. They opened their suction cup-like mouths, intent on latching onto Xiao Hui's scales to gnaw at them. Nevertheless, with a few flicks of its powerful tail, Xiao Hui lashed out, decimating the swarm of fish as if wielding a whip, even creating a violent vortex that ensnared the cleansing spirits within. However, the sheer number of fish was overwhelming. They came forth in waves, undeterred by the threat of death, forming a massive black sphere that enveloped both Xiao Hui and Cang Ye. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a visible spherical shockwave erupted from the center of the colossal fish mass, scattering them with terrifying force. Numerous cleansing spirits were either killed or rendered unconscious. Even the river's surface erupted in a spray of water, displacing the water hyacinth and duckweed to form a circular void. This phenomenon was the result of Cang Ye's rapid transition from a super-concentrated state back to normal. It was akin to a bomb detonating underwater, generating immense shockwaves. The consequence was that his skin turned a vivid crimson, as numerous capillaries ruptured. However, following his second evolution, his healing abilities had significantly enhanced. Such minor injuries were mended within seconds, even as the blood beneath his skin was reabsorbed and repurposed by his cells. The bespectacled youth and his companions were also hurled backward in the water by the shockwave, tumbling several times before regaining their composure, their eyes wide in astonishment at the disarrayed fish swarm and the figure at the center. At that moment, the dark clouds above dispersed, revealing the sun, its rays casting shimmering arcs across the water's surface, sliced by the floating plants. A slanting beam of light illuminated the figure, who held a spear, with disheveled hair floating in the water, surrounded by fish, resembling the legendary Poseidon. What is this, cosplaying as a sea god in this little creek? Huang Hanyin grumbled irritably. Even from a distance, Cang Ye's acute hearing picked up her words. His gaze flashed like lightning as he pointed his spear at Huang Hanyin, declaring, "You are on a path to your demise. Get lost." The cleansing spirits, possessing low intelligence, showed no fear at the death of their companions. Moreover, the allure of Xiao Hui's tail was too potent. Thus, once the turbulence subsided, they regrouped and charged towards Xiao Hui once more. "Xiao Hui, eat up. Let's lure every cleansing spirit in the river out today. I shall obliterate them all." Xiao Hui joyfully twirled around Cang Ye, devouring the incapacitated cleansing spirits, its tail exuding an even richer aura of life. At this moment, nearly all the cleansing spirits in the Tuo River began to swim towards this spot. In fact, not only the cleansing spirits, but various other fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles also started moving towards Xiao Hui. However, due to the overwhelming number of cleansing spirits forming a barrier, they could only swim anxiously around the periphery, unable to penetrate the mass. Cang Ye repeatedly unleashed shockwaves, obliterating countless cleansing spirits. This tranquil stretch of water transformed into a thick, murky soup of blood and flesh. Lu Ming and her companions stood on the shore, at a loss for words. Is that lizard really this powerful? The bespectacled youth glanced at his technological bear, appearing somewhat bewildered. They all presumed that the shockwave originated from Xiao Hui. Perhaps it's a mutated individual. I've never heard of a large web-footed gecko possessing such explosive shockwave capabilities. Lu Ming speculated that this shockwave might be a manifestation of Cang Ye's own abilities. However, since Cang Ye did not disclose this, she chose to keep the secret. Suddenly, Zhu Zhu felt a tremor beneath her feet and, filled with trepidation, asked, "Is there an earthquake?" The bespectacled youth concentrated and replied, "It seems like there might be a slight one. These minor tremors are inconsequential." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive dorsal fin, resembling a blade, erupted from the fields by the bank, cutting through the soil and plunging into the weed-filled river. The group exchanged glances in bewilderment. Huang Hongyan was the first to inquire, "What is that? A land shark?" The fin resembled that of an exceptionally large cleansing spirit. "What magnitude must that be? A peak individual? I don't know. What if something happens to Cang Ye? Isn't that obvious? Something is definitely wrong. Quickly, find Monkey Brother. Or no, seek out the teacher. You all go. I will attempt to attract that fish's attention from the shore," Lu Ming stated, hurling several energy orbs towards the location of the dorsal fin. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, splashes of blood and flesh erupted as the fin was knocked askew, sustaining some damage. Yet, almost instantaneously, it healed back to its original state. And with a swift dive, it vanished from sight. Chapter 48, Battling the Battlewing Catfish. Even with Cang Ye's formidable physique, the relentless bursts of shockwaves pushed his body to its limits. A massive shadow emerged amid the flowing river, laden with clumps of flesh and blood, its dark scales resembling cast iron. Its movements sent ripples across the water's surface. Cang Ye caught a glimpse of a broad fish tail. When did the battlewing catfish arrive? At that moment, Xiao Hui, now donning a repaired carbon fiber helmet, maintained its armored state and swam slowly beside Cang Ye, its tail striving to emit life energy and draw the attack. In the next instant, a powerful current surged from behind, propelling both Cang Ye and Xiao Hui forward. Simultaneously, a fin resembling a guillotine emerged from the viscous, bloody soup, slicing towards Xiao Hui. Whoosh! The water parted, creating a real spatial rift. At that moment, Xiao Hui, glowing with a red aura, executed a peculiar lateral drift, positioning itself beneath the battle-wing catfish. Then, with a sudden assault, it transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the catfish's abdomen, creating a vacuum corridor in the river. Bang! With a sound akin to metal clashing, bright sparks erupted, quickly extinguishing. The enormous body of the battle-wing catfish, comparable to a small car, shuddered slightly, its abdominal scales fracturing a few pieces, yet it sustained minimal injury. Immediately after, an eerie undercurrent emerged again, sweeping Xiao Hui beneath the right fin, which was raised like a battle blade. Cang Ye harnessed telekinesis, pulling Xiao Hui's body forcefully. Whoosh! The raised fin once more sliced through the air, narrowly missing Xiao Hui. After 2 bursts of telekinetic energy, Cang Ye felt a slight pressure in his temples. Indeed, through the possession of the little soul, he could temporarily unleash telekinesis. Moreover, his telekinesis was significantly stronger than when the little soul acted alone. At the very least, moving Xiao Hui was well within his capabilities. However, this demanded that Xiao Hui must not exhibit the slightest resistance. Otherwise, manipulating its body with telekinesis would become an arduous task of an entirely different magnitude. The fragments of shattered scales on the abdomen of the armored catfish visibly restored themselves at an astonishing rate. It possessed formidable vitality and an exceptional regenerative capability. With its overwhelming defensive strength, remarkable recuperative abilities, and fierce offensive power, it could be deemed virtually invincible. There was simply no way to contend with it. Cang Ye furrowed his brow and discarded the harpoon he held. Bang! He transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting beneath the armored catfish, gripping its thick, black lips with his hands, and with a sudden force, pried them open. Xiao Hui now. Whoosh! Under Cang Ye's telekinetic guidance, Xiao Hui launched itself directly into the catfish's mouth, fully engulfed. The armored catfish thrashed violently, attempting to expel Xiao Hui from its maw. Yet, Xiao Hui's tearing claws were firmly embedded within its flesh, climbing deeper along the constricted esophagus, rendering any attempt to dislodge itself futile. Alright, wreak havoc within its body with relentless assault and tearing claws. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The armored catfish's scales bulged outward from the impact, and chunks of flesh and viscera, mixed with blood, erupted from its gills. The enormous fish writhed in agony, violently thrashing its tail and fins, stirring up turbulent currents. The river's surface erupted into distorted waves several meters high, with water hyacinths mingling with the flesh of countless scavengers, entrails, and shattered scales washing ashore, emanating a foul stench. Inside the armored catfish, Xiao Hui wreaked havoc, nearly obliterating all its internal organs, shredding muscle, and turning its brain into a pulp. Yet, this colossal armored catfish continued to thrash about, demonstrating an astonishing vitality. Cang Ye couldn't help but marvel at this resilience. However, it was ultimately destined to perish. The natural feedback emanated from the entire Tuo River basin, flowing into Cang Ye's being. It was indescribable, akin more to an informational factor endowing living beings with special permissions than mere matter or energy. Cang Ye's sublimation quality surged by 10 units, reaching 783 units. His sublimation quality had also naturally increased through training and combat. Only 13 units of luminous particles remained for him to evolve. Almost simultaneously, another task materialized. Current task: eliminate the ecological destroyer, Killer Scab, along with his subordinate, Tiger Yi. Reward: over 10 units of sublimation quality. The final acquisition of sublimation quality will be adjusted based on task completion. How could a killer be labeled as an ecological destroyer? Shouldn't killers primarily target humans? Cang Ye was utterly perplexed. Yet, he decided to dismiss the confusion. Killing both of them would resolve the matter. The massive armored catfish floated to the river's surface, its tail and fins still twitching sporadically. Cang Ye and Xiao Hui emerged from the water. The flesh and scales clinging to them fell away as they lost their aquatic ability, leaving them remarkably clean, as though they had never entered the water. At that moment, Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth finally arrived, accompanied by a woman in sunglasses. They quickly spotted the enormous fish carcass on the river's surface, alongside the unscathed Cang Ye and Xiao Hui. Did you kill it? The bespectacled youth exclaimed in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Xiao Hui's abilities are particularly effective against it, Cang Ye explained with a smile. But this doesn't seem right. How could this be possible? The bespectacled youth appeared utterly incredulous. He could accept Cang Ye being strong, but not to such an overwhelming degree. How could a mere country bumpkin surpass him so drastically? How infuriating. His Gecko must have exhausted its potential. It can't possibly be any stronger. My bear will certainly surpass him in the future. It's just luck that he had a head start. The bespectacled youth muttered, consumed by jealousy. Huang Hongyan's left eye widened, while the right squinted. her eyelids fluttering rapidly as she attempted to commend Cang Ye, yet found herself at a loss for words. But why should a rural lad be so formidable? This is unfair. To pit a common gecko against something like this and still win? Is that reasonable? How infuriating. He must have overexerted his potential. His life is capped at this point. I still have a future. He has none. The two felt acutely envious, only able to console themselves that Cang Ye was a person devoid of a future. Unbeknownst to Cang Ye, who assumed their grim expressions reflected concern for him, he remarked, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ha, ha, how fortunate for you that you emerged unscathed. Huang Hongyan gritted through her teeth, not wishing for Cang Ye to be harmed, but rather feeling that, if unharmed, he should at least have been in a desperate situation. How could he have turned the tables on such a massive fish? This was a challenge to her understanding. Wait, Lu Ming is here too. She realized, of course. The fish was not killed by this rural bumpkin. It was Lu Ming who did it. I knew I was overlooking something. It's all Cang Ye's fault for standing there, looking as though he had vanquished the fish himself. What a show-off. With this thought, Huang Hongyan relaxed. Smiling cheerfully at Lu Ming, "Class leader, you managed to kill the fish all by yourself. Had I known, I wouldn't have sought out the teacher." Chapter 49, Willing to be considered a foster mother. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth's eyes brightened, revealing a look of sudden realization. Of course. How could I forget that the class leader is here? She must have been the primary force behind the fish's demise. Cang Ye was likely just a sidekick, creating distractions and conditions for her. Huang Hongyan, your assertion is misguided. It cannot be claimed that the class leader single-handedly killed the fish. Cang Ye's Gecko, Xiaohui, undoubtedly assisted in creating the conditions for the attack and deserves recognition. What? Huang Hongyan exclaimed, realizing the validity of this argument, her face flushing with embarrassment. I jumped to conclusions. Cang Ye certainly contributed to a degree. Lu Ming, standing nearby, blushed with awkwardness. No, stop. The fish was killed by Cang Ye. I didn't assist at all. As her words left her lips, the amicable atmosphere shifted once more. Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth's smiles froze on their faces, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Why is this happening? Unfortunately, no one could hear their anguished cries within. The unquenchable flames of jealousy burned fiercely, tormenting their spirits. At that moment, even Cang Ye, oblivious to the intricacies of human emotions, discerned their envy towards him and couldn't help but reflect, thus, one should not concern themselves with others' possessions, but rather focus on living their own life well. No. Why is this happening? It was clearly my kill. Why should all the rewards be claimed by you? I refuse to accept this. Cang Ye's heart burned with jealousy, yet he could only wrestle with his own spirit. Given that Lu Ming's team had dispatched the most scavengers and had also successfully dealt with a formidable armored catfish, it was only natural that they emerged as the top team, reaping a wealth of points. Most crucially, they had various invaluable rewards at their disposal. The expedition to the vast Mang mountain range offers an opportunity for invaluable learning. A groundbreaking gene editing technique aimed at enhancing metabolic capacity, customized technological gear, designed to withstand typhoons of a magnitude up to level 17, completely waterproof and boasting insulation capabilities akin to those of a thermos. In the form of an automatic folding tent, a unique metal, only producible within a laboratory setting, a cash prize amounting to 1 million. Gazing at the items listed, Cang Ye's greed surged, yet he felt utterly powerless. It was akin to admiring a charming and alluring virtual wife on his phone, yet being unable to reach out and touch her, a frustration that was profoundly disheartening. Alas, why must the heavens treat me thus? Cang Ye's heart bled, though his face betrayed a mask of indifference. Cang Ye, is there anything you desire? I can assist you in redeeming it, Lu Ming said gently, her smile illuminating her features. Truly, a divine presence had graced him. If the gods do not forsake me, I shall pledge my allegiance as your devoted son. Cang Ye nearly blurted out the word mother, but quickly tempered his tone, exclaiming instead, do you not covet these treasures? They seem rather precious. Oh, I possess all of these at home. I have long secured my position within the expedition team, so I find little need for them. What of you? Do you have any wishes? I can help you redeem a couple of items. Lu Ming replied, her demeanor exuding the reserved elegance characteristic of the affluent. At that moment, Cang Ye yearned to whisk Lu Ming away to a secluded room, and then, mother, just now, with so many people outside, I kneel before you here. Grant me but a chance to be your son. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Yet, should an opportunity arise, he would not hold back. Cang Ye pointed at the special metal and customized technological equipment on the reward list. Might it be possible to combine these two rewards to create a full suit of armor for my little gray? Certainly, Lu Ming replied, marking the two rewards. Soon, someone will come to measure little gray's dimensions to assist in crafting the armor. Fantastic. I truly appreciate your generosity, Cang Ye expressed sincerely. No need for thanks. After all, It is your assistance that has enabled our team to secure first place. Lu Ming smiled. Heh, next time, let Little Gray utilize the full armor as fusion material, making its scales 10, 100, even 1,000 times harder than that of the wild-winged catfish. Cang Ye beamed in delight within the confines of his dormitory. However, he quickly composed himself, gathering his strength in preparation for the night's battle. Little Gray lay asleep on the bed. As time slowly passed, deep into the night, Cang Ye carefully tucked Little Gray into a small storage area, despite its slightly larger size. Its flexible body allowed it to curl up into a circle, fitting snugly. Sensing the location of the assassin through a dim intuition, Cang Ye traversed the fields and made his way to the market. The streets lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of life. Only a few mischievous specters frolicked in the shadows and alleyways. The wind whipped up white plastic bags, sending them soaring through the air. Everything appeared desolate. A silhouette of an owl glided gracefully above, clutching a pitiable mouse in its beak. Cang Ye dismissed any useless sympathy and approached a radio shop. He could vaguely sense that the assassin was lurking beneath. Days prior, the security personnel of the research base had severely injured him. At that time, Cang Ye had just undergone one evolution and lacked the strength to pursue him. Yet, the circumstances had now changed. After a second evolution, Cang Ye's power, particularly his defensive capabilities, had significantly increased. Even if he could not kill, he should not be easily slain. Thus, he arrived with the intent to eradicate the assassin completely. Today, I shall utterly obliterate you. Meanwhile, within the radio shop, in a basement devoid of any detection equipment, the assassin, Blood Scab, lay bandaged and furious on a hospital bed, his menacing eyes the only visible feature. A woman trembled as she approached, holding a tray. I need to change your bandages. Are you afraid of me? Blood Scab rasped, his voice low and grating, as if his trachea had been damaged. And no, the woman stammered, visibly trembling. Blood Scab suddenly seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. You are afraid of me. You fear my terrifying visage. The woman gasped in pain, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to speak. I have a son. He's ill, gravely so. I need to earn money for his treatment. Please, I beg you spare me. With a soft crack, the woman's flesh began to decay, horrifying blackened scars appearing. Before she succumbed to silence, Blood Scab inhaled deeply, his condition seemingly improved, his gaze less frenzied. Yet, the fury remained. He had pondered for days and nights, unable to comprehend why someone would lay an ambush for him. Do not let me discover who is scheming against me. Otherwise, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome fate. Chapter 50. The Demon, a Harbinger of Calamity. Cang Ye did not foolishly charge in headlong. After all, the assassin had withstood a terrifying assault, yet still survived. He surely possessed something formidable. He needed to strategize carefully. Regrettably, the battle between the expedition's security personnel and the assassin had been brief, leaving Cang Ye oblivious to the assassin's spirit and its abilities. However, given that the assassin was hidden underground like a rat, Cang Ye infiltrated a closed shop, leaving behind several hundred coins to acquire 2 large barrels of gasoline. He then returned to the radio shop, using his psychic abilities to search for several minutes until he discovered a hidden door leading to the basement. With the gasoline wrapped in his psychic energy, he poured it through the door's crevice and ignited it. Whoosh! Flames erupted, releasing intense light and heat. Cang Ye swiftly exited the radio shop, sprinting several dozen meters down the street before leaping onto the rooftop of a 2-story building. The owner of this building had amassed various debris on the roof, broken wardrobes, iron frames, and steel cables, which provided excellent camouflage. Cang Ye peered over the edge, quietly observing the direction of the radio shop. The flames had begun to blaze within, thick smoke billowing out. The basement contained 3 interconnected rooms, arranged in a T-shape. Cang Ye had poured the gasoline in the topmost room, while Blood Scab resided in the left lower room of the T. As Cang Ye poured the gasoline, Blood Scab was cursing himself for dismantling his bandages too soon, regretting having killed the woman before she could finish tending to him. Once the smoke began seeping through the door's crack, he sensed something was amiss. His anger boiled over as he realized the situation. Not again, he snarled, his teeth grinding audibly, his scarred face contorting with rage. Who are you? Show yourself. Unfortunately, Cang Ye could not hear him. He lay hidden on the distant rooftop, patiently waiting with a sharp steel rod in hand. Shortly thereafter, a man, his body wrapped in bandages, stumbled out from a nearby electric bike shop, clearly in a desperate state, bending over and coughing violently. It was evident that he had been severely choked. Cang Ye rose from the rooftop, assuming a bow stance, twisting his waist as he extended his left hand, aiming at the assassin. With his right arm gripping the steel bar, he strained to pull it back, gathering all his strength. His robust thighs propelled him forcefully against the ground, and with a swift motion, he hurled the steel bar forward, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. Thud! The steel bar collided with an unseen object, producing a resounding clang akin to a bell, which intercepted its path before it spiraled away, crashing into the cement wall of a distant building, sending sparks flying in a shower of friction. The object that had obstructed the steel bar was sent crashing into the assassin, knocking him down and eliciting a guttural cough followed by a mouthful of blood. Xiaohui, run with me. Cang Ye inhaled deeply, immediately employing detection on the shadow that had intercepted the steel bar. His mental energy was drained to the brink of exhaustion, causing him to collapse to the ground. However, he was tethered by a coil of iron wire, the other end secured to Xiaohui. In the moment of Cang Ye's fainting, Xiaohui utilized a frenzied dash, dragging him down the building and sprinting into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Cang Ye felt as if he were being brutally beaten in a dream, jolting awake in pain. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself being dragged across rocky terrain. Stop! Stop! He urgently commanded Xiaohui, rubbing his throbbing head as he stood up. He glanced at the moon, realizing he must have slept for at least half an hour. Yet it was worth it, for he had obtained crucial information. Species, Yao the insect. Recorded in Jiangnan Yuchongji, its form resembles that of a beetle, entirely black. With no ears. It possesses a long horn at its mouth resembling a crossbow, capable of launching sand to shoot at shadows. Those struck by it suffer from severe headaches and fever, developing sores akin to scabies. In extreme cases, it can lead to death. In reality, the Yao is a supernatural entity, formed from concepts of defamation and harm. Skills, Sand Shadow Strike, Life Theft, Armored Body, Horn Charge. This means one must ensure not to be struck by its shadow, or death may follow directly. This creature is indeed terrifying. Xiaohua, can your skills be utilized in this manner? Cang Ye summoned Xiaohua to experiment, instantly feeling a surge of confidence. Though the Yao insect was formidable, it was fundamentally countered by Xiaohua. He once again sensed the assassin's position. He has actually fled? Cang Ye was taken aback, as he had anticipated the assassin would pursue him. Could it be that he fears me? Have I truly grown to the point where even the assassin is afraid? A sense of secret delight swelled within him, quickly followed by pride. In truth, the assassin was indeed afraid. After all, he faced an enemy capable of predicting his movements and laying ambushes. An adversary who could locate him regardless of where he hid, striking from the shadows, seemingly omniscient. It was utterly terrifying. Thus, he fled. Alas, he could not escape. Cang Ye could vaguely sense his position, akin to having a cheat that granted him X-ray vision. He strode purposefully towards the direction the assassin had fled. However, the closer he approached, the more perplexed he became. How did he arrive here? Lu Miao, the Jin family. Back in the day, Blood Scab had gradually risen to prominence with the assistance of the Jin family. However, he had since become far more powerful than the entire Jin clan, utterly dismissing them and severing all ties. Yet now, a figure shrouded in bandages was desperately fleeing into the dilapidated courtyard of the Jin family. He felt a surge of confusion. What is happening? Could it be? He shuddered. That person had predicted I would seek aid from the Jin family, and thus preemptively annihilated them? A profound terror coursed through his veins, flooding his entire being. Tears welled in Blood Scab's eyes as he pondered. Why? Why must it be this way? Like a lost dog, he stumbled into the main hall, relying on memories from over a decade ago to locate a hidden passage, entering a small room on the third floor. There, he was met with a stomach-churning stench. He nearly retched but beheld the half-lying, moldy corpse of a headless woman. Blood Scab's pupils trembled. Fauxmen, what on earth is happening? Why is this? His mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He yearned to touch the headless corpse but recoiled from the putrid odor. Ultimately, he steeled himself, picking up a hunting rifle from beside the corpse, breaking open the chamber to inspect the bullets. Could it be that the assassin still had ties to the Jin family? Cang Ye found the coincidence too fortuitous. Yet, it was not mere chance. After all, underworld forces tend to attract one another. It was entirely normal for an assassin to be entangled with organized crime. However, with the Jin family annihilated, what purpose did he have in approaching them? Chapter 51, The Absence of Destiny. Cang Ye crouched low, swiftly darting to the decrepit courtyard of the Jin family. He vividly recalled being shot here, nearly losing his life. Thus he proceeded with utmost caution. He must not trip in the gutter. Cang Ye sensed vaguely that the assassin was hiding within this courtyard, but he was unaware of the specific location. He intended to send Xiao Hongui to scout, yet inadvertently glanced toward the room where the gun-wielding woman had previously concealed herself. Through the window, he discerned a vague silhouette appearing against the wall inside. So that was where he was hiding. Cang Ye confirmed the target, inhaled deeply, and sprinted several paces before launching himself with a powerful push against the ground. Boom. The earth erupted as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping 7 or 8 meters and crashing through the window into the room. Bloodscab had yet to react when he was met with a forceful kick to the chest. Bang! A palm-sized beetle intercepted his foot, sending a shockwave that resonated painfully through Cang Ye's soles, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. The insect, known as the Yao, also soared backward but quickly adjusted its position, flapping its wings and launching a fine sand from its crossbow-like mouth, aimed at Cang Ye's shadow. Seizing this opportunity, the assassin reacted, raising his gun to shoot. However, a blinding light suddenly erupted from Cang Ye's body, nearly blinding the assassin. Startled, the assassin fired without aiming, the bullet embedding itself into the adjacent wall, leaving a dark hole. The luminescent energy, drawn from the heavens by the nightlight child, enveloped Cang Ye, transforming him into a dazzling beacon. And a light source casts no shadow. Thus, the sand shot by the Yao failed to strike anything. Nevertheless, even if the Yao could not hit the shadow, it still possessed its horn charge skill. It charged directly at Cang Ye, emitting a terrifying drone reminiscent of a fighter jet. Cang Ye stood firm, delivering a punch towards it. Bang! The two collided, and Cang Ye's arm jolted violently. Muscles tearing as blood oozed from a gash formed at the center of his fist. However, the Yao was also sent flying, crashing into the assassin. Yet, the assassin erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice brimming with exuberance and triumph. Ha! I have tasted your blood. You are finished. Your fate is now mine. Fate. Cang Ye's expression turned peculiar at the mention of it. Do I possess such a thing? Before he could process, he witnessed the Yao disintegrate into a plume of black smoke, followed by the assassin's terrified exclamation. How is this possible? How can you be devoid of destiny? How can one exist without fate? Wait. The assassin suddenly paused, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant figure of Cang Ye, his expression shifting gradually. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. Could it truly be you? That child? What nonsense is this? Cang Ye felt an inexplicable heaviness. You are Cang Ye, are you not? The assassin seemed to have regained his composure, speaking slowly. 10 years ago, you were sold by your father. Cang Ye was genuinely taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. How could you possibly know that? Ha ha ha. It really is you. Truly you. Ha ha ha. The assassin suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. For I am the one who purchased you. What nonsense. To be more precise, I am one of those who bought you. No. Wait a moment. Cang Ye felt his mind swirl in confusion. What on earth is happening? Can you not clarify this for me? No wonder it all seems so coincidental. It must be fate. Everything is orchestrated by destiny. The assassin bellowed, as if he had lost his mind. Do you know? You once possessed a remarkably unique fate, referred to by the master as a superweighted destiny. You were destined to soar to great heights, to stand among the pinnacle of the world. However, the master acquired you and fragmented your fate, selling every portion, including mine. Without fate, you should have perished long ago. You should have been dead. How can you still be alive? By what right do you continue to exist? Cough, 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 cough. The assassin coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth. A superweighted fate? Sold? Is it truly possible for fate to be commodified? Cang Ye, bewildered, marveled at the absurdity of the world. Then curiously inquired, where does this master you speak of reside? I have a desire to track this person down and eliminate him. I do not know. However, you will never find the master. Even if you did, it would be solely because he wished for you to discover him. The assassin clearly held a deep reverence for this so-called master. Can you return my fate to me? But that is now my fate. It is already mine, and I intend to die with it. I shall not relinquish it to you. The assassin screamed, his throat tearing as he did so. Very well. Then can you tell me what you have hidden in the beams of the house? It is a fragment of your fate. What nonsense. A fragment of fate residing within the horn of a Qilin? Cang Ye was truly perplexed this time, but then he realized. Could it be that the object within that box was taken by the Qilin? It is highly probable. Is not your fate tied to me? How can it also be in the Qilin's horn? Because it is not the same fragment of fate. I have already stated that your fate has been divided into many segments, each purchased by different individuals. The piece of your fate I possess is but a trifling fraction. Yet the fate residing within the Qilin's horn signifies a desire for extraordinary weight. At this point, the assassin suddenly asked, did you take that fragment of fate? If so, you would do well to return it swiftly. Cang Ye shot him a cold glance. That fate was originally mine. So what of it if I took it? By what right must I return it? No, you are mistaken. The assassin shook his head. That fragment of fate was acquired by the corporation. Therefore, it is not yours, it belongs to the company. You must return it. And what if I refuse? In truth, you are already close to death. However, should you return the Qilin's horn, you may meet your end with greater dignity. The assassin grinned wickedly. Is that so? Then you may wait for me below. Cang Ye stamped his foot down on his head, trampling it into a pulp before he was satisfied. His chest heaved. So this is how my fate has been squandered. A surge of intense resentment welled up within him. I was meant to rise to greatness, to stand atop the world, not to languish as a beggar in the countryside, let alone face life-threatening accidents regularly. It is all your fault. All your fault. I shall slay every one of you. That master, all those who purchased my fate, and whatever wretched corporation, all shall be exterminated. Not a single one shall remain. Gah! Cang Ye seethed with rage for a considerable time, until his emotions finally settled. Slowly, he calmed himself, resolving to grow stronger. Evolve 100, 1,000 times. At worst, I shall obliterate the earth. The immediate task is to complete the mission. The assassin has been dispatched, yet that Tiger Lord still lives. He possesses a Qilin scale that must be retrieved. It would serve as excellent material for Xiao Hui's evolution as well. Chapter 52 Resurrection. Cang Ye sensed the location of the Tiger Lord and leaped from the window. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the headless corpse now smeared with blood. Moments later, the flesh of the body began to writhe, collapsing inward as a new head sprouted. Gradually, it transformed back into a normal child with fair skin, resembling a 5 or 6-year-old. This was the peculiar ability gained after Blood Scab stole the fate of a powerful individual, the lighthouse jellyfish. It is well known that the lighthouse jellyfish possesses a capability called transdifferentiation, which can be understood as reverting its body to a healthy juvenile state when on the brink of death. Although Blood Scab, having stolen the fate of the lighthouse jellyfish, could not infinitely revert like the true jellyfish, it could resurrect once. And one resurrection was already a significant gain. He opened his eyes and separated the Yao from his soul. Just moments ago, Yao had stolen Cang Ye's fate, but since Cang Ye had no fate, it was ultimately consumed and rendered null. Fortunately, Yao had established a high-level connection with Blood Scab, allowing it to resurrect alongside him. Blood Scab lowered his head, his gaze cold and vengeful. Cang Ye, a thing that should have perished long ago, utterly worthless, akin to a discarded plastic bag. By what right does he continue to live? He must possess a secret, a monumental secret. It is imperative to report this to the company. Mobilize all resources to capture him, uncover his secret, seize everything from him. The more Blood Scab pondered, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress a series of sinister chuckles. Suddenly, a voice filled with incredulity resonated from behind him. You are still alive? Did I not smash your head to pieces? Blood Scab, caught in his maniacal laughter, trembled before slowly turning his stiff neck, his eyes wide with terror as he met Cang Ye's questioning gaze. Cang Ye was now perched at the window, his upper body protruding from the opening, his eyes glinting ominously. He appeared like a malevolent specter hovering outside. Indeed, he had been on his way to eliminate the Tiger Lord. However, reflecting on Blood Scab's last words only fueled his anger and annoyance. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, he could no longer restrain himself. He resolved to return and obliterate Blood Scab's corpse in a fit of fury. Yet upon his return, he found a small Blood Scab sitting on the ground, cackling. You have truly surprised me greatly. Cang Ye vaulted through the window, filled with delight. Merely desecrating a corpse cannot assuage my rage. But your revival changes everything. At this moment, just the thought of your forthcoming wails, screams, pleas for mercy, and desperate struggles fills me with anticipation. I restrained my trembling body, overwhelmed with excitement, and took a deep breath of the fetid air. Then, I gazed at the blood-crusted eyes, filled with fear and tears, and declared, I feel an indescribable joy. Can we not reconcile? Alas, the answer was no. With an expression devoid of emotion, I poured gasoline over the heap of mangled flesh on the ground, stirring, mixing, igniting. Once the remnants were reduced to ash, I poured more gasoline over the cinders, stirring, mixing, igniting again. Surely, they must be utterly dead now? The flickering flames illuminated my face, and I felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. I detected a disjointed structure and began to integrate it. Warning, belonging to a sexual error, unable to integrate. Attempting to extract fundamental roots. Extraction successful, integration commencing. 153100. Integration complete. A fragment of information inexplicably flashed through my mind. Immediately, I felt as though a layer of shackles had been shed, and I was inexplicably lighter. I stood in a daze. This information was nonsensical, yet I comprehended its essence. It seemed the auxiliary device had detected a thread of fate, attempting to assist in its integration into my being. However, this fate no longer belonged to me. Hence it was unable to merge. The device had no choice but to obliterate this fate into a fundamental substance before reintegrating it. The outcome was astonishing. Evolution success rate, 95712. The success rate had skyrocketed from a negative 95% to a positive 1%. What? I was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of elation. Wonderful. This would save me an immeasurable amount of time. In high spirits, I glanced at the watch I had pried from the blood-crusted figure. It was already 2 in the morning. Time was of the essence. I needed to deal with Lord Tiger swiftly. I sensed his location and discovered he was currently on the move, seemingly heading towards the radio shop in the market. Evidently, he had learned of the fire and intended to assess the situation. What a coincidence! The fire at the radio shop had nearly extinguished, leaving only scattered embers. The entire building was charred black, emitting wisps of smoke. Even from a distance, the waves of heat were palpable. Strangely, despite such a conflagration, no neighbors had come to assist in extinguishing the flames, nor was there anyone to observe. No, it wasn't that there were no onlookers. Rather, they were merely peering through the cracks of their curtains, cautiously observing the radio shop. 2 burly figures stood at the foot of the scorched building, accompanied by 2 grunting razorback pigs, flanked by a few loyal henchmen. Their expressions were a tumult of anger, anxiety, and an unmistakable fear. Yet what of that group? What exactly were they plotting, and what was there that could not be discussed? At worst, they could cede the territory to them. They had already eliminated the leaders. How could negotiations proceed? It was evident they aimed to exterminate us all. Truly a heinous act. There was no sense of decorum. How could they dare to slaughter us? The ones above? Who could argue otherwise? Killing those below was one thing, but even we were not spared. They disregarded all rules, and if they continued down this path, their downfall was inevitable. The they that the 2 spoke of referred to me, Cang Ye. The 2 fat men I had slain earlier were their so-called leaders. The Wang family's 4 brothers, the 4 kings of the mining gang, had lost 2 of their own at my hands that very night. No one believed such a feat could be accomplished by a single individual. The higher-ups of the mining gang speculated that a new underground dark force was rising, or that an external dark force sought to encroach upon their territory. In the following days, they were cautious, ever vigilant, and restless at the slightest hint of trouble. Thus, on this night, with the radio shop ablaze, the 2 had no choice but to brave the risk of inspection, their moods understandably sour. I stood atop the building where I had previously ambushed the blood-crusted figure, observing the 2 hefty men below. With a sudden motion, I hurled a steel bar from my hand. Whoosh! The bar streaked through the air before crashing into one man's skull, instantly obliterating it, while the bar continued its trajectory, embedding itself into the concrete wall behind him, sending sparks and debris flying. The end of the bar quivered, humming ominously. What? The remaining man widened his eyes, his expression turning blank, soon followed by an overwhelming dread. Chapter 53, Lord Tiger. He had no time to wipe the tears from his eyes, his stout legs barely moving when a steel bar shot toward him. Yet, compared to his brother, his fortune was far better. The razorback pig reacted just in time, shielding him with its massive body. Thud! The steel bar pierced the pig's hide, embedding itself deep within its strong muscles, staining its bristles with blood. It appeared to have protected its master. However, as it roared toward my direction, a great claw flashed behind it, severing its head and sending blood soaring. Because I had drawn attention with the steel bar, the stealthy little gray had gone unnoticed. The 2 razorback pigs cried out in anguish. One, engulfed in crimson energy, charged toward me, while the other, with gleaming tusks resembling curved blades, swiftly turned to stab at the little gray. I leaped down from the building. I could not stand idly by as the wild boar barreled into a structure painstakingly built. Moreover, the beast was charging directly at me. My muscles tensed. Grasping the steel bar with utmost focus, my dynamic vision fully engaged, locking onto the razorback pig. There was no room for hesitation. I surged forward. Kill! Wham! Upon collision, I was sent hurtling backward, slamming against the concrete wall with a dull thud, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. My blood surged. The skin on my palms was torn, blood streaming down to the ground. Yet, these were mere minor injuries. The steel bar had penetrated the pig's nostrils, driving straight into its brain. It was dead beyond any doubt. Its legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, yet its immense body continued to slide forward, displacing the earth before it. I slid down the wall and approached, placing my foot upon the forehead of the sliding beast. Bam! The massive creature quaked, kicking up a cloud of dust, finally coming to a halt. The building behind us was spared from collapse. Meanwhile, with the aid of the nightlight, the little gray had inflicted numerous gruesome wounds upon the pig, revealing glimpses of its writhing innards. Minutes later, in a final brutal assault, the little gray tore open the pig's wounds, spilling its entrails like a broken sack. Before long, the entire pig lay motionless. As for the remaining henchmen of the mining gang, they had long since fled the scene, for in the underworld, morality was a foreign concept. I concealed several corpses behind the house, ensuring they remained hidden. Then, he entered the basement of the radio store, poised to ambush Cang Ye. The basement was engulfed in darkness, emanating an acrid stench reminiscent of burnt meat. Dozens of charred wooden crates were haphazardly stacked, within which the faint outlines of some animal carcasses could be discerned. Poaching. It was no wonder they said they disrupted the ecosystem. Cang Ye waited in the basement for about half an hour before Tiger Ye finally arrived. He descended into the basement accompanied by 3 middle-aged men, followed closely by a tailless tiger, 2 mantises, and a tortoise. Tiger Ye, suppressing his fury, growled, "Where are Wang Shan and Wang Hai? Did I raise them just to feed them?" One of his subordinates inspected the crates and reported, "Tiger Ye, the goods are still here, but they are all ruined." "Humph." Tiger Ye snorted coldly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. Such precious cargo had been lost. Were those people merely there to kill? You guessed it. Cang Ye, who had been holding his breath and lurking above, released his grip and slammed his knee into Tiger Ye's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. At that moment, Cang Ye's weight approached 200 kilograms. Such a blow was beyond the endurance of an elderly man. Tiger Ye lay on the ground, wailing. Cang Ye seized a small knife he had found and pierced the skin at the back of his neck, threatening, "If you wish to live, have your tiger get lost." Seeing Tiger Ye pinned to the ground, the tiger that had been poised to pounce on Cang Ye halted its movement, glared at Cang Ye with ferocity, and retreated step by step. The remaining 3 of Tiger Ye's subordinates dared not act recklessly, standing anxiously by. At that moment, Tiger Ye, having ceased his wailing, struggled to maintain composure and asked, "Young man, what do you desire? Money, women, or power? I can provide it all. Have you acquired a scale of the Qilin? Where is it hidden? Oh, so you came for the Qilin scale. Rest assured, I have concealed it well. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Your future is limitless. Join me, and in a few years, I can entrust the entire mining gang to you. By then, don't just expect Qilin scales. Even the feathers of the Sand Chicken Emperor will be within my reach." Uft. Cang Ye thrust a dagger into his left scapula, retorting, "Enough of your nonsense. Tell me where the Qilin scale is." "In the county. In the county. Young man, don't be agitated. Let us communicate civilly. We, as people of the Jianghu, abhor violence. You must understand, everything can be negotiated. Bloodshed is too dire. We must avoid it." Uft. Cang Ye stabbed him again, this time into his right scapula. "Stop the chatter, and take me to retrieve the scale." Cang Ye yanked him up from the ground, pressing the dagger against his neck as they ascended. "Don't rush. I will definitely provide you with the scale. Little brother, you are exceptionally strong, if I'm not mistaken. The remaining 2 brothers of the Wang family have also met their demise at your hands. Indeed, not only those 2 brothers, but even that assassin named Shui Jia has fallen by my hand." "What?" Cang Ye detected a hint of genuine fear in the old man's tone. "You killed him? He was the one scouting for his company. They will surely come after you. Young man, you must flee, or it will all be over." Tiger Ye's voice was laced with concern, as if he genuinely cared for Cang Ye's well-being. "Is that company truly formidable enough to frighten you so?" "Of course. It is the illustrious Jiao technology, a true behemoth, one of the most powerful companies in the Americas, not something an individual can contend with. Once that company mobilizes, it possesses the power to wreak havoc. Young man, heed my advice, flee at once. If you truly desire the scale, just provide me with a location, and I will send it to you." "So you want me to provide a location, after which you will bring that company to capture me for a reward?" Cang Ye laughed heartily, suddenly plunging the dagger into his deltoid and twisting it fiercely. "Stop wasting my time. Hurry and take me to find the scale, or I shall plunge this knife into your skull." Chapter 54, Encountering a Ghost? Cang Ye, having taken Tiger Ye hostage, climbed into a vehicle, instructing one of his subordinates to drive to the county, with Xiao Hui lying in the passenger seat. Silence enveloped the journey. Tiger Ye soon realized that remaining silent was preferable. Speaking only led to more knives. The car sped along the asphalt road, devoid of any human presence. Gradually, a thick fog began to roll in. Suddenly, a hand appeared from outside, slapping against the car window, leaving a vivid red handprint. What the hell? Cang Ye was momentarily taken aback, glancing outside, but the hand had vanished, leaving only the strikingly red and eerie handprint. The middle-aged driver's teeth chattered in fear. "They say Wuma Road is haunted. We won't run into any trouble, will we? A little ghost?" Cang Ye paid it no mind. What was there to fear from a bunch of weaklings? He continued to drive forward. "Bad Cang Ye," Yueter suddenly protested within Cang Ye's body. "No, it's not that," Tiger Ye stammered, equally terrified. "It is said that Wuma Road once witnessed a major series of car accidents, claiming many lives. They turned into vengeful spirits, wandering this road at midnight, seeking a substitute to escape." At that moment, the vehicle came to a slow halt. "Why have we stopped?" "Keep driving." Cang Ye kicked the front seat. The driver turned slowly, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze chillingly fixed on them, his face ashen. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted by several degrees, frost forming on the windows as Cang Ye exhaled clouds of white mist. However, His robust physique merely felt a slight chill. He would not freeze to death. Biao? Biaozi? Tiger Ye exclaimed in terror. You are no longer Biaozi? The driver abruptly turned to Tiger Ye, his voice hoarse as he declared, "It's your turn. Stop with the theatrics." Cang Ye scoffed, unconvinced by the supernatural display, and kicked forward with force. Bam! The seat lurched forward, the driver's upper body bent, his head smashing against the steering wheel, the airbag deploying and rendering him unconscious. Is this the extent of a ghost? Cang Ye coldly regarded Tiger Ye. Are you the one playing tricks? If memory serves, a tiger can command the restless spirits, yes? Uft. He severed 3 fingers from Tiger Ye's left hand. Have your tiger disperse the fog, or you can forget about keeping the remaining 2 fingers. Indeed. You did not deceive me. Tiger Ye closed his eyes in agony. I concede. I have fallen into your hands. The fog outside the window dissipated, revealing an elevated bridge with the rushing Tuo River below. A tailless tiger stood at the bridge's end, surrounded by dozens of ethereal, ghostly figures, which at first glance appeared terrifying. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were merely frail little spirits. Damn, old man. Cang Ye's expression hardened as he seized Tiger Ye by the neck and dragged him from the vehicle. Have your tiger come forth. What do you intend to do? If it approaches, it must be hungry. I have a fondness for animals and cannot bear to see it starve, so I plan to offer your flesh as sustenance. Tiger Ye fell silent, contemplating whether he had indeed killed too many and committed too many sins, now facing retribution. Otherwise, how could he have attracted such filth? Young man, isn't this a waste of time? Let us hurry and retrieve your scale. The car is already broken. How shall we go? Cang Ye menacingly declared. Make a call to your subordinates and have them deliver the scales to me. In the interim, I will slice off a piece of your flesh every minute to feed to the tiger. The swifter your subordinates are, the greater your chances of survival. You are truly a devil. With a dismissive scoff, Cang Ye immediately severed a substantial chunk of flesh from his left shoulder and tossed it to the tiger. Then began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. The tiger, no longer daring to delay, trembled as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed, instructing his men to expedite the delivery of a box stored in his safe. By the time Cang Ye had inflicted over 30 cuts upon him, a vehicle finally sped onto the scene and halted at the roadside. A young man in his 30s, with black hair, hurriedly emerged from the car, clutching a wooden box. He looked at the blood-soaked, weak-breathing figure of the tiger and exclaimed in alarm, "Dad? What happened to you?" Upon seeing his son, the tiger's heart tightened, cursing his subordinate for their blunder. He had intended to summon supplies, yet what arrived was his son. Was this an attempt by his men to eliminate both father and son through Cang Ye's hands to seize power? He could only strive to mask his disdain for his son. Huffing in anger, "Why are you so slow, you worthless wretch? Are you trying to get your father killed? I should have never had you. The most useless of my 8 sons. Just drop the box and get lost. I don't even want to see you." In truth, he had only this one son due to health reasons. The young man quickly grasped his father's intent, realizing that the captor was far too perilous to confront. His father wanted him to withdraw for his safety, hoping for revenge later. The young man lowered his head, his gaze darkening, muscles tensing in anger as he gripped the wooden box tightly. Fueled by indignation, he suddenly pointed at the tiger and shouted, "Old man, I've tolerated you for far too long. You'd be better off dead. Did you really think I came to save you? I'm here to witness your demise." He turned to Cang Ye. "You want what's inside this box, don't you? I'd rather toss it away than give it to you." With that, he hurled the wooden box into the depths of the Tuo River. Cang Ye swiftly cut the tiger's throat, then leaped from the overpass, his eyes fixated on the box. "No." The young man cried out in anguish, throwing himself over his father. He had anticipated that Cang Ye would dive into the river to pursue the box. Yet he was taken aback when Cang Ye prioritized killing his father first. In a panic, the young man pressed his hands against his father's throat, but could not halt the blood from gushing forth. The tiger's body grew increasingly cold. Gasping for breath, he managed to utter, "Do not seek revenge. Live a normal life with the money. I never involved you in the underworld. You've only taken a few lives, you can still leave. Your grades are excellent. You could become a doctor or a lawyer. Please, do not seek vengeance. Promise me." With his last ounce of strength, the tiger gripped his son's wrist tightly. "All right, I promise." The young man nodded, tears brimming in his eyes, acquiescing to his father's plea. The tiger slowly closed his eyes. The young man could no longer contain himself, screaming in anguish as he embraced his father's lifeless body. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with unquenchable hatred. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. I will make you pay." He had already plotted to use his father's inheritance to hire the most formidable assassins, no matter the cost. He was determined to end Cang Ye's life. A shadow flickered behind him. Thud! The young man beheld a beheaded corpse, blood spurting from the neck. Why does this body seem so familiar? Confusion washed over him. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Vengeance. I must avenge. Then, he lost all consciousness. Chapter 55. The Nightlight Child begins to evolve. The little gray creature tilted its head, observing the young man's still furious visage, feeling a twinge of discomfort. With its tearing claws, it cleaved the head into several pieces. It then confronted the approaching tailless tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar reverberated through the valley, startling the slumbering birds in the forest. Previously, it had refrained from acting out of fear of the tiger's captivity. Now that the tiger was dead, it felt no more restraint. Huh! The little gray creature raised itself and hissed at the tiger. The tailless tiger was already quite aged, lacking in strength, its vitality waning. However, its prowess did not solely rely on physical might. With its piercing eyes wide open, its ferocity emanated, causing the little gray creature to shrink back, entering a defensive state. Simultaneously, a multitude of wraiths surrounding the tailless tiger howled as they lunged toward the little gray creature, seeking to possess it. The little gray creature swiftly executed a dash, leaping over the bridge's railing and plunging into the river. Cang Ye, clutching the wooden box, crawled onto the shore, soaked. He opened the box to find the Qilin's scales nestled within, heavy to the touch, radiating a tingling energy that surged into his body. At last, he had retrieved it, a feat not easily accomplished. Just then, he heard a tiger's roar and turned to survey the bridge. Spotting the little gray creature poised against the tailless tiger, he ordered it to jump into the river. With the tiger's death, the mission was accomplished. A natural energy flowed from the forest into his being. Sublimation essence, 116 units. Not a substantial amount. Cang Ye sensed that although the mission was complete, annihilating the entire mining gang could yield even more essence. Yet, a new task had emerged. Current mission: eliminate the old cat monkey demon spreading fungal mats deep within the Great Mang Mountain range and rescue the creatures under its control. Reward: 30 units of sublimation essence, potentially increasing based on the mission's completion level. The old cat monkey demon? Encountering this creature again, it seemed prudent to prepare additional gasoline. The little gray creature swam ashore. Cang Ye affixed the Qilin scales to its body. Current evolution success rate, 52. Not bad. The little gray creature's original success rate was 37. Using this scale as a fusion material slightly enhanced the success rate. At least it hadn't decreased. He wondered if the little gray creature would gain the Qilin bloodline after the evolution. Did it suddenly feel fantastical? After waiting for a moment, and seeing that the tiger had not approached, he decided to disregard it and return to the base. White phosphorus. What do you need that for? It's dangerous, asked the puzzled young man in a lab coat who had previously assisted Cang Ye in crafting a helmet for the little gray creature. I fear the old cat monkey demon will return. I intend to use white phosphorus against it. This substance ignites ferociously. Oh, I didn't expect you to be aware of that. Aware of what? Recently, numerous cities in the Central Plains have reported sightings of cat monkeys. Indeed. So do you have any white phosphorus? Cang Ye continued to inquire. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. We truly have none prepared. All right. Cang Ye remained unperturbed. He could procure it elsewhere. Thank you. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the lab-coated youth add, moreover, even if you manage to acquire white phosphorus, it may be futile. The cat monkeys are no longer afraid of ordinary fire. What? They've learned a skill known as fire avoidance. Ordinary flames, or those below 3,000 degrees Celsius, no longer inflict harm upon them. Since white phosphorus burns at just over 1,000 degrees, even if you obtain it, your best course of action upon encountering them is to flee swiftly. Don't foolishly rush into battle. Cang Ye was taken aback. How could they collectively acquire such an ability? Was the learning aptitude of the cat monkey demons truly so formidable? The young man in the white coat chuckled, explaining, because their essence is fungal. Once one strain masters a skill known as fire avoidance, all the other individuals derived from it will also possess that capability. So that was the case. Cang Ye understood. In any case, if you ever encounter a cat monkey demon, simply run for your life. However, encountering a cat monkey is not that easy. The odds are only slightly better than being in a car accident. The young man casually tousled Cang Ye's hair before turning to attend to his own matters. This was troublesome. The cat monkey demons were no longer afraid of fire. However, flames below 3,000 degrees Celsius could not harm them, which did not imply that flames above 3,000 degrees would be ineffective. If he could evolve the nightlight and choose a sunny day to engage them in battle, he could produce not just flames exceeding 3,000 degrees, but even those surpassing 10,000. He glanced at his current sublimation quality, 952 units. He was already capable of evolving the nightlight. The only uncertainty lay in what fusion material to use. Little Flower, Cang Ye called. She had been sewing autumn garments in her little house whenever she had a spare moment. The skirt was complete, only the hat remained. Nini? She sat dazed in Cang Ye's palm, unsure of what to do. Let me see what you can use for evolution. Ni? Materials such as stone, iron, and would seem inappropriate. After pondering for a moment, Cang Ye cradled the night light and stepped outside. Sunlight illuminated her wings, sparkling like countless tiny diamonds. Using sunlight as her fusion material. Current evolution success rate, 99. Cang Ye was momentarily stunned. What on earth was this? What had he been accumulating sublimation quality for all these days? His frustration was beyond words. Ni? The night light tilted her adorable head, not comprehending why Cang Ye suddenly widened his eyes. Never mind, it was a good thing after all. Cang Ye added 1 unit of sublimation quality to the night light. Evolution. Sunlight coalesced behind her into a magnificent pair of wings. He glanced at her information. Species, nightlight. Class, individual, 199. Status, evolving, estimated 6 natural days. Requires substantial sunlight during this period. Sunlight requirements met. 3. Little flower, why don't you try gathering sunlight around yourself? Obediently, Little Flower began to manipulate the radiant light to coalesce around her. Sunlight requirements met. 4, 5, 6. The progress was astounding. Nearly a 1% increase every minute. At this rate, she would meet her requirements within a day, making her evolution remarkably effortless. Then today, you can sunbathe. Cang Ye placed her in a bird's nest atop a large tree. Next, he summoned the little soul demon, preparing to evolve her chilling breath. Previously, he had prioritized evolving the night light, and had temporarily set aside her chilling breath, as it seemed of little use. However, given the delightful surprise from the night light, his sublimation quality was now abundant. Thus, he decided to proceed with the evolution. After all, having stronger capabilities was never a disadvantage. One could never tell when such abilities might prove beneficial. Furthermore, if memory served him correctly, the cat monkey demons were hydraulically driven. What would happen if he were to freeze the liquid within their bodies? Chapter 56, The Great Mang Mountain Range. Hey, within a concealed dwelling in the mountains, 4 Euro-Asian mercenaries clad in camouflage extended their hands. 3 had their palms facing down, while 1 faced up. The individual with the upward palm was eliminated. After 2 rounds, only a small, frail-looking man resembling a monkey and a seemingly simple redneck stood facing each other. Rock, paper, scissors. The slender man revealed a hammer, while the redneck showed scissors. Oh, hooray! This mission is mine. The small man raised his fist triumphantly, shaking his head in delight. He picked up a photograph from the table, revealing Cang Ye's image. It wasn't the real Cang Ye, but rather an imitation created by the old cat monkey demon using mycelium. Eliminating him was merely a secondary objective. The primary goal was to gather intelligence on the Qilin horn and the blood scab. A white-haired middle-aged man who had been seated on the adjacent sofa reading a newspaper leaned forward, offering a reminder. All right. The small man flicked the photograph before stowing it in his pocket. But that worthless blood scab is dead. What news is there to uncover? His ability was rather unique. Cold breath, exhaling frigid air to inflict frostbite upon enemies. Cang Ye spat against the wall, instantly causing numerous gleaming ice crystals to form in the air. Frost coated the surface, and the temperature within the dwelling plummeted by several degrees. The potency following the evolution of his chilling breath was commendable. Cang Ye checked a thermometer. The temperature hovered around -80 degrees. Not bad. It could be classified as an elemental attack, qualifying him as a sorcerer. He had 84 units of sublimation quality remaining, needing at least 20 units to allow Little Flower to evolve her skill. That left him with 64 units. For his next endeavor, he intended to evolve Little Gray, whose current evolution success rate was 37. Adding 64 units would raise it to 67. However, eliminating the old cat monkey demon would yield 30 additional units. Moreover, he could extract approximately 2 to 3 units of sublimation quality through daily training. It seemed Little Gray would soon achieve evolution. 3 days passed swiftly. Cang Ye and his companions, including Lu Ming, resolved various tasks, dealing with burrowing field mice, a burgeoning horde of locusts, and 2 monkeys that had been siphoning human blood. Today, the research team was finally set to ascend the mountain. They needed to prepare clothing, tents, and supplies at the resource distribution point. Cang Ye, what do you need such a large coat for? I intend to use it as a blanket. Cang Ye gleefully clutched a heavy coat. He wore a backpack woven from metal and carbon fiber, stuffed with food, water, rain gear, and other supplies. It felt splendid. Although he had spent his days tackling various tasks alongside Lu Ming and the others, his primary focus remained on preparing to hunt the old cat monkey demon. After all, his senses indicated that the old cat monkey was deep within the Great Mang Mountain Range. The Great Mang Mountain Range was undeniably vast, stretching from the Kunlun Mountains in the west to the Yellow Sea in the east. Its highest peak soared to 700 meters, with an average elevation of 300 meters. The narrowest section measured 210 kilometers, while the widest reached 440 kilometers. It resembled a jade dragon sprawling across the surface of the earth. overshadowing the 5 great mountains and marking the northern and southern boundary of the Xia civilization. The mountains harbored countless dangerous species and even terrifying entities of ecological magnitude. To venture in, it was prudent to be thoroughly prepared. The first ascent would merely serve to acclimate. The objective was Huangtang Ridge, where they would stay the night before descending. A woman in a suit wearing sunglasses admonished, "Stay close. Do not fall behind." Yes. The eligible students accompanying the research team were all exhilarated, eager to prove themselves. The true goal of the research team was to traverse 3 folds of mountains, each rising over 4,000 meters, and reach the highest peak of the Great Mang mountain range, the Sun and Moon platform. The Huangtang Ridge represents the first fold belt, soaring to an elevation of 4,600 meters. During the few days that the scientific expedition team has stationed at Fauxmen village, the advance party has already forged a path into the mountains. However, transporting equipment into the mountains necessitates multiple trips. In the distance, a cacophony of voices gradually approaches, seemingly a group of students causing a ruckus. Unperturbed, Cang Ye remains engrossed in selecting valuable items at the resource point, intent on filling his pack with treasures of greater worth. Yet, in his moment of oblivion, several youths approach from behind, pointing at him and proclaiming, "That's him. He is clearly not a student of the autumn camp. Why does he get to occupy a quota to enter the mountains?" The woman in sunglasses interjects, "He is part of the staff and has not taken up a student spot." The youths retort, "What makes him qualified to be staff? What use could someone like him possibly have? You are just giving favors to someone with connections." "Exactly. If someone like him can be staff, then I can be staff too. I want to enter the mountains." Their clamor reveals their evident displeasure at Cang Ye's opportunity to accompany the expedition team. Some students who have already secured their quotas gather around, stoking the flames of discord by suggesting, "How about a fight? Whoever wins gets the quota." "All right." A fiery-haired girl rolls up her sleeves, shouting at Cang Ye, "Hey, you country bumpkin, do you dare to face me? Whoever wins gets the spot." Behind her, a fierce mastiff stomps the ground, sparks flying from its mane. It is a fire mastiff, a creature of formidable strength, boasting lethal skills. Its prowess is indeed terrifying. Surely, this girl's strength must rank among the elite of the training camp. Yet why has she not secured a quota? Her misfortune lies in the fact that her fire mastiff has been in a prolonged evolution period, entering a deep slumber until just last night, leaving her unable to demonstrate her abilities or complete any tasks. Such misfortune is indeed lamentable. Cang Ye remains silent, surprised that despite his earnest efforts to diminish his presence, he still draws attention. "Cang Ye, pay them no mind. You are employed by me." Lu Ming steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Cang Ye. Facing off against the fiery-haired girl, a soft green light emanating from him. The girl taunts, hiding behind a woman, "Are you? If you're a man, step up and face me." Lu Ming replies, "You may fight me. If I lose, my quota will be yours." Such devotion. Is he your little trophy? What a poor choice of taste. The fiery-haired girl continues her verbal onslaught. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Ming retaliates, launching a sphere of light towards her. Woof. The fire mastiff howls, unleashing a cascade of sparks that collide with the sphere. The resulting explosion sends a wave of heat and dust sweeping across the ground, disrupting the clothing of surrounding students. The commotion attracts an ever-growing crowd, curious onlookers gathering to witness the spectacle. Among them are Lu Ming from No. 1 High School and Wang Yao from the Experimental High School, questioning the cause of the conflict. It appears to be over a man. What nonsense is this? Is it truly about a man? Don't listen to him. It's about the opportunity to enter the mountains, I assure you. Ah, so it ultimately revolves around a man, doesn't it? How envious. That boy looks quite ordinary, timid even. What gives him the right to incite such a rivalry between 2 beautiful girls? Cang Ye's acute hearing allows him to discern the conversations around him, though he finds no need to clarify his situation. The truth is, he merely seeks to hitch a ride into the mountains. The presence of a larger group enhances their collective resilience against potential dangers and minimizes encounters with wildlife, ensuring a safer journey. Yet, should it prove impossible to join the team, he is fully capable of venturing into the mountains alone. After all, the mission remains. "I refuse to fight. All I seek is fairness." The fiery-haired girl stands with crossed arms, calling her fire mastiff back to her side. "I believe someone with no merit should not accompany the scientific expedition. It is a waste of resources. Unless you can defeat me." With the fire mastiff now shielded behind her, Lu Ming finds himself unable to take action, feeling somewhat helpless. "Let me handle this," Cang Ye offers, not wishing to complicate matters for Lu Ming. He places his backpack and garments atop Xiao Hui and strides towards the fiery-haired girl. The girl smirks. Finally found some courage. Good. I hope you can withstand 3 moves. Just 3 moves, is it? You may surrender at any time. I shall not trouble someone like you." She boasts, tilting her head slightly to expose her graceful neck, an air of arrogance about her. Very well, Cang Ye responds. What? Not allowing your lizard to join? It seems you are preparing to back down. Truly a connection-based individual. How repulsive. The girl's expression is one of disdain. To her, even if Cang Ye were to withstand a single move, she might grant him a modicum of respect. However, his current demeanor paints him as nothing more than pure garbage. Surrounding students murmur in dismay. What a disgrace. TSK, TSK, the fleeting moment of glory has come to an end. He could have cherished this as a beautiful lifelong memory. But alas, the latter part is too cruel. It seems he shall soon forget it. Did you not know? Human memory can be altered or selectively forgotten. He might simply erase the latter part, retaining only the former. That makes sense. Huang Hongyan and her companions overhear the murmurs of the other students. Their expressions twitching in silence, exchanging glances. While others may not recognize Cang Ye's strength, they are well aware of it. How pitiful. Alas, what can be done? Who would have thought such an oddity would arise in this small village? It is merely temporary. In a few years, any student here could easily overpower him. Are you sure? At least in 2 years, our strength will surpass his. Indeed, even in just a few months, he and we will no longer inhabit the same realm. Such is the limitation of a talent from a small village. I do not seek to surrender. Cang Ye clarifies, there's no need for that. I am a strong individual among humanity, capable of engaging you directly in combat. Oh, the fiery-haired girl displays interest, then commands, Jian Yin, breathe fire. Is it customary to announce the name of one's technique? Clearly, Cang Ye misinterprets her intent. The mastiff, named Jian Yin, does not unleash a fire breath. Instead, it surges forward, engulfed in a raging inferno. Evidently, while she called for fire breath, she actually commanded the mastiff to employ an entirely different skill. I do not want my dog to be easily utilized by the enemy, do I? Cang Ye is momentarily taken aback. However, he swiftly employs telekinesis to siphon away most of the oxygen surrounding the fire mastiff. Under such circumstances, the once roiling flames that enveloped its body instantly diminish to a mere flicker. After all, fire requires oxygen to burn, while higher-tier flames may defy natural laws. Even igniting in a vacuum, in this relatively low-level confrontation, the laws of nature still hold sway. The fire mastiff, unaware of the unfolding events, lunged directly at the foot of Cang Ye as he stepped forward. Bang! A shower of sparks erupted around it, and it let out a wailing cry as it was propelled backward several meters, crashing to the ground. After rolling a few times, it finally managed to right itself. With its front half lowered, its claws scraped against the ground, leaving 2 white streaks. The murmurs in the arena gradually faded, and all brows furrowed in concern. The red-haired girl gazed intently at Cang Ye, who was approaching her slowly, her expression grave. It seemed she had underestimated him. The fire mastiff emitted a threatening low growl, its body twitching slightly. Breath of fire. Roar. A terrifying torrent of flames erupted from the mastiff's mouth, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar by several degrees, the air rippling like waves. However, instead of spreading outward in a trumpet-like shape, the flames constricted inward before Cang Ye, transforming into a slender stream. He did not even need to exhale a chilling breath. Merely breathing naturally released a frigid air that subdued the flames completely. Evidently, the fire could not be sustained for long. Within approximately 5 seconds, it diminished entirely. Silence enveloped the scene. The fire mastiff panted heavily, clearly exhausted. At this moment, Cang Ye stood merely 2 meters in front of the red-haired girl, allowing her to clearly see her dilating pupils and the tension in her neck muscles. A desperate strike. Roar. The fire mastiff's body shimmered with a crimson glow as it unleashed a thunderous roar and charged fiercely at Cang Ye. He lifted his foot and stepped down. Boom. The mastiff's head was crushed underfoot, creating a circular shockwave on the ground. Meanwhile, Cang Ye's finger had already risen, hovering just above the red-haired girl's forehead. She trembled all over, feeling an overwhelming terror from the depths of her soul. It felt as though what was touching her forehead was not merely a finger but a gun, capable of piercing through her skull with the slightest push. Indeed, it was precisely so. At this moment, the arena was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone gazed at Cang Ye with a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Even Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled boy were no exceptions. In a few years, would it be us who are not from the same world as him? Or is it he who is not from the same world as us? Don't ask me. I do not know. What the hell? Accompanied by an exclamation, the crowd erupted into chaos, with all the students chattering. Is this for real? Can humans be this powerful? Is this a movie? Am I still dreaming? So this is your moment of glory? Haha, what am I even doing here? I'm out. Chapter 58, Guidance. Cang Ye retracted his finger, a gesture that could serve as proof of his qualifications, yet the red-haired girl lowered her head in embarrassment. This was truly a blunder. She had intended to show off in front of her classmates, only to be outdone instead. Honestly, if you are this strong, then display the dignity of a strong person. Why put on the guise of an NPC? At 9 in the morning, after the scientific expedition team set off some firecrackers, they began their ascent. There was no proper path. They could only choose the gentler slopes to climb upwards. Beneath the canopy of yellowing leaves, dense with underbrush, the sound of hiking boots crunching on the dry leaves echoed through the air. The scientific expedition team, along with the students, numbered over 100, divided into several study groups. Each group was led by a teacher, all heading towards Huangtang Ridge. This was also a competition, as the autumn camp would reward the group that reached the summit the fastest. The leader of the study group that included Lu Ming was a big sister whose face bore the marks of exhaustion. Though she was designated as the team leader, she was essentially a graduate student conscripted into service. Dressed in a white coat, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, she walked with an air of fatigue. A small silver bird, its feathers sharp as blades, flitted around her, occasionally landing on her head to groom its plumage, creating tiny sparks as it did so. If anyone lagged behind, it would fly over and peck at their heads. Rumor had it that the mountains were rich in treasures, if only they could find some. The bespectacled boy scanned the surroundings, having fallen behind the most, and consequently, the silver bird had pecked at him the most. Come on, there can't be that many treasures. Huang Hongyan scoffed. There are only ordinary trees everywhere. Just don't try to steal my treasures when I find them, he retorted. Various bird calls echoed through the mountains. Doves, magpies, and crows. Cang Ye noticed a strong spirit crow had been following them for quite some time, hopping along the treetops, seemingly with some intent. Suddenly, it swooped down and bit the bespectacled boy's tech bear, snatching a tuft of fur before the bear could retaliate with a pained growl. What the hell? What is going on? The crowd was startled, momentarily speechless. Cang Ye speculated that the crow aimed to gather fur from the tech bear for its nest. The tech bear was still a cub, its soft fur quite suitable for nesting. It seemed the crow had discerning taste. No wonder it was reputed to be the most intelligent of birds. After a moment, a sudden flurry of wings filled the air, and the crowd looked up in confusion to see the branches of the forest had become densely populated with crows, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. They resembled a dark cloud, with several strong spirit individuals among them, their piercing gazes fixed on the group. What is happening? Did they catch the scent of the food in our backpacks? The crowd tensed, guarding their bags. In the next instant, a lead strong spirit crow dived down, targeting the tech bear, with the rest following suit. The world seemed to plunge into darkness. One by one, the crows began to peck at the tech bear's fur, causing it to yowl in agony. Get away! Get away, you robbers! The bespectacled boy flailed his arms, attempting to drive the crows away, but it was utterly futile. In fact, not only his bear, many other fluffy creatures in the group suffered the same fate. Before long, the crows departed, leaving behind a small bear trembling on the ground, its paws clutching its head. Utterly stripped of fur and in a pitiful state. Huang Hongyan laughed. Turns out the treasure was right beside you. You just didn't recognize bear fur. Get lost. After a while, rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. But this was no ordinary rain. It sparkled. A swarm of crows dropped shards of glass, coins, pebbles, metal objects, and nuts, pelting down like a shower. What is this? A return gift from the crows? No, this is too strange, right? Some small stones that hit the ground sprouted legs and began to wobble away. Cang Ye, feeling intrigued, conducted a scan. Walking stones. Ordinary stones that can walk. Birds seem to favor them. How dismissive. I wonder if there's a type of sand that has wings and can fly, called flying sand? What is this? The bespectacled boy suddenly exclaimed, only to quickly express his disdain. Damn, it's a pile of bird droppings. Yet Cang Ye, with keen eyes, noticed him stealthily hiding a small stone tablet in his sleeve. What treasure could it be? The day quickly passed, and the group had climbed to an altitude of approximately 2,000 meters. The deciduous forest gradually thinned, revealing pale rocky outcrops. They lit a fire and prepared canned food. Let us camp here for the night. All right. That night, the stars and moon shone brightly. Tents were nestled on the gentle slopes. The wilderness did not require sleep. Some engaged in inverted push-ups under the moonlight. Around 11 o'clock at night, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from their tent, clutching a small stone tablet and angling it peculiarly toward the moon. Before long, a cold luminescence cascaded from the tablet, resembling a meandering stream through the forest, revealing a path. The bespectacled youth swallowed hard and, accompanied by his balding tech bear, followed the glimmering stream's guidance. Cang Ye pondered for a moment and chose not to follow. After all, it was someone else's opportunity, and it felt inappropriate to intrude, so he resumed his exercises. After a while, he noticed Huang Hongyan also emerging from her tent, raising a small stone tablet to the bright moon. A stream of light flowed forth. Cang Ye was a bit bewildered. How had both of them received this opportunity? After Han Yin departed, Jiao Zhu, the girl, also exited, following the same procedure. Could it truly be this way? Cang Ye seriously suspected that this opportunity was orchestrated by the summer camp. He waited a moment longer, and indeed, Luming appeared. She first knocked on Jiao Zhu's tent, receiving no response. Puzzled, she then knocked on Cang Ye's tent. They all carried the same stone tablet and had left. Cang Ye stepped out from the shadows. Luming was startled, and upon recognizing Cang Ye, she placed a hand over her heart to calm down. Then she froze again. You mean they've all left? Yes. If you shine this stone tablet at the moon for a while, a guiding light appears, and they all followed it. How could they not invite me? How outrageous. I thought of them as friends. Luming expressed her mild irritation. Cang Ye chuckled. After all, this seems like an opportunity reserved for protagonists. It would be strange for someone like you, who intended to invite them, to join. Is that so? Luming cast him a sidelong glance. Then why didn't you follow them to seize the opportunity? Chapter 59, The Bronze Palace. Because I refuse to seize an opportunity that cannot enhance my evolution success rate. Of course, he couldn't voice that. Cang Ye had to concoct an abstract excuse. I'm a good person. I don't wish to rob others of their fortunes. These stone tablets were clearly arranged by the autumn camp. Haha, but that too is an opportunity. Luming directed her small stone tablet at the moonlight, and the guiding light re-emerged. Let us go? Isn't that inappropriate? It's evident your autumn camp doesn't want me to follow. No worries, just follow me. No, that truly won't do. What if your staff stops me halfway? That would be exceedingly awkward. If I say it's fine, it's fine. Hurry up. All right. Unable to resist her, Cang Ye followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a vast rock face, adorned with indistinct murals that were now nearly illegible. The stream of light flowed into it. Luming reached out, her slender fingers surprisingly penetrating the rock surface. Let us go? She boldly charged into the rock wall, with Cang Ye trailing behind. Beyond the rock wall lay an expansive rocky platform, already bustling with dozens of students from the autumn camp, chattering loudly. Oh no, more people have come in. What are we going to do? Once we're in, we can't get out. Sigh, can't you all be a bit more cautious? What a predicament. Cang Ye successfully gleaned the most critical information from the cacophony. Can't get out? What does that mean? He felt along the rock wall behind him, discovering it had now transformed into solid stone, exceedingly hard. This is bad. We're going to be trapped. What do we do now? Class monitor, you're here too. Huang Hanyin and the others seemed reluctant to meet Luming's gaze, having abandoned her to pursue their own fortunes, which appeared selfish. Humph. Luming snorted coldly, unwilling to speak. Is there really an opportunity here? Who knows? It seems we can't exit through the rock wall. We must find another way out. That makes sense. A few students began discussing strategies, ultimately deciding to search for a new route. After all, they had sneaked over at night without any gear. If they were trapped for too long without supplies, they would surely starve. Cang Ye approached the edge of the platform and beheld a colossal bronze palace below, resembling a small city. We can jump to the top of the palace. Let us take a look. Someone suggested. Isn't that a bit eerie? What if there's danger? Then why are you hesitating? You weren't afraid of danger when we penetrated the rock wall, and now you are? But what if the wall turns into solid stone after we jump? What if the palace is a trap? After having been deceived once. Many students were now in a highly alert state. Does anyone have a bird? Let it fly over to check. Before long, a few birds soared to the bronze palace, landing securely on the tiles, pecking a few times, and producing a ringing sound. All right, this confirms it's real, right? Who will go first? The crowd exchanged glances, none possessing the courage to be the first. We can't just linger here. Cang Ye finally stepped forward, lightly leaping onto the edge of the bronze eaves. Seeing him unscathed, everyone else took a few running steps and jumped over. They began to explore the rooftop. There's an opening. We can enter. With many hands. It took mere minutes for someone to find a small door. Everyone turned to Cang Ye. Just as he was about to proceed, Luming seized him. It can't always be you first. That's quite unfair. Let me try this time. Having said that, a glowing orb appeared in her palm, which she hurled directly into the small door. Bang! With the flash, Cang Ye glimpsed what appeared to be a vegetable garden inside, seemingly filled with various plants. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. Just as a student exclaimed there was no danger, a monstrous, grotesque arm suddenly shot out from the small door, clawing at the surroundings. The bronze tiles were scraped by its sharp claws, producing brilliant sparks. It looked extremely terrifying. A few students standing too close were accidentally knocked aside, spewing blood. Cang Ye felt his heart race. Had he entered without preparation, he might have been startled. He stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to grasp that enormous hand with both hands, restraining its movement, and shouted, "Quick, attack. Cut it off. Are you out of your mind? Why would we attack? What if we provoke it? Exactly. If one hand is this powerful, what happens if it gets angry? its strength could multiply, and it might burst through the small door. We'd all be doomed. However, some students remained rational. If they didn't injure it now, they wouldn't be able to enter the door and would be trapped here, which would inevitably lead to their demise. Quick, while it's restrained and cannot withdraw, let us inflict serious damage on it. With limited abilities, assist him without allowing him to exhaust his strength, lest he be unable to grasp this hand. Understood. A group of students immediately sprang into action, employing various binding skills to firmly anchor the arm outside the door, preventing its retraction. Subsequently, they unleashed a barrage of offensive abilities, causing blood to flow profusely from the arm. Additionally, toxic abilities were introduced, coursing through the arm and infiltrating its bloodstream. The grotesque arm thrashed violently, yet it was futile. After all, it was but a single arm, besieged by numerous attacks, rendering it unable to break free. A copious amount of dark crimson blood gushed from the veins, pooling into a large puddle that dripped down from the slanted eaves. After a while, the muscles of the arm slackened, hanging limply against the bronze tiles. Is it dead? Uncertain. Should we let it bleed a bit longer? Very well. Thus, the group fell into a hushed wait. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the arm remained motionless. It appeared to be lifeless. A sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Cang Ye gazed at the small door, now firmly blocked by the arm. It seems there is no danger inside. Let us proceed. Agreed. Following your lead. With the arm pushed aside, the small door opened. Cang Ye stepped in first, with Lu Ming trailing closely behind, prepared for any dangers that may arise. To their astonishment, the interior was surprisingly bright, akin to daylight. He turned to regard the grotesque arm's owner, only to discover, with amazement, that it was a monkey of half a human's size, possessing an arm larger than its own body. The discrepancy in proportions was utterly discordant. It was a species entirely unfamiliar to him. Lu Ming, equally astonished, observed the little monkey. We could call it the big-armed monster monkey. Cang Ye named the creature, then turned his attention to the hall. It was, indeed, a patch of cultivated land, filled with a variety of vegetables unknown to him. Is that ginseng? It appears to be quite large. Chapter 60, The Huanghuan Chicken. Lu Ming pointed at a plant laden with small red fruits, displaying a hint of intrigue. Ginseng? Is this not a vegetable patch? Is it a medicinal garden? Cang Ye, curious, approached to pluck it for closer inspection. However, before his hand even brushed the leaves, it vanished instantly. What is happening? It's a ginseng doll, capable of invisibility and teleportation. You cannot capture it. Ginseng doll? Over there. Lu Ming pointed to Cang Ye's side. Turning, Cang Ye indeed spotted a ginseng with branches and leaves sprouting from its head, roughly the height of a human calf, gleaming golden and waving numerous tendrils. It had a round head with eyes, a nose, and a mouth, yet lacked ears. Its peculiar appearance reminded Cang Ye of a character he had seen in the comic Wulong Yuan, a ginseng spirit named Huabao. It seemed terrified, cowering behind a jujube tree, trembling as it clung to the trunk with its tendrils. Do not fear, I mean you no harm. Cang Ye endeavored to convey a friendly smile as he approached. Be careful, Lu Ming suddenly warned from behind. At that moment, Cang Ye sensed an acute danger prickling at his back and swiftly sidestepped. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light grazed his neck, causing a slight itch but no injury. In truth, even had he not dodged, the sword light would not have harmed him, as it was already at a considerable distance from his neck. Cang Ye gazed ahead, where a sword reed stood protectively before the ginseng doll, resembling a swordsman guarding its charge. The sword reed bore a striking resemblance to common reeds, save for a singular verdant blade, upright as a sword, exuding a sharp aura. This appeared to be an evolved form of the sword reed, the flying sword reed. Its tendrils had morphed into the shape of a sword's handle, rendering the whole more akin to a blade. At that moment, the sword tip lifted, pointing threateningly at Cang Ye. Meanwhile, more students began to filter in through the small door behind them. They were taken aback upon witnessing Cang Ye in a standoff with the flying sword reed. What is happening now? Why are we fighting again? Remain calm. We need not be adversaries. I mean it no harm. Cang Ye endeavored to exude goodwill. You have slain its messenger, which will bring danger upon us if we do not leave. The sword reed suddenly transmitted a message telepathically. Its messenger? Cang Ye glanced at the big-armed monster monkey, realizing it was the only creature he had slain. Whom do you refer to? The Huanghuan chicken. Where is it? Below. Through communication with the flying sword reed, Cang Ye began to piece together the situation. This medicinal garden was controlled by a formidable Huanghuan chicken, which demanded the plant spirits residing within to offer their bodily essence periodically. It had appointed 2 messengers to oversee the area, namely the big-armed monster monkey and a rat. Now that the monkey had been slain, the rat had scurried off to report the incident. Soon, the Huanghuan chicken would ascend. Cang Ye conveyed the situation to the students trailing behind. Fear not. We are many. That Huang chicken should not be able to defeat us. Cang Ye gestured with his thumb towards the students behind him. The Huang chicken also has many subordinates. Suddenly, a piercing crowing reverberated throughout the vicinity. A multitude of half-human-sized crimson roosters appeared from seemingly nowhere, flapping their wings and pecking at the group. They exuded a pungent odor of realgar, their feathers vivid, combs blood red, and their eyes a fiery hue. The students were caught off guard by the assault, some sustaining peck wounds that left them bloodied and subsequently vomiting, their faces paling. Arsenic poisoning. Fortunately, the number of students and various spirits outnumbered the chickens, though they were initially taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they entered a stalemate with the chickens. Cang Ye, however, was largely unaffected. The pecks of these chickens did not inflict harm upon him, failing to even breach his defenses. He casually seized one by the neck, disregarding its flailing and kicking, bringing it closer for a thorough inspection. Rather than resembling a chicken, it seemed more akin to a mineral resembling a chicken, or perhaps a large chunk of realgar in the shape of a rooster. Legend has it that realgar embodies the essence of yang and possesses the power to repel evil and ward off insects and snakes. No wonder it had transformed into a rooster. Cang Ye flung the chicken aside, scanning the flock for the strongest among them. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Yet, all these chickens appeared quite similar, lacking a clear leader. Perhaps it has not yet emerged? Help! Help me! Stay away! Get back! Some students, in a panic, began to shout angrily. Nonetheless, more students maintained their composure, coordinating their efforts and employing various skills to contend with the horde of Huang chickens. Lu Ming swiftly dispatched the Huang chicken that had attacked her with a sphere of light, joining Cang Ye's side. Let us proceed to the next level and eliminate their leader. Indeed, Cang Ye shared the same sentiment. Following the direction from which the Huang chickens had emerged, they quickly discovered the staircase leading downward. Without hesitation, they stepped upon it. However, as their feet landed on the stairs, they were suddenly met with the sensation of a heavy hammer striking their heads. Buzz! A mental tremor seized Cang Ye, causing him to stumble forward. Instinctively, he reached for the nearby railing, only to have his hand obstructed by Lu Ming, who had suddenly appeared. Noting her apparent aversion to physical contact, he withdrew his hand, forcefully pushing his foot downward, stabilizing himself in midair. I am truly strong. Lu Ming passed by him as if nothing were amiss, gracefully gliding past. What troubles you? She inquired, her brow furrowing with concern as she noticed the inexplicable pallor on Cang Ye's face. It feels as though my head has been struck, he replied, rubbing his temples, quickly regaining his composure. Feel what? Lu Ming attempted to step down another stair, keenly attuning herself to the sensations, and indeed, there was a peculiar breeze that brushed against her consciousness. Let Huang Hongyan and the others give it a try. Coincidentally, Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth had just dispatched the Xiongwang pheasant they were facing and were approaching them. What are you doing standing at the staircase? Aren't you coming down? Cang Ye stepped aside, but was immediately struck again by that enigmatic force, though this time he was prepared and merely felt a momentary daze. Be cautious. Your spirit will be assaulted as you tread upon the steps, he warned. Is that true? Huang Hongyan observed the paleness in Cang Ye's complexion, realizing he was not deceiving them, and tentatively extended a foot toward the staircase. The instant his toes made contact, he exclaimed, "Oh my," and stumbled, grasping the thigh of the nearby bespectacled youth for support. What on earth is this? Huang Hongyan rubbed his head, his features contorted in discomfort. Is it really that sinister? The bespectacled youth was taken aback, but intrigued, mimicking Huang Hongyan's cautious dissent. Yikes, that truly hurts. What is this? Lu Ming, how come you are unaffected? She pondered. Perhaps it's because my spiritual intensity is relatively high, she replied. Spiritual intensity? Cang Ye inquired. You can think of it as the spirit of an average person being akin to a pound of cotton, while my spiritual intensity is comparable to a pound of iron. Chapter 61. The Staircase of Spiritual Forging? I see. Cang Ye began to comprehend. The bespectacled youth speculated. Could this staircase possess the ability to refine one's spirit? It is quite possible. Such staircases often appear in novels, after all. However, those are typically ascending. So why is this one descending? I do not know. But anything that can refine the spirit must surely be advantageous. They beckoned the saw-scaled viper and the tech bear to join them. Their performance was notably superior to their respective masters, enduring the discomfort with ease. Thus, the group began to descend step by step, grimacing along the way. To divert his attention, Cang Ye asked, what is the purpose of spiritual intensity? The bespectacled youth, ever eager to impart knowledge, explained, with higher spiritual intensity, the total amount of spirit within the brain domain increases as well. A greater total allows for connections with more spirits. What do you mean? Cang Ye was somewhat perplexed. You can envision the brain domain as a cup. Some fill their cup with a pound of cotton, saturating their brain domain, resulting in less total spirit. Others, however, fill theirs with a pound of iron, yielding a greater total spirit. A higher total permits connections with more spirits. Is there a requirement for spirit quantity to establish a connection with a spirit? Certainly. However, linking with weaker spirits demands only a small amount of spirit. For instance, even an ordinary person can connect with 4 or 5 minor souls, but connecting with my tech bear is a challenge for most, as they lack both the quality and quantity of spirit. Now I understand, Cang Ye mused. It seems my spirit is quite formidable after all. Though perhaps not in comparison to Lu Ming. Observing her unaffected demeanor, he found it curious. Could her spirit truly surpass mine by such a margin? I must have underestimated her. As they continued their descent, Cang Ye felt his spirit being solidified through the experience. At the very least, being struck by that inexplicable force no longer caused him significant pain. In stark contrast, Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth appeared pale, their eyes bloodshot, their expressions quite pitiable. Eventually, they reached a deeper level. A gentle sound akin to flowing streams met their ears, as a jade-like essence flowed from an unknown source, enveloping them in a delicate mist that infused their beings. Their spirits rejuvenated and began to flourish. Cang Ye felt a refreshing coolness in his brain domain, sensing an increase of at least 10 in his total spirit. The minor soul within him similarly benefited. Her spirit was refined, nourished by the jade essence, rendering her much stronger, enhancing the potency of her telekinesis. He regretted not bringing the night light and little gray along, as they remained resting in the tent. Primarily, the night light had been in slumber due to its evolution, with little gray tasked to keep watch. However, the quality of spirit might not be of much use to them, as they were not spirits like the minor soul, whose essence was primarily spiritual. Cang Ye felt invigorated, and the others shared in this newfound vitality. However, Lu Ming exhibited no apparent change. The jade essence seemed to have little effect on her. Cang Ye, curious, inquired, Lu Ming, with such formidable spirit, why haven't you established a connection with a powerful spirit? With your wealth, it should be quite simple to find an exceptionally strong one. There are some other reasons, but it's difficult to explain, she replied. I see. Since she had expressed it was complicated, Cang Ye had no intention of pressing further, as that would only be bothersome. The Xionghuang pheasant was likely present on this level. This layer appeared markedly rougher than the previous one, with bronze components scattered about, massive pillars, intricately patterned bronze trees, twisted grinding stones, and large mortars. Feathers resembling those of the Xionghuang were strewn across the ground. The temperature here was notably high, and a faint, pungent odor hung in the air. As they navigated the colossal bronze structures, they were left in awe. What purpose does this place serve? I do not know. Soon, they spotted the Xionghuang pheasant nestled within a 2-meter diameter mortar. It was significantly larger than the average Xionghuang pheasant, surpassing even an ostrich in size. With its head tucked beneath its wing, it dozed peacefully, seemingly unfazed by the battle its subordinates were waging overhead, exuding an air of relaxation and confidence in its own strength. Hey, you chicken, command your subordinates to cease their attack, or we shall not spare you, Huang Hongyan ordered, signaling the saw-scaled viper to assume an aggressive posture. Hiss! The saw-scaled viper hissed at the Xionghuang pheasant. Finally, the Xionghuang pheasant stirred, withdrawing its head from its wing with a weary expression. I did not instruct them to fight for me. I have no desire for action at present. The group was bewildered by this revelation. Then why are they fighting? They merely wish to see their mother. Alas, it is futile. The passage between me and the female Xionghuang has been obstructed by the Zhu Sha, rendering our meeting impossible. My offspring believe that by sacrificing those medicinal spirits, I may gain strength to defeat the Zhu Sha. But it is an impossible endeavor. The Zhu Sha is far too powerful. Moreover, it has allied with the Rongyan, making it a foe I cannot possibly overcome. Zhu Sha, Rongyan, Xionghuang, and female Xionghuang, Cang Ye pondered, furrowing his brow. These items seemed akin to the 8 stones of Taoism, commonly utilized by Taoists in alchemy. Was this bronze palace constructed by Taoist priests? Cang Ye set aside these thoughts for the moment, addressing the Xionghuang pheasant. Then summon your offspring back, and together we shall confront the Zhu Sha. We will assist you in defeating it. Are you truly strong enough? The Xionghuang pheasant inquired, tilting its massive head toward Cang Ye, its eyes, the size of fists, scrutinizing him. Evidently, it held no belief that Cang Ye and his companions could aid him in vanquishing the Zhu Sha. Let us give it a try, Cang Ye declared, thumping his chest. Suddenly, the Xionghuang Ji lunged forward without hesitation, its beak aiming directly at him. Instead of retreating, Cang Ye deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and seized the majestic bird by its neck. Its surface was hard and even scalding to the touch, reminiscent not of flesh, but rather of some formidable mineral. With a powerful twist of his waist, Cang Ye hurled the colossal fowl to the ground with a resounding crash. Boom. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the vast building as Lu Ming unleashed several energy spheres that struck the Xiong Huangji, creating clouds of dust and debris. The creature flapped violently, emitting thick plumes of white smoke. Hold your breath, Cang Ye cautioned. Lu Ming donned his jacket hood and pulled down the built-in gas mask. Cang Ye, however, felt no need for such precautions. He could hold his breath for an extended period. With a whoosh, a torrent of crimson flames erupted from the bird's beak, surging towards Lu Ming. Yet, Cang Ye maintained his grip on its neck and with a vigorous twist, redirected the flames askew. The Xiong Huangji emitted a slow yet forceful low cry, its feathers igniting in a blaze, its body growing ever more heated. Chapter 62, Defiance Against the Heavens. Cang Ye clamped the bird's head tightly under his arm, freeing his right fist to rain down blows. Each strike resonated with a thunderous echo within the expansive structure. Crimson mineral dust erupted as the chicken's visage cracked under the assault, and molten blood surged beneath the fissures. Its broad, sturdy wings flapped against Cang Ye's back, producing muffled thuds, not of feathers, but of heavy mineral. Cang Ye inhaled deeply and released a chill mist that enveloped the searing neck of the avian creature, causing its surface to shatter further under the contrasting temperatures. His fist clenched tightly, he leaned back and with a powerful motion, delivered a devastating punch. Boom! A shower of scarlet fragments exploded forth. The bird's neck was blown open, resembling rock shattered by gunpowder. Releasing his hold, Cang Ye stepped back and inquired, "Shall we continue? This should suffice to demonstrate our strength, wouldn't you agree? I fear I might inadvertently break your head if we persist." The Xiong Huangji fell silent, embodying both the utmost yang and strength. Yet, in comparison to this incomprehensible entity before it, it felt as if it had transformed into something wholly keen and yielding, leading it to withdraw from the confrontation. Its demeanor shifted back to one of indifference. A peculiar force drew the scattered yellow mineral dust back to the wound on its neck, mending it. Cang Ye's expression soured slightly. He had inhaled deeply to release his icy breath. The essence of Xiong Huang was tetraarsenic tetrasulfide, which upon heating, produced arsenic trioxide and sulfur dioxide. Arsenic trioxide is a lethal poison. Having inhaled the vapors, his complexion darkened, and a wave of nausea surged within him. A testament to his extraordinary constitution. A normal person would likely succumb swiftly. "Since we have resolved to confront Zhu Sha together, summon your subordinates back," Cang Ye urged. The Xiong Huangji let out a call, and soon a throng of smaller Xiong Huangji descended the stairs, converging towards them. "Do you not suffer headaches when descending these stairs? The journey up here is painless, but venturing elsewhere will bring discomfort," the Xiong Huangji explained. "Ah, I see. You are quite astute. Have you ever established a mental link with someone?" "Indeed. His name was Ko Qianji, a Taoist priest, and that was long ago." "Do you know where this place is?" "He claimed it to be the Celestial Palace, the Jing Luin Heaven." "Is that so?" The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. Cang Ye immediately chimed in. "Oh, you're familiar with this place?" "Of course," the youth proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Ko Qianji was a Taoist during the reign of the Northern Wei's Emperor Taiwu. Legend has it that he had a servant named Cheng Gongxing, a celestial being. Cheng Gongxing inadvertently set the Celestial Palace ablaze, and was punished to descend to the mortal realm, serving Ko Qianji for 7 years. Although termed a servant, he was, in fact, his master, teaching him the ways of ascension. Unfortunately, Ko Qianji never succeeded in becoming an immortal. Upon his departure, Cheng Gongxing told him, "You may not become an immortal, but you can serve as a national master." The Jingluan Heaven was constructed under Ko Qianji's guidance once he became the national master of the Northern Wei. Intended to be so high that it would be untouched by the sounds of roosters and dogs, welcoming celestial beings, and allowing ascension to immortality. He claimed it was to reconstruct the palace for his master, enabling him to return once more. "Is that so?" Cang Ye mused, sensing Ko Qianji's motives were likely not so simple. "How long ago was that?" "Approximately 1,500 years, the Xiong Huangji replied. "Such a long time. And you still survive?" Cang Ye exclaimed, gazing at the Xiong Huangji in astonishment. "I am a mineral," it stated simply. "Then, have you not grown weary of remaining in this palace for so long?" "I am a mineral." "Very well. But how is it that a creature who has lived for over 15 centuries is so weak?" "I do not know." Meanwhile, a number of students behind them attempted to descend the stairs. Some feared the pain, while others were undeterred, yet only a few managed to make it down. Cang Ye had now completely metabolized the arsenic, his complexion returning to normal. "Let us proceed to confront Zhu Sha and seek the path downward." Agreed. Under the guidance of the Xiong Huangji, they were soon enveloped by a throng of chickens as they descended a slope, quickly arriving at a narrow corridor. Crossing the corridor, they entered a bronze hall, awash in shades of vermilion, devoid of any discernible scent. Rotund, crimson-hued pigs lay sprawled across the hall in repose. Among them, the largest pig, standing 2 meters tall, with a deep red coat and a robust physique, sensed the presence of the Xiong Huangji. Its small eyes opened wide, and it rose from the ground. Who? Xiong Huang. What brings you here? I have come in search of my female Huangji. Who? Your female Huang? Then look who stands beside me. Zhu Sha tilted its head, revealing a similarly red pig shyly approaching its side, nestling against it. This little red pig looked up at the Xiong Huangji and softly spoke. I'm sorry, a Huang. I am forever stained with a Hong's hue and cannot return. Zhu Sha has given me the joys of femininity, everything I ever desired. The Xiong Huangji cried out in anguish. Ga. I do not wish to behold this. I refuse to see it. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. Shouldn't the female Huangji have been a chicken? How had it transformed into a pig? Such transformations among mineral spirits are rather effortless. However, their essence remains unchanged. I see. What should we do now? Ga. My female Huang, I shall dye you back to yellow. Return to my side, and let us be a pair once more. The Xiong Huangji flapped its wings fiercely, aiming its beak at Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha glowed vibrantly, charging forward, lowering its head to collide with the Xiong Huangji. Boom. The impact sent a shower of Xiong Huang powder scattering. The Xiong Huangji was propelled several meters backwards, tumbling to the ground, its wings torn asunder, resembling a drenched fowl in a pitiful state. Such weaklings as you are unworthy of possessing femininity. Only a strong being like me deserves such a privilege, Zhu Sha remarked, shaking its head in disdain. Indeed, only the formidable are worthy of possessing me. The little red pig gazed admiringly at the pig's sand, then tenderly consoled the male yellow pheasant, saying, Ah Huang, you should depart. You cannot provide what I desire. Female Huang, damn it, why? The male yellow pheasant cried, I love you so dearly. Cang Ye sensed that the current predicament allowed him and his companions to traverse the corridor unhindered. After all, it was the pig's sand that obstructed the male yellow pheasant, not them. Thus, Cang Ye cautiously inquired, May we pass by you? Chapter 63, Against the Heavens. The male yellow pheasant looked at Cang Ye in disbelief. You clearly stated you would assist me. Even now, you refuse to concede? Cang Ye was equally incredulous. The object of affection had spurned him, and yet he persisted like a jester, clinging on desperately. It cannot be. The female Huang would never abandon me. There must be compelling reasons. It must be that pig sand that coerced her into such declarations. She still loves me. She must still love me. His demeanor, tone, and actions were utterly ridiculous. Cang Ye couldn't help but sigh. You should not transform into a chicken. You ought to become a dog instead. Ha. Are they the allies you've summoned? Pig Sand scrutinized Cang Ye and his companions with bloodshot eyes, sensing no threat whatsoever. Is this the best you could muster? A bunch of useless individuals to assist you? Well, we could choose not to be his aides. Just let us pass through here, please. Huang Hunyan chuckled. Useless beings have no right to pass by me. Hey, why is your speech so harsh? Who are you insulting? Pig Sand's tone turned frigid, its eyes radiating menace, fixating on Cang Ye and the others. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. With nothing more to say, Cang Ye took a deep breath, the serrated scales of the snake coiling around his waist. With a thunderous crack, the ground fractured as Cang Ye surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Charging at Pig Sand, several orbs of light zipped past him at an accelerated pace, hurtling towards Pig Sand's visage. In a cacophony of sound, they struck, rendering Pig Sand unable to open its eyes, causing it to flail wildly. Cang Ye reached its side, grasping its left front leg, and with fierce determination, he twisted downward. The massive red pig toppled like a small mountain, its corpulent form bearing down. Cang Ye leaped back to evade, raising his right leg to deliver a kick to Pig Sand's head. However, in an instant, everything shifted. Pig Sand charged towards him with terrifying speed, mere inches away. Cang Ye scarcely had time to react before he was sent flying with a resounding crash. His chest tightened, blood surging, and as he fell to the ground, Pig Sand barreled towards him again, offering no respite for him to rise. What was happening? He had just held the upper hand. How had the tides turned so abruptly? What bizarre ability was this? Female Huang, why do you assist it? The male yellow pheasant roared in frustration, leaping to shield Cang Ye. The ability of female Huang was indeed peculiar. There exists a term, speaking of female Huang, which implies fabricating facts. Ancient writing paper had a slight yellow hue, akin to the color of female Huang. When scribes made errors, they would cover the mistakes with female Huang and rewrite. Thus, female Huang became a spirit with the ability to expend its own essence to amend errors. It had just activated this ability, dramatically altering Pig Sand's predicament, turning peril into safety. Seizing the moment while the male yellow pheasant shielded him from Pig Sand, Cang Ye rose, scanning the surroundings. He noticed the female yellow pig appeared somewhat wilted, its size diminished by approximately 10%, coupled with the male yellow pheasant's furious cries. He surmised that the recent turn of events was likely connected to it. Such a mysterious ability. Cang Ye shouted, "Lu Ming, you all focus on that female yellow pig. Its power is strange and seems capable of distorting reality. Be cautious. No, do not harm my female Huang." The male yellow pheasant cried in sorrow. She was coerced. "Please, do not harm her." Huang Hongyan shouted back, "Wake up. She is willingly aiding Pig Sand. She holds no regard for you. If you are a man, eliminate both of them, one buried in the South Pole, the other in the North Pole." "How venomous your words," exclaimed the male yellow pheasant, eyes wide with disbelief. Cang Ye once more faced off against Pig Sand. Suddenly, Huang Hongyan bellowed, "Battle scales." Crack. The serrated scales of the snake had somehow coiled around Pig Sand's left front leg, likely while Cang Ye had embraced it moments earlier. Its presence had gone unnoticed, allowing it to remain unaltered by female Huang. The scales vibrated, swirling around Pig Sand's leg like a circular saw, tightening their grip and causing a cascade of red sand to fall. Seizing this opportunity, Cang Ye prepared to advance. Yet, Pig Sand erupted in steam, its internal temperature soaring. And suddenly, it expelled 2 gleaming jets of water from its nostrils. Cang Ye's instincts blared alarm bells as he swiftly dodged to the side. Sizzle. A bronze pillar behind him was pierced through with a small hole. High-pressure, liquid mercury. Red sand is mercuric sulfide. At elevated temperatures, mercury, or quicksilver, is released. By raising its internal temperature, Pig Sand had generated mercury, which was ejected, producing the effect of a high-pressure water blade. This would slice through flesh as easily as it would steel. If it were to strike him, the scorching toxic mercury would permeate his very being. Even Cang Ye's physique could not withstand such a fate. Pig Sand stomped furiously, attempting to dislodge the serrated scales ensnared on its left front leg. Yet, it was futile. Given its body structure, it found it nearly impossible to reach the serpent coiled around its limb, merely left to watch helplessly. If this continued, it would not be long before one of its front legs was severed. The female yellow pig, evidently cognizant of Pig Sand's plight, prepared to activate her ability once more to amend the situation. However, Cang Ye and his companions would not grant her that opportunity. Lu Ming concentrated a multitude of light orbs and hurled them toward her, while Cang Ye transformed into a darting shadow, racing forward to intervene. But, no. A massive male chicken lunged forward, spreading its wide wings to absorb all incoming attacks. It turned its head, trembling, and endeavored to smile at the female yellow pig, assuring her, "Rest easy. Anyone wishing to harm you must first tread over my corpse." Boom. The male yellow pheasant's head exploded, and in a fit of rage, Cang Ye unleashed a powerful knee strike, channeling all his strength. Coupled with the previous injuries sustained, the force of his knee obliterated its head. Cang Ye was simultaneously propelled backward by the recoil, landing on the ground. After regaining his footing, he gritted his teeth and stepped over the male yellow pheasant's carcass, approaching the bewildered female yellow pig, before delivering a resounding slap. Boom. Fragments of the female yellow pig scattered. "What are you staring at? What do you see?" He barked at the assembly of pigs. "Disgusting. Today, I shall scatter you completely." "No, my female." Pig Sand bellowed, limping over, trampling the remains of the male yellow pheasant. "Do not approach. If you do, I will slay her." Cang Ye pressed his hand against the female yellow pig's forehead. Well, how powerful. Unexpectedly, the female yellow pig's reddened body trembled, exclaiming, "You are so powerful. I have fallen for you. Kill me. I would rather perish at the hands of such a strong being." "No, my female." Pig Sand roared in fury, attempting to rush forward but restrained by the fear of Cang Ye harming the female yellow pig, left to pace anxiously in place. "I am utterly speechless," Cang Ye thought, retracting his hand from the forehead of the yellow pig with disdain. "What manner of monstrous beings are you all?" Chapter 64, The Salt of the Monkey. "You two should just live your lives here peacefully. I shall not intrude." Cang Ye waved to Lu Ming and the others, urging them to swiftly traverse the grand hall to the corridor beyond. "No, you must not leave." The yellow pig positioned itself in front of Cang Ye, its 2 piggy eyes gazing at him with longing. "I can offer you everything. Allow me to be your pig, and we shall forge a bond." Cang Ye was instantly inclined to refuse, yet the pig's ability was indeed formidable, capable of altering reality directly, albeit at what appeared to be a significant cost. He could not help but inquire, "How many times can you utilize such a transformative power?" "Ho ho, I can use it 5 times in succession." The yellow pig blinked with exaggerated enthusiasm. "And what occurs after those 5 times?" "After 5 uses, I will shrink considerably, and it will take a long time to recover before I can use it again." "And how long is a long time?" The pig fell silent at this juncture, 5 days. The pig shook its head. 5 months. Another shake. 5 years. Once more, a negative response. Then how long? 500 years. Haha. That is quite a while. Cang Ye chuckled weakly, attempting to sidestep the creature. Must you truly leave? Cang Ye remained silent, merely quickening his pace. Then, this is the last gift I can offer you. The yellow pig's body radiated a luminous glow. A cluster of pale yellow particles coalescing into a pearl that floated before Cang Ye. You must remember me forever. This pearl resembled the aquatic skill pearl he had previously obtained from Lu Ming, albeit in a yellowish hue. Surely this skill does not involve erasing errors? Cang Ye pocketed the pearl and glanced back to find the yellow pig lying on the ground, eyes closed. Its surface began to crack. No, the pig wailed. Tears of deep crimson flowing from its eyes, pooling on the ground and engulfing the bodies of the yellow male and female pigs. Their corpses dissolved in the sanguine tears, undergoing a peculiar chemical transformation that crystallized into 2 small avian figures resembling ducklings. They are mandarin ducks, the bespectacled youth exclaimed in realization. The male and female yellow pigs are thus termed, as they are known to be a pair. Their original form was indeed that of mandarin ducks. The male yellow is the drake, while the female is the hen. The ancients spoke of mandarin ducks as symbols of fidelity, embodying monogamous love. Yet modern studies have revealed that mandarin ducks are, in truth, dew spouses, only uniting during the breeding season, pairing up temporarily. Moreover, within a single clutch of eggs laid by a female mandarin duck, each egg may have a different father. This implies that the female drake may also stray during the breeding season. A more fitting analogy for true fidelity and love would be found in swans or red-crowned cranes, as they practice lifelong monogamy, although even they may occasionally stray during their breeding seasons. Animals, in essence, do not possess human morals, and amongst moral humans, infidelity is not uncommon. After all, those who can wholly suppress their animal instincts with humanity are ultimately few, and such suppression may not favor survival. The pig wept copiously, shrinking into a diminutive version of itself, seemingly losing much of its intelligence, devoid of anguish, and scuttled off to slumber. The 2 mandarin ducks preened each other's feathers, appearing equally bereft of the majority of their intellect, now exhibiting pure animalistic behavior. The onlookers contemplated this scene, lost in thought. Cang Ye murmured, over the course of these 1,000 years, has this scene played out countless times? Their continued lack of strength, despite living for over a millennium, stems from the fact that they are perpetually starting anew. Are you suggesting this could be a cycle? Merely a hypothesis. In truth, everyone harbored similar thoughts. An unspoken sensation that they had grasped something profound, yet it remained just a feeling. Suddenly, a coarse voice echoed from the corridor behind them. You are correct. All of this is an orchestrated cycle. A cycle arranged by Qilin. Huh. Cang Ye and the others turned to see a colossal white monkey, towering 2 meters tall. Its dense fur resembling sharp needles, faintly glimmering with a bluish hue. And who might you be? I am the salt of the monkey. Oh, you are the ally of the pig. Cang Ye recalled, puzzled. Why did you not appear earlier? Because I conceived a better plan. A better plan? This silent will heavenly palace is used by Qilin for alchemy. I, Rongyan, along with Huang, the yellow pigs, and the vermilion pigs, am but his material. He manipulates our emotions through the silent wheel heavenly palace, compelling us to engage in ceaseless conflict over millennia, extracting medicinal properties, refining them through the steps of the palace, infusing them into jade liquid and cloud essence, ultimately forging the elixir of immortality. I aim to disrupt this balance by forming an unorthodox alliance to preserve the pig, thwart Qilin's alchemical endeavors, and bring about his demise, thereby ending this cycle. The group stared at him in confusion. Are you implying that Qilin is still alive? Indeed, he has produced the elixir and exists in a liminal state, neither fully alive nor dead. And what does this have to do with your so-called better plan? I wish for you to slay Qilin. He has lived for so long. He must be formidable. How could we possibly kill him? He is not strong. Merely surviving is a struggle for him. The extension of his lifespan has not augmented his power. Thus, his strength is not particularly great, comparable to this individual. Rongyan gestured towards Cang Ye and continued. The primary issue is that Qilin's body has become ironclad, referred to as the golden body, rendering him difficult to kill. Therefore, I have resolved to let the pigs perish instead, to refine another batch of elixir. If you eliminate Qilin, you could seize this batch of elixir from him. It can significantly enhance your defenses and marginally increase your strength. What say you? Huang Hongyan, the bespectacled youth, and Cang Ye felt a stir of desire. Well, we must find a way to exit from below anyway. Very well, make haste. Proceed down the corridor, where you will find stairs leading downwards. Following his guidance, the group descended further, traversing 2 more flights of stairs, their spirits fortified, and their essence enriched by the jade liquid. They experienced approximately a 20% increase in their overall capacity. Little Soul, having benefited from the increase in spirit, even discovered a new skill, Ghostly Wail, a haunting cry that disrupts the enemy's mind, inflicting damage and confusion. It was indeed a commendable skill, one that Cang Ye could also utilize in a possessed state. Upon testing it, he found that when using this skill, he could only manifest physical attacks, creating a high-decibel ultrasonic wave that shattered distant wooden crates. Little Soul was incapable of achieving such feats. However, she could infuse her Ghostly Wail with mental disturbance, directly causing magical damage to the enemy's psyche. Chapter 65, The Silver Giant. The deeper they descended, the hotter the atmosphere became, as if the very air was ablaze. Cang Ye exhaled a cooling mist into his garments. Huang Hongyan and the others observed and requested to do the same. With a sigh, Cang Ye obliged, breathing frosty vapor into their clothes. Ah, refreshing, they both exclaimed in peculiar unison. Would you like a taste? Cang Ye cast a glance at Lu Ming, whose face was flushed but not sweaty. No, that's unnecessary, Lu Ming replied, her cheeks rosy. I can endure the heat quite well. All right, should you desire something? Simply tell me, he responded. After descending several hundred steps, they finally beheld a bronze platform encircled by a circular water pool. At the center of this platform stood a colossal alchemical furnace, beneath which magma roiled. The surface of the furnace bore ancient engravings, its 3 legs and 2 ears resembling a drum, with lightning flickering above it. 8 splendid mists cascaded from above, merging into the furnace. Before the furnace sat a silver giant over 3 meters tall, seated with an elegant topknot. His garments appeared to be woven from threads of gold and silver, exuding an air of opulence. He was undoubtedly Qilin. Is the elixir of immortality within that furnace? The gazes of Cang Ye and his companions were ablaze with fervor. Where's the exit? Lu Ming surveyed the vast hall, but found no apparent egress. Forget about those trivialities. Let us seize the elixir first. Cang Ye's eyes glinted with avarice as he dashed toward the furnace without hesitation. The silver giant sensed something amiss and slowly turned his head, yet saw nothing. Cang Ye's fist struck his knee with a resounding thud. A dull echo reverberated as pain coursed through Cang Ye's knuckles. Clearly, he was still flesh and blood, lacking the resilience of the giant's steel-like form, and could not breach his defenses. Noticing the itch at his knee, the giant finally looked down and beheld Cang Ye, who was gazing up at him. Insect. His voice was slow, deep, and magnificent, reverberating through the hall like a grand bell, causing the very structure to tremble. Ghostly wails. The small spirit emitted a piercing cry, prompting the silver giant to double over in agony, clutching his head with both hands. Although his physical defenses were formidable, his mental fortitude was less so. The spirit's lament could inflict significant harm upon him. However, as if summoned from nowhere, a stream of jade-like liquid surged into the giant's body, swiftly restoring his mental state. The serpentine creature coiled around his neck, utilizing its battle scales, creating sparks as it attempted to leave marks, yet failed to inflict any real damage. Its own scales began to shatter, scattering fragments. The mechanical bear clawed at the giant's shins, producing a screech reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, leaving behind streaks of black. All their efforts proved futile. How dare mere mortals attempt to breach the form of an immortal? You shall perish, the silver giant bellowed, yanking the serpent from his neck and hurling it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ye grasped the giant's wrist and exerted all his strength in an attempt to apply a joint lock, but it was utterly ineffective. He could not even breach the defenses. Fighting was entirely out of the question. My golden body is complete, eternal, and undying, the giant roared. You cannot kill me. Cang Ye retreated a few steps, deftly evading the giant's furious punch. Turning his gaze to the furnace, adorned with flickering lightning, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. He discreetly levitated the lid of the furnace, creating a small gap. Then, using his telekinesis, he drew several dozen kilograms of water from the pool at the edge of the bronze platform and funneled it into the furnace through the opening. Hiss! The water was swiftly electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen within the furnace by the lightning. Cang Ye enveloped the hydrogen around the surface of the silver giant. The giant's attacks were slow, allowing Cang Ye to respond with remarkable ease. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cang Ye surged forward, delivering another punch to the giant's calf. Bang! Metal fragments erupted and cracked spiderweb from the point of impact. How is this possible? The giant roared, stumbling slightly. Cang Ye had no intention of explaining the principle of hydrogen embrittlement to him. Hydrogen embrittlement, which occurs when hydrogen diffuses into steel, results in a reduction of the material's plasticity and strength, ultimately causing cracks or delayed brittle failure, a phenomenon irreversible in nature. There had been instances where ships broke apart due to hydrogen embrittlement. A steel rod of thumb thickness could be easily snapped by a child after being subjected to hydrogen for some time. Cang Ye continued to inflict numerous cracks upon the giant's form, forcefully injecting hydrogen into the depths of his body through the fissures. The giant was not composed of particularly high-strength metal, thus, being saturated with hydrogen further weakened his integrity. After approximately 2 hours, a resounding crash echoed as the giant was reduced to a multitude of fragments, perplexed until his final moments as to how he had become so fragile. Finally, it was over. Cang Ye, exhausted and panting heavily, watched as Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth managed to pry open the lid of the furnace. What a refreshing aroma. My mind feels instantly invigorated. Indeed, is this the essence of the elixir of immortality? Cang Ye exclaimed, feeling rejuvenated without even inhaling the scent. In reality, it was the oxygen trapped within the furnace that was now escaping, providing the two with this invigorating sensation. Cang Ye felt a twinge of concern, wondering if the elixir might be adversely affected by the large amount of water he had added. Yet, there was little choice. Defeating the silver giant necessitated the use of hydrogen. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to breach his defenses. The elixir, it's scorching. By the heavens, my lungs feel as if they are on fire. Suddenly, the two tumbled down the ladder beside the furnace, clutching their chests and gasping for air. The oxygen within the furnace was exceedingly hot, and they had initially failed to register this until some time had passed. Cang Ye, unamused, climbed the ladder they had found and peered into the furnace. The furnace contained compartments. Cang Ye used his telekinesis to open a section and beheld a dozen round golden elixirs, each the size of an egg, perfect for the giant. Yet a conundrum for those of more average stature. You each take 2, and I shall take 5. No objections, I trust? After all, I have exerted the most effort. Cang Ye stated, his gaze dangerous, conveying a clear warning that dissent would be met with dire consequences. No, we have no objections whatsoever. We shall forever heed your directives. Whatever you say goes. Even if you grant us not a single elixir, we shall harbor no grievances. Though they professed such, both eagerly accepted the golden elixirs Cang Ye tossed their way, contemplating whether to sell or consume them. By the way, where are your classmates? Why have none come down? Who knows? There are only so many elixirs, and their absence means there is no need to share. Huang Hongyan and the bespectacled youth exchanged smirks, revealing their petty natures. Here, Cang Ye offered 2 elixirs to Lu Ming. I don't need them. You take them. We should focus on how to exit. You truly don't want them? This is the elixir of immortality, Cang Ye exclaimed, astonished that anyone would refuse such a treasure. Well, you seem to have a fondness for them. Keep them for yourself. Very well, thank you, noble lady. Enough of the jesting. Let us find a way out. Why are you so eager to leave? Because the sun will rise soon. And I've heard today a sunrise will be spectacular. What are you on about? Oh, that. The bespectacled youth interjected. The news reported a solar magnetic storm today. And the ash cloud from the volcanic eruption in the Pacific will also be drifting over. The energetic particle streams from solar magnetic storms bombard the volcanic ash clouds, potentially giving rise to extraordinary atmospheric phenomena. Huang Hongyan interjects, noting that this topic has been trending in the news lately, generating quite a buzz. Well, Cang Ye, completely oblivious to these discussions, surveyed his surroundings and indeed noticed that there were no visible exits. Where exactly should he go to escape? One wonders if Ko Qianji contemplated an exit when constructing this silent, celestial palace. As Cang Ye meticulously examined the grand palace, he discovered a series of silver threads encircling its inner perimeter, reminiscent of an electromagnetic catapult. Recalling the electric arcs from the furnace, he thought, could it be? With a sense of disbelief, he looked up. Indeed, above the furnace, there was a circular void in the ceiling, dark and profound, seemingly without end. Cang Ye climbed to the furnace's mouth and peered inside. The furnace was quite large, with an interior volume of approximately 15 cubic meters, about 5 square meters and 3 meters high. At the base lay a subtle mechanism shaped like a divination plate. Once activated with his mental power, a soft, insulating layer unfurled, separating the furnace's interior heat from the electric sparks. Cang Ye leapt down to scrutinize the furnace more closely and noticed that the arcs on its surface flickered violently approximately every 10 minutes. The 3-legged base was securely fastened with claw-like clasps. By this time, the others had gathered around. Could this furnace truly be an electromagnetic cannon? It seemed highly probable. Should we give it a try? Let's do it, Cang Ye decided. Seizing the moment just after an electric spark flashed, he located the mechanism on the claw-like clasp and pried it open. After disengaging all 3 clasps, he placed the glasses of the bespectacled youth into the furnace. The group then stepped back and waited. When the electric arc flickered once more, there was a loud bang. The entire furnace shot skyward like a projectile, vanishing from sight in an instant. Was it really an electromagnetic cannon? After about 4 minutes, Cang Ye finally saw the furnace descending. Its initial speed was rapid, but as it neared the ground, it slowed considerably. Ultimately, it became suspended about 20 centimeters above the ground, held aloft by an unseen repulsive force. Never quite touching the earth, Cang Ye retrieved the bespectacled youth's glasses from the furnace with his mental power, noting that the lenses were slightly cracked. It seemed that riding this kind of elevator inevitably resulted in some damage. Cang Ye felt that his own physique was at least sturdier than those glasses, and he remarked, "I'll go ahead and scout the path for you." In truth, he harbored a slight fear of heights, and his motivation for being the first was a desire to embrace fate sooner rather than later, rather than anxiously waiting below while others experimented. Lu Ming said, "I'll join you. My energy provides protection, so I shouldn't get hurt. Moreover, my energy can slightly slow our descent. If anything goes awry, I can assist you." "All right," Cang Ye replied, then climbed into the furnace with synchronized movements. He discovered handholds along the interior walls. Lu Ming then joined him on the opposite side. Despite the insulating layer, the furnace's walls were still scalding hot, and they occasionally felt a prickling sensation on their skin. Their hearts raced in unison. Suddenly, Cang Ye felt a tremendous force pressing him down. His body contorted into a defeated posture, lying sideways against the furnace's base. However, he quickly adapted to the pressure, gradually transitioning from a prone position to a squat, then standing upright. Looking up, he even glimpsed the night sky. A colossal furnace burst forth from the apex of the bronze palace, soaring straight upward through the expansive mountains and piercing through the artificially carved dark stone tunnel, ultimately breaking free from the mountainside. The external night sky suddenly appeared vast and boundless. Cang Ye sensed the furnace's speed diminishing, and it began to descend. Grabbing the back of Lu Ming's clothing, he leapt out of the bronze furnace. The landscape was blanketed in snow, a shimmering expanse of silver. With a soft thud, they landed in the snow, sending flurries of powder into the air. Cang Ye released Lu Ming and laughed. "All right, we've made it straight to the mountaintop." The mountain breeze was gentle, but quite cold. Lu Ming's cheeks flushed slightly. After the furnace's intense heat, the chill here was stark. The contrast of temperatures made her face rosy, and even Cang Ye felt a slight warmth in his complexion. "Thank you," Lu Ming said graciously. "No need to mention it." Cang Ye waved dismissively. "By the way, should we let those two climb up here on their own, or what?" Lu Ming approached the opening from which the furnace had erupted and conjured a sphere of light, saying, "Riding the furnace is safe, so hurry up." She then tossed the light sphere down. Cang Ye was astonished to realize that her sphere could also transmit sound. "Is that all it takes? Well, we can't be expected to descend and fetch them one by one, can we? It seems dangerous to leap into the furnace the moment it erupts," he replied. "That is indeed somewhat perilous," Cang Ye acknowledged. To return, they would have to do just that. However, it seemed unnecessary to risk themselves for two individuals with whom they were not particularly close. If they hesitated to ascend, they could simply wait for the autumn camp's instructors to rescue them from this opening or another. After all, the other students couldn't ride the furnace either. It would ultimately be the instructors who would come to their aid. Cang Ye nodded in agreement, then lost interest in those two. "Shall we go watch the sunrise over there?" Lu Ming pointed to a large boulder, standing over 10 meters tall nearby. That boulder appeared to be the highest point of the peak, its surface remarkably flat. "As you wish," Cang Ye replied, his mind preoccupied with understanding the purpose of the golden pill. How should it be consumed? Was it toxic? What effects would it have? He took a golden pill in hand, absent-mindedly following Lu Ming to the edge of the large stone. Lu Ming emanated a soft glow, leaping effortlessly 3 or 4 meters high, lightly stepping on the stone several times before landing atop it. Cang Ye followed suit. The surface of the stone was remarkably smooth, blanketed with a layer of pristine, untouched snow. A tree of an unknown species had taken root here, standing about 7 or 8 meters tall, its branches adorned with delicate, pale pink blossoms. Chapter 67. Consuming the golden pill. The soft petals lay scattered across the snow. The frigid air rushed into their throats, carrying a faint, fragrant scent. Unclear whether it was the aroma of the flowers or the essence of Lu Ming. The two gazed toward the eastern sky. At this moment, the cold night teetered on the brink of dawn, the heavens displaying a vast cerulean hue, with the morning star twinkling brightly. The wind nudged a few dark, wispy clouds along. Lu Ming's hair danced in the breeze, brushing against Cang Ye's neck, tickling him. Turning to look, he saw her cherubic face tilted upward, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation as she gazed toward the eastern sky. Sensing Cang Ye's gaze, Lu Ming turned her lovely face and smiled, saying, "This time of twilight is known as dawn's glow. It's said to be the most beautiful moment of the day." As she spoke, she cupped her snow-white hands together, bringing them to her lips. Her delicate fingertips were slightly reddened from the cold. She exhaled puffs of white mist to warm her small hands. "Is that so?" Cang Ye turned his head back, agreeing that it was indeed quite beautiful. The sky at this moment was a deep blue, spacious, and lofty, seemingly endless. However, before long, a faint glimmer of white light began to spread from beneath the horizon, broadening across the vast expanse and rising slowly, yet resolutely. It felt like an eternity. Yet it also seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye, as tiny flakes of snow sparkled in the radiance. The dark, thin clouds took on hues of dawn. In an instant, the sky transformed. Almost instantaneously, the entire firmament was bathed in crimson, resembling flames. It was not merely the color of the clouds, but rather the very essence of the celestial dome. The so-called blue skies and white clouds had morphed into a canopy of red. The mountains appeared to ignite, engulfed in the same fiery hue. The red gradually shifted to a warm, golden orange, which in turn softened to a gentle green, eventually culminating in a pale azure. This entire metamorphosis unfolded in a mere 10 minutes. Did you not capture this on your phone? It is sufficient to etch it in your memory. Due to the expansive view from the large boulder, the two soon located the autumn camp established along the ridge. Not far off, approximately 2 kilometers away, they proceeded directly along the ridge. Cang Ye had a meal at the mountaintop base before descending to fetch Xiao Hui and Yi Guangzi. In the single-occupancy dormitory, he decided to test the efficacy of the golden elixir. Cang Ye observed a small jerboa he had just captured from below and prepared to administer the elixir to it. The jerboa huddled in the corner, trembling. Cang Ye pried off a fragment the size of a fingernail from one of the golden pills and placed it in the jerboa's mouth. It seemed to relish it, chewing and swallowing with delight. Immediately, its vital energy surged, and its fur became glossy and radiant. The once listless creature transformed into a vibrant and healthy being. Without any sign of altered temperament, Cang Ye, not in haste, waited a few hours and noticed that the jerboa's condition had not regressed. Thus, it was highly probable that the golden elixir did not deplete vitality. He then extracted a similarly sized morsel of the elixir and consumed it. The taste was sweet, akin to sipping dew from jade. Did the detection of this extraordinary transcendent substance indicate a transformation into sublimated essence? This golden elixir can indeed transform into sublimated essence? Cang Ye pondered, raising the golden pill in his hand. How much sublimated essence can this one yield? Approximately 0.82 units. Such a meager amount? What use is it to consume it directly? Commencing analysis. When consumed directly by the user, the first elixir enhances the user's physical toughness by approximately 50 and strength by 10. The second elixir boosts physical toughness by about 10 and strength by 2. The third is ineffective, only significantly increasing the user's vitality for a short duration. So, the implication is that the first two can permanently augment my physique, while any subsequent consumption would merely serve as a restorative potion. The user comprehends correctly. Thus, consuming it directly seems to hold more value than converting it into sublimated essence. Cang Ye produced his collection of golden elixirs and counted a total of 12. For himself, Xiao Hui, Xiao Hua, and Yu Er, each would receive 2, leaving 4 remaining. Quite satisfactory. Come, let us partake. Cang Ye retrieved the golden elixirs and began to consume them. Each pill was roughly the size of an egg, and both he and Xiao Hui swallowed them whole. Xiao Hua ate slowly, likely needing several days to finish. Xiao Hun Gui darted in and out of the golden elixirs, causing them to gradually diminish in size. As one elixir settled in his stomach, Cang Ye felt a surge of warmth coursing through his muscles, his skin tightening as if fire were burning within, forging and refining his very bones. Xiao Hui developed a layer of white membrane on its exterior, suggesting it was about to molt once again. Yu Er's iridescent membrane transitioned into transparency. After fully digesting one elixir, Cang Ye felt invigorated, brimming with energy and strength. Without hesitation, he consumed the second one as well. While its effects were not as pronounced as the first, they were still commendable. He clenched his fist tightly and thrust a screwdriver into his arm with force. Clang! The screwdriver bent, yet his arm bore only a slight indentation. Impressive. Cang Ye turned to Xiao Hui, who was tearing at the white membrane around its neck with its claws. Cang Ye assisted in peeling it off and fed it to Xiao Hui. The membrane was remarkably tough, producing a cracking sound as it was chewed, resembling the gnawing of wood. The newly formed scales beneath Xiao Hui's white membrane shimmered with a metallic sheen. Cang Ye prodded them with the screwdriver, producing a resonant ringing sound. Excellent. Xiao Hui's defenses, already formidable, had been further enhanced. What could possibly shatter them now? Just then, a series of knocking sounds echoed from outside the room. Who could it be? Cang Ye opened the door to find a drone equipped with mechanical arms, dangling a box beneath it. It extended its arm to deliver the box. Cang Ye lifted it, feeling its weight. The drone took flight. What is this? Cang Ye turned and entered the room, opening the box. Inside lay a full set of armor with a metallic dark gray sheen. However, it was not meant for humans, but rather for Xiaohui. What is this? Cang Ye quickly recalled it was the reward from the recent fishing competition. He had not anticipated its swift arrival. He thought it would take at least half a month. Come, Xiaohui, let us try on your new attire. Cang Ye coaxed Xiaohui over and attempted to fit the armor onto it. The process was not difficult, and soon it was donned. Xiaohui sprouted two sharp, triangular horns on either side of its head, and its entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark gray scale armor, closely resembling its natural coloration. The joints of the armor were linked with memory metal fibers, allowing for unimpeded movement and agility. Regrettably, this armor would not fit for long, as Xiaohui had just molted and would undoubtedly grow. The best course of action would be to utilize this armor as a fusion material for its evolution once it outgrew it. Such a strategy would ensure no waste. However, what is the compatibility of this armor with Xiaohui? Just as Cang Ye was about to check, he suddenly felt an ominous presence. He looked up sharply to find a foreign figure clad in snow combat attire peering through the window, a strange smile plastered on his face. Chapter 68, Escherichia coli? Cang Ye locked eyes with the individual outside. He appeared to be of Polynesian descent, with tawny skin and a diminutive stature, a colorful rodent perched atop his head. What did this man want? Suddenly, he extended a finger in a beckoning gesture. Cang Ye momentarily froze, entering a state of heightened concentration as the world slowed around him. He then approached the window and opened it. The Polynesian grinned and said, "You are quite an understanding child." Cang Ye, unable to comprehend his curry-flavored English, gestured in confusion. "What do you want? You cannot speak English?" The Polynesian's expression turned irritable, his gaze condescendingly scrutinizing Cang Ye. What does this mean? Cang Ye was perplexed. Never mind. The Polynesian, now thoroughly impatient, reached out to grasp Cang Ye's neck, attempting to pull him through the window. In that instant, Cang Ye unleashed a sonic wave exceeding 194 decibels. When sound surpasses 194 decibels, it generates powerful shockwaves in the air. A transparent, hemispherical ripple expanded, crashing into the Polynesian's chest. Bang! His skin instantaneously fissured, and a viscous, translucent fluid akin to pus splattered forth. A pungent stench of feces pervaded the surroundings. Fortunately, Cang Ye continued to emit sound, generating shockwaves that dispersed the fluid, diminishing its concentration to a fragrance reminiscent of blossoms, albeit still tinged with other faintly unpleasant odors. Is it the scent of fecal matter? Cang Ye keenly perceived the alteration in the aroma. At high concentrations, the scent of fecal matter is repugnant, yet at lower concentrations, it manifests as a perfume akin to jasmine or orange blossoms. Typically, such an odor is secreted by bacteria like Escherichia coli. Could it be that this entity's essence is akin to that of E. coli? Of course, this was merely a fleeting and whimsical conjecture. The snowflakes outside were swept up by the sound waves, forming a white curtain that enveloped everything like a tidal wave. The figure of that person vanished within it, instantly disappearing from sight. Cang Ye inhaled deeply, cultivating a cold breath, and then vaulted out of the window. Night Light, a small creature, nestled into his arms, followed closely by Xiaohui. Strangely, despite the swirling wind and snow, that person's figure had vanished too thoroughly. Cang Ye's gaze flickered, scanning the area, his muscles taut and poised to thwart any ambush. Yet he was unprepared. A sudden spherical attack hurtled towards him from the side with lightning speed, akin to a cannonball, crashing directly into his temple. Boom! A jarring pain reverberated through his head, rippling across his facial flesh, and his body was propelled sideways by the tremendous force. Nevertheless, with a swift step to the side and a powerful contraction of his thigh, he regained his balance. In that instant, he surged forward in a lateral lunge. Bang! Snow erupted beneath his feet as his body transformed into a streak of gray-black light, hurtling towards the source of the attack. The pressure of the wind carved a trench in the snow, sending flakes spraying outward in a fan-like formation. In a daze, Cang Ye caught a glimpse of a white shadow lying flat on the ground, stealthily shifting sideways. Had his eyes not been exceptionally sharp, he would have missed it entirely. Without hesitation, Cang Ye maintained his charging posture and propelled a kick forward, utilizing his momentum. Boom! The spherical shockwave sent a surge of snow flying, launching the white shadow into the air, its yellowish-white form and fluid splattering in all directions. It was entirely white, blending seamlessly with the snow, rendering it nearly invisible. However, while airborne, it was strikingly evident. Blood dripped from Cang Ye's brow. He brushed it away and flicked it toward the airborne white shadow. Yet, inexplicably, the blood transformed to white upon contact with it. A transformation of color? Cang Ye pondered this notion as the world around him suddenly became a kaleidoscope of colors. The hues of the snowfield began to flicker in red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, creating a dizzying array of rotating pixelated patterns that threatened to induce nausea. If someone with photosensitive epilepsy encountered such a sight, they would surely be afflicted. Cang Ye immediately recalled the colorful little mouse. Yet, its form was nowhere to be found. Never mind, I shall first deal with this entity. The figure that had been kicked into the air began its descent, and the ability of Little Flower activated, focusing light to scorch its head. Though it reflected white, at such elevated temperatures, even a mirror could melt. Instantly, its head erupted in a cloud of white mist, producing a hissing sound, followed by the internal fluids expanding from the heat, resulting in its head exploding. In Cang Ye's view, this unfolded in slow motion, allowing him to observe the entire process of its head's detonation. There were no bones, no brain matter, no blood, only a form resembling a mass of yellow-gray gel. What is this? Had its life form been transformed, or was this merely a manifestation of its essence? Cang Ye's mind raced. Regardless, obliterating this entity was undoubtedly the correct course of action. At that moment, the headless body began to exhibit a kaleidoscope of colors. Cang Ye suppressed his nausea and fixed his gaze upon it. The focused light from Little Flower danced across its surface, accumulating heat and generating a thick cloud of smoke. Boom! It finally landed, absorbing the surrounding snow as moisture to shield itself from Little Flower's searing light. It then rolled over and, with a frog-like thrust of its legs, leaped several meters away, escaping the intense heat. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui, who had been circling nearby, was mentally urged by Cang Ye to charge toward the body, colliding forcefully with it. Bang! The impact sent material splattering. This collision nearly shattered its remaining form, leaving only its legs and hips intact. Remarkably, it still managed to move. With a powerful push against the ground, it stood up and began to run in a comical manner. Cang Ye followed closely, assisting Little Flower in using the light to scorch its joints. Soon, its joints shattered, leaving it to hop on one leg. Suddenly, Xiao Hui dashed to Cang Ye's side. Boom! A large caliber bullet struck its armor, leaving no mark, yet the tremendous kinetic energy sent it flying toward Cang Ye. He swiftly grasped its tail, using the momentum to spin and hurl it toward the direction of the incoming bullet. Simultaneously, air drifted from within him, attaching itself to Xiao Hui. In midair, Xiao Hui's surface ignited with crimson flames, entering a frenzy as it landed, transforming into a streak of scarlet light darting across the snow, its movements graceful, reminiscent of a soaring dragon. At that moment, Cang Ye finally heard a faint pop. It was the sound of a sniper rifle. Despite the silencer, a sound was still discernible. From the moment the bullet struck until he heard the gunfire, at least a second had elapsed. Cang Ye unconsciously activated his second ability, Enhanced Calculation. In that instant, the world presented itself to him almost entirely in a data-driven manner. Everything was composed of points, lines, and planes, and the trajectories of movement, collision paths, and directions of force all transformed into precise mathematical models, easily computable. His brain began to heat up. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to endure even a temperature of 100 degrees. With a swift glance, Cang Ye instantaneously calculated the direction and distance from which the bullet was approaching. He mentally guided Xiao Hui to precisely collide with it, while simultaneously sprinting in that direction. Meanwhile, 967 meters away, a man resembling a Barodo lay prostrate in the snow, his complexion ashen, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated that this target would prove so formidable. He had assumed that by lurking near a nearby rock and dispatching an E. coli avatar, he would easily resolve the situation. After all, the E. coli swarm, powered by hydraulic force, could unleash tons of strength and secrete toxins. Yet, to his astonishment, the E. coli avatar had been sent flying by the shockwaves. Despite attempting a surprise attack with a hydraulic sphere, equivalent to the firepower of ancient artillery, it had still proven ineffective. Subsequently, he found himself unable to retaliate. The toxins permeating the air were utterly disregarded. He was momentarily dazed, promptly retreating. Finally, a few seconds ago, he reached the sniper point he had previously set up, which he had thought would never be necessary, and took a chance to fire a shot. Yet, it had still been blocked. At this moment, the red light drew ever closer, and he could only pray that the creature would not spot him. Simultaneously, the E. coli swarm within him began to secrete a highly resilient biological membrane across his surface. As the hue of the membrane transitioned to a shade of gray-black, it appeared akin to a mere rock. Yet, in the eyes of Cang Ye, the world at that moment was digitized, revealing an abundance of errors in his position. The direction of the snow layer on the ground, the geological transformations that altered the mountain structure, the traces left by snow and wind erosion on the rock's surface, everything seemed amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hui charged towards him. After all, even if he were to miss, it would merely result in the shattering of a stone. However, it was unlikely to be a mistake. Bang! The resilient, Transparent gelatinous tissue was obliterated by Xiao Hui's impact, and a figure was violently expelled from within. Soaring through the air and crashing onto the snow-covered ground a short distance away, blood spraying forth. Clearly, the individual was grievously injured. Cang Ye approached him, and the figure, trembling in terror, curled up on the ground, raising his hands in surrender and shouting in awkward Mandarin, "I surrender. I surrender. Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" The man evidently did not comprehend Cang Ye's words, instead weeping and pleading, "U.S. Foundation. Let me go? The Foundation will pay you a lot of money. I'm sorry. This is a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. The U.S. Foundation will give you money. A lot of money." Cang Ye inquired further, but the man repeatedly uttered those same phrases, igniting a fire of frustration within Cang Ye. Ultimately, he could no longer tolerate it and crushed the man's skull with a stone. Immediately afterward, his abdomen swelled, and a mass of gelatinous substance expelled itself. Cang Ye commanded Xiao Hua to incinerate it to ashes. Simultaneously, a colorful rodent emerged from beneath the snow, circling the decapitated corpse and issuing pitiful squeaks. Suddenly, it lunged at Cang Ye, seemingly seeking vengeance. "With a creature like you, you've surely killed many," Cang Ye mused. "In your next life, you should come back as a good mouse." He used telekinesis to summon the assassin's sniper rifle, aiming it at the rodent on the ground and pulling the trigger. Bang! Its body was instantly shattered, leaving a small crater in the ground with debris scattering. At long last, it was over. Cang Ye wiped the sniper rifle clean with the pristine snow surrounding him and stowed it away in his small storage. The skirmish had lasted approximately 3 minutes. Logically, someone should have arrived by now. However, due to the more capable personnel being dispatched to rescue students from the Bronze Palace, this area had been overlooked, leaving it temporarily unmonitored. Cang Ye departed, only to return a dozen minutes later. The corpse remained lifeless, showing no signs of resurrection. It appeared that not all assassins from the U.S. Foundation possessed the ability to revive. With this in mind, he kicked the headless body off the mountain, confident that wild animals would assist in the disposal of the remains. Upon returning to his dormitory, he dragged Xiao Hui into the bathroom, giving it a thorough scrub while checking for injuries. Completely unharmed. After all, with its already formidable defense, enhanced further by the elixir, and coupled with the incredibly robust battle armor, it would be a miracle if anything were amiss. Xiao Hui, seemingly displeased with the scent of the body wash, squirmed in a frothy struggle to escape. Cang Ye attempted to grab its tail, but it was too slippery and wriggled about, making it difficult to catch. He decided instead to envelop it entirely, flipping it onto the ground and pinning it down. "Today, you shall bathe, whether you like it or not." Gah! Xiao Hui strained to twist its body, arching its neck backward in an attempt to flip over. However, Cang Ye would not grant it such an opportunity. Pouring the body wash over it and vigorously scrubbing, he then rinsed off the foam with a handheld showerhead. At last, Xiao Hui emerged revitalized, its scales gleaming and fragrant. The water refused to coalesce into droplets or stream down, instead producing a sound akin to rubbing glass when touched. After drying it with a towel, he released it. Next came the cleaning of the battle armor, which proved to be quite a chore. Cang Ye meticulously brushed for 20 minutes to eliminate the lingering odors. When all was finally concluded, he rose abruptly, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "What is happening? Could I be experiencing low blood sugar despite my physical condition?" Cang Ye was incredulous. Yet he genuinely felt his limbs growing weak, as though he could scarcely remain standing. Soon, he realized that an acute hunger pang was gnawing at his insides, likely a consequence of expending too much energy with intense computation. There was nothing to be done but eat. This mountaintop base was equipped with a self-service cafeteria. As he dined, Cang Ye pondered the implications of the U.S. Foundation. Undoubtedly, this organization had set its sights on him, and all information indicated that it was an immensely powerful and formidable entity. Alone and relatively weak, he was ill-equipped to confront them directly. When the U.S. Foundation sent this Brahmin to tackle him, they likely underestimated his capabilities. However, having dispatched him, they would certainly have taken note of Cang Ye's unusual strength and would likely send even greater forces against him. Sighing, he wondered, what can be done? I must strengthen myself swiftly. With my current power, I should be able to handle that cat-monkey demon, Shun Ti. With a bit more preparation, I can confront it. It was also time for Xiao Hui to evolve once more. In a cabin nestled within the mountains, Archean's vital signs had vanished. He was dead. What? He merely went to execute a simple task. How could he have perished? Can we ascertain where he died? At the summit of Huangtang Ridge, around a scientific research base of the Air Group, his vital signs indicated he had undergone intense physical exertion before his demise. Chapter 70. Xiao Hua's Evolution. Archean possessed the strongest stealth and survival abilities among us. To have killed him, a formidable individual must have intervened. What shall we do? For now, let's set this aside. The Arbiter is coming, and our primary objective is to prepare the resources for his descent. Understood. That night, a group of students was finally rescued and gathered in the mountaintop base for a meal. The bespectacled youth sat at the dining table, engaging in lively conversation with his classmates. Indeed, the disparity between population magnitude and individual magnitude can be both significant and negligible. It's akin to the difference between flintlock guns of the old era and modern automatic rifles. One might argue their distinctions are vast. Yet, a flintlock bullet striking a rifle will still damage it. The only difference lies in the lengthy reloading time required for the flintlock. Meanwhile, the rifle boasts a high capacity, exceptional accuracy, and can fire rapidly in succession or precision shots. Alternatively, if you were to wield a flintlock as a club against a modern rifle, you might find they are not so different after all. In fact, given that some modern rifles are made of plastic while flintlocks are crafted from solid steel, the modern rifle may even crumble under the impact of a flintlock. However, when it comes to biological communities, the situation is entirely different. The biological community level is directly equivalent to that of a tank. Even the most formidable flintlock would be worthless against it. Of course, this is merely a generalization, as each species possesses unique abilities and physical conditions, and thus should not be treated uniformly. Cang Ye gleaned a general understanding from this discourse. The primary distinction between individual magnitude and that of groups or populations lies not in physical prowess, but rather in the application of skills. In fact, the intensity of an individual's abilities is not significantly inferior to those of a group or population magnitude. The disparity lies in the duration of skill usage, output rate, and other such factors. In essence, an individual requires a protracted recovery period after employing a skill, making consecutive releases arduous and lacking in precision. This results in a scenario where, after unleashing a skill every 2 minutes, the individual's energy is depleted after merely 10 uses, necessitating an extended interval before further skill application is possible. Conversely, a group or population can unleash a skill every 2 seconds, capable of executing 1,000 skills in succession without exhausting their energy reserves. Does this not imply that an individual magnitude could potentially triumph over a population magnitude? Indeed, history is replete with examples of such occurrences. Speaking of which, have you heard about Luo Wuxuan's concert? Oh, that. After dining, Cang Ye ventured into the kitchen to procure an ample supply of sugar, perhaps weighing dozens of pounds, which he stored in a small warehouse. He discovered that utilizing his skill of high computational power consumed energy rapidly, and sugar served as an excellent energy supplement. Initially, he had contemplated consuming gasoline directly, but after a brief attempt, he found it excessively cloying. Both gasoline and cooking oil were intolerable. However, sugar diluted in water was somewhat palatable. Regrettably, the caloric content of sugar pales in comparison to that of oil. If only there existed a substance with a remarkably high energy density that was also easy to consume, such as a golden elixir. Yet, this substance is better suited as a life-saving remedy rather than an energy replenisher. In Cang Ye's single dormitory, Nini, perhaps due to consuming the golden elixir, Xiaohua successfully evolved tonight. She joyously circled around Cang Ye's head, scattering glimmering specks of light. The sensation of these particles landing upon him was peculiar, akin to a warm yet cool embrace, reminiscent of winter sunlight, a most comforting experience. Compared to before, the changes in the night light were subtle. She remained charmingly adorable, with a slender figure and golden hair cascading to her waist, resembling a stream flowing under the sun. Her wings shimmered with brilliance, edged as if adorned with golden trim. Race, nightlight. Magnitude, individual, 39. Status, healthy. Skills, healing light. Can consume 10 units of sublimation substance for evolution. Bright pearl, light. Can consume 10 units of sublimation substance for evolution. Flickering in light. Can flicker within the area of emitted strong light. Gathering light from heaven. Can consume 10 units of sublimation substance for evolution. Regulating the 4 seasons. Radiant starry sky. Current evolution success rate, 99. Fusion material slots. 1. What a splendid panel. At that moment, Xiaohua settled upon Cang Ye's nose, lazily reclining. Cang Ye, with a sigh, gently pinched her down. Xiaohua, do you possess only one bright pearl? Can you conjure another? Nini. Upon hearing Cang Ye's inquiry, Xiaohua, who was protesting against his grasp on her fingers, pondered for a moment and replied, Nini. Previously, she felt it was impossible, yet now it seemed feasible. Oh. Cang Ye's eyes sparkled. Then do try. The ability of the bright pearl is astonishingly formidable, capable of transforming an ordinary muddy dwelling into spatial equipment. If she could conjure another, it would be nothing short of splendid. Simultaneously, a notion flickered in Cang Ye's mind. Could it be that with each evolution, Xiaohua could summon a bright pearl? Obediently, Xiaohua took flight from Cang Ye's hand, her wings trembling, radiating light that flowed like water, coalescing at her chest. Remarkably, the starlight in the heavens responded, twinkling down to infuse her with brilliance. In no time, a minuscule pearl coalesced, still as inconspicuous as a speck of dust, barely visible to the untrained eye. However, Cang Ye's keen eyesight allowed him to spot it instantly. The nightlight appeared to be quite enamored with the bright pearl, cradling it tenderly against her cheek for a moment before reluctantly offering it to him. Nini, you may keep it for now. I have nothing I wish to enhance at the moment. In truth, Cang Ye had intended to use it to enhance his sniper rifle. However, upon reflection, the weapon's efficacy primarily relies on the ammunition. Enhancing the gun itself would yield little benefit. Thus, it is prudent to retain the bright pearl for future use when something worthy of enhancement arises. Speaking of which, what would be the effect of using the bright pearl to enhance the golden elixir? Would it grant new abilities upon consumption? Or could it enhance the skill pearls provided by the yellow pig? Could the scales of the Qilin be enhanced for Xiao Wei's evolution? Such dilemmas. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Cang Ye resolved to keep it for the time being. Next, he focused on evolving the skills of the night light, healing light, and gathering light from heaven. All three abilities were immensely practical. Healing light was the sole healing skill within Cang Ye's team, essential for recuperating from injuries, thus necessitating evolution. Light pertains to the nightlight's control over luminosity, crucial for future encounters with the old cat-monkey ghost, and also required evolution. As for gathering light from heaven, it generates nutrient-rich light that can be offered to plants to expedite their growth, albeit lacking substantial utility, given that Cang Ye's team comprises no plant-related species. Nonetheless, this ability could activate certain special plants. For instance, it had previously been used to activate vines during a battle with the cave bear, enabling their rapid growth to ensnare the beast. Chapter 71, Skills. This gathering light from heaven might potentially be synergized with the newly acquired skill Flickering in Light. After all, Flickering in Light necessitates the illumination produced by the nightlight. Xiaohua, use gathering light from heaven to conjure 2 orbs of light. Nini, the nightlight fluttered her wings, conjuring 2 luminous spheres in her hands. Cang Ye positioned these orbs in his left and right hands. Now, try employing Flickering in Light. Cang Ye guided her mentally. Suddenly, Xiaohua vanished, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light particles, only to emerge from the orb in Cang Ye's left hand, appearing disoriented as she collapsed into his palm. This skill seemed to be quite taxing on her mental energy. Xiaohua, how far can you flicker with this skill? Nini, it seems I can flicker any distance? You mean, as long as there is light created by you, you can flicker infinitely far? Nini, it appears so. It seems this skill warrants further exploration. After resting for approximately half a minute, Xiaohua managed to use the skill again, flickering from Cang Ye's left hand to his right. Once more, she flopped languidly in his palm. Seemingly reluctant to move, Cang Ye felt a pang of sympathy, deciding against further trials. It was evident this ability should be reserved for critical moments. Subsequently, Cang Ye expended 30 units of sublimation substance to evolve all 3 of her skills. Great Healing Light restores severe injuries and cures ailments. Able to revive lives on the brink of death. Light controls light within a specific range and slightly regulates its intensity. Gathering light from heaven conjures light imbued with gentle energy, a favorite sustenance of plants, facilitating their rapid growth. The biological aspects have also begun to exhibit a certain effect, serving as a modest means of energy replenishment. It can be stored for a considerable duration. At this moment, Cang Ye possesses 65 units of sublimation essence, while Xiao Wei's evolution remains a distant prospect. Speaking of Xiao Wei, it is currently sprawled on the bed, gazing motionlessly at the ceiling, seemingly lost in contemplation. Often, it assumes this position during idle moments, at times remaining still for hours on end. The Reptilia class, a fearsome lineage of dragons, indeed instills trepidation within the ranks of the archers. Cang Ye nudged it aside. Kakik. The archers can effortlessly subdue the reptilian dragons. The world belongs to the archers. We shall eradicate the tyranny of reptiles. On a related note, birds are also classified under the Reptilia, having evolved from dinosaurs. Does this imply that phoenixes belong to the dragon lineage? Thus, could the calamity of dragons and phoenixes be regarded as a civil war among dragons? While musing on such trivial matters, Cang Ye donned Xiao Wei's battle armor and glanced at its evolution success rate, 67. Slightly higher than the evolution using the Qilin scales. Which of the two should he fuse first? Cang Ye found himself in a quandary, feeling that both options were quite appealing. Alas, he decided to postpone the decision until he accumulated enough sublimation essence. Shortly thereafter, dawn broke the next day. Upon opening his eyes, Cang Ye was greeted by, the auxiliary device's information collection module has been activated. 1. Mercenaries from the U.S. Foundation are engaged in illegal hunting at the foothills of Mount Yu. 2. The old cat monkey demon has seized the essence of 4 peaks and collected sufficient fear from various cities. poised to ascend to the community level within 7 days. 3. The Holy Judge of the U.S. Foundation is about to descend. Its specific capabilities remain unclear. 4. The Cold Snow Lotus at the summit of Jimu Peak is nearing maturity. 5. Certain animals are seeking to hunt the mercenaries of the U.S. Foundation. Cang Ye had almost forgotten about this device, yet it had unexpectedly activated again. However, his attention was drawn to the second piece of information. The old cat-monkey demon was on the verge of reaching the community level. This was exceedingly dire news. Firstly, it indicated that it was inherently a spirit of the population level. Secondly, he had to eliminate it within 7 days. Otherwise, the opportunity would be lost forever. After all, according to the bespectacled boy, the difference between individual and population levels was akin to that between firearms. But the leap from population to community level represented a disparity akin to that between guns and tanks. Time was of the essence. After washing up, he proceeded with his preparations, gathering gas masks and detoxification pills, appropriating them from the research base's warehouse in the name of Dear Ming. I apologize, but this is for humanity. Initially, Cang Ye intended to set off alone that day, but while dining, he realized that the subsequent journey aligned with the research team's objectives. It would be prudent to accompany the group. Traveling with the team was undeniably safer and would expedite their progress. Thanks to the path cleared by the vanguard of the research team, there exists a significant concept associated with certain unique and powerful spirits. They are grounded in the earth while their essence reaches the stars above. The elderly man who had previously inquired about the Qilin and peculiar beasts at the self-service cafeteria had now assumed the role of a guide. As they ascended the mountain, he cheerfully elucidated various concepts of spirits to Dear Ming and others. For instance, the well-known 4 spirits of heaven, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, are essentially constellations in the sky, along with the 28 lunar mansions, each of which is also a spirit. Although these tales are rooted in human mythology, scientific research suggests that the emergence of spirits may indeed be linked to outer space. Carrying his backpack, Cang Ye queried the bespectacled boy nearby, "Is this the Thea hypothesis?" "Indeed." "Well done. This young one has read extensively. The Thea hypothesis, or the exoplanet hypothesis, posits that approximately 4.5 billion years ago, a planet known as Thea, roughly the size of Mars, collided with Earth, resulting in the formation of the Moon. The materials from both celestial bodies intermixed, with some special particles, named Chi particles, escaping from Thea's remnants to Earth. Life forms that evolved predominantly from Thea's materials are referred to as exoplanetary life forms, while those evolving primarily from Earth's materials are called primordial life forms. In fact, natural species are essentially primordial life forms. The original exoplanetary life forms have nearly ceased to exist in the present day. However, some studies indicate that spirits capable of reaching the stars are, in fact, remnants of ancient extraterrestrial biological communities. According to my research, it is likely that pristine exoplanetary life forms still exist deep within the Dama mountain range. His discourse was somewhat disorganized and erratic, as good researchers do not always make for good teachers. Nevertheless, Cang Ye grasped the gist of it. Initially, he had assumed that the existence of spirits was indicative of some otherworldly invasion. It turned out that they were directly derived from extraterrestrial materials, which was rather intriguing. However, in comparison to these scientific explanations, he was more concerned about the weather. Was the snowfall not increasing? Chapter 72, Howling Winds. Regrettably, no one paid heed to Cang Ye's concerns, as he was merely a supplementary figure in the group. The party continued along the mountain ridge, snowflakes swirling about, dusting the hoods and shoulders of their jackets in white. Small animals hid within the crevices of the rocks, peering out in secret observation. Large carnivores, witnessing the throngs of people and the formidable presence guarding them, refrained from baring their teeth. They lay quietly, awaiting the departure of these intruders from their territory. The old professor continued his inquiry. "You should all be familiar with primordial soup, correct?" Indeed, students from other groups eagerly responded. During Earth's primordial ocean phase, due to phenomena such as magma geothermal activity, magnetic fields, and atmospheric discharges, inorganic substances in the ocean, along with methane, formed water-soluble organic molecules like amino acids, cyanide, and formaldehyde, leading to the gradual evolution of single-celled life. He cast a glance at the bespectacled boy. "Correct," the old professor nodded, continuing. "And the place where they evolved was within the hydrothermal vents known as black smokers. Black smokers are oceanic hydrothermal vents primarily composed of sulfates and amorphous silica, rising like rock chimneys in the depths of the ocean, with countless fine pores inside. The initial life forms evolved within these pores. The Dama mountain range beneath our feet, during the era when it was known as the Dama Ocean, was dotted with innumerable black smokers at its base. Subsequently, following a series of complex and violent geological activities, The Dama oceanic plate was uplifted, becoming the Dama shallows. The organisms inhabiting this marine area evolved into nearshore species due to environmental changes. Eventually, as geological activities intensified, the shallows were raised into plains, and the organisms residing there evolved into terrestrial beings. Later, the collision between the North China Plate and the Yangtze Plate triggered severe orogenic movements, leading to the uplift of the Dama mountain range. Some organisms migrated during this period, while others remained in the depths of the Dama mountain range. According to my research, the radioactive isotope composition of the lava deep within the Dama mountain range differs from that of normal Earth rock. This strongly suggests that they are likely composed of Thea materials, the primordial life forms that evolved from the Thea matter, residing in the vast expanse of the Great Mang mountain range, are likely to be entirely fantastical species. They could indeed be considered the ultimate extraterrestrial entities, or rather, the Thea life forms, possessing immense research value. I see. Dr. Su, is your ultimate purpose for coming to the Great Mang mountain range to find the Thea life forms that still inhabit this place? Yes, ordinarily. This would require extensive exploratory research, but Dr. Su suddenly fell silent, surveying his surroundings. The snow appeared to be intensifying. Xiaowang, where are we now? The young man who had assisted Cang Ye in printing the carbon fiber helmets replied, "We've reached the empty beam. But there are still about 10 kilometers to the next forward camp." It was already 4:30, and with the snow falling so heavily, it seemed unlikely that we would reach our destination today. Let us find a suitable spot to camp. Understood. The group began searching for a flat area to set up camp. Since they were using an automatic tent, the process was quite simple. They merely had to lay it on the ground, and it would automatically unfold, with the stakes driven into the earth by themselves. A truly convenient setup. Cang Ye felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He sensed that the old cat monkey ghost was still over 100 kilometers away. However, the mountain paths were treacherous. Although he had grown considerably stronger, if he were to stray from the group and inadvertently cross into the territory of a formidable creature, a confrontation would likely ensue, leading to a decline in his condition. Alas, what a nuisance. Nevertheless, there were only 6 days left. They had to quicken their pace. In the dead of night, the wind and snow howled outside, with snowflakes pounding against the tent, creating a continuous thudding sound. Yet, the tent's insulation and stability were remarkably strong. It was surprisingly warm inside, standing firm against the raging wind. Cang Ye, clad in a thick coat, lay in his sleeping bag, contemplating the potential combat strategies of the old cat monkey ghost. Xiao Hui nestled in his arms, seeking warmth in the cold weather, as she, being a poikilothermic animal, always preferred to burrow into cozy spaces. The nightlight mouse perched on Cang Ye's forehead, playfully tugging at his hair and using his nose as a slide. After tiring of her antics, she leapt down to his chin, playfully batting at his lips. When Cang Ye reached out to catch her, she sprang back to his neck, burrowing into his clothing and wriggling about. Yu Air whispered sweet nothings within him, murmuring words about Cang Ye's fondness for cuteness, suddenly erupting into fits of giddy laughter, which was quite endearing yet exasperating. Suddenly, the wind outside grew even more ferocious, resembling a ghostly wail or a wolf's howl, chilling to the bone. Small pebbles were lifted by the wind, crashing against the tent with alarming thuds. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and with a thunderous roar, Cang Ye's tent was violently lifted into the air. An incredibly intense gale generated shockwaves that rushed toward him, threatening to sweep his body off the ground. Fortunately, Cang Ye's weight, coupled with Xiao Hui in his embrace, allowed him to stumble a few steps, but ultimately regain his footing. He stood firm. But the other students were not as resilient. The abnormal winds flipped their tents, sending them screaming into the air. Fortunately, a transparent protective field instantly unfolded, shielding them from the tempest and anchoring everyone in place. However, not everyone was spared. The Spider Girl, who had been with Lu Ming and the others, was swept away into the field's periphery. Without a moment's hesitation, Cang Ye dashed out, grasping her arm. Simultaneously, a figure enveloped in a gentle green glow surged forth. One of them clutched Zhu Zhu's arm, suspended in midair, but their combined weight was sufficient to ease their descent. However, at that moment, Cang Ye's pupils dilated as he witnessed a terrifying windstorm sweeping toward them, carrying a torrent of mud and debris. Lu Ming evidently saw it too. She exchanged a glance with Cang Ye, and together, they flung Zhu Zhu toward the protective field. Subsequently, Lu Ming reached for Cang Ye's hand, wishing to pull him into the sanctuary as well. Yet, it was too late. The windstorm was breached by an even more powerful gale from behind, crashing into them with alarming speed. The protective field appeared to falter in the face of such ferocity, unable to spare anyone to rescue Cang Ye and Lu Ming. In an instant, they were both engulfed by the tempest, soaring into the upper troposphere, whisked away at a dizzying velocity. Surrounding them were swirling snowflakes and debris, striking them like razor-sharp blades. The radiant energy emanating from Lu Ming enveloped Cang Ye, providing a shield against the onslaught. Cang Ye swiftly unzipped his coat, seized Lu Ming's arm, and pulled her into his embrace before zipping up the coat again. This would help conserve energy. Chapter 73, The Descent. Immediately, Cang Ye activated his advanced computational abilities, instantly visualizing the shifting winds in his mind. He maneuvered his body through the raging winds, desperately searching for a weaker current to expedite their descent. However, even the slightest breeze could lift him skyward. He could only navigate through the debris, avoiding secondary injuries. Fortunately, after more than half an hour, the wind's energy finally dissipated, and they began to descend gently into a valley adorned with lush greenery. This was due to Lu Ming's abilities. Her energy allowed their bodies to become as light as dandelions. If it had been Cang Ye alone, he would have either sustained severe injuries or perhaps even worse, taking hours to recover. Are you all right? Cang Ye asked as he released Lu Ming from his coat. Her face flushed. After all, she had never been this intimate with a boy before. Although she understood it was for their safety, it still felt awkward, embarrassing, and her heart resisted the sensation. She turned her face away, muttering, "I'm fine." "That is good to hear." Cang Ye gazed at the valley, his emotions tangled. Uncertain of what to say, the winds had brought him to realize that his current distance from the old cat-monkey ghost was no more than 2 kilometers. Of course, while the straight-line distance was 2 kilometers, navigating the mountain paths would require a significantly longer trek. Nevertheless, even so, that was sufficiently close, given his speed. Even if he had to traverse a mountain 3,000 or 4,000 meters high, as long as he didn't encounter any ferocious beasts, he could make it in no more than 20 minutes. In a sense, the wind had proven to be quite beneficial. However, many of his preparations had been lost, including the map he had acquired not long ago, which he had placed beside his sleeping bag, only to be swept away by the wind. Cang Ye was not a photographic memory genius. He hadn't memorized the map's details. Now, being abruptly thrown into the depths of the mountains, he was utterly lost. A feeling of helplessness washed over him. Damn it! How am I supposed to exit after dealing with the old cat-monkey ghost? The only feasible plan he could conjure was to wait until dawn, determine the direction, and head south. Eventually, he would find his way out. Or perhaps, after dealing with the old cat-monkey ghost, the next target would be in a village or another populated area, allowing him to navigate his way back based on his senses. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Regardless, he needed to deal with the old cat-monkey ghost first. "Hey, do you know where we are?" Lu Ming poked Cang Ye's back. "No idea. But this place is definitely uninhabited." Cang Ye shook his head helplessly, while a glimmer of hope flickered in his voice as he inquired, "Do you have anything on you that can help with positioning, so that they can come find you?" "No. The jacket I'm wearing today isn't equipped with such a device. And besides, there's no signal here, right?" Lu Ming is currently clad in a gray-brown windbreaker, a hue that aids in camouflaging oneself in the wilderness, evading detection by wild beasts. However, this color does not stand out, making it difficult for the search and rescue team to spot her. Fortunately, the windbreaker is reversible, revealing a vibrant orange on the inside, which boasts high reflectivity, rendering it easily visible to search and rescue personnel. Cang Ye feels a sense of disappointment, as he had envisioned a scenario where, after vanquishing the old cat-monkey demon, the rescue team's helicopter would conveniently arrive, allowing him to depart aboard it. Alas, that dream seems unattainable now. "What do you have on you?" he inquires. "We want to get out, and everything we possess will likely be crucial for survival in the wilderness." In his small storage, Cang Ye indeed has several boxes of water, sugar, pots, bowls, and various tools. However, at this juncture, the more useful items they possess, the better. Perhaps Lu Ming carries a signal flare. Lu Ming rummages through her pockets, eventually producing a few pieces of fruit candy, which she shyly offers with her small hand. Cang Ye gazes at her, and she meets his gaze. After a moment, she admits, "That's all." Embarrassed, she turns her head away. "All right," Cang Ye says as he takes a piece of candy from her palm and pops it into his mouth for a boost of energy. It is understandable. They were originally part of a group and had encountered this predicament during their rest time, so it is unlikely she would have many belongings on her person. Individuals like Cang Ye, who carry the bulk of their possessions, are evidently the exception rather than the rule. Cang Ye surveys their surroundings. They find themselves in a small valley rainforest, surrounded by evergreen broadleaf trees with broad, glossy, deep green leaves that seem to glisten as if polished with wax. Vines and various parasitic flowers intertwine across the moss-covered trunks and branches. The ecology in the mountains is remarkably diverse, showcasing a range of natural environments from the tundra to the tropics. At this moment, the trees sway chaotically in the wind, creating a scene of disarray. Small monkeys tremble behind the leaves, while snakes and various lizards scurry up the trunks, and numerous beetles burrow in and out of the decaying matter. Cang Ye's keen eye quickly identifies many novel species. Let us find a place to wait until dawn, then we can climb the mountain to determine our direction before proceeding. He suggests. All right. Lu Ming nods, her thoughts mirroring his own. However, Cang Ye's desire to wait for dawn stems from the fact that the power of the Nightlight's abilities is strongest when the sun rises. To defeat the old cat-monkey demon, they must wait until then. Let us hope for clear skies today. As they wander through the valley, they soon come across a large tree with a hollow. After Cang Ye throws a ball of light inside. He uses telekinesis to remove the insects and various debris from the hollow. Together with Lu Ming, they crawl into the tree hollow, using the bark of a nearby dead tree to partially seal the entrance, leaving an air hole. The hollow is relatively spacious, approximately 3 square meters, ample enough for the two to sit cross-legged, maintaining a slight distance between them. At this moment, Xiao Hui also emerges from Cang Ye's embrace, positioning itself between the two. Surprisingly, the air within the hollow is remarkably fresh and clean, mingling with the subtle fragrance of Lu Ming, uplifting their spirits. The light from the nightlight casts a glow upon her porcelain-like skin, making her appear as an ethereal forest nymph. Under such circumstances, sleep eludes them, and they find themselves uncertain of where to direct their gazes, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Cang Ye breaks the silence. What is the deal with that wind? It feels rather peculiar. Can such terrifying winds occur naturally? Lu Ming contemplates this and replies, winds of that magnitude could indeed be generated by nature. But the sudden emergence of such ferocious winds seems rather unnatural. I suspect it might be a skill, although I cannot ascertain its source. Cang Ye shares a similar suspicion. Why would such a terrifying wind be unleashed at night? Perhaps it was for conflict, or some other reason. Nevertheless, this indicates a battle at the community level, which is exceedingly rare. The magnitude of such a biological community is indeed formidable. As they converse, the tension between them eases somewhat. Time passes slowly, and Xiao Hui suddenly stirs, gazing towards the partially sealed entrance. Cang Ye, sensing something amiss, follows Xiao Hui's gaze. It appears a small wild creature is cautiously peering into the hollow. Chapter 74, The Little Scented Weasel. Cang Ye uses telekinesis to move the dead bark aside, revealing the creature in full. It is a small mustelid with a coat that is predominantly white with hints of pale green, delicate and slender. It measures only a few centimeters in length, seemingly still a juvenile. Trembling, it hides beneath a pile of dead leaves, clutching 2 unknown nuts that Cang Ye had previously discarded while clearing the hollow. Its large, round eyes shimmer with tears as it tentatively peeks into the hollow. This nest has been occupied by very bad humans. Evil humans. Cang Ye exclaims, what a delightful little creature. He attempts to use telekinesis to draw it closer. The timid little being does not resist. Instead, it curls into a tiny ball, burying its head beneath its belly. Cang Ye gently cradles it in his palm, feeling its soft, warm fur. It resembles a little scented weasel, yet its unusual coloration suggests it might be a powerful spirit entity. Lu Ming extends her delicate fingers to stroke its back, pondering why this seemingly strong spirit entity is of such a diminutive size, akin to a typical scented weasel. Perhaps it is indeed something special? Noticing that it clutches the 2 small nuts tightly, Cang Ye feels a twinge of guilt. Thus, he uses telekinesis to gather the unknown nuts he had discarded earlier, forming a small pile on Xiao Hui's back, then places the little scented weasel atop the nut mound. I recall that mustelids are generally purely carnivorous. Could this one be a herbivore? The little scented weasel, with its eyes tightly shut, catches the familiar scent and cautiously opens a slit in its eyelids, discovering the heap of nuts beneath it. It begins to burrow into the pile, creating a rustling sound. A few nuts tumble down, which it deftly clutches with its tiny paws, covering itself with them. The nightlight flutters down to the nut pile and playfully tugs at its inadequately hidden tail. Eep! The little scented weasel jumps in fright, its fur bristling, blooming with delicate blue-green flowers that emit a soothing fragrance that induces drowsiness. Nini, the little flower, yawns and, after a brief struggle, returns to Cang Ye's embrace to sleep. Cang Ye disperses the surrounding air, allowing the outside wind to flow in. This little fellow is quite impressive. Perhaps we should leave it undisturbed for now. Agreed. Acknowledging that they have intruded upon its nest, they decide to refrain from further disturbance, planning to depart at dawn. As time flows on, the little scented weasel senses that the humans are not a threat and cautiously pokes its head out from the nut pile to observe them, particularly eyeing Cang Ye, whom it perceives as a formidable presence. The other, however, radiates a scent that is pleasing to the weasel. As dawn breaks, the sound of chirping birds fills the air. Sunlight streams into the hollow. Cang Ye rises, declaring, let us be on our way. He uses telekinesis to move the pile of nuts and the little scented weasel to the side, undisturbed. All right, Lu Ming replies, unwrapping 2 candies and placing them in the nut pile for the little creature before standing up and following Cang Ye out. Such good humans. After the two had distanced themselves, Xiao Yu emerged, drawn by the sweet aroma of candy. She extended her delicate little tongue to lick, blissfully squinting her eyes in delight. Why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll ascend that mountain to ascertain the direction, Cang Ye suggested, pointing towards the mountain nearest to the old cat-monkey demon. Are you going to confirm the direction from the mountain peak? Lu Ming looked up at the point Cang Ye indicated. I'll accompany you. In case there are any ferocious beasts lurking atop the mountain, I can lend a hand. Very well, Cang Ye conceded, unable to find a reason to refuse. The two of them leapt up the hillside, bounding effortlessly for over 10 meters, agilely soaring upwards. Xiao Hui followed silently behind, blending seamlessly with the rocks. Cang Ye was astonished to discover that Lu Ming's speed surpassed his own, exclaiming, "It seems you have grown stronger." "Indeed, I evolved yesterday. Surprised, aren't you?" Lu Ming replied with a hint of pride. "You might not be stronger than me now, Ribbit. I don't believe it. Are you a frog?" Lu Ming smiled cheerfully. "If you doubt me, let us have a contest to see who can reach the summit first. Come on." The smile faded from Cang Ye's face, for those who truly wish to win would not wear a grin. He gazed at Lu Ming's adorable, beaming face, internally mocking. "With such an attitude, do you really think you can win? You're destined to trail behind me." Moments later, Ribbit. "Why?" Cang Ye lay despairingly at the summit. Defeated. Utterly defeated. He couldn't catch up. Lu Ming danced like a sprite upon the mountain, her speed breathtaking. Cang Ye exerted every ounce of strength, but could only trail behind, inhaling her fragrance. How humiliating. It was all the fault of the capital. Down below, Xiao Yu climbed to the treetop, anxiously gazing at the mountain peak. She realized that the kind human had ventured onto that perilous mountain. Her parents and siblings had been devoured by a terrifying creature lurking beyond that mountain. Would that good human meet a similar fate? No. Please, no? All right. Don't be disheartened. Speed does not equate to complete superiority. Perhaps your strength surpasses mine, Lu Ming consoled. Is that so? Cang Ye replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. Well, perhaps, Lu Ming mused, tapping her smooth chin with her finger and gazing elsewhere. Ribbit. Even such clumsy consolation restores my confidence. Cang Ye's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, speed does not signify combat prowess. In a fight, I can still prevail. Lu Ming giggled softly. So? You're actually a rather competitive little frog spirit, aren't you? What do you know, you little girl? Strong beings speak like this, Cang Ye retorted, feeling embarrassed and resorting to nonsensical remarks. Oh, it seems a big man has just lost to a little girl. Who could it be? Lu Ming leaned forward, her two small hands clasped behind her back, her ponytail glimmering with a leaden sheen in the sunlight, her large eyes sparkling. Speed is not combat power. Losing in speed doesn't count as defeat, right? Men should not be too fast. Cang Ye could only argue weakly. Why not? Lu Ming initially didn't understand, but soon realized. Her cute face flushed as she scolded, gross. Then she turned away, ignoring Cang Ye, her big eyes scanning the mountaintop for a path. You've become a lesser man. Cang Ye could only awkwardly survey his surroundings, wandering to the other side of the mountain. To his surprise, he found a steep cliff. Below, in the valley shaped like a cup, there seemed to be no living plants or animals, only a dark lake gently undulating. If he was correct, it was a layer of black fungal carpet, the old cat-monkey demon's mycelial blanket. At last, I found you, Cang Ye declared, readying for battle. He retrieved a gas mask from his pocket and summoned the Nightlight Child, instructing her to gather a sphere of light on the mountaintop. Chapter 75, Battle with the Old Cat-Monkey Demon. What are you planning to do? Lu Ming noticed Cang Ye's actions. Where did you get that gas mask? I didn't see it in your possession before. Cang Ye secured the mask behind his head and gestured towards the valley below. That layer of mycelium is a harmful species. I intend to eradicate it. Harmful species? Lu Ming looked down at the writhing black mycelium, her expression quickly turning serious. Is that ancient fungus? A type of fungus highly detrimental to living organisms, possessing strong psychic interference capabilities. With such a vast expanse, it might have reached a population or even community level. This is beyond what you can handle. We should retreat quickly and seek help instead. I feel it's about to reach a community scale. Lu Ming fell silent. The gap between population and community scales was too vast. If this ancient fungus truly advanced to a community level, it would indeed become exceedingly terrifying. If it is real, it's best to resolve it now. Lu Ming confirmed. Can you really sense it? Yes, Cang Ye nodded. All right then, though it's extremely dangerous, we might still be able to win. After all, this ancient fungus primarily operates on a psychic level, which I happen to counter well. A tender green glow enveloped Lu Ming's body. Seeing her inclination to descend, Cang Ye quickly advised, "You shouldn't go down. Your defenses aren't strong enough. It's too dangerous. Just stay up here and throw light orbs." "I know. I won't be a burden," she assured him, stepping behind Cang Ye to untie the gas mask he had secured. "What are you doing?" Cang Ye felt puzzled as he reached back, only to have Lu Ming swat his hand aside. "You tied it too unprofessionally. It's likely to fall off. Let me retie it for you." "Fine." Meanwhile, the tender green glow from Lu Ming spread to Cang Ye, enhancing his resistance to psychic attacks, though it offered limited protection against physical assaults. "Be careful when you go down." "Understood." Cang Ye then donned battle armor on Xiaohui. Finally, all preparations were complete. He shed his coat, positioned himself at the edge of the cliff, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Leaning his body forward, he began to plummet. The wind howled past his ears as his enhanced computational abilities kicked in. Below, the mycelial blanket sensed the presence of an enemy. Instantly roiling like waves stirred by a stone cast into the lake. The surface erupted with protruding tubes. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of dark, spherical projectiles erupted from within, hurtling toward Cang Ye. These were hard wooden spheres encased in a highly corrosive digestive fluid. Upon impact, they would explode, inflicting severe damage. With dynamic vision and heightened computational skills, Cang Ye swiftly discerned the trajectory of the wooden spheres, using telekinesis to subtly shift himself, deftly dodging through the gaps in the onslaught. Simultaneously, Lu Ming unleashed a torrent of light orbs from the mountaintop, colliding with the relentless wooden projectiles and creating a vacuum corridor for Cang Ye to evade. The air exploded with a cacophony as wood splintered and disintegrated, while the yellow-green corrosive liquid was dispersed into a mist. Cang Ye, possessing a robust constitution, found himself largely unscathed by the corrosive mists, which merely left his garments with a few tattered tears. At last, he crashed down to the ground with a thunderous impact, obliterating a substantial patch of the fungal carpet and revealing the cracked rocks beneath. This layer of fungi was approximately 50 centimeters thick, enough to submerge a person's calves. Cang Ye gradually rose to his feet, feeling a slight numbness in his legs. However, it was merely a fleeting sensation, dissipating in less than 2 seconds. After all, the mountain was not particularly high, standing at just over 2,000 meters. A plethora of spores erupted from the shattered mycelium, swirling into a fog. Cang Ye felt a surge of delight upon witnessing this and promptly stifled the urge to summon the luminous orb from his bosom to condense a high-temperature light spot. The moment was not yet ripe. He needed to allow for the release of more spores. Just then, he heard an unexpected roar from an unknown source. "It's you. You're not dead? Do you recognize me?" Cang Ye was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that the cat-monkey ghost possessed a skill of mental sharing. When he had dispatched its offspring, the information had undoubtedly been relayed to this elder cat-monkey ghost. Thus, he replied with a grin, "Indeed, it is I. I previously slew your son, and now I have come to vanquish you." The elder cat-monkey ghost paid no heed to his words, instead indulging in a manic soliloquy. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You've come to your doom. I shall transform you into my fungal chamber. What a splendid fungal abode it shall be." As it spoke, it unleashed an advanced skill of mental disruption and manipulation, attempting to ensnare his mind. Yet, it was futile. The tender green luminescent membrane enveloping Cang Ye rippled gently, effortlessly deflecting all forms of psychic assault. "Impressive." The elder cat-monkey ghost, far from being dismayed, expressed delight. "Excellent. I am growing increasingly fond of you. You shall become my mightiest fungal chamber. I will cherish you." Cang Ye chose not to engage in further dialogue, leaning forward as he sprinted through the fungal carpet, trampling vigorously. With a series of muffled thuds, the fungal carpet was shattered, releasing clouds of spores that rapidly enveloped the entire valley. Fortuitously, there was no wind in the area, allowing the spore fog to coalesce within the valley. "Are you aiding my proliferation?" mocked the elder cat-monkey ghost. "Do not be hasty. Once you become my fungal chamber, you shall assist in birthing." Before it could finish its words, Cang Ye leapt upward, scaling the cliffside for several dozen meters. Then, a searing light of 6,000 degrees Celsius descended, igniting the dense spore fog instantaneously. A spark ignited, swiftly expanding into a blinding fireball that surged upward. A transparent shockwave rapidly expanded along the mountainside for thousands of meters, even tousling the long hair of a nearby deer. Following this was an immense, thunderous roar. The towering mushroom cloud rose, sending tremors throughout the valley. This was a terrifying dust explosion. The luminous orb, having ignited the spore fog, darted into the small dwelling within Cang Ye's embrace, sustaining no harm. Meanwhile, Cang Ye himself ascended over 100 meters, evading the most potent area of the explosion, and was merely flung backward by the shockwave. With his formidable physique, he sustained no injuries. The only one to suffer significant harm was the elder cat monkey ghost. Rhea. It emitted a hoarse and agonizing howl. You have enraged me. You have truly provoked my wrath. I shall turn every shred of your flesh into my sustenance. What is this? It's still alive? Cang Ye, his clothing tattered into strips, clung to the rocky cliff, gazing in confusion at the valley below as the thick smoke gradually subsided. Chapter 76, A Great Line. A thunderous hum approached, echoing like distant thunder. The valley trembled slightly, stirring up dust once more. Rocks cracked and tumbled from above, trailing long clouds of debris as they struck the ground, shattering into powder. Cang Ye's gaze pierced through the haze, scrutinizing the scene with keen attention. Suddenly, an extraordinarily thick and dense cluster of mycelium erupted from the cavern beneath the cliff, resembling a colossal black serpent. It spiraled through the valley, gluing together the shattered remnants of the fungal strands. Dozens of tender green orbs shot down from the mountaintop like meteors, crashing against the obsidian serpent and creating innumerable craters, scattering fungal tissue in all directions. Cang Ye dropped from the cliff, and the luminous orb burst forth from his grasp, concentrating its scorching light upon the serpent's surface, causing wisps of white smoke to rise. Regrettably, in comparison to its massive form, the light spot was insignificant. Cang Ye plummeted into the midsection of the serpent, removing the lower part of his gas mask to exhale a chilling mist, which crystallized into frost upon the serpent's back. The serpent recoiled at both ends, simultaneously crashing toward its midsection, howling as it created a gale. Cang Ye initially prepared to evade, but noticed the trajectory of its attack seemed to distort, its landing not aimed at him, but rather, with a thunderous crash. Its two ends collided midair, forming a circular ring, shattering the dark fungal debris that exploded into the air. What is happening? Why is it striking itself? Cang Ye, perplexed, chose to abandon contemplation, deciding to strike instead. Perhaps fearing another dust explosion, the elder cat monkey ghost ceased the release of spores. Cang Ye took a deep breath without hesitation and roared. A transparent shockwave surged from his mouth, shattering the mycelial body covered in frost. A swarm of repugnant insects. The elder cat monkey ghost bellowed. You have pushed me to this. Its lengthy body began to intertwine and twist. Cang Ye, wary of being ensnared, promptly leapt aside, once again grasping onto the cliff that towered a dozen meters high. In mere half a second, the serpent had tangled itself into a massive knot. Then, like a black hole, it imploded toward its center, forming a perfectly rounded black sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. The valley fell into an eerie silence. Then, a grotesque black claw burst forth from the sphere, slicing open a gash. From within emerged a creature resembling an ape, comparable in size to an average human. Its body was covered in bark-like armor. Its face bore no mouth or nose, topped with feline ears, while its eye sockets were deep and black, spiraling inward. The elder cat monkey ghost tilted its head back, locking eyes with Cang Ye. Earlier, in Luoyang, at the headquarters of the cat monkey ghost response team. Since the emergence of the cat monkey ghost disaster several months prior, cities surrounding the Great Mang Mountain had been plagued, with a significant population missing, instilling widespread fear. Regrettably, despite the multitude of terrifying calamities it had wrought, no genuinely formidable force took responsibility. Nevertheless, there were always kind-hearted and responsible individuals willing to step forward. Wang Heng, the leader of the cat monkey ghost response team, persuaded several large corporate entities, citing the damage the cat monkey ghost inflicted on commercial interests. Finally, he managed to sway a regional manager from the Kong Group. Under his leadership, 12 companies united to establish the headquarters of the cat monkey ghost response team. In a dim laboratory, a cat monkey ghost was restrained upon an examination table, its forehead adorned with countless electrodes, connected to an apparatus displaying a variety of complex readings. On the opposite side of the device sat a spherical metallic chair. A young man with a doll-like face reclined in the chair, a hemispherical metal cap covering his head. Dozens of researchers were busy calibrating the equipment. Outside the observation glass of the laboratory, several distinguished individuals reclined on opulent sofas, their expressions relaxed as they exchanged light-hearted banter. Within the confines of the lab, a female researcher gazed anxiously at the young man seated before her. Wang Bu, are you truly prepared to proceed with this? The young man smiled faintly, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. There is no turning back now, and this is our sole method of resolution. We cannot permit more mothers to lose their children. Let us commence. A metallic canopy descended from above the spherical chair, enveloping the young man's head entirely. Wang Heng was an exceptional human individual endowed with the ability to invade minds. He intended to penetrate the psyche of the cat monkey specter, utilizing its mental network to access the consciousness of the elder cat monkey and engage in an exceedingly perilous mental duel. This endeavor posed a significant risk of mental disintegration. potentially reducing him to a state of vegetative existence. Yet, to eliminate the elder cat monkey, he felt compelled to undertake this course of action. Particles of light, symbolic of consciousness, coursed through fibers, infiltrating the mind of the cat monkey specter on the experimental table. In a pitch-black mental realm, Wang Heng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Gradually, he discerned a vague external image, a wave of elation sweeping over him as he reported, infiltration successful, initiating mental sharing. Inside the laboratory, the instruments linked to Wang Heng flickered with light as supercomputers decoded the neural signals from his brain, projecting them onto a large external screen. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the display, which was simultaneously broadcasted live. After all, the company sought to monetize every opportunity, and the spectacle of a human engaging in a treacherous battle against an enigmatic species could elicit generous donations. The imagery was dim, yet one could faintly perceive a valley. At the center stood a shadowy figure, followed by a thunderous roar. You're alive? The figure responded, You know me? Indeed, it is I. I previously killed your son, and now I have come to end you. A wave of bewilderment washed over the laboratory as the onlookers exchanged glances. Who is this person? The live chat erupted with comments. How arrogant. This isn't a mental battle, it's mental harassment. The cat monkey calamity had indeed manifested decades prior. Yet it had not been entirely resolved. Its scale had already reached that of a population back then, and now it was uncertain how much it had grown. If this is merely a gimmick, then if he defeats the elder cat monkey, I'll eat 10 pounds. You realize this is a publicity stunt, yet you still wish to see a victory? They just want to exploit this creature's demise to elicit our tears for donations. Human blood buns are quite delectable. Isn't that the norm for large corporations? One must simply grow accustomed to it. Wang Heng, bewildered, realized that someone had already ventured ahead, finding the lair of the elder cat monkey in reality, and was preparing to engage it in combat. What sort of extraordinary individual would dare battle a creature of such magnitude with mere human flesh? Are they seeking death? He swiftly applied for the Tianhan Stellar Light. The Tianhan Stellar Light was a supercomputer capable of generating consciousness, allowing it to temporarily grant immense mental power to living beings through algorithmic editing. However, the energy consumption was staggering. The power required per minute equated to that consumed by a small city of 50,000 inhabitants. Thus, Wang Heng was only allocated a mere 10 seconds of usage, yet it would suffice. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor as a terrifying explosion erupted outside, coinciding with a significant drop in the mental strength of the elder cat monkey. Excellent. You've done well. Wang Heng, concealed within the mental domain of the elder cat monkey, felt invigorated. Regardless of the individual's foolishness, they were undeniably effective. The barrage of comments surged. I wondered why they were releasing so many spores. It was to create a dust explosion. Somewhat clever. Any rational person would have deduced that, right? Why not join the battle then? Confusion spread among the viewers. Aren't we witnessing a mental battle? This seems more like a physical confrontation. Wait a minute. You're right. What is happening? Refund. If his deductions were accurate. The camera was the one truly engaging in the mental battle against the elder cat monkey. What? They then clearly heard the camera utter, requesting Tianhan Stellar Light. By heavens, the camera is speaking? Then who is that shadow battling the elder cat monkey outside? I have no idea. Perhaps they're just a fool. Mind your words. Regardless, they fight for humanity against the elder cat monkey. That courage is commendable. And apart from courage, just a fool. Suddenly, a fungal python burst forth from the cavern, infusing the world with color. The previous imagery had been the elder cat monkey perceiving the external scene through its mind, projected into the mental realm for Wang Heng's viewing, which he then relayed as a live stream. At that moment, the true form of the elder cat monkey emerged from the cave, and the clarity of the scene, perceived through its ocular-like mental organs, vastly improved. As the luminous sphere descended, the shadow stepped upon the body of the fungal python, unleashing a blast of frigid air, while the python raised both ends and crashed down toward the center. At that instant, Wang Heng could no longer remain passive. He invaded the mental logic unit of the elder cat monkey with his mental algorithms, distorting its external movements. The resulting collision of its head and tail inflicted terrifying damage. The elder cat monkey, believing the impact to be externally induced, roared, a swarm of repulsive insects. You force my hand. Is this what they call a mental battle? How insidious. Wang Heng reveled in the thrill of this clandestine strategy. I despise two types of individuals. 1. Cunning old fools. 2. Those who prevent me from being a cunning old fool. Indeed, the thrill was palpable, as the external fool absorbed damage, allowing the main forces to unleash their full potential within the elder cat monkey's corporeal form. Perhaps he believed himself to be the main player. How amusing. Cang Ye gazed into the concave spiral of the elder cat monkey's eye sockets, sensing a terrifying pull attempting to extract his soul from his body. However, Cang Ye's spirit, tempered within the Jingluan celestial palace, remained steadfast and fused with his corporeal form, rendering the elder cat monkey incapable of fully extracting it. Cang Ye released his grip and fell from the cliff, steadily approaching the elder cat monkey. The creature regarded him with intrigue. Come to meet your demise? Alas, even if you kneel and plead for mercy now, I shall not grant it. With a fierce roar, Cang Ye remained silent, suddenly unleashing an ultrasonic scream directly into its face, manipulating telekinesis to compress a substantial volume of air into a thin layer that would carry the sound. This restrained the sound energy from dissipating outward, allowing it to travel through a minuscule medium, thereby increasing the pressure. A sound akin to a blade of air sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling towards the head of the old cat monkey demon. Thud! Sparks erupted, instantly carving a slender groove into its cheek. Splintered wood rained down upon the ground, producing a metallic clink. The old cat monkey demon, in a fit of rage, bellowed and lunged towards Cang Ye. How dare you? Cang Ye roared back, charging at it with equal fervor. Each word was a transparent sonic blade, darting toward the demon's neck, igniting brilliant sparks that sent its upper body reeling backward. Seizing the moment, Cang Ye pulled back his shoulder and elbow, gathering momentum as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. Boom! The shock wave erupted, leaving a fist-shaped dent in the demon's chest, causing it to stagger backward several paces. Crash! From its concealed position as a mere stone, the little gray creature launched a ferocious assault, crashing into the old cat monkey demon from behind, embedding its sharp horn into its flesh. Simultaneously, its tearing claws whirled rapidly, rending the demon's back with deep gashes, sending splinters and searing sparks flying. Nightlight focused the luminous spots precisely into the demon's right eye socket, where temperature soared to 6,000 degrees Celsius, capable of vaporizing steel. Instantly, thick smoke billowed from its eye socket. Cang Ye advanced once more, delivering a diagonal kick to its waist, sending its body hurtling sideways. For a moment, it appeared devoid of the strength to retaliate. So formidable, could it be that I have not misjudged? Is he truly the main force? Perhaps it was mere luck, for the old cat monkey demon had yet to counterattack. Indeed, the old cat monkey demon could afford countless miscalculations, while a single misstep on his part could spell doom. Wang Heng remained fixated on the external battle, ever prepared to intervene. Unlike the ongoing debate among the onlookers regarding who was the true powerhouse, he had now positioned himself as a support, striving to impede the old cat monkey demon's assaults, allowing Cang Ye to unleash a series of relentless strikes to weaken its spirit. Once the demon had been sufficiently diminished, Wang Heng was resolved to unleash all his strength in a bid to deliver a fatal blow. Go for it, young man whose name I do not know. Suddenly, the old cat monkey demon's legs swelled, massively increasing in size as it steadied its center of gravity. It ceased its roaring, allowing Cang Ye's sonic blades to strike against its body, igniting a flurry of sparks, merely clenching its fists to accumulate power. Cang Ye keenly sensed this transformation, pushing his dynamic vision to its limits, his powerful calculations churning as he anticipated the potential trajectory of its impending attack. Come on, you pathetic creature. Were you not so arrogant? 10 sound blades converged upon the joints of the demon's clenched arm, aiming to sap its strength. However, in the next instant, Cang Ye's pupils constricted sharply,